I thought my life would only be a predefined sequence of exams and academic progression. Until that day, when I picked up a severely injured, breathtakingly beautiful angel in the abandoned factory. She was naive and sexy, yet she brought deadly danger to me. I used my intelligence and courage to outmaneuver the enemies chasing her, even managing to seize their pistol. Little did I know, my victory was just a trap set by the opponent, and I had become the prey played between palms. My name is Ling Jun, and I'm a high school student. I enjoy thinking logically, but deep down I yearn for an exciting life, hoping for Ultraman or aliens to appear in life. I always laugh at my own naivete. After all, I'm already past the age of fantasy. On my way home from school, I passed by an abandoned factory, a place that always sparks my curiosity. This time, I heard a sound I had never heard before, the rustling of flapping wings. The voice was deep and powerful, unmistakably not something a bird could produce. My heart was boiling with excitement. I threw down my backpack and climbed over the wall into the factory. Deep in the factory, I witnessed an unbelievable sight, an angel from legend. She lay on the ground, her pure white wings fluttering weakly, stained with crimson blood. I felt a powerful electric current surge through my body, my mind completely blank. Reason told me to leave at once, but curiosity and pity kept me rooted to the spot. In the end, I walked up to her, crouched down, and asked, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" She slowly raised her head, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face with skin like cherry blossoms and eyes as clear as still water. I was shocked to discover that this angel could actually speak, with a voice so clear and melodious. "Are you too weak to speak?" I asked, and she nodded. "What a fool, saving the energy you just used speaking to tell me how to help you would have been better." "You're the idiot," she retorted angrily, and I laughed. "Do you need my help?" She eyed me for a long moment before summoning the strength to reply, "No, you don't seem trustworthy." "Do I seem like such an unreliable person?" I asked with a bitter smile. She nodded quickly, very, very unreliable. I pretended to leave, but she shouted, "Wait a minute, you jerk." Then she bashfully lowered her head. I told her both my parents are doctors, and I could help dress her wound. She said enviously, "Doctors are practically gods," and when I remarked that her wings were too flashy, she actually managed to fold them away. I curiously asked her where she had received it, but she looked confused and said she didn't know. I helped her up and carried her on my back. She had a great figure, with ample breasts pressed tightly against me. I couldn't help but sigh internally, "Is this paradise?" She seemed to notice and gave me a sharp chop with her hand. "What are you thinking about? Percent such a temper. If you keep this up, I won't care about you anymore," I said with a laugh. She was instantly at a loss, her face filled with confusion, and I teased her, "Are angels really this big-chested but empty-headed?" She naively asked, "What does that mean?" And when I lied that it was a compliment, she actually happily admitted to it. Carrying her on my back as we walked home, I faintly sensed that big trouble was about to arrive. But before that, I was still immersed in this peculiar experience. My home is a very large villa, and both my parents work abroad, so I live alone. I took the angel home and bandaged her wounds with the medical skills I had learned, and she was amazed by my expertise. I went downstairs to cook for her, and she ate very happily, even saying she wanted to stay at my place. I jokingly complained that she liked to make decisions on her own, but she shyly said, "I'm not afraid of you misbehaving." I agreed to let her stay, but insisted that she shouldn't wander around. While we were eating, the doorbell rang. It was class representative Katomi. She was petite, with straight black hair, and looked adorable. She skipped evening study to come check on me at home. I asked her how she knew the way to my place, and she nervously denied it. At that moment, the angel swaggered out, holding an electric rice cooker, and looked at Katomi curiously. Qinmei was stunned by her beauty and thought I was hiding a beautiful woman at home, so she ran away in a panic. I helplessly sighed, "This big-chested, air-headed angel is truly the source of all troubles." The angel asked me why I hadn't cooked another pot of rice for her, even playfully pouting that my cooking tasted better, so I had no choice but to agree. She jumped for joy, and when I curiously asked her name, she told me Xiaoxia. I felt somewhat disappointed, such an ordinary name, and pressed for her real name, but she just looked confused. She mentioned having companions with long names, and when I asked where those companions were now, she painfully replied, "Dead." The empty room fell silent, so I comforted her, "If you can't escape the shadows of the past, at least try to be a little happier." She nodded forcefully and then asked me if the food was ready. As I cooked, I analyzed Xiaoxia's situation. She must have experienced something extremely terrifying, perhaps even witnessed the death of a companion. She may still be in danger, and if the enemy comes after us, both she and I will be at risk. At that very moment, an unfamiliar voice rang out behind me, "You know very well." I spun around and saw a voluptuous woman with purple hair, red clothes, and wings sprouting from her back, another angel. I tried to stay calm. "Are you Xia's enemy?" "Oh, you can guess," she sneered. "Those kinds of wounds couldn't possibly be self-inflicted." I rebutted angrily, as I have always detested those who resort to violence to solve problems. "Do you like her?" she sneered mockingly, "trying to throw me off balance so you can torment me slowly to death? But you've chosen the wrong opponent." I pushed up my glasses and said nonchalantly. Though uneasy in her heart, she still replied disdainfully, "Are you confident you can defeat me?" No, not at all, I answered confidently. She suddenly rushed up to me, gripping my neck with one hand and pressing a gun to my temple with the other. Now, can you still remain so calm? She was confident of victory? People die easily, but pulling the trigger isn't so simple, I said with a smile. Because the trigger is stiff, I said with a perfectly straight face while talking nonsense. While she was still dazed, I elbowed her in the stomach, snatched the gun, and pointed the barrel at her. What's your name? I asked. Kaz-san, she said expressionlessly. I pointed out, first, the angel might not have superpowers, otherwise she wouldn't need a gun. Second, her chest was very soft. Kazan smiled, but I couldn't bring myself to laugh. Realizing she was stalling for time, her companions might have already gone upstairs. I can tell you, you guessed absolutely right, there were 2 people executing this operation, Kaz-san said smugly. I was eager to go upstairs but didn't dare to act rashly. Cassandra claimed her companion was the foremost combatant of the celestial realm. If he couldn't manage it, then no one could. I tried to negotiate, but she laughed at me for overlooking the disparity in levels. Before her words could fade, she lunged forward, and I decisively pulled the trigger. The deafening blast left me nauseous. Cassandra's figure vanished, followed by the sound of bones shattering, searing pain in her left arm, then a bursting sensation in her right. Cassandra sneered behind me, humans are merely the lowly underfolk. I gritted my teeth against the pain and grinned, so you're using a gun because you think I'm not worth solving with your hands? She nodded, you're different from ordinary humans. Your bones are harder. I roared, humans won't lose easily to monsters. Cassandra picked up a pea, tossed it lightly, but that pea was more lethal than a bullet. I thought I was doomed to die, when suddenly, a dazzling flash of swordlight swept past. Chapter 4, Agony. The blade flashed like a shooting star swift as lightning, gone in an instant. That poor pea was reduced to dust in the blade's flash. What kind of blade possessed such devastating power? A kitchen knife? The one wielding the knife was Xiaoxia, and her expression was no longer that of a ditzy bimbo. Her gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. Cashin, however, had lost his earlier confidence. Where's Shand? Xiaoxia shook her head in surprise. I haven't seen him. Is he okay? Li Mingjun said coldly, that guy named Shand is your enemy, right, Xiaoxia? Xiaoxia nodded, he's really formidable. Li Mingjun was utterly speechless. You and your enemy are on such good terms? You actually ask after his well-being like this? Xiaoxia smiled, he's someone I know, after all. Mom says you should care about people you know. Forget it. Li Mingjun decided he'd never argue with her about such common sense again. Arguing with an idiot only makes you look more foolish. Cashin was starting to panic. Had the plan gone wrong? Without Sand, she was no match for Xiaoxia alone. No. With such severe injuries, her strength must be compromised. Maybe there's a chance to seize the initiative after all. Ambush. This time, Kazan didn't use peas as bullets. Instead, she threw herself like a bullet, charging at Xiaoxia at breakneck speed. By the time Xiaoxia noticed, it was too late. Absorbed in her words, her body was already slammed by Kazan's fierce impact. Cashin moved with lightning speed. The moment the force of the impact dissipated, her hand darted towards Xiaoxia's wound. Cashin possessed immense experience. She knew exactly how to utterly crush an opponent. Once she seized even the slightest opening, she exploited it relentlessly until her target fell. It wasn't honorable, but it was a highly effective art of killing. The bandage was now in Cassandra's grasp. A cold, frosty smile played on her lips. At that moment, Cassandra was like a god of death incarnate. Li Mingjun stood frozen nearby, utterly dumbfounded. He saw clearly as Cassandra seized the bandage. He wanted to rush forward, but he dared not. It wasn't that Li Mingjun was particularly cowardly. Anyone who had witnessed Kazan's power would not recklessly charge in to meet their end. Kazan's hand suddenly clamped down on Xiaoxia's shoulders, her teeth clamping down on the bandage. It was a blood-soaked bandage. Xiaoxia's wound hadn't healed at all. Cashin's eyes gleamed with abnormal excitement at the sight of the blood. She jerked her head violently, ripping the bandage from Xiaoxia's body. Blood spurted out like a mist. The side of Xiaoxia's face closest to Li Mingjun was drenched in blood. Ah! Li Mingjun seemed oblivious to the heart-wrenching cry, standing motionless. Xiaoxia, however, could no longer stand. The intense pain caused her to collapse. But she didn't sit down. Cassandra wouldn't give her a moment's respite. This cold-hearted angel seemed bloodthirsty, relentlessly biting into Xiaoxia's wounds. The already severe injuries were now horrifying to behold. Once she found a weakness, she exploited it relentlessly. That was Kazan's style. Xiaoxia's piercing screams cut through the air, yet Li Mingjun appeared genuinely oblivious. He stood frozen, as if under a spell, immovable as wood. What should I do? Those 3 words suddenly blazed through Li Mingjun's mind. He laughed. Li Mingjun laughed. I can actually have a brain freeze too. No problem can ever defeat me. He muttered to himself. Confidence welled up within him. Those legendary moments of turning despair into triumph, of fighting back from the brink, don't they all begin in this kind of hopeless situation? Humanity, I am human. I lack that agile body, that swift movement, that formidable strength. True, I possess none of these. Just as humans cannot outrun a cheetah or match a bear's strength, yet we have become Earth's dominant species. Because human survival relies on wisdom, on perseverance, on mutual trust and assistance. Li Mingjun suddenly roared, "What kind of joke is this? I am human." Kazan froze. "What are you ranting about, you pathetic weakling from the lower realms? Do you find it amusing to bully her?" Li Mingjun said calmly. Kazan laughed, "Far more amusing than being bullied." Li Mingjun held out his hands. "See if I can defeat you with these hands." Kashin froze again. "Is that supposed to be a joke?" "No. I never tell jokes. I bet you can't defeat me." Li Mingjun's words were filled with extraordinary confidence. As he spoke, he stared intently at his own hands, completely ignoring Kazan. Humans aren't just weak, they're dim-witted too. Why not just play dumb and stay still? Precisely because I am human. Li Mingjun's lowered head snapped up. That's exactly why I won't play dumb. I won't stand by and watch my comrade be bullied like that. Companion? By the time Kazan spoke, she had already closed the distance to Li Mingjun. How fast? Kazan's nose was now pressed against Li Mingjun's. He could smell the scent of her blood. It was Xiaoxia's blood. At least she wouldn't suffer anymore now. But what about later? For your comrades, would you willingly endure torment? Kazan's voice was hoarse. Of course. Are you kidding? Do you even know what kind of agony that is? Cassandra snapped, furious. That's how humans are. If we couldn't help each other, humanity would have ceased to exist long ago. Li Mingjun's answer was straightforward. Kazan stumbled back several steps before steadying herself and staring at Li Mingjun. Fine. I'll transfer every ounce of her suffering onto you right now. Let's see if your resolve is truly that unshakable. Li Mingjun smiled. I'd welcome it. But pain is personal, how could it possibly be transferred? Kashin's blood-soaked lips formed a seductive curve. She glanced at Xiaoxia, slumped on the ground, then back at Li Mingjun. I'm curious, she said. What kind of creatures are humans, exactly? It sounded like a question, yet she seemed to need no answer. Her tone was as unyielding as an executioner pressing a prisoner's head down before the blade fell. Unfortunately, Li Mingjun was no prisoner, and his bones were as hard as steel. Humans, the creatures standing before you. They possess neither angelic powers nor wings. Yet they know how to support one another, how to coexist through cooperation. Li Mingjun actually managed to articulate such a coherent statement. You should be trembling, for it is a pain beyond your imagination. Cassandra said. Oh? But now it's unnecessary, for you have no time left. Kazan took a stone from his person. An ordinary stone, fist-sized. Li Mingjun saw nothing remarkable about it. Kazan suddenly flung the stone into the air, chanting incantations. The stone actually hovered there in midair. If Newton were here, he'd be stunned into unconsciousness. The stone began spinning rapidly, then emitted a series of popping and crackling sounds, as if its outer shell were peeling away. Simultaneously, a dazzling array of colors burst forth from the stone, filling the entire room. Cassandra bellowed in pain, transfer. Li Mingjun's heart seemed to suddenly forget how to beat. The agony struck without warning. His eyeballs bulged, bloodshot and strained. Li Mingjun's fists clenched tightly. Veins bulged, pulsing like strings plucked by agony. No! He absolutely couldn't retreat even an inch. He instinctively wanted to crouch down, to scream out loud. He should have fainted. But he told himself, I must stand firm, stand firm, stand firm. This was the agony Xiaoxia had endured all this time. Good. Now that I bear it for her, she must feel so much better. Li Mingjun forced a smile. Kazan's face turned purple like an eggplant. She never dreamed humans could be this resilient. Pain could actually be transferred, how fascinating. Li Mingjun could even joke about it. Yet only he knew the agony he was bearing. Perhaps his words were merely a means to keep himself from collapsing. Kazan licked his blood-soaked lips. I've wasted too much time. Now I'll put an end to your suffering. How exactly? Li Mingjun asked, feigning ignorance. By killing you. You're more infuriating than that winged angel. Cassandra's fist was already upon him, and Li Mingjun's nose collapsed under the sheer force of the incoming blow. Yet as the wind passed, the fist never landed. A hand had firmly seized the ferocious fist. Xia! No! It was a man's hand. And this man, he had wings too. Chapter 5, Matters Between Men. Sande. Kasang could scarcely believe his eyes. This towering figure was the heavenly realm's top warrior, as Kashin had described. He truly looked formidable. Li Mingjun was already quite tall, yet this man towered over him by a full head. His bare arms revealed solid muscles, and his shaved head made his skull resemble a strange egg. Where the hell did you go? Kazan lowered her fists. She knew she didn't need to intervene now. She knew all too well the cruelty and power of this man. Sande chuckled. I rarely come to the human realm. Went out to find something to eat. Kashin sneered, were you chasing women? Sande chuckled, human women may not be beautiful, but they have a certain flavor. Sande turned to look at Li Mingjun. The high school student was now barely recognizable from the agony, yet he still clung to consciousness. Let's go, Shan said coldly. Kazan hadn't caught his words in frozen place. What did you say? This is a mission assigned by the higher-ups. We have to take these two out first. Let's go. Shan's tone remained icy, but this time it carried a clear command. His eyes fixed on Li Mingjun, a faint smile playing on his lips. Kazan snapped, are you kidding me? Do you know the consequences of failing to complete the mission from above? Smack! A resounding slap sent Kasha crashing to the ground. Sande stared at her coldly. Just make sure the higher-ups don't find out. Knowing she was no match for him, Kazan refused to back down. What if I refuse? Then I'll eliminate you. It won't take much effort anyway. A chill gripped Cassandra's heart. She knew Shan was a man who meant what he said. Kazan struggled to her feet. You really hit hard. Her lips twitched, though it was unclear whether from anger or pain. Give me a reason. I don't understand why. Cassandra, you wouldn't understand. A soulless creature like you could never comprehend anything. As San spoke, it seemed less like he was addressing her and more like he was talking to himself. Soul? San was pondering such things too. Humph. You're lecturing me about souls? Of all people working for the higher-ups, you're the last one qualified to talk about souls. Cassandra's reaction was fierce. She hated being called soulless more than anything, precisely because she truly didn't know what a soul was. She'd never asked herself what she wanted, she only cared about living happily. Sande's large hand stroked Cassandra's head. You're a pitiful soul too. But this is between us men, you'd never understand. Cassandra's tears actually began to flow. They streamed down in torrents, utterly unrecognizable from the terrifyingly cold-hearted person she had been moments before. Cashin couldn't understand it herself. She despised people who cried, yet when San's hand rested on her head, she couldn't help but weep. Perhaps even angels felt loneliness deep within? Only her companion San truly understood her pain. She needed comfort, even just a little. San's words, poor thing, had dug deep into her heart, and she could no longer hold back even a single tear. A man's business? Cassandra murmured. It's about me and this human. Sand pointed at the suffering Li Mingjun. I've never seen a man so brave and strong. I feel he's the rival I've always sought. He's still too weak now. We men don't strike when someone's down, but someday, I'll face him in a fair duel. Kazan frowned in confusion. But he's human. Human strength can never match an angel's. Sande chuckled. Kazan, remember that saying we heard when we were kids? What? True gods have no wings. Sande said leisurely, gazing at the moon outside the window as if recalling something. That's just an old legend from long ago. How can we take it seriously? Among all the realms, aren't angels the most powerful? No. San's reply was unusually firm. The Creator wouldn't make the world so boring. There must be many fascinating beings out there. I've just discovered one. This human? Exactly. His perseverance is unlike anything I've ever seen. Can willpower even be considered power? Cassandra doubted. The power of the spirit may surpass that of the flesh. San laughed. Look, haven't humans now built a civilization that rivals the angels? Humph. Yet they still serve as our scapegoats, don't they? Kazhan, you've said too much. Ah, sorry. Kassan suddenly realized she'd spoken out of turn. Let's go. Sande nodded. Next time we meet that kid, he should possess strength that rivals mine, right? Is this how lonely it is to be the strongest in the heavens? Ha! There are so many things in this world we could never have imagined. The voices lingered, but the figures of the two had long since vanished. Gone? Li Mingjun breathed a sigh of relief. What were they talking about just now? I couldn't understand a word. Li Mingjun muttered to himself before finally succumbing to exhaustion and fainting. No dreams. Deep sleep left no room for dreams to enter. Li Mingjun simply slept deeply. What was this sensation? When Li Mingjun awoke, he suddenly felt something soft enveloping his head. Was this an angel's embrace? Li Mingjun was currently being held in Xiaoxia's arms. Ah, I'd better pretend to be asleep. This is much happier. Li Mingjun murmured to himself. You're finally awake. Ha! That voice isn't Xiaoxia's. Who is it? Qinmei? This can't be real, this can't be real. Alright, this is real. Qinmei, how did you get here? Li Mingjun asked. Qinmei lowered her head and spoke slowly. Can I be here? No, that's not what I meant. So, that means I can be here? Qinmei smiled brightly. I just wanted to ask why you came. Li Mingjun didn't want anyone to know an angel was here. Angel? Oh right, Xiaoxia, how's your injury? Xiaoxia patted her wound. It's mostly healed now. Days? Li Mingjun couldn't believe he'd slept for days. 5 days. Qinmei said. As class monitor, it was my duty to check on you. She seemed to have found a perfectly legitimate reason. 5 days? I slept that long? Li Mingjun said. Qinmei asked with concern, what happened to you? Did you get sick or something? Li Mingjun couldn't bring himself to speak. How could he possibly explain that the pain had shifted from Xiaoxia to himself? And how could he make her believe it? Besides, it wasn't necessary. Li Mingjun smiled faintly. Nothing. Probably just exhausted. Just as Xiaoxia was about to speak, Li Mingjun covered her mouth with his hand, signaling her to stay quiet. Qinmei watched the scene in puzzlement but didn't dare say anything. She slowly stood up and said, since you're awake, I'll leave now. Li Mingjun tried to stand to see her off, but she declined. Listening to Qinmei's footsteps echo down the stairs, Li Mingjun finally exhaled. Hey! What were you about to say to that girl? Xia exhaled a long breath. Nothing. I just wanted to say you bravely took on my pain. Don't make it sound so matter of fact. In the human world, such things don't exist. Saying that will only make that girl feel complicated. Xiaoxia smiled, but I truly think you're brave. No one has ever willingly offered to bear another's pain. Li Mingjun shook his head. Forget it. I can't explain it to you anyway. Are you really okay now? Xiaoxia nodded, completely fine. That's good. After a moment of silence, the sound of cicadas filled the air outside the window. On summer evenings, cicadas always chirp especially loudly. Do you want to tell me about the angel? Li Mingjun looked at Xiaoxia and asked tentatively. Xiaoxia kept her head down. Li Mingjun couldn't see her expression, but he could sense her discomfort. If it's too difficult, then don't say anything. No, if you want to know, I can tell you everything I know. Xiaoxia bit her lip, speaking slowly and deliberately. You saved me twice. I think you have the right to know. What kind of secret is it? Li Mingjun suddenly felt his heart racing. Chapter 6, The Angel's Secret. What is an angel? Could such a creature truly exist in this world? Li Mingjun waited for the moment when all the mysteries would be revealed. His eyes fixed on Xiaoxia, he nervously swallowed. Angels are just angels, creatures like us with wings, Xiaoxia said while eating her ice cream. Where do you live? Heaven. Where is the heavenly realm? Li Mingjun was most intrigued by this question. After all, given humanity's current technology, the existence of angels should be detectable. No matter how high their dwelling lay, humans should be able to discover it. Where is the celestial realm? If you ask me that, I can't answer off the top of my head. All I know is that the place I've lived since childhood is the celestial realm. Angels can freely travel between realms, but creatures from other realms cannot cross their own boundaries. That's what my mother told me. Barriers? Li Mingjun was utterly baffled by this angel before him. She hadn't explained anything clearly at all. Yes. Simply put, this world isn't what it seems. Within the same space, numerous barriers exist, invisible and imperceptible to you. Our heavenly realm is one such barrier. You mean there are many barriers in the world? Li Mingjun's eyes widened. Yes, countless ones. Each realm has its own rules. Xia finished her last bite, wiping her mouth as she spoke. I think I get it, Li Mingjun said. See? My explanation was crystal clear. Xiaoxia chuckled. Forget about your explanation, Li Mingjun sighed. Are there really barriers in the world? That's not hard to explain. Just like how you can build multiple floors on a two-dimensional ground, right? Using that analogy, a barrier is just another floor. Except barriers are built on a three-dimensional foundation, so they're essentially four-dimensional entities, right? Four-dimensional? Li Mingjun pondered, then suddenly asked, you said only angels can access all barriers, right? People trapped in other barriers can't escape, can they? Xia nodded. That's what I said. Then how do you manage it? Why can't people from other barriers do the same? Li Mingjun's mind was sharp indeed, instantly grasping the core of the matter. We fly. Xia pointed to the wings on her back. Fly? Li Mingjun was thoroughly satisfied with this answer. It aligned perfectly with his own theory. Observing Cassandra's movements, he'd concluded angels possessed powers beyond human comprehension. Could reaching a certain flight speed allow them to traverse barriers? How did you know? Xiaoxia was utterly astonished, her mouth agape. So traversing four-dimensional space truly requires the support of the time element? How fast must one go? Close to the speed of light, Xiaoxia said. The speed of light? Li Mingjun could scarcely believe it. What kind of beings were these angels? No. Perhaps that was the only explanation. Humans had never seen angels before, perhaps precisely because their movement approached the speed of light. No angel can reach light speed. Their movement speeds vary among themselves. What about Sande's speed? Li Mingjun pressed. He's the most powerful among the angels, moving at a speed nearly approaching light speed, but still falling just short. Xiaoxia recalled, some of the elders say that reaching light speed could bring one close to godhood. God? Li Mingjun suddenly recalled, hadn't Cassandra and the others mentioned this too? God is the creator. He is praised in every barrier, though sadly no one has ever seen him. It seems someone did witness God long ago, but that no longer happens. However, what? Li Mingjun needed to understand more clearly. But the divine will is scattered among mortals. The divine will? It's historical texts, you idiot. Xia Xia snorted with laughter. Could you be a bit clearer, you idiot angel? Li Mingjun wasn't stupid, he hated being mocked as an idiot. I'm not stupid. Keep talking like that, and I won't answer your questions anymore. I was actually planning to thank you properly for taking on so much pain for me. Xiaoxia muttered, but her expression clearly said, ask me, and I'll tell you. Li Mingjun smiled. Tell me properly, and I'll cook you something delicious tonight. Yay! Xiaoxia's eyes sparkled with golden light. She suddenly ran up to Li Mingjun. No lying. Li Mingjun said, you have to answer my questions one by one. No skipping over them. Xiaoxia nodded. Li Mingjun began to sort things out from the beginning. So you mean there are many barriers in the world, and only angels have the ability to cross them, right? Xiaoxia snapped, didn't we just go over that? Li Mingjun insisted, just answer my questions. Fine. That's exactly right. Xiaoxia answered properly. If humans could reach a certain speed, could they also cross these barriers? Li Mingjun asked. No. Why? Each barrier has specific entry and exit points, known only to angels. That makes sense. Li Mingjun felt excited. It seemed Xiaoxia wasn't just making things up. If it was merely a matter of speed, then humans could accelerate objects to the speed of light and travel to other realms, right? But such a thing had never happened in the human world. Li Mingjun pressed on, what is the historical text? Ah, that historical text. Xiaoxia hesitated, her eyes drifting toward the ceiling. Alright, I guess you don't know the answer to such a difficult question either. Li Mingjun sighed. Who says I don't? My mom's a historian. I came to the human realm specifically to find the historical text. That's it. This was precisely the outcome Li Mingjun wanted. For this dim-witted angel, once she got excited, she couldn't keep any secrets hidden. Xiaoxia quickly covered her mouth. My mom said I can't tell anyone. Li Mingjun chuckled, it's fine. You've already said it. Since you've broken the rules anyway, you might as well spill everything. If you don't, I won't cook for you. Xiaoxia quickly agreed, okay. But I don't know much anyway. The historical texts are said to be writings left by the gods, now scattered across different realms with their exact locations unknown. My mom says the power of the gods is sealed within those texts, and they might hold a piece of history no one knows about. Mom has always wanted to collect all the historical texts, but Xiaoxia's expression turned pained. At the same time, Li Mingjun felt a pain in his heart and indescribable agony. The agony of bereavement. Xiaoxia quickly stopped and said, I forgot that Guy Cassandra already performed the pain transfer ritual. Sorry. I won't think about painful things anymore. Li Mingjun forced a smile, isn't that a good thing? I can share your pain. Your mother, she died, didn't she? Xiaoxia nodded, trying her best not to think about it. But tears still fell, for it was indeed a painful memory even though that pain now rested with Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun patted her shoulder and smiled, if any painful memories surface, just let yourself feel the pain. I'll bear it all for you. Xiaoxia burst into tears, they killed my parents and my friends. Now I'm all alone. Li Mingjun could sense the pain Xiaoxia had been carrying all along, though he didn't understand the details of that pain transfer ritual from Kasha. All this time, Xiaoxia had managed to live with that cheerful smile. How she had survived was beyond comprehension. Do those who appear so joyful on the surface all harbor such intense pain within? Xiaoxia, you're so brave, Li Mingjun said softly. Xiaoxia abruptly stopped crying and stared at him as if he were an alien. That's disgusting. Your words are so cliché. Li Mingjun froze. Alright, I admit your angelic thinking is abnormal. Why can't you tell me why your comrades died? War. What? A war among angels. A brutal war. Hey! What kind of setup is this? Angels actually fighting each other? Aren't angels supposed to be messengers of good tidings? Never mind. If even an evil angel like Cassandra exists, then war doesn't matter. Li Mingjun lay quietly on the bed, knowing that what lay ahead would be far from simple. Chapter 7, Angels and Humans. The angels waged war. Now, that war has ended. Xiaoxia murmured softly, perhaps it wasn't even a war at all, just one side slaughtering the other. Xiaoxia bit her lip. Li Mingjun's heart ached, yet he felt a strange sense of joy. He always took others' pain upon himself. Was it because his own life was so filled with suffering that he refused to let others endure the same? My parents opposed the tyrannical actions of the dominant faction and were treated as a major threat. Xiaoxia continued. Is that why they sent the heavenly realm's strongest warrior? Yes. Xiaoxia nodded. Because my parents were the most renowned historians in the celestial realm, conducting extensive research on historical texts. This research held immense value not only for angels but for beings across all realms. Yet my parents died because of it. Do you hate historical texts? Li Mingjun asked. No. I love them because my parents loved them. They said historical texts aren't evil things, the forces in the world themselves aren't inherently good or evil. And the information preserved within those texts must be something truly remarkable. They said it should contain fragments of the divine, but they were killed before they could explore further. Li Mingjun sighed. Couldn't they have pretended to defect to the other side and then secretly continued their research? Perhaps that way they could have accomplished more. Lian Qinxia murmured, they say that would violate a historian's conscience. A historian must not only truthfully record current events but also investigate what happened in ancient times. But the most crucial thing is to never act against the spirit of history. One must never, ever stand on the side that defies the laws of historical development, especially by opposing violence. Li Mingjun nearly froze on the spot. That angel could articulate such profound principles, it was truly remarkable. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Mingjun felt Xia's parents were truly remarkable. Angels, it turned out, shared such similar thoughts and emotions with humans, even their attitude toward history was strikingly alike. This was crucial information. The war was tilting decisively in one direction. Before she died, Mother shared her final wish, to have me carry the achievements of her historical research into the human realm. Li Mingjun grew somewhat agitated. Historical texts? What exactly are they? Xiaxia shook her head. My parents haven't figured it out either. They've only gathered some related information, they haven't obtained any historical texts. Related information? Even a little bit of information is valuable. Could I see it? Of course. Xiaxia undid the buttons of her blouse and pulled a notebook from between her breasts. Hey! Couldn't you have hidden it somewhere more normal? Li Mingjun took the notebook, still warm with Xiaxia's body heat and carrying her scent. His heart fluttered involuntarily as he ran his fingers over the pages, savoring the sensation. You humans are so strange, you actually touch words. It's not strange. I haven't even started reading it yet. Li Mingjun opened the historical text and read through it line by line. As he read, Li Mingjun marveled at Xiaoxia's parents' brilliant minds. Whether it was field research, document collation, or the final deductions, everything was meticulously rigorous. Though the volume was thin, it took Li Mingjun 2 whole hours to finish. It was truly the most fascinating piece of writing Li Mingjun had ever encountered. During those 2 hours, Xiaoxia kept making all sorts of strange gestures beside him, desperate to grab his attention because she was bored out of her mind. But the utterly absorbed Li Mingjun paid her no mind whatsoever. Finally finished, Li Mingjun gently placed the notebook on the table and pointed at Xiaoxia with his finger. Tell me the truth, he said. Are you really your parents' daughter? Yes. Unbelievable. Even if it's a genetic mutation, this kid's IQ is light years away from her parents. Li Mingjun thought to himself as he picked up paper and pen from the table and began writing quietly. Ha! Xiaoxia slowly leaned in to look. The paper read, 1. The exact number of barriers remains uncertain, but based on experience, it should not exceed 10. 2. Each barrier contains a fragment of historical text. The true meaning of these texts only emerges when they are connected. 3. The historical texts embody divine will and may contain the power of the gods. For every barrier contains historical texts, but the methods for obtaining them vary and remain unclear. Based on known data, each barrier has its own vulnerability. The divine cannot create a flawed barrier, so these vulnerabilities likely mark the locations of the historical texts. Only divine power can counter its own essence, creating interference and voids. 5. Only those designated by the divine can perceive these vulnerabilities and locate the historical texts. 6. Who the gods designate and how they designate them remains entirely unknown. Finished. Li Mingjun removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. This is the entirety of the findings this notebook conveys. I've omitted the reasoning and supporting materials. Xiaxia patted him on the shoulder. Pretty impressive. I couldn't make heads or tails of this booklet. Ha! Li Mingjun thought silently. Well, I already know you're not your parents' child. Li Mingjun pointed at his notes with his pen, his expression serious. Now the path is clear. Once we know exactly whom the gods chose, we'll find the barrier's weakness and locate the historical texts. Collect them all, and we'll uncover what fascinating events unfolded in the past. Xiaoxia looked confused. Is that really interesting? Li Mingjun nodded. I've never seen anything more enticing. This quest is a multifaceted test and training ground for one's perseverance, intellect, and physical strength. Don't you want to find the historical texts your parents always sought? Xiaoxia pouted. Who says I don't? I'm determined to fulfill my parents' dying wish. Do you really think you can do it? Well, maybe not. Xiaoxia's confidence was fading. Li Mingjun wore a broad smile. If you ever encounter that kind of smile in real life, it means you've already fallen into that person's trap. Let's do it together. I'm dying to know what's written in that historical text. Li Mingjun's voice trembled slightly with excitement. In his boring high school life, hadn't Li Mingjun always craved this kind of thrill? Searching for historical texts with a beautiful angelic fool, deciphering divine will, and exploring hidden mystical powers, isn't this what every teenager dreams of? But to Li Mingjun, these were all trivial factors. He was a man who craved challenges, challenging himself, challenging the unknown. The darker the path ahead, the more he wanted to walk it, even if there wasn't a single glimmer of light. If you're that determined, then you can be my assistant, Xiaoxia said cheerfully. Assistant? Though being this idiot's assistant felt a bit embarrassing, she was rather cute, so he reluctantly agreed. Great, Li Mingjun said, slapping her hand. Human hands and angelic hands clasped together. It was a pledge, declaring their partnership officially formed. For the sake of their shared pursuit, they vowed to support each other from this day forward. Is marriage not the same? Except marriage requires a piece of paper to formalize it. True friendship requires nothing at all. Li Mingjun sprang up from the bed. He hadn't expected his resilience to be so strong suddenly. He felt incredibly alert. Now, there are only two things I still have no information about. What? That stone, and the reason behind your angel war. Xiaoxia's expression immediately darkened. She stammered, actually, that's the problem. Chapter 8, The Stone of Liberation. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. I can probably guess the gist anyway. Xiaoxia's pain had been completely transferred to Li Mingjun, so he could understand the agony she must be enduring right now. Now, Li Mingjun was the one who understood Xiaoxia's thoughts best. Thinking of this, he felt a bit elated. Although he would have to bear all her pain from now on, wasn't the ability to understand someone's feelings incredibly exciting? No, this is precisely what I must tell you, because it concerns you most closely. Xiaoxia's hand reached between her breasts. Hey! Was she keeping everything in that spot? Well, Li Mingjun was used to it by now. This time, she pulled out a stone, a very ordinary stone. But Li Mingjun suddenly felt an unusual sensation, as if some force was drawing him in. That power seemed hidden within the stone, resonating with the force within Li Mingjun's own heart. His heart trembled, and the feeling gradually faded. What was going on? Li Mingjun guessed it was the stone Cassandra had used for the pain transfer ritual last time. He hadn't felt such a strong sensation then. What had happened this time? Xiaoxia spoke quietly. This stone is called the Stone of Liberation. It is unique to the celestial realm. It doesn't seem special. How did you recognize it? This stone exists only on a mountain in the celestial realm called Peakless Mountain. Though the mountain is very high, it has no peak. How could that be? It's true. From the base, it appears immense, but when you fly to the summit, you find a vast, flat plateau, hence the name Peakless Mountain. This plateau is said to be where the gods once resided, known as the abode of the gods, though historians haven't verified this. The stones on the divine abode all possess the same power, the power to transfer suffering. Xia chattered on, but Li Mingjun listened with growing excitement. This wasn't some fictional plot device, it was happening right before his eyes. What is this stone called? The Stone of Liberation. Xiaoxia played with the stone in her hand. That's what we call these stones. Using it transfers one person's suffering onto another. The recipient bears the pain of both for the rest of their life. So that's how it is. After Kazan performed that pain transfer ritual, I'll bear your suffering for the rest of my life. So for you, it's a liberation, hence the name Liberation Stone? Li Mingjun said with a smile, as if that agony was meant for him to bear all along. Yes, but not entirely. The one who discovered this stone's magic was Sande's leader, the first to ascend to the abode of the gods. He was the first to obtain the Liberation Stone. We know nothing about this man, only that he called himself a god. He sought to rule the heavens alone and began preaching to the angels. Preach? Li Mingjun found this increasingly intriguing. Yes. He claimed to have discovered magic that could grant angels complete liberation. Xia bit her lip, a habit she had when nervous or distressed. Many believed him and became his followers, but just as many opposed his teachings. So that's how the war started? Yes. What exactly is his claim? Li Mingjun asked. Angels are the descendants of the gods, the highest beings in all realms, possessing absolute will. Li Mingjun chuckled. That's pretty much like humans, isn't it? Humans have racial discrimination too. Xiaoxia shook her head. It's completely different. Because the heavenly god held the Stone of Liberation, and at that time, he alone possessed its power. He could arbitrarily transfer suffering. Li Mingjun froze. Liberation? Haven't humans always sought liberation? To escape the mundane world, to be free from the suffering of desire and material cravings, isn't that what everyone hopes for? The heavenly god offered an incredibly tempting deal. All who obeyed him could master the power of the Liberation Stone and free themselves from suffering, Xia explained. Li Mingjun laughed. How could that be? Where would all that suffering be transferred to? Before he could finish, Li Mingjun's smile vanished. His expression froze in disbelief, as if recalling some horrific truth. Humans. Xiaoxia struggled to utter the word. Li Mingjun finally understood. Angels were not humanity's salvation after all. The meaning of the Stone of Liberation was, all angels would attain liberation. The self-proclaimed god claimed that as the highest beings, angels had the right to completely transfer suffering onto the humans of the lower world. This would elevate the angels to godhood, freeing them from pain. Xiaoxia didn't know how to face this human before her. I'm sorry. Li Mingjun forced a smile. No, it's not your fault. Xiaoxia continued, some of us disagreed with this approach, and so the war erupted. The heavenly gods' forces, unable to feel pain, fought with unnatural ferocity. We were no match for them. Moreover, that self-proclaimed heavenly god seemed far stronger than even Sande, the strongest warrior in the heavens. Li Mingjun suddenly felt a surge of respect for the seemingly foolish angelic beauty before him. It could be understood this way, Xiaoxia and her parents were persecuted for opposing the angels' liberation plan. They truly deserved to be called angels. So Li Mingjun took the liberation stone from Xiaoxia's hand. Had all the angels now mastered this ritual of transferring suffering? Yes, we call it the liberation ceremony. Doesn't this mean human life will endure even more suffering? Yes. This so-called heavenly god is truly despicable. Not only has this creature made human life more tedious, but he has also persecuted your family. For this reason alone, I must seek out historical texts and gain the strength to fight against the heavenly god. A fiery rage ignited within Li Mingjun's chest the flames of indignation. Human life is already filled with suffering. If we must also bear the pain of angels, wouldn't that rob us of life's joys? What if the human who bears the transferred suffering dies? Wouldn't the angels' suffering then fall back on them? Li Mingjun suddenly realized. Yes, but they would quickly find another host. Oh, we call the bearer of suffering a host. What conditions are required to perform the liberation ritual? Yes, the practitioner and the liberation stone are indispensable. Beyond that, a certain distance is required. It won't work if they're too far apart. Li Mingjun felt as though he'd heard excellent news. So the angels have only just begun implementing the liberation plan? That should be the case. Although many angels have already been liberated, it's only a small fraction. Our previous resistance was fierce, so their plan hasn't gone smoothly. So they must come to the human realm to execute the liberation plan, correct? Yes. A confident smile spread across Li Mingjun's lips. If they dare come, we'll wipe them out. That way, their liberation plan won't succeed. Xiaoxia looked stunned. Destroy them? We don't have that kind of power. Search for the historical texts. Aren't there some in the human realm? We'll find them. As Li Mingjun pondered the words historical texts, he suddenly felt a peculiar force pulling him. This sensation mirrored what he'd experienced upon seeing the liberation stone earlier. It wasn't exactly pain, nor was it pleasure. It simply felt like something he had to do. His body rose involuntarily, and he slowly began walking in the direction the pull was guiding him. Xiaoxia shouted behind him, but he was completely oblivious. Drawn by this force, Li Mingjun slowly descended the stairs. This pull was vastly stronger than the liberation stone's attraction. It was on an entirely different level. What lay ahead? Li Mingjun was heading straight for it. Chapter 9, Qinmei. The sky had grown pitch black. Streetlights flickered faintly, moths circling the bulbs in a ceaseless dance. Occasionally, a cat or two would dart out from the grass, then dash back in, tail twitching, upon seeing a person. Li Mingjun's eyes widened. He felt himself being drawn by some force, as if a person were being pulled into quicksand. Uncontrollably. The road was deserted now, with only Li Mingjun walking along, like a zombie. Behind him, Xiaoxia followed closely. The sensation grew stronger. Li Mingjun held his breath, slowly immersing himself in this mysterious force. The summer night breeze brushed his forehead, stirring endless reverie. This sensation felt like a divine summons. Yet, just as the sensation intensified, seemingly reaching its peak, it vanished abruptly. Without warning, it disappeared in an instant, catching Li Mingjun completely off guard. He finally snapped out of his trance and looked around, realizing he was standing before a family's door. Xiaoxia sighed in relief upon seeing him regain his senses. Were you sleepwalking? Even an idiot has limits, Li Mingjun murmured softly, as if afraid of disturbing someone. I felt a strange connection, but it vanished the moment I got here, Li Mingjun mused aloud, a habit he had when deep in thought. Maybe the secret lies within this household. No way, this is Qinmei's house. Xiaoxia exclaimed with a laugh. Qinmei? Li Mingjun's jaw nearly dropped. How? How did you know? While you were unconscious these past few days, she cooked meals and brought them to me. That's how I found out where she lives. This Qinmei is such a good kid. A little too kind, Li Mingjun remarked coldly. Li Mingjun didn't get along well with his classmates. He found them all boring and couldn't be bothered with them. So, the class monitor showing him this much concern felt very unusual to him. We'll talk about this later. I need to investigate this Qinmei thoroughly. Li Mingjun turned away. She showed up right after you did. Something's definitely off. Don't tip her off. Before he could finish the word snake, Xiaoxia's voice rang out. Qinmei, hurry up and open the door. We're here. Are you stupid? Fine, calling you stupid makes me the idiot. Lee Mingjun had no choice but to stand frozen in place. Here they come. It's Lee Mingjun and Xiaoxia. Qinmei sounded frantic as she hurriedly gathered her things and rushed to open the door. Her ears slowly flushed crimson as she stared at Lee Mingjun, saying nothing. Can we come in? Lee Mingjun asked awkwardly. Oh, sure, come on in. Qinmei ushered them inside. The room was spotless, filled with a fresh, clean scent. Qinmei, are your parents not home? Lee Mingjun didn't see anyone else. Yeah, they're working overtime today and won't be back until tomorrow morning. Qinmei lowered her head, twirling the hem of her skirt, looking very shy. Xiaoxia explored every room, pointing at a computer and asking, what's this? You don't even know what a computer is? Lee Mingjun asked. Oh? What's a computer? Xiaoxia touched it. It's warm. Warm? That means it was just in use? Xiaoxia fumbled around on the computer screen. This part is indented. She suddenly flipped the power switch on the monitor. No! Qinmei tried to stop her, but it was too late. Qinmei had been too flustered to shut it down properly earlier, only closing the screen. She never imagined Xiaoxia would clumsily turn it back on. Lee Mingjun stared at the computer screen. What was that? No way. This quiet girl playing World of Warcraft in the middle of the night? Lee Mingjun's neck felt stiff as he forced himself to turn toward Qinmei. I never imagined you'd be into this kind of game. Qinmei kept her head down, her face hidden from Lee Mingjun's view. This kind of game? Does that mean only boys can play it? I really like it too. Qinmei's voice was unusually loud. Lee Mingjun had never heard her speak so loudly before. Seems you really do like it, Lee Mingjun murmured softly. I love this kind of game the most. Any game related to adventure and violence, I absolutely adore. Qinmei seemed like a completely different person. Where had that quiet class monitor gone? Did every student at school wear such masks in their daily lives? Could they only reveal their true selves when alone? Isn't that exactly what I do too? Lee Mingjun thought to himself. Wasn't he also someone who lived wearing a mask? I'm just saying, compared to other girls, your hobbies are really strange. Lee Mingjun said. You're the strange one, Lee Mingjun. Qinmei pointed at him. Me? Lee Mingjun didn't know what expression to make. Yes. You. I heard Lee Mingjun's parents work overseas, so you live alone year-round. I can understand that a guy living in such a big apartment, feeling lonely, occasionally indulging in some H stuff is forgivable. But keeping such a beautiful woman at home? Isn't that weird? Ha! Lee Mingjun couldn't believe this girl was the same model student class president at school. Could she really speak so bluntly to a guy? From any angle, that was unacceptable. Didn't Qinmei realize there was something seriously wrong with that woman? She's an angel. Lee Mingjun couldn't bring himself to say such words aloud, but staying silent would only cement his image as a weird otaku. How could he possibly navigate this dilemma? Even Lee Mingjun's genius mind was stumped by this unsolvable predicament. Qinmei sighed. Fine, Lee Mingjun. I'll keep your secret. I'll let this little thing slide. That tone sounded like a death sentence. Things weren't what she thought they were. Lee Mingjun had no idea what to do. Anyway, I should thank you, right? Qinmei nodded. Who knew Qinmei had this kind of personality? Loving adventure, craving thrills, embracing her true self. Wasn't that adorable? Lee Mingjun found himself slowly growing fond of this unguarded Qinmei. As for the class monitor persona? That was just a mask. Qinmei commanded Lee Mingjun in a commanding tone, you'd better rein yourself in from now on. Ha? From maid to queen? What kind of grand chemical reaction was this? Could I be the catalyst for this change? Lee Mingjun silently nodded to himself. I really am a genius. Xia suddenly raised her hand. I'm not human, I'm an angel. Lee Mingjun completely broke down. The situation was beyond salvage. Would she believe it? Qinmei would probably believe it, right? If she spread this news, it would be disastrous. It would definitely cause a commotion. Qinmei lowered her head, slowly approaching Xia. She gently stroked her hair and said softly, don't worry, I'll protect you. It must be Lee Mingjun who forced you to pretend to be an angel, right? That's why you think you're one. It's okay. There's no shame in it. It's just a kind of mental illness. Women who've experienced SM might develop it. What kind of twisted scenarios are playing out in your mind, Qinmei? Lee Mingjun felt like he was nothing more than a predatory delinquent preying on innocent girls in her imagination. You're being way too harsh. Qinmei was at a loss for words. Alright, I surrender. You two are giving me a headache. But in a way, it's actually a good thing. Since she doesn't believe Xiaoxia is an angel, it saves a lot of trouble. Xiaoxia smiled and said, actually, I really am an angel. Forget it, don't push yourself. Poor girl, to be persecuted to this extent. My heartbroken expression only served to highlight Lee Mingjun's sleazy image all the more. Lee Mingjun was utterly defenseless. Thus, the three of them wrestled with the angel issue for a long time. Their final conclusion: it was all Li Mingjuan's fault. He had forced the girl to play the angel, leaving her with psychological trauma. Faced with Qinmei's irrefutable evidence, Li Mingjun tacitly admitted defeat. He simply couldn't argue. Never try to reason with a woman. If she also plays World of Warcraft, it's best to keep your distance. Li Mingjun warned himself. Then Qinmei suddenly seemed to remember something important. What are you two doing here so late at night? Finally getting to the point? Qinmei, I need to ask you some questions. Li Mingjun grabbed Qinmei's hand, his gaze intense. Confession? Qinmei gasped. No. Li Mingjun hurriedly explained. Don't be embarrassed. Qinmei's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling. Even if you have such a preference, I can tolerate it. What? I didn't come here in the middle of the night to confess my feelings. Snap out of it. Li Mingjun said seriously, answer my first question first. What? Why did you come to my house that day? Qinmei froze, as if a secret had been touched upon. Her captivating eyes met Li Mingjuan's, her gaze flickering. Are you sure you want to hear it? Chapter 10, The History Etched on Jade. Qinmei's recent behavior had Li Mingjun deeply concerned. Why was this girl suddenly appearing around him so frequently? Qinmei finally decided to explain it herself. Her lips trembled slightly as she glanced around nervously. If you want to know, I don't mind telling you, Qinmei whispered softly. Li Mingjun was close enough to her that he feared he might not catch every word. He could feel her breath, sweet as orchids, and a tingling sensation spread through him. Why? Why would I come looking for you? Is such a simple question beyond your comprehension? Qinmei's voice suddenly grew heated. This woman might have two sets of nerves, capable of switching automatically. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? Liar. Li Mingjun could solve incredibly complex math equations. This is different. All right. Qinmei's fingers dug into the hem of her dress, a beige sundress that looked especially adorable on her petite frame. I like you. Qinmei mustered all her strength to say. Ha! You're lying. Li Mingjuan's brain short-circuited once again. This wasn't the first time his famously sharp mind had failed him. Since the angel's arrival, he'd realized his worldly knowledge was utterly useless for dealing with such matters, yet he still managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Are you joking? Li Mingjun asked in a dry voice. Of course not. Qinmei declared with a touch of pride. May I ask why you like me? Li Mingjun thought someone like him couldn't possibly be liked by women, and he rarely thought about such matters. Because Li Mingjun is so cool. Qinmei said in a sweet, girlish voice. I don't really see it that way, Li Mingjun scratched his head. Still, Qinmei's words counted as a compliment, didn't they? You effortlessly get the best grades, something even I, as class president, can't manage. Qinmei paused before adding, and you're the only guy in the entire grade who treats me so coldly. Li Mingjun smiled, finally grasping the situation. This class monitor, a seemingly obedient girl with a tsundere core, hated being ignored. Can't help it. I treat everyone the same. Li Mingjun sighed, feigning indifference, though he knew exactly the weight of those words. His mind worked brilliantly. This was clearly giving Qinmei a way out. That's your excuse, right? You still think I'm special, don't you? Was this woman completely ignoring Li Mingjuan's thoughtful gesture? At this moment, couldn't she just say she'd misunderstood his coldness? Li Mingjun said awkwardly, never mind. Regardless, I appreciate your feelings. But I'm only a freshman in high school. I have absolutely no energy for romance. Bull. Qinmei retorted with unusual firmness. How could you possibly have the energy to be with that girl? Xiaoxia? She's an angel. It's different. Li Mingjun teased her deliberately, certain Qinmei wouldn't believe Xiaoxia was an angel. Fine, then I can pretend to be an angel too. Starting tomorrow, I'll live at your place until you show me some warmth. Qinmei declared petulantly. Besides having two sets of nerves and a tsundere queen complex, does she also have an abnormally stubborn mo trait? Li Mingjun, how did your life become so miserable? Li Mingjun couldn't help but sigh. Qinmei grinned mischievously. Lucky you two beauties living in your house at once. Even if you wanted to, your parents wouldn't agree, right? Li Mingjun chuckled smugly, as if he'd found a loophole. That's no problem. Qinmei was confident, her face radiant as she declared, it's settled. I'm moving in tomorrow. Hey! Xiaoxia, aren't you going to say anything? Li Mingjun finally noticed that Xiaoxia hadn't uttered a single word the entire time. This was truly strange. Playing computer games? This angelic fool was actually using a mouse to play games? Li Mingjun quietly crept closer, placing his hand on her back. Xiaoxia jumped in fright, springing up like a coiled spring and executing a perfect shoulder throw on Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun couldn't react in time and was slammed hard onto the floor. Thud. Li Mingjun hit the ground hard, seeing stars. What? Oh, it's you? Don't startle me like that. Xiaoxia's innocent expression made Li Mingjuan's blood boil, but he could only swallow his anger. How could he reason with an angel, especially one with zero intelligence? Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "My bad." Xiaoxia ignored him, instead grabbing Qinmei's hand and saying, "This thing is so much fun." Qinmei smiled too. "Yeah, games can heal the wounds in your heart, right?" "Huh? What did that mean?" Xiaoxia couldn't possibly understand what she was saying. In her eyes, Xiaoxia was a persecuted young girl. "Starting tomorrow, let's live together," Qinmei said softly. "Together?" Xiaoxia nodded with a smile. "Great. Bring that computer thing too, it's so much fun." Li Mingjun lay sprawled on the floor. "My house doesn't have an internet cable." "Then get one installed." Qinmei snapped. This attitude shift was way too sudden. The thought of living with these two made Xiaoxia feel utterly unlucky. But they are two very lovely girls, after all. "No, I can't comfort myself like this." Li Mingjun suddenly felt that force pulling him again, yes, the very force that had brought him here. It was back, and stronger than before. Li Mingjun's heart instantly filled with energy. He felt himself drawing ever closer to the heart of the secret. This force was pointing toward Qinmei? No way. Even as he thought this, Li Mingjun's hands were already reaching out toward Qinmei. At that moment, Qinmei and Xiaoxia were staring intently at the computer screen, completely unaware of the hands reaching out behind them. Li Mingjun desperately tried to control his hands, but they seemed to have a life of their own, naturally resting on Qinmei's shoulders. Qinmei jumped in surprise, her breathing becoming slightly hurried. Xia, however, was completely absorbed in playing World of Warcraft, oblivious to the commotion between the two. Qinmei slowly turned her head and saw Li Mingjun's strange expression. Was this how boys confessed their feelings? Qinmei really did have a tendency to overthink things. Li Mingjun's hand slid down her shoulders. Qinmei stood frozen. If she moved into his place, wouldn't this happen sooner or later? She had already confessed her feelings. Was this his way of responding? But regardless, at this time and in this place, it felt a bit too abrupt. Qinmei swallowed hard. "Mingjun, if you want to do something, just do it." Li Mingjun sighed. The positive image I worked so hard to build is being destroyed so easily by this girl. But since it's already like this, it doesn't matter anymore. His hands paused at the zipper of Qinmei's dress, slowly pulling it down. Zip. Qinmei's heart pounded wildly. She shyly averted her eyes, yet deep down, she was thoroughly enjoying it. Li Mingjun's feelings were even more complicated. To say he felt nothing would be a lie, but this wasn't driven by lust. It felt strange no matter how he looked at it. The dress slid off her shoulders and fell to the floor. Throughout this entire process, Xiaoxia remained completely unresponsive. Was this brainless angel so single-minded that she paid no attention to anything else once focused on a task? As the dress hit the floor, Qinmei's beautiful figure was revealed before Li Mingjun's eyes. The lace-trimmed lingerie made Li Mingjun's heart thump wildly. That strange power grew even stronger. Li Mingjun's hand reached for Qinmei's back, caressing downward. Her back was beautiful, not only snow white, but smooth as jade. Li Mingjun cursed himself as a beast while reveling in this bliss. A marvelous scene unfolded before Li Mingjun's eyes, one even more astonishing than Qinmei's body itself. Wherever Li Mingjun's palm touched, a soft and wondrous light emanated. The light seemed to seep through a crack in heaven, exceptionally alluring. Admiring such a wondrous glow from Qinmei's back was truly life's most extraordinary pleasure. As the light gradually dimmed, Li Mingjun suddenly realized it had formed words. He quickly pulled out his phone and snapped a photo. Click. The loud camera shutter sound finally snapped Xiaoxia back to reality. She looked up at Qinmei. "Are you hot? Why are you wearing so little? What was that sound just now?" Qinmei, flustered and unsure how to react, turned and slapped Li Mingjun across the face. "Pervert." Li Mingjun felt utterly wronged, but there was no way to explain the situation. Still, a slap was a small price to pay. Qinmei hurriedly dressed while stealing glances at Li Mingjun, who stood frozen in place. Once fully clothed, she stood up, tiptoed, and whispered softly into his ear, "I really like it." Li Mingjun felt as if he'd been electrocuted, but all he could think about now was seeing what those magical, light-formed words actually said. "I need to use the restroom." Li Mingjun made an excuse and scrambled to escape this bizarre situation. "Women are terrifying," Li Mingjun panted heavily, pulling out his phone to search for that photo. Zoom in. Zoom in further. The 4 characters "Will of the Gods" came into view. Historical text. Chapter 11, The Heir to the Divine Will. From this moment onward, the first to willingly bear another's suffering through the power of the Divine Stone shall be the inheritor of the Divine Will. Divine Stone? It must be the Stone of Liberation. Li Mingjun repeated this phrase over and over until he finally grasped the nature of that power. It was precisely because he had voluntarily offered to bear Xiaoxia's suffering that he became the chosen one, able to locate the historical text. This aligned with Xiaoxia's parents' research. Li Mingjun pondered further, then created a new memo on his phone, writing, 1. Only I can perceive the historical texts. 2. What I inherited might not only be the divine will, but also a fragment of the god's power. 3. Historical texts have no fixed form, they exist merely as information. 4. Hypothesis, historical texts may possess their own will and move. 5. It played a trick on me, making me do that thing to Qinmei. 6. Qinmei's back felt so good. A smile spread across Li Myongjun's face once more. This part must be the human world's historical text discovered so easily. But what of the power sealed within the historical text, as legend tells? He felt nothing of the sort. Whatever it was, this was a promising start. Li Mingjun finally grasped these realizations and slowly opened the door to Qinmei's room. His expression instantly turned exaggerated. What are you two doing? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Li Mingjun's heart began to race. What kind of outrageous things could these two abnormal beauties possibly do? Xiao was baffled by his accusation. What nonsense are you talking about? We're fully clothed. Qinmei also found it strange. You pervert, what exactly is going through your head? As she spoke, she spun around in place, wanting Li Mingjun to get a good look. Just as she turned away, Li Mingjun clearly saw a light appear, revealing 4 characters written on her back, Eagle Eye's gift. By the time Li Mingjun processed it, the light had vanished. Eagle Eye? What kind of power was that? Was this the divine power sealed within historical texts? How fascinating. It seemed historians were right, historical texts truly contained mysterious powers. But God, did you really possess such omnipotent abilities? This so-called Eagle Eye power, isn't that just X-ray vision? It's practically tailor-made for perverts. Li Mingjun suddenly grinned wickedly. So even gods are perverts? Ha ha. Xiaoxia replied earnestly, I don't know what you're talking about. Blaspheming the divine invites lightning strikes. Just kidding. The sky's clear as a bell, where'd the lightning come from? Li Mingjun chuckled. Crack. A thunderclap boomed over the rooftops. Hey, this is a joke, right? Li Mingjun clasped his hands together. God, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Coincidence? That was the only explanation Li Mingjun could muster. As for the power of Eagle Eyes, he knew he hadn't mastered it well at all. There was no way such a boring power could be sealed in historical texts. But even if that were the case, this lecherous ability wasn't exactly boring either. We should go, Xiaoxia. Li Mingjun's purpose for coming had been fulfilled. Once Qinmei's parents returned, things would surely get complicated. Xia kept pouting. No, I'm not leaving. I haven't had enough of this game yet. Let's go home. I'll cook for you. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? Li Mingjun knew Xiaoxia's weakness well. Someone who ate with a rice cooker was always easy to spot. Okay. But you have to make a lot of rice. Only then did Xiaoxia reluctantly tear herself away from the computer screen. Wait a minute. Qinmei's expression turned slightly awkward. What exactly are the two of you here for tonight? If Li Mingjun had come alone, I might have guessed. Li Mingjun cut her off. We came to thank you. Thank you for taking care of us these past days. Of course, that was a lie. Li Mingjun had come to retrieve the historical text, the only copy in the human realm. But it wasn't entirely false either. Li Mingjun did harbor genuine affection for Qinmei. Tonight, she seemed especially endearing. Anyone who treated you with such sincerity couldn't help but make you feel at ease. Can I move in tomorrow? Qinmei asked. Ha? You mentioned it earlier, but why come? Isn't it strange for a girl to live with a guy? Li Mingjun had a point. It was indeed odd for any girl to propose cohabiting with a guy. It's not weird at all. Isn't Xiaoxia living with you? I have to go to make sure you don't do anything strange to Xiaoxia. It's decided. Qinmei declared, acting as if it were inevitable. But her thoughts diverged from her words. She had admitted liking Li Mingjun herself, though her reason was simply that he treated her, such an outstanding woman, with cold indifference. She saw Xiaoxia as a challenge. She had to live near Li Mingjun too, then he'd treat her much better. If you're so determined, I won't object as long as you can convince your parents. Though I still don't recommend it, Li Mingjun said indifferently. It's settled then. Whatever. Li Mingjun left those words behind as he walked out of Qinmei's house with Xiaoxia. Don't you like Qinmei? She's adorable, Xiaoxia said, looking into Li Mingjun's eyes. It's not that I don't like her. I just don't want to drag her into our business. Our business? The historical texts, the war with the angels, the liberation stone. I don't want Qinmei to know about any of it. If she gets involved, she'll be in danger. I don't want her to be in danger. Oh? You care about her a lot. Not really. It's just that I think Qinmei's a really sweet kid. She's forced to act obedient at school, and I bet it's the same with her parents. She can only be her true self when she's alone. She doesn't have any close friends to share her joys and sorrows with. That kind of life must be so lonely. If dragging that poor Qinmei into something this dangerous meant I could protect her, I'd do it without hesitation. Xiao's big eyes blinked at him. So you're a good person after all. You just figured that out? I'm not a good person, but I'm not all that bad either. But Xiaoxia, her hands tucked into her pockets, looked so forlorn. If you hadn't let her move here, wouldn't she be suffering too? If she had a choice, she might even pick this slightly dangerous situation. Slightly? Our situation is extremely dangerous. Cassandra and Sande are just a fraction of our enemies. Their power must be immense, right? You should know that better than I do. Xia nodded. Thank you. Ha? What? They were only my enemies. You not only gave me a place to stay, but you cooked for me, saved my life, and bore all my pain. And just days ago, we didn't even know each other. I wasn't even human. Li Mingjun murmured, realizing Xiaoxia's words held truth. Why had he helped her? It all felt orchestrated, as if he'd fallen into a vast trap. Yet, he remained satisfied with every decision thus far, choices he'd made willingly. Maybe it's because I don't want anyone to suffer, don't want anyone to die. And when I brought you home, I never imagined it would be this complicated. I just wanted to save you. If I don't stick with you now, Cassandra and the others won't let me go either. Because I already know too much, the Liberation Stone and all that. For humans, it's a huge secret. I'm already on the pirate ship. Li Mingjun saw it clearly, staying with Xiaoxia to fight their enemies was now his only option. There was no turning back. Guess curiosity really did kill the cat, Li Mingjun chuckled. Curiosity? Xiaoxia asked. I'm deeply fascinated by the essence of this world you've described. Even without enemies, I'd want to explore it thoroughly on my own. It's infinitely more intriguing than anything taught in classrooms. Is that so? Then I needn't feel guilty about it. Xiaoxia said this, yet that lingering feeling in her heart refused to fade. How could she be as thick-skinned as she appeared on the surface? Any woman possesses an acute sensitivity to matters of the heart. Looking at Xiaoxia, Li Mingjun wanted to lighten the mood a bit. He said cheerfully, Xiaoxia, historical texts really do exist. He detailed his discovery of historical texts on Qinmei. After all, the search for historical texts was Xiaoxia's parents' lifelong wish. It was the lifelong aspiration of historians, and now that wish had been passed on to Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia's face suddenly flushed with warmth. I don't know much about human emotions, but right now my heart is filled with warmth. Is this what Qinmei meant by liking? Could it be that I like you? No. You've misunderstood. Li Mingjun declared with unwavering certainty. Being liked by an angel is no joke. But this soft, warm feeling inside. I've never felt so comfortable. Li Mingjun looked at her and smiled. Don't overthink it. Let's go home for dinner. Xiaoxia smiled, okay. That feeling? Li Mingjun understood perfectly well. It was gratitude, wasn't it? Or rather, when humans accept help from others, they naturally feel a deep sense of emotion welling up from within. It was one of the most beautiful feelings in the world, though this emotion often blossomed into love. But how could one fall in love with an angel? This idiot, could she really have fallen for a human? Yet, judging by the hero rescues damsel in distress trope, all the elements were already in place. Li Mingjun's mind was in turmoil, but he decided to stop thinking about it. He'd get a good night's sleep and face the new day. But could he truly sleep soundly? As long as one is alive, problems never cease. Would this night bring any peace? Chapter 12, The Black Ninja. I want to eat. Eat lots and lots of food. Xiaoxia and Li Mingjun finally returned home. Xiaoxia was already starving. How did she maintain such a great figure? Did all her nutrients go straight to her chest? The lights came on, and Xiaoxia and Li Mingjun both froze. The table was already set with a sumptuous spread of dishes, all looking freshly prepared. Xiaoxia was overjoyed and rushed over, grabbing a bowl ready to dig in. Li Mingjun darted forward and snatched the bowl from her hands. Are you out of your mind? Ha! Xiaoxia's innocent expression cut Li Mingjun off mid-sentence. Who cooked this? Can't you even think about that? What if it's poisoned? Li Mingjun snapped irritably. Xiaoxia suddenly realized, oh right. Food doesn't cook itself. MHM. Li Mingjun nodded. Thank goodness you actually have that basic sense. That's something. Big brother doesn't like my cooking. That's so sad. A low voice sounded from behind Li Mingjun. His hair stood on end. Li Mingjun felt an electric shock surge through his body, his back turning cold. He whirled around, but no one was there. A ghost? No way. Besides angels, there are evil spirits too? Li Mingjun felt a hand caressing his back, a chill running through his entire body. Brother, I'm right here. That voice again. This thing moves way too fast. Someone with that kind of speed, no, it must be an angel. Li Mingjun didn't have time to look back. He lunged forward, rolling a long way away, trying to escape the voice. But the voice kept echoing even as he lunged forward. Brother, you're so agile. Alright, I give up. Li Mingjun raised both hands in surrender. He. A soft, childlike voice came from behind Li Mingjun. With the sound, a little girl stepped out from behind him. What an adorable child. Though aware of his perilous situation, Li Mingjun couldn't help but admire the girl. Soft pink hair cascaded down her back, her skin a delicate pink, even her eyes holding a hint of that color. She seemed plucked from a powder box, radiating an irresistibly endearing aura. A child? Li Mingjun thought silently. She truly looks like an angel. But is she an enemy? Xiaoxia said all her companions were dead. Right, what is Xiaoxia doing now? What was Xiaoxia doing now? At this thought, Li Mingjun's gaze began to wander. Xiaoxia was actually eating. The table was nearly cleared, yet she still seemed unsatisfied. Li Mingjun desperately wanted to squeeze the nutrients from her breasts and pour them into her brain. Intelligence has its limits, but stupidity knows no bounds. Hey! Aren't you coming to help? Li Mingjun shouted. Help with what? Do you really think I could take on that guy? Li Mingjun's voice boomed, spittle flying. He'd never seen himself lose his temper like this before, utterly unbecoming. That guy? Xiaoxia said absent-mindedly, scraping the last bits of leftover rice from the rice cooker. He's pretty formidable, huh? Then why aren't you over here taking care of her? Take care of her? Why? She's my sister. Xiaoxia said, lifting the rice cooker into the air and burying her head inside to eat. Sister? Li Mingjun suddenly realized how foolish his earlier outburst had been. But the intelligence he'd gotten from Xiaoxia was false. That explained his lapse in composure. Li Mingjun's heart suddenly settled. He reached out to pat the adorable child's head, but something felt off. His eagle eye power had activated automatically. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Since gaining the eagle eye power, he hadn't been able to control it well. It worked intermittently, but he never expected it to activate automatically at this moment. Though she was a girl, at such a young age, even if he could see through her, it shouldn't matter, Li Mingjun thought, continuing to lower his hand. But his hand froze mid-air. The girl before him had transformed completely. The delicate, pink-cheeked child had suddenly become a hideously ugly figure clad entirely in black. This person still appeared to be a girl, but the difference from before was like night and day. What was going on? Li Mingjun's mind raced as his hand continued downward. What an adorable child. The little girl smiled back. You're handsome too, big brother. Xiaoxia, your sister isn't named something like Little Pink, is she? Such an adorable child shouldn't have a name as awful as yours. Oh, her name is Ko. Xiaoxia finally finished all her food, lying on the ground with a satisfied look on her face, burping contentedly. Ko? Li Mingjun asked the little girl with a smile. Is your name Ko? She nodded, grabbing Li Mingjun's arms and gently shaking them. Brother, let's play a game. What game? A murder game, Ko said coldly. Though her expression was smiling, her eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Li Mingjun swung his foot to kick that adorable face, but Ko blocked it with her hand. The game has begun. Ko is so happy. You really aren't Xia's sister. Li Mingjun silently rejoiced. Without the power of eagle eyes, he would never have seen this person's true face. So you're not an ordinary human, the impostor, Ko said coldly. Her body began to slowly transform. The beautiful outer layer of skin cracked open, and her true form struggled out from the fissures, like some monster hatching from an eggshell. Li Mingjun felt nauseated, yet he remained frozen, staring intently. Was this creature an angel? Did angels possess such transformative power? Li Mingjun realized his understanding of angels was woefully inadequate. With such limited knowledge, he stood no chance against this opponent. Xiaoxia watched her sister slowly transform into a completely unrecognizable being, finding it strange yet fascinating. She sat nearby, observing with keen interest, as if watching a grand spectacle. Finally shedding Ko's shell entirely, a hideous creature appeared before them. This creature was clearly a girl, her entire body pitch black. The light around her seemed to be sucked away, leaving not a single glimmer. Her eyes appeared entirely black, like stagnant pools of water, utterly motionless. Xiaoxia gasped in fright and blurted out, Black Ninja? The creature's mouth twitched slightly. Have you fallen under my spell? Xiaoxia shook her head vehemently. How could you possibly be in the human realm? Black Ninja, aren't you supposed to belong to the ninja village? An angel. An angel brought me here. I see. So you're not an angel yourself, just one of their minions. Li Mingjun chuckled. Though he knew little about black ninjas, he felt Xiaoxia, being an angel, must have some way to handle this child, and his heart eased slightly. What about Ko? How did you become her? Xiaoxia asked. Are you stupid? You're the only one who survived opposing the liberation plan. Your sister was killed long ago. Li Mingjun shouted. Didn't you tell me that? Oh right, seeing Ko's appearance made me forget all about that. That guy named Ko isn't dead yet. The black ninja chuckled, radiating an eerie aura. Not dead? Xiaoxia asked urgently. All I remember is a crowd rushing in, and I was the only one who escaped. That little one, the black ninja chuckled, is so adorable we've kept her as a pet. She's being raised with the other pets now. How amusing. Hearing her sister was alive, Xiaoxia felt a slight relief. Yet thinking of her sister's plight, she couldn't shake her unease. She's no pet. She's an angel like us. How could you treat her this way? Your feeble affection means nothing against our power. You should pity yourself. If you were as cute as her, you might not have died. Die? I'm not dead. You will die now. You'll die alongside this human. I'll kill you both. A pair of sharp claws suddenly flashed from the black ninja's hands. Light as a cat, he lunged toward Li Mingjun without a sound. Danger! A cold voice whispered in Li Mingjun's ear. Who is it? Tonight sure is lively. Chapter 13, Ninja Showdown. Li Mingjun was shoved aside by a powerful force, narrowly evading the black ninja's lethal strike. The black ninja looked surprised. It's you? A woman with blue hair appeared. She seemed to have crawled out of an ice cellar, radiating a chill from head to toe. Blue hair, blue eyeshadow, blue clothing, every inch of her adorned in shades of blue. Only her skin was snow white, so pale it seemed devoid of blood. The blade she held was also blue, glinting with a ghostly purple light. Ling, how did you get here? The black ninja stared at her expressionlessly. The woman called Ling was equally expressionless, as if she never smiled or cried. Was her heart also cold and blue? If you can come, so can I. Ling's voice sounded like ice shattering on the ground. Indeed, the black ninja replied coldly. Ninja transformation techniques are truly remarkable. It's possible you could have deceived the angels and escaped the ninja village together. But you truly should not have come to the human realm. Why? Because I'm here. I'll stake the honor of the black ninja on tearing you, a blood-sucking ninja, to shreds. A blood-sucking human? Li Mingjun was startled. Could such a creature truly exist in this world? No. If they lived in another barrier, a place devoid of humans, they couldn't possibly feed on human blood. Li Mingjun's mind raced with deductions, deepening his fascination with Ling. Ling's eyes suddenly turned crimson. The black ninja became prey in her gaze, ready to sink her teeth into his throat and end his life. The black ninja burst into laughter. So that's it. You haven't fed in a long time, have you? Yes, there are no suitable targets here. Ling admitted frankly. That look in your eyes, that bloodthirsty gaze, has already given you away. In this state, if a blood-sucking ninja engages in intense activity, their blood will boil and they'll die. Yes, if I haven't ingested fresh blood for an extended period, I truly cannot move. In such cases, hibernation is the best option. So you know exactly what you're doing. The black ninja sneered triumphantly. But the village chief ordered me to bring you back and drain your blood at the villagers' graves. I had to come. Ling spoke these terrifying words without batting an eye. This blood-sucking ninja, could she really be a vampire? Li Mingjun couldn't bring himself to believe that this icy beautiful woman could actually suck blood. What? The village chief of the blood-sucking village isn't dead yet? I thought that strike had finished him off. The black ninja said triumphantly, his steel claws rubbing together, sparking. The chief is indeed dead. Ling's blade traced across in the air, assuming an offensive stance. But the black ninja's steel claws struck first. Strike first to gain the advantage. She understood that principle well. Her terrifying face twisted into a ferocious grimace as both steel claws lunged forward, aiming straight for Ling's throat. The speed and angle of this strike were beyond human perception, yet Li Mingjun felt as if he were watching slow motion, each frame crystal clear. This, too, was a function of the eagle eye. The eagle eye possessed such immense power, one that needed to be mastered gradually. Yet Ling seemed unable to discern the black ninja's movements, standing utterly still. The steel claw's tips had already touched her neck, yet she remained utterly still. The black ninja's movement halted abruptly. Black blood dripped onto the floor as Ling's blade pierced through the ninja's body. The black ninja hadn't seen Ling's strike at all, not even Li Mingjun's eagle eyes could follow it. It was a godlike speed. It wasn't over. Far from over. The black ninja struggled backward, slowly wriggling her body free from the blade's grip. Though the black blood had soaked through her body, she still managed to smile. Ling stood motionless, watching her calmly, as if none of this concerned him. The black ninja burst into laughter, reminding Li Mingjun of a bird of prey. Xiaoxia, terrified, covered her eyes, unable to watch. The sight of blood reminded her of her parents' deaths, a horrifying scene she never wanted to relive. The black ninja's steel claws pointed at Ling. You dare not move, do you? That strike just now must have made your blood boil, right? Ling remained silent, but Li Mingjun could see the agony etched on her face. Though she fought to hide her pain from the black ninja, his eagle-like gaze saw it all. Without feeding, she couldn't move, otherwise, the blood boiling inside her would consume her alive. Li Mingjun racked his brain for any way to help her, but no solution came. He shouted at Xiaoxia, go help that girl Ling. Otherwise, we'll all die. Xia clutched her head. It'll make me bleed. I don't want to feel that pain again. Pain? I'll bear it for you. Don't you trust me? But I don't want you to suffer like that. Xiaoxia cried. Do you know how painful it is to lose your parents? Of course I know. Because my parents passed away long ago too. Li Mingjun's eyes glistened with tears, his lips trembled, and his fists clenched tightly. Passed away? But you said. Xiaoxia slowly opened her eyes and looked at Li Mingjun. Went abroad, right? Li Mingjun gave a bitter laugh. I was lying. Or maybe I was lying to myself. My parents were gone when I was very young. They left me only this big house and a lot of savings. I don't even know how they died, or where they're buried now. I don't even know if they're really dead. They just vanished. Was I abandoned? Am I that repulsive? Xia instantly forgot to breathe. Tears streamed down her cheeks, yet she felt no pain. That sensation was the most agonizing of all. The angelic liberation plan was nothing but a suicide mission. Without the sensation of pain, there could be no true joy. The opposite of pain might not be happiness, but numbness. A pair of pure white arms wrapped around Li Mingjun, Xiaoxia clutching him tightly. I never knew your pain was so much greater than mine. Li Mingjun felt the angel's soft body envelop him, a delicate fragrance seeping into his being. The wounds long buried within his heart shattered instantly. There, in Xiaoxia's embrace, he began to weep, crying uncontrollably. The black ninja watched the two clinging together and sneered coldly, "Wait a little longer. Soon, neither of you will be able to cry. I'll make you so terrified you'll forget how to weep." Li Mingjun spoke softly yet firmly, "Xiaoxia, go help Ling. We absolutely cannot die here. We've endured so much already. I refuse to end my life over something so trivial." Xiaoxia nodded, wiped her tears, and stood up, glaring at the black ninja. Together with Ling, they flanked him. "Don't," Ling spoke up. It seemed she was enduring immense pain to utter those words. "This is between the vampire ninja and the black ninja. Others shouldn't interfere." "Are you an idiot? You'll die." Xiaoxia leapt up in fury. Ling ignored her. "If you interfere, I'll kill you first. You're being completely unreasonable." Xiaoxia had never met anyone like this, someone who would rather die than cooperate with others. Li Mingjun stopped her. "If Ling insists, there's nothing we can do. Everyone has their own way of living." "Thanks," Ling said. The black ninja's mouth twisted into a sneer. "You think that strike just now could have taken my life?" "No, because I couldn't give it my all." "You're indeed clever. Besides, Kyuki's regenerative abilities are the strongest among the black ninjas. You're fully healed now. Even if I gave it my all, victory isn't guaranteed," Ling said quietly. The black ninja Xiaoji licked the blood from her wound. "It's almost healed now. This time, I won't be so careless." Ling remained silent, for she was already burning with intensity. A bloodthirsty ninja, yet she possessed an icy demeanor, dismissing even others' offers of help. What kind of woman was she? She stood motionless, for any unnecessary movement would only make her blood boil hotter. Now, she could only trust the blade in her hand. And she knew clearly that she had only one chance because she could only swing it once more. Even if she seized that chance, she would likely be consumed by flames by then. This was the vampire ninja. Ling Zhao's smile was as captivating as a goddess. Chapter 14, Bloodstained Applause. Xiaoji sat down quietly. A strange, confident smile played on her face as she sat there watching Ling. She even removed the steel claws from her hands. How despicable. Li Mingjun cursed. This vile creature wanted to make Ling's blood boil. She had no intention of facing the blood ninja head-on. Xiaoji remained unperturbed. "This is how we black ninjas fight. We'll do whatever it takes to eliminate our enemies with minimal cost. And our greatest advantage? We don't need blood to sustain ourselves. We black ninjas are the strongest ninjas. If this keeps up, Ling will die for sure." Li Mingjun desperately wanted to help, but he knew Ling disliked outsiders interfering in ninja conflicts. He couldn't possibly step in. "Your name is Ling, right?" Li Mingjun asked. "Yes. Why haven't you drained anyone's blood since coming to the human realm?" "Because blood-sucking ninjas can't just suck human blood for no reason." Xiaoji sneered coldly. "They only ever drink the blood of us black ninjas. To them, not a single one of us black ninjas is good. That's how they justify their actions. If that's the case, don't you black ninjas and blood-sucking ninjas constantly wage war?" Li Mingjun asked. "Yes, many have died, but it's nearly over now." Xiaoji declared triumphantly. "The village of blood-sucking ninjas is on the verge of annihilation." Xia muttered to herself, "Vampire ninjas sucking people's blood, it really is their fault. Getting wiped out is only fair." "Not at all." Ling reacted fiercely. Though speaking caused her immense pain, she insisted, for this was the pride of the blood-sucking ninjas she held most dear. "There were never any blood-sucking ninjas within our barrier. It was the existence of the dark ninjas that created the blood-sucking ninjas." Xiaoxia looked utterly confused. "What are you talking about? I don't understand a word. You don't need to explain to us. We believe you." Li Mingjun didn't want Ling wasting energy on this. It would only reduce their chances of victory by another 10%. "Thanks." Ling herself felt puzzled. She wasn't one to say thank you often, yet tonight she'd said it twice to the same person. Truly unprecedented. Those vampire ninjas, what a pitiful group they are. Xiaoji sat on the ground, smirking triumphantly. "Don't you want to hear their story?" "No." Li Mingjun replied. "Even if we were to hear it, it would only be after you've been eliminated. Then we could hear it directly from Ling herself, if she chooses to tell it." You're quite optimistic." Do you really think you'll live to see that day? I think I will. Li Mingjuan's gaze was unwavering. Why do you believe me? Ling felt an unprecedented warmth and tenderness in her heart. Because you said blood-sucking ninjas don't feed without reason, Li Mingjun declared. Only someone truly exceptional could achieve that. That alone makes me trust you completely. If you don't want us involved, we won't interfere. Even if it means we all die together, it's fine. But I doubt we'll die so easily. Death is a real hassle. Xiaoji snorted, remaining silent as she watched Ling intently, waiting for the moment she would ignite. Li Mingjun called her softly. What? Ling seemed to have become very close friends with Li Mingjun, even though they had only just met. When you ninjas duel, besides forbidding others from interfering, are there any other rules? Li Mingjun spoke as he walked, quickly reaching Ling's side. Ling's snow-white skin glowed fiercely, as if she were drunk. No other rules. Just fairness. Ling suddenly found this man incredibly endearing. She'd never met a man so gentle, who seemed to understand her innermost thoughts instantly. Was this the effect of eagle eyes? Having endured immense suffering as a child, Li Mingjun was always highly sensitive to others' emotions and exceptionally considerate. In the world we live in, if there truly were such a thing as eagle eyes, they couldn't possibly be sharper than the eyes life has given us. Li Mingjun possessed such eyes. Even without divine powers, he knew how to truly understand others and bring them joy. Can you eat during a duel? Li Mingjun asked. Yes. Though we sustain ourselves by drinking blood, we still eat everything. Can we drink blood? Yes. Xiao Ji suddenly sensed something was wrong and tried to stop him, but it was already too late. Li Mingjun had already slashed his own arm with a fruit knife, holding the wound to Ling's lips. Human blood is bright red and mysterious. Ling had never seen such pure blood. Even if you don't drink it, the blood will still flow. Please, don't let my blood be spilled in vain. That's impossible. But maybe it's possible. Ling smiled happily, gently sucking Li Mingjuan's blood. Her tongue gently touched Li Mingjuan's wound, taking great care not to cause him pain. The scene resembled Ling cleaning Li Mingjuan's wound. Li Mingjuan's wound burned fiercely, yet as Ling licked it, he suddenly felt a tinge of coldness. Could this woman's tongue be cold too? At that very moment, Xiao Ji's steel claws sliced through the air, aiming straight for Li Mingjuan's back. Clang! The metallic clang of impact. Ling's blade forcibly blocked Xiao Ji's steel claw. Had the claw advanced just a fraction further, it would have pierced a gaping hole through Li Mingjuan's back. Yet Li Mingjun remained utterly composed, placing complete trust in this girl he'd never met before. With one claw blocked by the blade, Xiao Ji's other hand shot out like lightning, aiming for Ling's eyes. Li Mingjun saw clearly that this strike didn't travel in a straight line. Instead, it undulated up and down, tracing a subtle arc that made it extremely difficult for Ling to anticipate. Xiao Ji clearly had immense confidence in this technique, so much so that even she couldn't control it properly. She herself didn't know exactly where it would strike her opponent. That was the terrifying part. Ling's eyes darted after Xiao Ji's steel claw, spinning rapidly, yet he couldn't lock onto its trajectory. The claw's force was immense, poised to strike, yet Ling still couldn't predict its path. Nose! Li Mingjun whispered urgently. Without hesitation, Ling held his blade horizontally in front of his nose, precisely blocking the attack. Xiaoji swiftly retreated, staring at Li Mingjun in astonishment. You truly are no ordinary human. While I could have guessed as much, I never imagined you'd be this powerful. Which barrier did you come from? Li Mingjun remained silent. He knew best that his silence alone could exert immense pressure on her. Clearly, Xiaoji possessed little understanding of historical texts or deeper knowledge. After all, she was merely a minion of the angels. To them, her value lay solely in her steel claws. Crucial information never reached her level. Those damned angels! They lied to me, saying there was only an ordinary human and a severely wounded angel here. How unreliable! Xiaoji's resolve was already wavering. She knew she had no chance of victory. But a black ninja couldn't afford to lose, especially not as someone's lackey. She knew all too well that if a lackey failed its mission, it would end up as meat in its master's pot. Is this even fair? If that human hadn't warned you just now, you'd already be dead. Xiaoji wanted Li Mingjun to step aside. She could see this human possessed some extraordinary power. Yes, you're right, Ling said quietly. But I can accept his help now. What? The black ninja Xiaoji couldn't believe her ears. Ling Jingjing, who held the pride of a blood-sucking ninja above all else, was actually accepting a human's help so calmly? You're joking. This has to be a joke. Xiaoji roared. Black ninjas don't know much about blood-sucking ninjas, Ling said calmly. Her complexion had grown rosy. Li Mingjuan's blood was now slowly becoming part of her body. We don't want to know anything about your disgusting kind. In that case, I see no reason to tell you. Regardless, I've made up my mind. I'll accept help from anyone as long as Ling paused, glancing at Li Mingjun. As long as he's unharmed. Xiaoji's lips trembled with fear. 1 against 3? Looks like escaping unscathed won't be so easy today. Though Li Mingjun couldn't fathom Ling's thoughts, he was relieved Xian himself could step in to help. Xiaoji, you should go back, Li Mingjun said calmly. What? You're just letting me go? Xiaoji was even more astonished than before. Yes. I want you to leave. There must be an angel waiting for you right now. If there's no angel, you couldn't possibly cross the barrier alone. Think about it, how pitiful you are. You came here together, yet you're fighting all alone while the angels stand by watching the spectacle. They never treated you as a partner, just a dog. Xiaoji's head drooped low, but Li Mingjun wasn't finished. We have no interest in killing an angel's pet dog. Moreover, I want you to return and tell that self-proclaimed god of yours, I, Li Mingjun, will one day tear him from his divine throne and rip him to shreds. Let that bastard revel in his arrogance now. He has no idea the devastation he's inflicted upon this world. Xiaoji's eyes darted wildly. You want to confront the god head-on? By yourself? No, I'm with you. Ling Jing said calmly. No matter what, I'll help. And me. If it's about teaching that god a lesson, I absolutely have to be part of it. Xiaoxia chimed in with a smile. What a bunch of naive fools. Don't you know how terrifying he is? Xiaoji's voice trembled with fear. Power is one thing, but abusing that power is another. No one has the right to toy with another's life. Li Mingjun roared with every ounce of strength. No one knew what kind of life this orphan had endured since childhood. Though vast fortunes sustained his existence, wasn't the loneliness of solitude akin to a caged beast? Though outwardly unremarkable, loneliness could be deadly. Go tell him this. I, Li Mingjun, may be just a human, but I am still a person. Xiaoji clapped her hands together. Her steel claws remained embedded in her palms, digging deep with each clap, yet she seemed utterly unconcerned. Black blood soaked her palms, yet her applause grew louder. Is this what it means to be human? To resist to the very end, no matter what? Without the strength of a ninja, and even further from an angel, can one still stand tall and live with dignity? I'm almost moved. Tears welled up in Xiaoji's eyes. Ling was startled. She knew black ninjas never shed tears. Perhaps, from this moment onward, the seeds of light had already taken root in the black ninja's blood? Chapter 15, Friends. Xiaoji moved swiftly, her mind racing with Li Mingjun's words. That human was different, yet ultimately a powerless fool. How could he declare he'd defy the gods to the end? Did he even know what he was saying? Yet Xiaoji found such a life far more meaningful. She yearned to befriend someone like him. Damn it! If only I'd met him when I was young. Xiaoji silently examined her past. Each night spent alone, too fearful to sleep, waking in the middle of the night with no one to miss, staring at the moon, unable even to shed tears. What joy could such a life possibly hold? Perhaps becoming a dark ninja was a mistake from the start. Her feet moved swiftly forward, quickly reaching the previously agreed upon location. She and the angel who accompanied her had agreed to meet here, where the angel would take her back to the celestial realm to live. Life in the heavens was what she had always yearned for. The life of a ninja was too harsh and lonely, which was why she had chosen to aid the angel, seeking liberation. Yet now, the place was utterly deserted. Not a single bird filled the sky, let alone an angel. Across the empty plain, only the summer night breeze occasionally swept by. Kohim stood alone in the wilderness, panting heavily. Though her physical wounds healed quickly, the pain in her heart was far harder to mend. Where are you? Come out now. Take me to the celestial realm. Perform the ritual of liberation for me. Shoki cried out, her heart sinking. She knew exactly where the other party was, the heavenly realm, a place utterly beyond her reach. The angel who had come with her had delivered her to this place with no intention of ever taking her back. Perhaps they didn't value a mere enforcer that much? Xiaoji felt ridiculous, foolish. Though I don't know what's going on with the black ninja and the vampire ninja, it seems like you've been abandoned by the angels. Xiaoji shuddered violently. The voice belonged to Li Mingjun. What? Regretting letting me go? Xiaoji forced a smile. No, I just anticipated you'd be abandoned, which is why I had Xiaoxia bring me here. Sure enough, standing behind Li Mingjun were Xiaoxia and Ling. Even an injured angel is faster than a ninja. I still have wings, you know. Xiaoxia chuckled. Did you come to laugh at my misfortune? Xiaoji's low voice echoed painfully in the summer breeze. Join us. Be with us, Li Mingjun said, spreading his arms wide, his tone sincere. Xiaoji's heart was struck. Black ninjas were destined for solitude, destined to live alone. She had never imagined being invited by anyone, much less by her former enemy. Just moments ago, they had been locked in combat. Now she was the one being invited. Isn't this wonderful? She would no longer be alone. You must be joking. Someone like me has no value to you. I'm so ugly, and I was once your enemy. Hyoji's voice trembled. There's no such thing as sworn enemies in this world. If you're willing, we can become good friends. Li Mingjun smiled. Come back with us. Xiaoxia really loves the food you cook. No. I have somewhere else to go. Stop lying to yourself. You've been deceived by the angels. They're just using you. Li Mingjun shouted. There's only one place for you now, with us. Xiaoji's tears fell like beads from a broken string, one after another. Black ninjas don't cry, Ling Jing said calmly. The moment you shed tears, you cease to be a black ninja. You no longer need to worry about your identity. Since you're no longer one of us, I won't bother with you anymore. I'll return to the ninja village and report this to the village chief. Will you forgive me? I killed so many of your comrades. Xiaoji hugged her head, crouching in the grass. Moonlight bathed her, and the blackness on her body slowly began to fade. Yes. Ling's answer was simple and decisive. Xiaoji raised her head, gazing at the three smiling figures: human, angel, vampire, ninja. Their bond seemed so enviable. Could she too possess such a beautiful connection? She knelt, hands pressed against the ground. Please let me join you. Li Mingjun hurriedly helped her up. Friends don't kneel to each other. Friends? I don't understand what friends are at all. Friends? Who can really define that? Basically, someone you trust, someone you like, that's pretty much a friend. Friendship isn't something granted by others, you have to earn it yourself. If you can care about others as actively as Li Mingjun does, friends will naturally grow in number. The four of them walked slowly back to Li Mingjun's home. By the time they arrived, the sky had brightened considerably. Xiaoji's tears had dried up. Only now, facing the sun, could she truly feel how blissful it was to be bathed in sunlight? Ling gazed at Xiaoji with serenity. You're no longer the dark ninja at all. You've become a normal ninja. I envy you. Xiaoji didn't know how to respond. The black had completely faded from her body, and her face had become delicate and lovely. No matter how one looked at her now, there was no trace of her former terrifying appearance. Li Mingjun patted Xiaoji's shoulder. Yeah, you look really good like this. Let's go buy some clothes together later. The kind of clothes you and Ling wear will cause a lot of trouble in the human world. Are our clothes that strange? Xiaoji asked. Well, I suppose so. Human clothes aren't like yours. Yours look like strips of cloth wrapped around your bodies. I have no idea how you even put them on. We rarely take off our clothes, so we hardly ever wear them. It's too much trouble. Ling said quietly. Then you don't bathe? Xiaoxia found this strange. These clothes are perfect for movement, which is why we wear them. As for bathing, we wash while fully clothed. We soak the garments, then dry them with our body heat. Ling answered, a flushed look of embarrassment crossing her face. Bathing fully clothed? How interesting, I'll have to try that next time. Xiaoxia seemed genuinely eager, clearly not joking. Li Mingjun smiled as he looked at the three girls. This was turning into quite a mess. An even more troublesome voice sounded from behind. This is too much. Li Mingjun, what are you doing? The speaker was Qinmei, currently laden with bags and bundles. I told you I was moving in, yet you didn't even help me. Instead, you're here chatting and laughing with these beauties. By the way, who are these two? They're dressed so strangely. Xiaoji looked at Li Mingjun's awkward expression and coldly said, is this woman your enemy? Do you want me to take her out? Li Mingjun waved his hands frantically. She's my friend. A friend? Is that how friends behave? Xiaoji asked doubtfully. I'll keep that in mind. No. Just ignore it. This girl isn't exactly normal. Li Mingjun hurriedly explained, fearing Xiaoji might follow Qinmei's example. Since she's a friend, at least greet her properly, Ling said indifferently. Qinmei's eyes kept drifting toward Ling. This woman was the most beautiful she'd ever seen, and she sensed this person would be a formidable rival. I'm Xiaoji, the black ninja. I'm Ling, the vampire ninja. Ha! Qinmei froze in surprise, then jogged over to Li Mingjun. You pervert. Making me dress up as an angel was bad enough, but now you're making a little girl play a ninja? Are you seriously twisted? Li Mingjun made a show of trying to explain, but he knew she was the type who never changed her mind once she'd made up her mind. He could only admit his mistake. Hello, I'm Qinmei. I don't know what strange things this guy named Li Mingjun has done to you, but from now on, your safety is in my hands. I won't let him get away with it anymore. Qinmei turned to Li Mingjun. Starting today, you won't be able to do bad things to these girls alone anymore. Li Mingjun could only nod. All depends on the class president now. Ling and Xiaoji were both baffled, while only Xiaoxia watched with delight. Qinmei, the computer. The computer. She kept thinking about the game she played at Qinmei's house. Yeah, I brought it. Qinmei is the cutest. Xiaoxia grabbed Qinmei's hand and dragged her running into the house. Li Mingjun smiled at the two ninjas. That's Xiao for you, overly lively and not the sharpest tool in the shed. But she's an angel, and such a sweet girl. Ling murmured softly, her voice tinged with envy. Li Mingjun exhaled a long sigh. We've been up all night, everyone's exhausted. Let's head back to rest first, then go shopping together this afternoon. Both nodded in agreement. Li Mingjun's house was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate everyone. Everyone had their own room. For Ling and Xiaoji, human living arrangements differed greatly from their own, yet they both found the house surprisingly comfortable. Xiaoji lay on the soft bed, feeling as if she were floating on a cloud. She hoped she could live with everyone from now on. No one could disrupt her life anymore. It was the first time she'd slept so soundly, knowing she was safe with friends nearby. Ling also fell asleep quickly, lost in her own thoughts. When their eyes met, Li Mingjun could clearly sense this. As for the ninja matter, Li Mingjun decided to wait until everyone had rested properly before discussing it further. The only one who hadn't fallen asleep was Xiaxia. Doesn't her brain need rest too? Even without online gaming, a few simple standalone games had her hooked, unable to tear herself away. Even Qinmei, who had just moved in, was asleep. She seemed so excited she hadn't slept all night, her dark circles under her eyes clearly visible. The room was filled with the blissful sleep of contentment, except for the angel lost in the world of video games. If this summer could be frozen forever in this moment, wouldn't it be filled with warmth and joy? But time marches on, and happy moments seem to pass especially quickly. After joy comes sorrow, yet we still live well. Because in moments of joy, we savor every second, and in times of sorrow, we hold on to the hope that happiness will return. Buying clothes? What for? Xiaoji was actually talking in her sleep. Her sweet sleeping face would charm anyone who saw it. Chapter 16, Shopping Spree 1. Shopping malls are truly a masterpiece of human creation. For many people, life would be much less enjoyable without them. Yet to those who've never seen one, everything feels utterly novel. Xiaoji gazed at the towering buildings and remarked, human civilization is so much more elaborate than ninja culture. Li Mingjun chuckled, but humans are far weaker. So the creator is fairly balanced after all. Hey, Xiaoxia, what's life like in your heavenly realm? Do you have shopping malls like this? Xiaoxia shook her head, if you want something, you just take it. I've never heard of shopping malls. Li Mingjun was stunned, communism? The celestial realm is truly advanced. Xiaoxia dismissed it, it's utterly boring. Nothing compares to the fun of the human world. All these people here, are they all shopping? Li Mingjun nodded, shopping is a woman's best friend. Then, Xiaoxia asked with a smile, what exactly is buying? How to explain this? For a heavenly realm girl who'd already embraced communism, clarifying the concept of money was incredibly difficult. So Li Mingjun vaguely replied, you'll see soon enough. Suffice it to say, it's quite an interesting thing. Ling stood motionless, staring blankly at the bustling crowd, saying nothing. Xiaoji tugged her hand, her voice faint, do you feel the same as me? What feeling? Ling countered. Suffocating. Yes. There are simply too many people. And the lighting and air quality here make me feel nauseous. Li Mingjun listened to their conversation and said solemnly, controlling population growth is one of humanity's most monumental tasks. Oh, I see. The two ninjas nodded, half understanding. Why didn't you wake up Qinmei? She's human, she'd probably enjoy this, Ling said. Her? Li Mingjun could imagine the chaos if Qinmei came along, she'd go berserk. She's exhausted, let her rest. The four of us are enough. If she needs anything, I'll buy it for her. Let's go. Xiaxia couldn't contain her excitement anymore. She wanted to see what shopping was all about. Shopping battle, commence. Xiaoji braced herself like facing a major enemy, attaching her steel claws. Anyone who tries to compete with me, I won't hesitate to take them down. Hey, kid! Dangerous items aren't allowed in the mall. The security guard shouted from the sidelines. A chilling glint flashed in Xiaoji's eyes, instantly soaking the guard's uniform with cold sweat. What did you say? Xiaoji's steel claws were already poised to strike. Li Mingjun grabbed her shoulders, we don't need weapons here. How could that be? Clothes and food must be fought for, that's a ninja's survival code, Xiaoji replied coldly. Your rules don't apply in the human world. We have far more interesting rules. Li Mingjun patiently persuaded her to put away her weapon, then calmly explained the situation to the security guard. Only then did they smoothly enter the mall. What are the rules of the human world? Ling rarely spoke up, so it seemed she was genuinely curious about this question. Li Mingjun didn't know where to begin. No matter how clever his mind, it was hard to explain clearly, I'll show you in a moment. Oh. The four of them walking together drew stares from everyone in the mall. Sure enough, an angel, a dark ninja, and a vampire ninja were simply too conspicuous. First, let's solve the clothing problem. Li Mingjun led the three around for a while, letting them get familiar with the place. If you see anything you like, don't hesitate to buy it. Xiaoxia dashed to a men's underwear storefront, buy me one of these things. Li Mingjun's face turned ashen. Do you even know what that is? No. Xiaoxia's answer was always straightforward. Why do you want to buy it? I want to see what men buy. You can't buy men's underwear. Li Mingjun shouted. Is that for men? It looks similar to mine. Let me see. She reached for her pants, intending to pull them down to check the difference. Give me a break. Li Mingjun quickly stopped her. Xiaoxia felt indignant, they're clearly the same. Li Mingjun is so stingy. Li Mingjun would rather bear the reputation of being stingy than buy men's underwear for a woman. Let's pick out clothes for Ling first. One person at a time will be faster. If we go by Xiaoxia's way, we'll end up with nothing. Li Mingjun really didn't want to cause any more trouble, so he had to take it step by step. Me first? I'm so nervous, Ling said softly, a blush spreading across her cheeks. What kind of clothes would suit Ling? Li Mingjun murmured to himself, but Ling had already walked into a women's clothing boutique. Ling was the most dependable. Unlike Xiaoxia, she never caused trouble. Li Mingjun followed her inside. The shopkeeper, spotting the customers, greeted them warmly with a broad smile. What would you like to buy? Li Mingjun pointed at Ling. Pick out some suitable clothes for her, everything from undergarments to outerwear. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Outfits from top to bottom? That would be a hefty sum. Certainly. We have the most complete selection of styles here. The shopkeeper led them around to browse. Ling asked shyly, can I choose anyone I like? Li Mingjun nodded, whatever you like. The shopkeeper pulled out the most expensive blue short-sleeve top and draped it over Ling. This suits you best. With your dyed blue hair and blue eyes, this shade will give you a unique vibe. Ling stared at the shirt, a blank expression on his face. I'm supposed to wear this thing? Li Mingjun chuckled, it'll look great. The shopkeeper pulled Ling into the fitting room, shoving her inside before slamming the door shut. Try it on properly. She smiled, already plotting how to fleece these people. A short while later, Ling emerged wearing the dress. Li Mingjun gave her a thumbs up, about to offer praise, when something utterly astonishing happened. With a sudden burst of force, the delicate garment instantly shredded into fragments, scattering across the floor. The shopkeeper rushed over in panic. You didn't have to tear it if you didn't like it. That was expensive. You have no manners. I'll pay for that dress, Li Mingjun said. The shopkeeper immediately broke into a smile. No problem, please try on a few more. Xiaoxia picked up the scraps from the floor, her face filled with regret. That dress was so pretty. I really wanted it. Ling murmured softly, I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted it. It's okay. I want every single piece of clothing here. Xiaoxia said with a smile. Don't you like it? Li Mingjun asked. Ling nodded, it's too restrictive to move around in, too much hassle, and not sturdy either. Then pick one for yourself. All right. Ling paced the store several times but couldn't find anything she liked. Li Mingjun felt a bit discouraged. Was she going to keep wearing those cloth strips forever? Maybe she liked it that way he couldn't force his preferences on her. If you don't like any, don't force yourself. Just as Li Mingjun was about to say this, Ling stopped and pointed to a garment. If I absolutely have to choose, this one is better. Finally, something she wanted. Li Mingjun breathed a sigh of relief, but his heart tightened when he looked at the garment. It was a piece of women's lingerie. Why this one? Li Mingjun stared awkwardly at the purple lingerie. This one looks sturdy and seems easy to move around in. Ling's reasoning was perfectly sound. But, no, I can't let you wear this. We wouldn't walk around outside wearing lingerie. Li Mingjun tried desperately to stop her. Even if you really want it, I still can't let you wear this. We don't walk around outside wearing lingerie. Li Mingjun tried his best to stop her. But I can wear it indoors. Ling countered, unusually defiant, as if she genuinely adored this particular piece. Inside? Li Mingjun could almost picture that blissful scene. But no. How could he do that to adorable Ling? I'll buy this for you, but you must wear something else over it outside, Li Mingjun stated. Ling Jingjing said quietly, then I don't want it. If you don't want to buy it, I can't force you, but is it really okay for you to keep wearing that thing? I think it's fine. Ling was such a stubborn person. Li Mingjun should have realized long ago that this cold-looking woman would never be completely submissive to others. So, what do you think, Xiaoji? Li Mingjun turned to Xiaoji. I agree with Ling. The clothes here are all too strange. Wearing this would make cultivation impossible, Xiaoji said with a serious expression. Li Mingjun glanced at the clothes in the shop, then looked at the two adorable ninjas. You'd look absolutely stunning in these outfits. What a shame. Xia rushed back clutching a huge pile of clothes. I'm taking all of these. Ninjas and angels really are worlds apart. One wants nothing, the other wants everything. If only they could find a middle ground. Li Mingjun felt a headache coming on. I will find clothes you two ninjas actually like. Then you won't have any excuse to refuse. Wearing those outfits must be terribly uncomfortable. Try experiencing human life, it's quite fun. Li Mingjun declared passionately. No. The two female ninjas replied in unison. But Li Mingjun silently resolved, I absolutely must. For Li Mingjun, this shopping expedition was essentially a battle against the habits of these two. Of course, along the way, a big-breasted, brainless angel would also come to cause trouble. I want to see you two in human clothes. A gleam flashed in Li Mingjun's eyes. Chapter 17, Shopping Battle 2. One garment after another was draped over Ling's form, only to be ripped to shreds by her ninja strength. The shopkeeper had never witnessed anything like this, watching in stunned silence. Just how voluptuous was this girl's figure? She didn't know that Ling possessed immense power, and even the slightest movement ordinary clothing simply couldn't withstand such force. Shreds scattered like snowflakes across the floor, yet Ling still hadn't found suitable clothes. If this continues, every single garment in here will be ruined. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, heartbroken. Several dresses she'd admired had already turned to shreds, and she couldn't bear to see her favorites destroyed like this. I don't want to try anymore. Ling's voice was stubborn, unyielding. Even if it was Li Mingjuan's wish, she refused to comply this time. Xiaoji had always felt Ling had changed significantly since entering the human realm. Now, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Why was Li Mingjun so special? She'd wanted to ask, but never found the chance. Ling's eyes softened, brimming with gentle, playful happiness. Li Mingjun is my husband. Li Mingjun felt as if he'd collided with a wall upon hearing those words. Dazed and confused, he didn't know how to respond. How did I become your husband? What's going on? You can't deny it. Ling's tone grew firm. If it's true, I'll admit it, but I don't remember when this happened. Xiaoji, who understood human affairs a bit better, immediately imagined all sorts of unpleasant scenarios. You can't just shirk responsibility, man. You must take full accountability for your actions. Our Ling is the most beautiful girl in the entire ninja village. If you try to back out of what you've done, the entire village won't let you off the hook. Li Mingjun felt wronged. One angel was already headache-inducing enough, and now these two angels were talking nonsense again. Ling, there's nothing between us, right? Li Mingjun desperately wanted to clear his name. He stared at Ling, hoping she would agree with his words. No, Ling murmured softly. You did something that forced me to marry you. See? I knew it. Li Mingjun, just admit it. Xiaoji shouted from the side, as if she were the one involved. What did you do? Xiaoxia couldn't stand the silence and joined in. Li Mingjun looked at Xiaoxia's blank expression and sighed helplessly. If only I knew what it was. Xiaoji pointed at Li Mingjuan's nose indignantly. Do you expect that girl to blurt out such an embarrassing thing in front of everyone? Actually, it's not a big deal to talk about it, Ling smiled. It's not as embarrassing as you make it out to be. If you're willing to share, I won't object, Xiaoji added. It's the rule of blood-sucking ninjas. Those who have their blood sucked by one face only two fates, death or marriage. I've already cleansed Mingjuan's blood, so I'm his wife now. I must obey his words. Ling gazed at Li Mingjun with longing, hoping for a positive response. Li Mingjun knew nothing of this rule. His offer to let her drink his blood had been purely to save a life, with no awareness of its implications. Now he finally understood Ling's earlier hesitation. This was the reason behind it. If you don't kill me, does that mean you must marry me? Li Mingjun asked. Yes. I don't want to kill you. Everyone I've ever fed on was evil, and now they're all dead. Since coming to the human realm, I don't want to kill anyone, so... But this is the human realm. You don't have to follow your ninja rules here. Li Mingjun wanted this stubborn vampire ninja to change her mind, but he could tell it was futile. Don't you want me? Ling asked sadly. It was clear Ling was a simple-hearted child. She hadn't thought deeply about it, she only knew that following the rules was right. But we've only just met, how can we marry? Is there no other way? There is one more way, a ninja's final resort. Ling's voice grew even sadder. That method clearly wasn't a good one either. What is it? Suicide. If you wish, I can take my own life. It's the final choice. Ling's eyes glistened with tears, her sorrow overwhelming. I don't want to die yet. I've never met someone as kind as Li Mingjun, nor imagined anyone could speak to me so gently. Ninjas exist only to complete missions. For the first time, I felt how wonderful it is to be alive. If that's the case, Li Mingjun said softly, we can get married, but not now. I want you to experience human life properly first. Once you understand what it means to be human and what marriage entails, we can discuss it then. All right. Ling was satisfied with this outcome. She knew Li Mingjun wouldn't deceive her. As long as there was hope, life would feel much more bearable. Before that, though, you must choose a set of human clothes. Otherwise, I won't accept you. Li Mingjun was gradually learning Ling's way of thinking, gaining a better grasp on how to communicate with her. Though his words carried a hint of firmness, Ling found them delightfully pleasing. The ninja village was an ancient community, distinct from human civilization. There, women followed men's commands completely. They happily obeyed their husbands' words. For them, the absence of orders was the most unsettling thing of all. After some effort, Ling finally found a relatively suitable garment. Though such garments restricted movement, I try to move more gently in daily life. Ling resolved to gradually grow fond of these clothes. For humans, clothing represented a form of constraint. Wearing a certain garment meant embracing a particular culture. Ling instinctively resisted these constraints like a newborn infant, a reaction Li Mingjun had anticipated. Yet to live comfortably in the human realm for any length of time, familiarity with human customs was essential. Though Ling surely had matters to attend to, they couldn't leave the human barrier yet. Xiaoxia, the only one who could transport them out, was still injured and unable to guide them away. Li Mingjun hadn't yet had the chance to ask about the ninja village, but he kept it firmly in mind. If a friend holds your matters so firmly in their heart, cherish them dearly. Even if Ling was willing to wear clothes like that, I wouldn't. Xiaoji pursed her lips. Ninjas wouldn't wear such flashy, colorful outfits. It's quite nice, Ling smiled. Unlike those rags, this outfit is comfortable and cool to wear. Really? Xiaoji pouted. Then I'll try it too. But just to try it, I definitely won't wear it. Fine, don't wear it. You're not anyone's fiancé anyway. Xiaoxia found her so troublesome and chimed in from the side. Xiaoji grabbed a pile of clothes and entered the fitting room, emerging only after a long while. She emerged wearing a white, form-fitting top that made her whole appearance feel fresh and bright. The dark-clad ninja of the past was now a distant memory. Her heart felt illuminated, and paired with the youthful, adorable outfit, there was no trace of her dark past. Do I look okay? Xiaoji asked timidly, her head bowed. Beautiful. More beautiful than an angel, Li Mingjun replied with a smile. Really? Xiaoji smiled happily. She rarely received compliments and hadn't realized how good it felt to be praised. How is she prettier than me? Xiaxia, as an angel, couldn't let go of Li Ningjuan's comment. Angels here aren't like your kind of angels. In human culture, angels represent beauty. They're abstract concepts, not concrete beings like you. Li Mingjun deliberately spoke in convoluted terms, ensuring Xiaoxia couldn't understand, thus preventing her from causing trouble. The tactic worked perfectly. Xiaoxia had fallen completely silent, now pacing alone in the corner, lost in thought. The shopkeeper had no clue what these people were talking about, but he knew asking wouldn't help. As long as he made money, that was all that mattered. Guys, have you picked out your clothes? Ready to place your order? Alright, add the clothes these two are wearing and those shredded pieces to the order. Li Mingjun pulled out his credit card to pay, but suddenly remembered something. Xia, we're buying something. Haven't you been looking forward to this? Yes. I'm coming. Xiaoxia blinked her eyes, looking excitedly. What exactly were they buying? Let me see. The shopkeeper rang up the total. That'll be 23,000 yuan. Li Mingjun chuckled. Xiaoxia, you need to look carefully. The first step in buying something is to fully understand what you're purchasing. Xiaoxia nodded vigorously. The total price for these clothes is 18,640 yuan, right? Li Mingjun said confidently. How did you know? The shopkeeper was stunned, his secret exposed. Did you bring a calculator? I just glance at the price tags and know the total. Of course, these prices are already discounted. Li Mingjun pulled Xiaoxia closer. The next step is bargaining, the most crucial part. You need to figure out the shopkeeper's bottom line and try to get it for the lowest price possible. The shopkeeper watched the two of them and thought, is this man an idiot? Teaching a girl like this, right in front of the shopkeeper? Got it? Li Mingjun asked. Absolutely no problem. Xiaoxia replied with a smile. Cold sweat trickled down the shopkeeper's forehead. She sensed something ominous was brewing. This group was just too strange. 5 million, is that acceptable? Xiaoxia said with a serious expression. The shopkeeper stared at Xiaoxia in shock. Are you kidding me? Li Mingjun smacked Xiaoxia on the head with his hand. Go lower, idiot. Xiaoxia yelped in pain but kept smiling. She found the whole situation utterly amusing. How about 50? Ha? The shopkeeper seemed to have missed her words. Are you guys really here to buy clothes? Li Mingjun shoved Xiaoxia aside. Watch me. He stared expressionlessly at the shopkeeper. She was just joking with you. The receipt you just printed needs to be reissued. You don't mind, do you? The shopkeeper forced a smile. Of course. I made a mistake earlier and overcharged you. But even if we redo the receipt at the original price, this won't be resolved so easily. Li Mingjun's tone was like that of a thug. What do you want? We can return your clothes, and we don't have to pay. How can that be? That woman clearly stretched them all out of shape, the shopkeeper protested. Ruined? Was she that fat? No, she was very slim. Then who would believe she could stretch them out? Li Mingjun snatched the receipt from the shopkeeper's hand. As for you, this receipt is proof of your consumer fraud. We'll see who can explain themselves then. The shopkeeper's expression immediately changed. Let's not make this so difficult. What do you suggest? 40% off. Take 40% off this price. Li Mingjun's words seemed non-negotiable. But that's too much compensation for me. The shopkeeper firmly refused. That's your problem, not mine, Li Mingjun said. Fine, I'll just have to take the hit. The shopkeeper sighed heavily and reissued the receipt. Xiaoxia watched from the side, utterly baffled. Why waste so many words? This way we save a lot of money, Li Mingjun explained patiently. Money is important in the human world. It can buy many things. Lots of food? And that thing called a computer? Yes. Li Mingjun nodded. Then let's go buy delicious food. Xiaoxia couldn't wait to stuff tasty treats into her mouth. Li Mingjun cherished Xiaoxia's innocence and candor most of all. Xiaoji and Ling both agreed. Alright, let's go shopping. Just then, Li Mingjun's phone rang. The caller ID showed Qinmei. Hello? Leaving an ordinary human at home, isn't that a bit careless? A strange voice. Is Qinmei in danger? Chapter 18, Escape. Sure enough, the other side won't give up so easily. With Xiaoxia's knowledge of historical texts, Li Mingjun's unknown power, and their unwavering resolve to fight back, how could that so-called god ever let them enjoy even a single day of peace? Xiaoxia's injuries hadn't healed, yet she still managed to fly. Carrying Li Mingjun on her back, she flew straight home. Ling and Xiaoji cast ninjutsu on the rooftops, two shadows dashing home like the wind. Qinmei was innocent. She didn't even believe in ninjas or angels. She was just a well-behaved girl who studied diligently at school, occasionally playing computer games to relax. She couldn't just fall into their clutches like this. Xia, faster. Qinmei mustn't come to harm. Xia understood Li Mingjun's panic, but she couldn't possibly go any faster. Her injuries were severe and wouldn't heal overnight. The four of them arrived almost simultaneously. Li Mingjun pushed the door open. They had locked the door when they left, yet now it stood wide open. If the enemy was an angel, how could they have entered? The door showed no damage whatsoever, truly bizarre. Li Mingjun strained to find clues, desperate for any insight into his adversary. This high schooler would be a ruthless killing machine on the battlefield, his keen insight and cool logic compensating brilliantly for his lack of brute strength. We've seen too many tales of brave warriors, yet we forget that a true master of battle relies on wisdom and psychology. Brute force is always the most crude and last resort for solving problems. Li Mingjun signaled for the three others to follow silently behind him. The enemy's voice was unfamiliar, neither Sande nor Kassan. Was it that god? Unlikely. That guy seemed to think too highly of himself to act lightly. Otherwise, Li Mingjun would be in serious trouble. Li Mingjun was deeply concerned for Qinmei, yet he had to endure and maintain his composure. Forcing oneself to stay calm in the most turbulent moments is a sign of true maturity. The four crept up the stairs. No need to open the door. Li Mingjun's eagle eyes already took in the scene inside. Qinmei was drinking tea and chatting with an unfamiliar man, and they seemed to be getting along quite well. Who was that person? Li Mingjun slowly adjusted the intensity of his eagle eyes. He had grown quite adept at controlling this extraordinary power. Let's test it, Li Mingjun thought silently. As he dimmed his vision, the scene before him left him stunned. The person conversing with Qinmei was none other than himself. A cold laugh echoed in Li Mingjun's mind. This wasn't his first encounter with shape-shifting creatures. If he guessed correctly, the person inside must be a ninja. By transforming into his own likeness, the ninja had easily slipped into the house. Li Mingjun looked again more closely. Like the previous Shuki, this ninja radiated black mist from head to toe. Its features were indistinct, but it radiated a terrifying, monstrous aura. A black ninja? The angel sent the owl princess, only to abandon her so easily. Now they've dispatched another one. What on earth are these people thinking? Li Mingjun decided to play along with their scheme. He whispered instructions into Ling's ear, then retreated with Xiaoxia and the female ninja to observe quietly from the sidelines. His choice of Ling was deliberate. Xiaoxia's reckless nature was trouble waiting to happen, and Ling, having once been a black ninja herself, might hesitate to strike against her own kind. Ling never wore any unnecessary expression on his face, never betraying his inner thoughts. Knock knock. Ling knocked on the door as usual. It's Ling, may I come in? Sure, come in. Qinmei replied with a smile. The door opened, revealing a man identical to Li Mingjun sitting with Qinmei over tea. Li Mingjun had already explained this to Ling, so she wasn't surprised. Ling was confident she could achieve such transformation herself. Why did only you come back? Qinmei smiled, pouring her a cup of tea. Li Mingjun turned back alone halfway. You must all feel helpless about that. He even borrowed my phone to call you earlier, saying he came back because he was worried about me. He feels terribly guilty about it. Ling took a light sip of tea. I wasn't aware of that. I bought some clothes and headed back on my own, but didn't expect Li Mingjun to get back even faster than me. The black ninja impersonating Li Mingjun chuckled. I took a taxi back, so naturally I arrived sooner. Clearly, this guy's original plan was to take Qinmei hostage and then take them down one by one. He hadn't expected only Ling to return, forcing him to change his strategy. Now he could only play along with her plan. He'd heard about this vampire ninja and knew her strength, so he didn't want to act rashly. Outside the door, Li Mingjun observed everything with crystal clarity. His eagle eyes scanned the scene with razor-sharp precision. Qinmei gazed enviously at Ling's outfit. Ling, your clothes are so pretty. Li Mingjun really is something. He goes shopping without taking me alone. But I'm already satisfied he came back halfway to see me. Is that so? Ling said expressionlessly. What's that on Li Mingjun's calf? This line was prompted by Li Mingjun, who had clearly seen the black ninja conceal steel claws on his calf. The black ninja tried to feign ignorance, bending down as if to touch something, but swiftly unfastened the steel claws. In the blink of an eye, he had them on and was poised to attack Ling. But that force was merely gathering, it never erupted. Ling's blade was already pressed against his throat. Ling's other hand still held a teacup as he sipped his tea, showing him no regard whatsoever. How did you know I was fake? The black ninja's voice had completely changed, becoming the one Li Mingjun had heard on the phone. Li Mingjun stepped into the room. Your plan was simple and effective. You intended to take Qinmei hostage, throw us into disarray, and then eliminate us. Qinmei saw two Li Mingjuns appear at the same time and couldn't figure out what was going on. Was this a masquerade ball? How could there suddenly be two identical people? Li Mingjun pulled her behind him. I'll explain this later, but you probably won't believe it. The black ninja realized there was no need for him to transform and slowly reverted to his original form. Li Mingjun had witnessed this transformation process before and paid it little mind, but Qinmei found it utterly revolting and terrifying. She retched and vomited. Barcelo. Xiaoji naturally recognized him. They'd both fought the black ninja before. Barcelo glanced at Xiaoji, now free of her dark ninja identity, and sneered contemptuously, have you forgotten your status? Lady Xiaoji? I am no longer a black ninja, and you are no longer my subordinate. Shuki declared with unwavering resolve. How could this happen? Barcelo's expression was so exaggerated it made everyone present feel sick. You're my superior. Your defection from the black ninja ranks will sap my motivation. You must understand being a black ninja requires enduring immense suffering. Without that suffering, there can be no corresponding power. I know. Lady Owl has always endured immense suffering. You're my role model, the pride of our entire black ninja village. Why are you betraying us now? Barcelo smiled, but even Xia could see the smile was utterly fake. I have no ties to the black ninjas anymore. These people are my friends now. I forbid you to harm them. Lady Owl declared coldly. What a nuisance, but it's my job. Are you working for the angels? Li Mingjun asked. Yes. That angel is breathtakingly beautiful. She said she sent Lady Xiaoji to the human realm last time, but Xiaoji betrayed her. This time, she chose me from among the black ninjas. Once I complete the mission, she'll be mine. Ha! Barcelo laughed triumphantly, his voice shrill. Perhaps you'll never see her again. Li Mingjun employed psychological warfare. Last time, Xiaoji didn't betray her, she simply left Xiaoji behind here. I imagine she'd treat you the same way. What? Barcelo's eyes darted rapidly before he snorted with laughter. Humans are truly cunning even when deceiving others, they must fabricate a plausible excuse. Believe it or not, you'll die here either way. Ling's blade glowed purple, pressed firmly against Barcelo's throat. Lady Xiaoji, are you truly refusing to aid me? We're both black ninjas. Barcelo shouted. No. I refuse to relive the past. Shuki shook her head, her long hair whipping through the air. Humph, weak woman. Barcelo never held women in high regard, especially resenting one wielding authority over him. Yet he desperately needed Owl Princess's aid now. To achieve his ends, he'd stop at nothing. His heart gloated inwardly, your brother is being cared for in the black ninja village. If they learn you betrayed the village, I wonder if he'll even survive. Brother? Xiaoji's eyes flickered with something Li Mingjun could easily detect. What exactly was the black ninja village? Though unfamiliar with it, Li Mingjun knew from Barcelo's words that he couldn't let him continue attacking Xiaoji with words like this. Xiaoji's expression twisted in agony. My brother, he's still just a child. Her hand pressed against her face, yet Li Mingjun could clearly see her gaze gradually hardening into coldness. No, he couldn't let her transform back into the black ninja. Not under any circumstances. The current Xiaoji was his friend. Is there any way? Barcelo smirked coldly, knowing his words had taken effect. Ling said coldly, shall we finish him off now? Wait. Li Mingjun understood clearly that Barcelo's words had pierced Xiaoji's heart like a dagger. To untie this knot, Xiaoji must confront Barcelo herself. If they rushed to eliminate Barcelo now, Xiaoji might struggle to recover. Moreover, Li Mingjun didn't fully grasp the situation, yet he couldn't jump to conclusions. Now, who could save Xiaoji from her torment? The identity of the black ninja she desperately tried to escape now haunted her like a ghost. How could she ever break free? A hand rested on Xiaoji's shoulder. Chapter 19, Eagle Eye. Xia's arms wrapped around Xiaoji's shoulders, gently rocking her. Don't worry about him. Trust him. You can live on your own. My sister is suffering in the heavens right now, but I know she's still happy to be alive. Once I recover from my injuries, I'll definitely go rescue her. Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Ko seems to be enduring constant suffering, bullied by so many. Yet she always seems to be smiling, saying, sister will definitely come back. Yes, she loved playing with me most of all. My little brother must be waiting for me to return too. Though dark ninjas must endure solitude and abandon family, I could never forget him. After all, he's my brother and in this world, I'm his only kin. Xiaoji slowly wiped her tears. Even without me, he must survive. If he couldn't manage that, he wouldn't be worthy of being my brother. How heartwarming. Barcelo sneered, his mind already plotting his escape. Ling finished his tea and asked coldly, "Can we kill him now?" Li Mingjun glanced at Xiaoji. Xiaoji said, "I'll go make dinner for Xiaoxia," and turned to go downstairs. Li Mingjun understood Xiaoji's meaning and nodded to Ling. Ling set down the teacup. The knife in his hand emitted a soft hiss, as if alive. Slash! Ling murmured softly. The strike missed its mark. A strike so close, yet with Ling's blade speed, it had missed. Ling couldn't believe it herself, but battle-hardened as she was, she quickly regained her composure and prepared for the next round of offense and defense. Close call, close call. Barcello chuckled. After image technique? Ling asked. Yes. All ninjas know the residual image technique, but yours seems quite unique. To Ling, this was a compliment. Barcelo's expression grew animated. Ling's words struck a chord. This was the shadow Tracy took pride in, more deceptive than any other ninjas. You're quite knowledgeable. Baracero said proudly. A ninja's potential is immense. How much one can unlock depends entirely on their own training. There are many variations of the shadow technique. What you saw earlier was merely a simpler form. Leaving your shadow behind while your body hides elsewhere? Li Mingjun remarked. You had the chance to kill one of us just now. If that were the case, how could the fallen witness my prowess? Barcelo's smugness bordered on mania. In his eyes, two ninjas and an injured angel were no match for him. But he overlooked one person, Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun was once an ordinary human, but now he possessed a divine ability, eagle eyes. He had gradually mastered the power of eagle eyes. Though lacking destructive force, this divine power could help his comrades solve many problems. Perhaps, for ninjas, eagle eyes was nothing short of a nemesis. Ninja techniques are illusions, right? Just clever ways to manipulate their own bodies, isn't that it? Li Mingjun said slowly, showing no sign of nervousness. Yes, that's essentially it. Ninjutsu is the art of deceiving the eyes. But if the eyes are deceived, then nothing can be judged, right? It's a perfect art. But there are some things that can never be deceived. What? Barzello couldn't believe there was anything he couldn't deceive. God. Li Mingjun said mysteriously. God? Is there a god here? Do you think you're a god? You don't believe it? Barcello remained silent. He knew this human was no ordinary being, but he had no idea what kind of power this fellow possessed. You can try. Your shadow technique won't work on me. Li Mingjun picked up a teacup and tossed it 5 steps to Barcelo's left. Clang! Barcello caught it with his hand. So the one speaking had been Barcelo's shadow all along. Your shadow technique holds no mystery. Li Mingjun sneered. You rapidly shift between 2 points, leaving traces visible where your movement slows and invisible where it speeds up. Nothing but a wasteful, clumsy trick. How could you possibly see such rapid movement? Because your speed is actually quite slow. Li Mingjun stated. Eagle eye? Barcello's eyes suddenly glazed over. The image of Li Mingjun in his pupils gradually blurred, as if contemplating something unimaginable. You're the first enemy to know about this power. So what? You must die. We cannot let our enemies understand our true strength. Barcelo's shoulders slumped, his arms swinging freely back and forth. Hawkeyes, it really is an interesting power. Don't you want to know how I learned about it? I'm very curious, but I doubt you'll tell me. If that's the case, it's more rational and efficient to dispose of you now. Li Mingjun's words were cold, as if he were speaking to a corpse. Right now, you're more terrifying than any evil dark ninja. Even angels might not stand a chance against an opponent like you. But they have the heavenly god. That deity is said to be omnipotent. Ha! Though I'd love to witness divine power firsthand, it seems I won't get that chance. You do understand quite clearly. If that's the case, I suppose I could tell you something about Hawkeye. Barcello spoke with such naturalness that Li Mingjun began to believe he might genuinely be willing to share. Yet Li Mingjun knew all too well, never trust an enemy lightly, lest you meet a gruesome end. You could say it, and perhaps I'd believe you. Hawkeye is a mysterious technique recorded in the ancient scrolls of the ninja village. It has always been considered taboo by ninjas because it completely counters ninja abilities. That's why no ninja ever speaks of it, and ninjas don't want others to know about it either. That makes sense. Li Mingjun felt his interest piqued. Though he knew this wasn't the time for curiosity, Barcelo's words were worth serious consideration. Barcello clearly understood the weight of his words, speaking neither too fast nor too slow. It's said that the bearers of Eagle Eye have appeared multiple times in ninja villages, becoming the most terrifying events for ninjas. However, those were very long ago. Legend has it that messengers of the gods possessed extraordinary powers in ancient times, but now their form of existence is unknown. Perhaps the angels know more about this. Oh, if that's all there is to it, your opinion holds no value whatsoever. Li Mingjun deliberately feigned disinterest, masking the turmoil within. Truthfully, his heart raced with excitement. This confirmed that beings of divine power had indeed existed long ago. Who were they? What became of them? These questions swirled through his mind. Yet they weren't his immediate concern. Such matters could wait until the present crisis was resolved. But there's one thing you'll definitely find interesting. Barcello smiled mysteriously, shrouded in faint black mist that made him look even more terrifying. Oh? Li Mingjun deliberately lowered his voice. Just a few years ago, another user of the eagle eye technique appeared in the ninja village. Li Mingjun's heart jolted. Did this mean divine power still existed? Besides those chosen by the gods, could anyone else possess divine power? Who could that be? No, wait, even if Barcello spoke the truth, such a person's existence was plausible. After all, angels and such existed other realms might harbor equally extraordinary beings. Don't you find it strange? Barcello smiled. Eagle eye powers have appeared within the ninja barrier before, but that was ages ago. Ninja life is incredibly conservative and traditional. Before this, I didn't even know what a barrier was. I also don't know what the angels are thinking now, or why they're bringing ninjas to the human realm. However, I believe that eagle eye user must be an extraordinary individual and not from the same clan recorded in ancient texts. What do you mean? This guy with eagle eyes who's been showing up lately must be connected to the angels. Barcello's voice was low, his hoarse tone sounding incredibly mysterious and alluring. Your theory is intriguing, but I'm unfamiliar with the ninja village and don't fully understand barrier techniques, so I can't confirm whether you're right. Li Mingyuan's response was direct. But you're interested, aren't you? HM? If you weren't interested, you wouldn't be listening so intently. Barcello said smugly. And I know killing is taboo for humans unlike ninjas. So? You want me to spare you? Li Mingjun asked with a smile. Yes. I made no secret of my desire to survive, but killing me would bring you no benefit. On the contrary, sparing me might yield unexpected rewards. What do you mean? Li Mingjun wanted to know what this guy's trump card was. Once he revealed it, Li Mingjun would hold all the cards. I've seen that eagle eye. This is extremely valuable intelligence. Barcello chuckled. I remember his appearance clearly and know his purpose in coming to the ninja village. What do you want? Li Mingjun demanded. Take me back to the ninja village. Use your eagle eye power to make me king there, and I'll tell you. Barcello's ambition was indeed immense. His willingness to serve as a lackey likely stemmed from this very goal. Do you think I'll agree? Li Mingjun replied calmly, unwilling to tip his hand prematurely. You have no reason to refuse. Li Mingjun's low voice was unnaturally calm as he said, Ling, 10 steps to your left. Chapter 20, Death. What? Barcello's eyes darted wildly, his body frozen in place. He knew there was nothing left for him to fight for. If I'd known there was an eagle eye here, I never would have come. The thought flashed through Barcello's mind just as Ling's blade arrived. Black blood gushed from Barcello's body. Barcello's body slumped to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream. No! Li Mingjun silently berated himself, how could I have overlooked Qinmei? Truly, the devil is in the details. Qinmei had never witnessed murder before. She was a fragile girl, and this scene was certainly not something she should have seen. Qinmei! Qinmei! Li Mingjun shouted into her ear, but she showed no response. Her eyes were like a dry well, a bottomless pit devoid of any spark of life. Xia frantically shook Qinmei, tears welling in her own eyes. Li Mingjun, what's wrong with Qinmei? Her mind couldn't bear it. After all, murder was a taboo in the human realm. Li Mingjun slowly lifted Qinmei and carefully laid her on the bed. What should we do? Ling wiped the knife clean. You two tidy up the room. Leave Barcello's body for Xiaoji to handle, they were comrades after all. As for Qinmei, Li Mingjun glanced at her on the bed. Must she bear this agony alone? We can only wait for her to awaken slowly. Pain? A faint smile touched Li Mingjun's lips. Exactly. Xiaoxia, you know how to use the liberation stone, right? Why not transfer Qinmei's suffering onto me? That way, she'll surely recover. I refuse. Xiaoxia's rejection was firm and decisive. Why? Because bearing the pain of two people is already straining you enough. I don't want you to take on another person's suffering. You wouldn't be able to handle it. Pain twisted Qinmei's features, and Li Mingjun clearly sensed her inner turmoil and resistance. Li Mingjun wrapped his arms around Xiaoxia's shoulders and spoke softly, but what do you want me to do? I truly have no other solution. I'm just a powerless human, but I can't stand by and watch my friend endure this agony. No means no. Xia shook her head stubbornly. I don't know what you're talking about, Ling said coldly, pointing at Xiaoxia. But you idiot over there, come help clean up. You're the idiot. Xia retorted instantly. You're a blood-sucking mosquito. Idiot. Ling didn't seem angry. Clean this up quickly. If someone finds out, it'll be trouble. Didn't you see that girl faint from fright? Oh? So what do you want me to do? What do I want? I don't know yet, but we can't just leave her like this. Ling set down the rag, walked to Qinmei's side, bent down, and gently lifted her eyelids with both hands. Examining her pupils, he sighed, this child must be carrying a heavy burden. She's incredibly fragile. I don't know about that, but if it's Qinmei, it's possible. After all, I feel she's special. Li Mingjun said. I'm stepping out for a moment. With that, Ling leapt out the window and vanished from Li Mingjun's sight in an instant. Li Mingjun had no idea what Ling was up to, but all he could do now was wait patiently. So sneaky, leaving me to clean up alone, Xiaoxia grumbled as she tidied up. Li Mingjun suddenly felt immense gratitude toward Ling. Without her, Xiaoxia would still be trapped in her pain, and he himself would be endlessly fixated on his own issues. Even with the liberation ritual, Qinmei would merely become insensitive to suffering, which might not be beneficial for someone as fragile as her. The best way to face pain is to confront it directly, not shift it onto others. Did Ling understand this truth too? Though Li Mingjun hadn't known these people long, and many things remained unresolved between them, he felt an unusual rapport with them, one he'd never experienced with others. Xiaoji ascended the stairs, glancing at Barcelo's corpse. So he really is dead? Yes. Though he claimed to have seen someone wielding the eagle eye and tried to use that as a bargaining chip for his life, he was mistaken. Because if he truly had seen it, he wouldn't have survived this long. But even if he had, I never intended to let him live. Is that so? He shouldn't have deceived Qinmei by pretending to be me. Xiaoji said no more, bending down to hoist Barcelo onto her back. I'll go bury him. If possible, I'll go with you. Li Mingjun could tell Xiaoji was in a bad mood. After all, Barcelo had been her former comrade. All right. But carrying a dead body like this out will get us spotted. That'll be trouble. I know ninjutsu. It'll be fine. Li Mingjun didn't use his eagle eyes, knowing such abilities shouldn't be used on allies. Thus, he didn't witness exactly what Xiaoji did. Barcelo's body simply vanished into thin air. Li Mingjun followed Xiaoji as they walked out slowly. Xiaoxia called after them, "You guys are too much. Leaving me alone to clean the house?" Li Mingjun turned and smiled, "You can eat first. Xiaoji has already prepared the meal. Eat as much as you like." "Fine." Xiaoxia laughed. "Don't come back. I'll finish all the food by myself." Li Mingjun shook his head with a smile and continued walking forward with Xiaoji. This was a small town, not particularly bustling. After walking a short distance, they came upon a grove of trees. The setting sun cast their shadows long and stretched out behind them. The summer sun still burned fiercely at this hour, like late autumn mosquitoes, as if it wanted to suck all the blood out of them in one go. The two had little to say. Li Mingjun hoped Xiaoji would speak first, but she remained silent, her eyes fixed on the path beneath her feet. He couldn't fathom her thoughts and didn't want to guess. If she wanted to say something, she would tell me. Right here. Deep within the woods, Xiaoji swiftly dug a pit with her steel claws. With a thud, she lowered Barcelo's body into it before slowly covering it with earth. "Come to think of it, you've never asked me about ninjas," Xiaoji murmured as she covered the grave. "Because you and Ling never seemed inclined to tell me. I figured now wasn't the right time. But I feel I should tell you for my own sake, and even more so for Ling's." If that's the case, I'd very much like to hear it." Li Mingjun crouched down beside her, slowly covering the grave alongside Xiaoji. Sand and soil fell bit by bit onto Barcelo's corpse. Once a person dies, they feel nothing anymore. How wonderful it would be if they could have done more of the things they loved while alive. Cicadas screeched mournfully from the trees. The sunset in the forest had already grown dim, slowly fading away, leaving the dense woods in a gloomy twilight. Li Mingjun couldn't make out Xiaoji's face, listening quietly. What had transpired within the ninja's barrier? What kind of people were these ninjas, after all? Li Mingjun found it strange. Could it be that every barrier contained human beings? If that were true, why? Could it be that humans truly were a special kind of existence? Chapter 21, Red and Black. As you've seen, black ninjas and blood-sucking ninjas are vastly different not only in the weapons they wield, but also in how they employ ninjutsu. The owl princess's voice was soft, yet Li Mingjun heard every word clearly. However, ninjas were never divided into black ninjas and vampire ninjas before. A ninja is a ninja. We have our own way of life and beliefs, and not long ago, these beliefs were unified. When Barcelo said he had seen the user of the eagle eye, it wasn't exactly a lie, because all of us black ninjas are under the command of the one who possesses the power of the eagle eye. What? Li Mingjun suddenly sensed that the mastermind behind it all must possess extraordinary power. Indeed, just over a decade ago, a being of immense power arrived at the ninja village. He defeated our tribe and taught us the arts of the black ninja. The price was that we had to become his subordinates, serving him. No one has ever seen his true face, so we know nothing about him. What did he want you to do? He demanded we betray our beliefs. Your beliefs? Ninja worship the earth god. We've always revered the earth, and no one ever harms it. But he ordered us to dig everywhere, searching for something called historical texts. Historical texts? Li Mingjun gasped. Do you even know what that is? Xiaoji turned her head toward him, silently staring. That's the record of divine will, sealing immense power within. Li Mingjun made no secret of it. Each barrier holds a fragment, and I found the one belonging to the human realm. The power of the eagle eye was learned from it. Xiaoji smiled faintly, like a late-blooming flower. How fortunate that you found it. But I haven't fully mastered this power yet. How far has that guy gotten? Seems you care about him. Xiaoji chuckled, as if shedding a heavy burden. His eagle eyes not only pierce through layers of mist to spot hidden enemies, but also see things from great distances. As the leader of the Black Ninjas, I've interacted with him more, so I know a bit more. He's a truly terrifying individual. Our land-ravaging actions drew opposition from other ninjas, but the Black Ninja refused to reflect. Possessing power beyond ordinary ninjas, they were no match for the Black Ninja. Many perished. Later, the blood-sucking ninja emerged. I don't know how Ling and the others learned their techniques, but their blood-draining methods truly amplified their strength. Yet Xiaoji's smile grew bleak. She recalled the slaughter in the ninja village, her heart filled with guilt and regret. Little did they know, we had a godlike figure among us. Eagle Eye's power was the natural enemy of ninjutsu, and thus the blood-sucking ninja village gradually fell. Li Mingjun could sense Xiaoji's anguish, yet he didn't know how to comfort her. He could only watch her silently, not uttering a single word. Xiaoji buried the final handful of earth, brushing her hands clean. We failed to find the historical texts. That creature grew furious, enraged enough to slaughter us all. But I pleaded with him, hoping we could follow him to accomplish greater deeds. Then he sent me to the human realm to hunt down that fallen angel. He promised to free me from suffering, but he didn't. He abandoned me alone within this barrier, condemning me to never return to my own world. So it seems the one pulling your strings is that self-proclaimed god. Li Mingjun said quietly. That bastard ruined not only Xiaoxia's destiny, but also the ninjas. A fiery rage ignited within Li Mingjun's heart. It must be him. Only that being could possess such immense power, command angels, and traverse between realms. So he'd been searching for historical texts all along. Too bad he'll never find them. Why? Only I can sense the location of the historical texts. It seems our destruction of the land was in vain. The Dark Princess smiled sadly. Li Mingjun suddenly recalled something, between the Black Ninja and the angels, which is stronger? Angels. Angel speed is on an entirely different level from ninjas. If that's the case, why did the Heavenly Lord send you on this mission? He has many angels capable of completing it. The first time it was Sande and Cassandra, the second time you, and the third time Barcelo. Sande inexplicably spared me, you joined us, and Barcelo's strength is nothing to speak of. There's a problem here. What? Li Mingjun's eyes suddenly flashed with insight. He never truly intended to kill us. Perhaps he just wanted to toy with us. Perhaps he was too careless? No. Judging by his actions, he wouldn't do something so foolish. That guy wields immense power and has now unified the celestial realm. If he wanted to, he could easily kill us and take the historical texts. The only explanation is that he wants me to collect the historical texts, and he's confident that even if I possessed the power within them, I wouldn't be his match. Why? Why go to such trouble? Because he himself couldn't find the historical texts. Even someone like him couldn't locate them. He could only watch quietly from the shadows as others searched, driven by his curiosity to know just how powerful those texts truly were. Xiaoxia possesses the most information, making us the most likely to find them. But it still doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, it's strange. He's no softie. Maybe being a self-proclaimed god leaves him too lonely. Or perhaps he needs to defeat the person chosen by the gods himself to confirm his divinity. Either way, these are just our guesses. We won't know for sure until we defeat him. Can we defeat him? If we can't, then no one can. Li Mingjun clenched his fists tightly, a surge of fervor coursing through his chest. Xiaoji smoothed the earth and scattered flowers beside Bar's corpse. This child was so pitiful. He was always my subordinate, always respectful to me. But his ambition was too great in the end, it would devour him. Ambition is like a snake's tail. The bigger it grows, the more trouble it causes. One day, it might swallow its own mouth, devouring the entire body. Li Mingjun joked. How could it devour itself? Xiaoji murmured in confusion, her eyes fixed on the sky as if contemplating the future. Yet she smiled now, grateful to have found a reliable person who had pulled her out of the darkness. Night marched onward, the air quickly turning cool as the two slowly made their way home. What do you think? Xiaoji asked excitedly. If we could return to the ninja village, could we stop the war between the black ninjas and the vampire ninjas? Yes, with you and Ling, we can definitely make it happen. Ultimately, the dark ninjas are in the wrong, but the vampire ninjas' methods are too brutal. Both sides have accumulated a lot of resentment. It's fine. People are the ones causing trouble. Once Xiaoxia recovers, we'll go. Xiaoxia? She really is such a sweet child. Her sister Ko is just as adorable. Xiaoji chuckled softly. I can't wait to bring Ko out soon. Xia's smile will be even brighter then. Your bond is truly enviable. Because I bear her pain, I understand her deeply. When she smiles, her heart is often filled with sorrow. I know this better than anyone. Yet she forces herself to suppress her pain, unwilling to make me sad. Is she truly foolish? I don't think so. I find her incredibly wise and utterly adorable. If she heard this, she'd be overjoyed. How could I let her hear? She'd die of pride. Ha! It's been ages since I felt this happy. Ever since becoming a dark ninja, I've never known joy. Ha! Then aren't you quite old? Honestly, how old are you? I can't say that. A girl's age isn't something you tell boys. Li Mingjun looked astonished. Is that how it is in the ninja world too? No, Xiaoxia told me that. She's been watching TV dramas lately. TV dramas? She really is suited for life in the human world. Li Mingjun and Xiaoji walked side by side, seemingly with endless things to discuss. Behind them lay a dazzling starry sky. Who knew when they'd have such a good mood to gaze up at such a brilliant night sky again? Chapter 22, The Promise. When Li Mingjun and Xiaoji returned home, Qinmei had already woken up and was eating. You're back? Xia asked with a smile. Yes. How are you feeling, Qinmei? Judging by Qinmei's appearance, she seemed to have recovered considerably and was in fairly good spirits. You only feel better when I'm dead, don't you? A piercing glint flashed in Qinmei's eyes, startling Li Mingjun. That look could literally kill someone. What was that expression? Was this what they meant when they said a woman's eyes could kill? Looks like you really are better, Li Mingjun said awkwardly. I was never sick to begin with. You guys were just trying to scare me by putting on a show. I wasn't falling for it. That guy's blood was black. If you wanted to trick me, at least make it believable. Li Mingjun, you tried to scare me into leaving, didn't you? Sorry, but you didn't succeed. I'm staying right here. Li Mingjun looked around innocently at the four women. Please, someone tell me what's going on here? Xiaoxia raised her hand excitedly. Teacherly, I know the answer to this question. Good job, Xiaoxia, you're very eager. But I don't want to hear it from you. Your communication skills definitely won't do it justice. Ling cleared her throat. Long story short, she thinks we're putting on a show. Alright, I get it. Xiaoxia puffed out her cheeks, pouting indignantly. I know that simple answer too. Why won't you let me speak? Li Mingjun ignored her and continued talking to Ling. Where did you go this afternoon? I went to gather some herbs. They're medicinal plants that can restore Qinmei's energy. Every ninja knows this. Ling replied quietly. Li Mingjun clearly saw the bloodstains on Ling's arm and gently took her hand. Did you get this while gathering herbs? It must have hurt. No, Ling replied nonchalantly. This new outfit was so uncomfortable I fell off the cliff. It took some effort to climb back up. Li Mingjun listened, his heart pounding. You fell off a cliff and can talk about it so casually? You ninjas are seriously abnormal. Stop trying to fool me with your stories. I won't fall for it, Qinmei snapped, biting down hard on her chopsticks. No matter what, I'm staying here. You won't trick me away. Scaring me off won't work, and playing the victim won't either. Qinmei's hostility was truly intense. Li Mingjun couldn't fathom this girl's emotions at all. He never knew when she'd be happy, when she'd be angry, and most crucially, he never understood the reasons behind it. Come to think of it, Qinmei, how did your parents even agree to let you stay here? Li Mingjun suddenly remembered this question he'd never understood. Easy, Qinmei grinned triumphantly. I told Mom my bestie was struggling with her studies, so I needed to stay at her place to tutor her. That's how I ended up here. Best friend? Li Mingjun looked utterly confused, pointing his finger at his own nose. So I'm your best friend? Not at all, Qinmei said with a hint of petulance. You're my servant. Li Mingjun immediately bowed deeply. Yes, master. Qinmei patted the table and laughed. Come on, come eat. Okay. They ate quickly. After a day of running around, they were utterly exhausted, their stomachs rumbling like drums. Naturally, the dishes fell to Li Mingjun. Ling joined in to help, for in her heart, this man was her fiancé, though Li Mingjun wasn't quite ready to admit it just yet. Li Mingjun genuinely felt girls like Ling were like goddesses, but no one would want to date a goddess. Yet, he clearly sensed Ling's feelings for him, and that was indeed a problem. Although Li Mingjun kept delaying the wedding date, Ling's heart wouldn't change easily. Among all these girls, Ling seemed the most stubborn. Are you getting used to the clothes yet? Li Mingjun asked. I can't fully adjust yet, but I'll try my best to get used to it. That's good. Silence. Water gushed as the dishes neared completion. Ling's lips parted as if to speak, but she forced herself to swallow the words back down. Li Mingjun saw it clearly. Did you want to say something? You said we'd get married once I'd adjusted to human life. Is that true? Is it true? Is it really true? Is it really true? Li Mingjun couldn't even explain it himself. How could it be true? It was merely an excuse, a ploy to buy time. But how could he possibly say such words? Ling's eyes brimmed with longing, a look Li Mingjun had never seen there before. It was a burning flame, and how could he bear to extinguish it? They say a young girl's heart is always poetic. No matter what, Li Mingjun couldn't let Ling's kindness go unrequited. Li Mingjun wanted to say yes, but the words wouldn't come. Ling slowly turned away, ready to leave. I just wanted to confirm. I wasn't trying to pressure you. After all, this is our vampire ninja code. Ling's gaze sliced open a wound in Li Mingjuan's heart, causing a dull ache. The fleeting look of loneliness that flashed in her eyes as she turned away etched itself deeply into his soul. Snap! Li Mingjun seized Ling's wrist with brutal force. Her wrist was slender and pale. As he gripped it tightly, a faint crimson mark slowly appeared. Aye. Li Mingjun stammered, if you're willing, I'll honor our agreement. Is that so? Ling's shoulders trembled slightly. I knew I was overthinking it. What were you thinking? Because your house is filled with so many lovely girls, and I'm the only one who doesn't seem human. I don't want you to think I'm strange. How could you be strange? On the contrary, I think you're the most reliable. Li Mingjun said earnestly. He truly meant it. Every other woman here was abnormal. Qinmei with her dual nervous systems, the big-breasted, brainless angel Xia, the former dark ninja Xiaoji. Compared to them, the cold Ling was the most normal person. Hearing you say that makes me happy. Ling's words proved she was genuinely pleased. Li Mingjun knew lying was the one thing she'd never do. Haven't you been feeding lately? Is everything okay? Li Mingjun asked with concern. It's fine. I only need to feed once a month. Li Mingjun patted his own arm and smiled. I've got plenty of blood. From now on, just drink mine. Yes, I'd be happy to. Another silence fell. Li Mingjun still held Ling's hand tightly. His head felt a bit dizzy, unsure what to do next. Was a kiss next? Ling turned, looking utterly flustered as she stared at Li Mingjun. Ha? What kind of setup is this? How does this guy even know about this stuff? Li Mingjun's face turned as purple as an eggplant, frozen stiff in place. Ling's eyes grew increasingly soft, and Li Mingjun felt his reflection in them become deeply ambiguous. Chapter 23, Moi. Li Mingjun asked nervously, how did you know about that thing? What kind of thing? Ling asked curiously. You ninjas probably wouldn't know about this kind of thing, right? Aren't you a traditional ethnic group that worships the earth god? Yes, but Xiaoxia told me she saw it on TV. The male and female leads always kiss. She said it's a sign of love. Ling spoke formally, her expression serious. That damn Xia, always stirring up trouble. Li Mingjun silently cursed under his breath. Kissing? This would be his first kiss. If it were with Ling, there wouldn't be anything wrong with that, right? He nodded. He nodded? Ling's heart pounded wildly, her face flushing slightly. Ling slowly closed her eyes. She had no idea what kissing actually entailed. All she knew was that Xiaoxia had said to just close your eyes. The feeling of love? What was that like? Ling yearned to understand, yet a flicker of panic stirred within her. Seeing Ling close her eyes, Li Mingjun slowly leaned in. The distance between them closed bit by bit. Li Mingjun slowly savored the fragrance emanating from Ling. It was an inner scent, not the artificial smell of cheap cosmetics, making it all the more precious and alluring. A ninja who revered the earth must have a heart as pure and fresh as the earth itself, right? What would her kiss be like? Li Mingjun now found himself craving that kiss. This proximity allowed him to feel Ling's breath, sweet as orchids, making his heart flutter. Nose to nose, their hearts both thumped violently, then seemed to forget how to beat. Nervous and excited, Li Mingjun's hand gripping Ling's was already damp with sweat, making her jade-like wrist appear even smoother. Ah! What are you two doing? Are you trying to bite someone, Li Mingjun? At this moment, in this setting, with such a line it could only be Xiaoxia, that idiot. Already tense, Li Mingjun panicked at her loud outburst. The floor was wet from dishwater, causing his shoes to slip. Losing his footing, he crashed to the ground, still holding Ling tightly. Thud! The wooden floor echoed with a dull sound. Ling must have hit hard. What the hell are you two doing? Xiaoxia persisted, bouncing over. Li Mingjun struggled to stand, only to find his palms soft and damp. Glancing at Ling, he noticed something off about her expression. Her face flushed with a delicate blush like a flowering quince. This is way too cliché, Li Mingjun thought, completely unconvinced. Could you please get up first? Ling asked softly, her voice tinged with shyness. Yes. Li Mingjun quickly agreed, rising to his feet before gently helping Ling up. Are you hurt? I'm fine. A ninja's body is built tough, Ling murmured, head bowed. The Ice Queen Ling, who never bowed her head and knew no shame, now stood before Li Mingjun looking so bashful that he felt utterly flustered. Hey, you two still haven't told me what's going on. Xiaoxia grumbled from the side. Kissing, Ling said, her face flushed. You told me boyfriends and girlfriends kiss. Oh, so that's what kissing is like. Xiaoxia said thoughtfully. You didn't know what kissing was like? Li Mingjun exclaimed. Xiaoxia kept biting her finger. I only heard about it on TV. How would I know it's like this? Don't go bragging about things you know nothing about. Ignorance can kill you, Li Mingjun said, at a loss for words. Okay. Don't be so upset. Xiaoxia scratched her head, flashing a mischievous smile. Alright, for your cute face, I forgive you, Li Mingjun sighed deeply inside. Xiaoxia tapped her forehead, suddenly remembering something. Oh right. I came over because of Qinmei. What about her? Is she sick again? No, she said you haven't been to school in ages. If you don't start going again, even she as class monitor can't protect you anymore. She's got my back? Sounds like some gangster talk. Li Mingjun couldn't tell whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, that's what she said. You should go ask her yourself. Xiaoxia leaned in mysteriously, whispering softly into Li Mingjun's ear. How does kissing feel? Li Mingjun smacked her on the head with a karate chop. You have the nerve to ask. Xiaoxia stuck out her tongue and ran back inside to continue her computer game. What did she mean about going to school? Ling asked. It's going to school to study. It's a special system. Humans have basically a way to impart knowledge. Li Mingjun answered, the awkwardness on his face gradually fading a little. Is it fun? It sounds like how we learn ninjutsu. Interesting? A lot of people hate school because of all the rules and homework. It's like hell for those who don't like it. I want to go. Ling was eager to try. Li Mingjun sensed Ling was actively trying to change herself. For his sake, she was learning human customs, even wanting to attend school. Was she determined to go, despite hearing it might be like hell? Li Mingjun smiled. Ling is so adorable like this. Ha? Really? The blush that had faded from Ling's cheeks reappeared. If you want to go, come with me tomorrow. We'll say you're a transfer student. With money, we can handle all the paperwork. Li Mingjun said with a smile. Okay. Ling smiled too. School? Li Mingjun knew this was Koto's ploy. She wanted to maximize their alone time. She'd confessed her feelings before, but that kind of affection was probably unacceptable, right? Never mind, no point dwelling on it now. If Ling came too, Koto's scheme would fail. When Qinmei heard Ling was going to school, her expression turned stern as expected. Li Mingjun, school is for learning knowledge. As class monitor, I warn you, don't go to school just to date. Li Mingjun desperately wanted to retort, that excuse sounds more like yours, doesn't it? But he only nodded softly in agreement. You probably have an extra uniform. Could you lend one to Ling? Qinmei bit her lip and reluctantly replied, fine. She handed Ling a freshly laundered uniform. Here. Take it. Ling took the clothes without even trying them on. This won't fit me. She's so petite, and her chest is so small. Qinmei slammed her hand on the table, pointing at her own chest. Where's it small? Where's it small? Li Mingjun, feel it yourself, is it small? Li Mingjun looked awkward. Qinmei, don't get nervous. Ling doesn't speak in riddles. Be blunt? You mean she was telling the truth just now? Could my chest really be smaller than hers? You have to touch. Qinmei insisted stubbornly, reaching out to grab Li Mingjun's hand. Ling said coldly, yours are definitely smaller. You don't dare compare? Afraid he'll touch you? Ha ha. Qinmei burst into laughter, bordering on madness. No, he already touched them. Ling's reply struck Qinmei like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly stunned. Li Mingjun. Qinmei screamed. Li Mingjun could even see her little tongue clearly. You're not human. Li Mingjun sat there watching the two women trade barbs, helplessly tossed around like a punching bag. Yet the worst was yet to come. The door creaked open as Xiaoxia and Xiajie squeezed their way in. School matters? We're coming too. What? Li Mingjun's head felt as big as a watermelon. Chapter 24, Uniform. If you find yourself surrounded by 4 women at once, you'd better run fast. If all 4 are beauties, I advise you to run as fast as you possibly can. Unfortunately, Li Mingjun couldn't run away now. Are you really going to school? Li Mingjun asked in a trembling voice. Yes. They answered in perfect unison. What if I object? His tentative tone sounded feeble and powerless. Overruled. Fine. Since there's no avoiding it, I'll just have to grit my teeth and go through with it. Fine, but you must obey me. Agreed. Is she being this agreeable because she has ulterior motives? Are women just born schemers? Li Mingjun glanced at the 3 otherworldly beauties vying to go to school, then looked helplessly at Qinmei. Do you have enough school uniforms for them? Yes. Li Mingjun couldn't believe her answer and blinked hard. Really? It's fine to tell you. I enjoy making all kinds of clothes. School uniforms are the most flattering for girls, and I have a collection in every size. Qinmei said, pulling a stack of clothes from the wardrobe and placing them on the floor. Go ahead and try them on, but remember to be grateful. Thanks. The 3 of them raced back into the room in a line and started trying on clothes. Before long, the 3 of them pushed open the door and entered. School uniforms weren't particularly attractive garments, yet for some inexplicable reason, they looked entirely different when worn by beauties. A beautiful woman dressed in expensive clothes might enhance her appearance, but she still couldn't compare to someone wearing simple attire. Li Mingjun was now completely mesmerized. The 3 women standing before him were dazzling. Xiaoji was the smallest. There wasn't a perfectly fitting uniform for her. The one she wore was the smallest size available, yet it still hung loosely. The oversized fabric draped over her petite frame, making her look even more adorable. Ling was tall and slender, with a delicate waist. Her uniform fit her perfectly, making her appear graceful and elegant. Only Angel Xiaoxia gave Li Mingjun an uneasy feeling. Was this the legendary uniform temptation? Xiaoxia's figure was the most voluptuous. The narrow uniform could barely contain her ample bosom, clinging to her chest with a strained fit. Uniforms, they really are uniforms. Li Mingjun thought to himself, you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone else who looks like this in a uniform. What do you think? All three pairs of eyes were fixed on Li Mingjun. And Xiaoji's outfit was fine, pretty cute. Hyojin smiled. Ling was already beautiful, and the school uniform only made her look even better. Ling smiled. As for Xiaoxia, Li Mingjun watched her face, already primed for praise, and deliberately dragged out his words. Sure enough, her expression grew even more intense. This woman really was easy to fool, he chuckled inwardly. Xiaoxia, yours looks the best. Li Mingjun gave her a thumbs up and smiled. You've completely broken free from the constraints of the uniform and blazed a new trail. Xiaoxia didn't smile. She pointed at her clothes and said, this is way too tight. I'm really worried it'll tear. Rip? There should be limits to temptation, right? Li Mingjun stifled a laugh. It's perfect. Wear this to school tomorrow, you'll be a hit. Everyone, time for bed. We've got an early start tomorrow. Xiaoxia and Xiaojie dashed back into the room, while Ling lingered behind Li Mingjun, as if she had something to say. The moment Li Mingjun turned away, Ling immediately lowered her head, as if afraid of being discovered. Still worried about something? Li Mingjun asked softly. And no, Ling replied, slightly flustered. I believe what you said. We will definitely get married. No matter what, I believe your words. MHM. Li Mingjun's voice held complex emotions Ling didn't perceive. I heard from Xiaoji that she's already told you about the ninja village. Yes. Though I wish I could go sooner, perhaps fewer lives would be lost if I arrived earlier. But we can only rely on Xia to get there. While Xia can move freely now, crossing the barrier requires more time for her to recover. Ling remained silent for a long moment. She tidied her hair, flicking her long locks neatly behind her back. Standing as straight as a sword, she radiated a heroic spirit. Actually, Xiaoji hasn't told you everything. Ling's words flowed smoothly, yet Li Mingjun sensed a bitter edge to them, as if they were being forced out of her throat. The lighting was dim, all the lights in the rooms had been extinguished. Ling stood in the corridor like a ghost, making Li Mingjun feel somewhat dazed. So, are you ready to tell me? Li Mingjun asked, meeting Ling's eyes. Yes. I don't think there should be secrets between us. Come with me. Li Mingjun led Ling back to his room, brewed a pot of tea, and poured a cup for each of them. The aroma of tea filled the air, seeming to dispel much of the summer heat. Can I tell you? Ling seemed hesitant. This is kind of gross. It's about the vampire ninja, right? How did you know? Because the only thing Kyuki never told me was this. She claimed ignorance, but she must be lying. As fellow ninjas and sworn enemies, how could she know nothing about the blood-sucking ninja? Li Mingjun took a sip of tea and spoke slowly. Ling looked at Li Mingjun with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect your memory and analytical skills to be so sharp. It's nothing. Li Mingjun smiled. So, do you want to tell me about the vampire ninjas? I've said I won't hide anything. Besides, I need your help. The vampire ninja village has become extremely dangerous. I've never understood what that man called Tenjin truly wants. He went to such lengths to conquer a ninja village with such formidable combat power, yet never once made a move against the human world. It's truly hard to fathom. Li Mingjun's eyes fixed on the teacup in his hand as he sighed softly. Regardless, I need your help. Ling said, enunciating each word clearly. Of course I'll help you. Not just me, Xia and Xiaoji will help too. Qinmei doesn't have any special abilities, but if it comes to talking to that guy, she won't stand idly by either. Ling's brow slowly relaxed. It's truly wonderful to have met you all. Actually, that's what I most wanted to say. Li Mingjun's eyes suddenly shone brightly. These past days had brought so many unexpected events. You're all fascinating and kind-hearted. I enjoy being with you. Is that so? Ling murmured, pursing her lips. Yes. You don't need to rush telling me about the vampire ninja. Perhaps now isn't the right time, because in my eyes, you still seem a bit reluctant. Don't you think it's terrifying that I need to drink blood? Ling asked earnestly. No, Li Mingjun replied softly. Why? Ling clearly wasn't satisfied with such a simple answer. Regardless, any creature that needs human blood to survive would seem strange, even terrifying, right? Because you are Ling. Chapter 25, The Transfer Students Stirring. Frankly, 3 transfer students appearing out of nowhere wouldn't cause much trouble. But if all 3 were beauties, and they all ended up in the same class? That would stir up quite a commotion in this otherwise boring school. Li Mingjun had already used money to arrange their enrollment. Since they were all in the same class, Li Mingjun, wanting to avoid trouble, felt it was safer to keep an eye on them. The classroom doorway was already packed with male students who had come to watch. While gawking was harmless, this kind of thing was still too much trouble. What made it even more troublesome was that these three women were clearly very close to him. This sparked envy, admiration, and resentment among the classmates. While Li Mingjun didn't care deeply about such reactions, it still felt uncomfortable. Class time dragged on interminably for Xiaoxia, it felt like an eternity. Finally, and during one class period, Xiaoxia sprinted straight to Xiaoji. This is so boring, isn't it? Nothing. During ninja training, we stay completely still, eyes unblinking for days on end. Xiaoxia deflated instantly at Xiaoji's words. She turned and ran to Ling, who looked utterly absorbed. Ling shook vigorously before snapping out of her reverie. Don't you find this boring? Ling seemed not to have heard her clearly, muttering to herself, today I absolutely must act like a human, and then I'll get married. Her mind was completely occupied with this thought, and she didn't feel bored at all. Qinmei sat quietly doing her homework nearby. Xia, full of energy, ran over. You're unusually quiet today. Need any help, Xiaoxia? Qinmei asked kindly. Startled by Qinmei's unexpected warmth, Xiaoxia pinched her cheek hard. You're not Qinmei. You can't be. Qinmei would never be this kind. Qinmei pulled Xiaoxia's hand away and glared at her fiercely. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Then, glancing warily around, she switched back to a gentle smile. Do you need my help? It's okay, Xiaoxia. Li Mingjun pulled Xiaoxia back. Qinmei's actually pretty well behaved at school. I don't like her doing this, but she really enjoys that good student vibe. Is that so? But this place really is boring. Xiaoxia sighed deeply. It was understandable that she found it boring. After all, she didn't understand a single thing the teacher was saying. Just managing to sit through it without causing trouble was already a miracle. Next class is PE, perk up. Li Mingjun patted Xiaoxia's shoulder. PE? Is that the class where we have to strip down? No. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's definitely not what you imagine. Li Mingjun said solemnly. It's just a class where we all play together. Yeah, that kind of thing. I love it. Xiaoxia's expression was genuinely simple. Her smile was always so pure, as if she had no worries at all. But that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. But Xiaoxia didn't find PE particularly fun, because Li Mingjun seemed completely uninterested in playing. How could anyone feel like playing in this heat? The sun scorched the earth, the entire playground radiating summer heat. People felt like fish in a frying pan, too lazy to move, already drenched in sweat just standing there, their clothes plastered to their skin. Xiaoxia fanned herself constantly, shouting, It's so hot. So hot. I can't believe it's this hot in the human world. As she spoke, she tried to unbutton her shirt, but Li Mingjun grabbed her arm. You should be a little more reserved here. But it's really hot. Xiaoxia exclaimed. You can only feel the heat, but it doesn't make you miserable, right? Li Mingjun countered. Yeah, that really is weird. Not strange at all, because I have to bear all your pain, you idiot. Li Mingjun was practically speechless from the heat. Forget it, let's go buy some ice pops. Ice pops? Weapons made of ice? Xiaoji said. Ling seemed not to hear, staring blankly at the people around them, observing intently, carefully studying their postures and speech patterns. Li Mingjun quickly returned with the ice pops, unwrapped them, and each held one. They ate slowly, taking small bites. Li Mingjun and the three girls found a shady spot under a tree and sat down. Xiaoxia held her ice pop, examined it closely, then swallowed it whole. So refreshing. You just swallowed it whole? Li Mingjun couldn't believe how clueless she was. But I wonder what it tastes like. Xiaoxia stared shamelessly at the one in Li Mingjun's hand. Don't get any funny ideas. Ugh, so stingy. Xiaoxia plopped down on the ground and slowly lay back, feeling much more comfortable. Why isn't Qinmei joining us? At school, she doesn't seem like the Qinmei we know. Xiaoji licked her ice pop and muttered to herself. It's her choice. She probably wants to fit in better at school, so she mostly hangs out with the good students now, Li Mingjun said. Oh. Xiaoxia replied nonchalantly. The four of them gradually felt more comfortable under the tree shade. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, dancing across their faces like a fleeting glimpse of the divine. A soccer ball rolled over, bumping against Li Mingjun's foot. Hey! Top student, toss us that soccer ball, a group of boys shouted loudly. Li Mingjun stood up, cradled the ball in his arms, and raised his hand to toss it back only to hear the group burst into laughter. Isn't that the top scorer in our grade? Yeah, look at him hanging out with just 3 girls. Such a sissy. Haha, do smart people all have something wrong with their heads? Li Mingjun felt disgusted, though not exactly angry after all. Humans don't get angry at flies. He handed the ball to Xiaoxia. This thing is pretty fun. Want to give it a try? Xiaoxia always loved fun things and nodded vigorously. How do you play? Li Mingjun pointed at the laughing group. Throw this ball as hard as you can at them. Try to hit every single one. If even one person stays standing, you lose. Xiaoxia's face lit up with confidence. Leave it to me. Li Mingjun knew the angel's power was formidable, but he wasn't entirely sure just how strong it was. Though Xiaoxia was injured, if she hadn't been hurt, those guys might have been finished. Li Mingjun sneered coldly and shouted, "Here's your ball back." At that very moment, Xiaoxia's soccer ball flew through the air. These players were from the school's team. They'd played countless matches, even against professional teams, but they'd never seen a ball move that fast. Before they could react, it was already upon them. Xiaoxia's ball drew a huge arc, instantly knocking everyone down. Not a single one could get back up. Bullseye! Xiaoxia shouted triumphantly. After all, it was just a soccer ball. The guys weren't seriously hurt. They rested on the ground for a moment before immediately getting back up. The leader bellowed, "You trying to kill us? If you've got the guts, take us on the field." Li Mingjun raised an eyebrow. "Do you really want to die?" Intimidated by Li Mingjun's presence, the leader remained defiant, confident no team in school could surpass the varsity squad. "Fine," he sneered, "let's see who ends up dead. I'll make sure you're obliterated. But we won't fight for free. If we win, those 3 girls go on dates with us." Li Mingjun snorted, "Your stakes are too low. If you win, these 3 women are yours to do with as you please. But if you lose, you'll have to play dumb around campus from now on." The guy's eyes lit up instantly. 3 beauties. Chapter 26, 4 vs 11. The soccer team guys immediately swarmed around the 4 like ravenous wolves, their eyes like hooks, as if they wanted to rip the girls' clothes off. "Are you sure you want to play?" The soccer team captain, a guy with dyed yellow hair, wore a Barcelona jersey with the number 10 on it. "Of course. State your names." The blonde-haired man declared haughtily. "Beat me first. We already know your name. I mean, I need to state mine. That's even less necessary." Li Mingjun spat on the ground. "I don't need to know the name of someone I've already beaten." Number 10, the blonde-haired man, looked furious. "Fine, go find your people." "I don't need to find anyone," Li Mingjun said coldly, not giving him a second glance. 4 of us against 11 of you, that's barely fair. It's not like we're bullying you." The yellow-haired guy couldn't believe what this kid was saying. He gave a nervous chuckle. "You think soccer is as simple as your studies? You, a man, and 3 women want to challenge our school team? Just say whether you dare to compete." Li Mingjun had faced many challenges lately, and his demeanor had grown increasingly resolute. As his eagle eye's ability activated, an intimidating aura radiated from his entire being. "Are you kidding? Why wouldn't I dare? But is your wager real?" "Of course." "All right." The blonde guy clapped his hands, grinning wickedly. "Guys, give it your all. This is the biggest bonus we've ever played for." Li Mingjun felt nauseous just looking at the guy. "Chinese soccer sucks because of scum like you." The weather was scorching hot, and Xiaoxia couldn't be bothered to move. No matter how many times he urged her, she refused to leave the shade of the tree. Li Mingjun had no choice but to tempt her with food, promising that if they scored over 100 goals, he'd connect her internet. That instantly fired Xia up. Xiaoji and Ling had no objections whatsoever. Both of them now felt genuine gratitude and reliance toward Li Mingjun. Did Xiaoxia not trust Li Mingjun? No, it was just that there was always something unusual between the 2 of them. After all, Li Mingjun had bravely taken on all of Xiaoxia's pain. Perhaps Xiaoxia simply couldn't express her feelings? There was no time to ponder such things now. Both teams had already taken their positions. A large crowd had gathered. A soccer team versus 4 individuals. This was fascinating news, and everyone was eager to watch. Of course, the main draw was the 3 stunning new transfer students. No boy would miss this chance to feast his eyes. "You guys start." Li Mingjun didn't give the 11 players a second thought. "Fine." Number 10, the blonde-haired player, said with a look of resentment. "Hold on." Xiaoxia suddenly raised her hand. "Excuse me, how exactly do we play this?" How embarrassing, Li Mingjun thought to himself, but the surrounding spectators were already bursting into laughter. "The rules are simple," Li Mingjun explained in deliberately simplistic terms, "just kick this ball into the opponent's goal. But you can't use your hands, only your feet." Xiaoxia nodded confidently. "Leave it to me. I'll score 100 goals. Though I have no idea what 100 even looks like." The crowd was laughing so hard Li Mingjun had to cover his face with his hands. "I don't know you." The whistle blew. Number 10 kicked off. The rule of soccer was that when kicking off, one player would gently flick the ball forward to signal an attack, and then another player would receive it to start the game. Number 10 gently flicked the ball out, only to discover with astonishment that it had vanished. He searched everywhere for a long time before suddenly realizing the ball was in his own goal. Haunted? The blonde player looked up. The sun was shining brightly. How could there be ghosts? Li Mingjun chuckled inwardly. How could these people even see Ling's ghostly speed? He turned to the referee. "Referee, you should blow the whistle." The referee had no idea what had happened, but the ball was indeed in the net. He had no choice but to blow his whistle. Yellow number 10 restarted play. The same thing happened again. The spectators on the sidelines couldn't possibly see what was going on. Ling was simply too fast, they didn't even know he'd moved. This was truly the most tedious match in the world. Yellow number 10 was utterly devastated. Every single time he touched the ball, it somehow ended up in his own net, making him look like he'd scored an own goal. Let's go sit in the shade, Li Mingjun sighed softly. Leave the field to you, Ling. Yes. Ling seemed to relish this kind of match. To her, it was merely another way to hone her ninjutsu. The spectators around them were already nodding off, but Ling's presence on the field itself held a strange fascination, so they didn't rush to leave. The most exhausted person was undoubtedly the referee. This match had essentially become his one-man whistle-blowing performance. Goals were scored so quickly he couldn't even tell how they happened. The whistle in his mouth remained silent. Li Mingjun deliberately raised his voice, "It's so hot out here. What on earth are those 11 players doing?" Li Mingjun's taunt drew boos from the crowd, finally shattering the football team's last psychological barrier. Since it wasn't an official match and only half a game was played, the final score was frozen at 87-50. "We concede defeat," the blonde-haired captain said with a puzzled look. "Though we have no idea what tricks you pulled, we lost and we accept it wholeheartedly." "Want to know what we did?" Li Mingjun asked. "You'll tell me?" "It wasn't complicated at all. That girl just stole your ball and kicked it into the goal. That's all there was to it." "Impossible. Even if I couldn't see the ball, I should have felt the wind." Li Mingjun smiled as he ruffled the blonde-haired man's hair. "You're quite sharp, but you must understand, when force is concentrated at a single point without dispersing, there's no wind. That girl's control over the ball was far superior to yours." The blonde-haired man seemed lost in thought. He refused to believe Li Mingjun's absurd explanation, but as the saying goes, the defeated have no right to speak. "Play dumb, remember that." Li Mingjun tossed the remark over his shoulder and walked off. The remaining group felt thoroughly toyed with, yet they couldn't fathom what had just happened. The frustration was palpable. None of these ball practice guys had much patience or basic manners. The most hot-headed among them snatched a sneaker from the ground and hurled it with all his might at Li Mingjun. The studs on soccer cleats were long steel spikes. A direct hit to the back of the head would be devastating. The sneaker flew straight toward Li Mingjun, but midway its momentum faltered and it fell to the ground. No one knew exactly what had happened. After Li Mingjun and several girls had left, the soccer team members cautiously picked up the shoe. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Every stud on the shoe had been completely shaved off, leaving only a flat sole. Needless to say, this must have been Ling's knife at work, Li Mingjun thought. But he was wrong. Although Ling was responsible, it wasn't the blade that severed them. What truly severed those steel studs was merely the blade's momentum. Chapter 27, Summer Breeze. Ever since defeating the school soccer team, the three transfer students had become famous. Hearing of their formidable athletic abilities, many sports clubs tried to recruit them, but they showed no interest whatsoever. Summer gradually passed, the weather growing less hot, and autumn seemed to be approaching. Yet Ling felt no relief as the weather cooled. Too much time had already slipped away. If she didn't hurry back to her barrier soon, the ninja world might collapse completely. But what could she do, fretting alone? Each night, Ling tossed and turned restlessly in bed, unable to sleep. The moon hung high in the sky. Outside the window, the wind rustled through the trees, casting shifting shadows and scattering moonlight across the floor. Ling's eyes, however, were fixed solely on the ceiling. Though she spoke little, her mind was far from idle. What would happen if she returned to her own barrier? Would there be a happy ending? Would there inevitably be bloodshed and sacrifice? The thought of blood made Ling's body tremble, her palms drenched in cold sweat. She had witnessed too many comrades shed blood. She knew better than anyone how brutal such scenes could be. She had drained too many lives. Yet even as she did so, she felt their pain and genuinely grieved for their lost existence. Was she a cold-blooded killer? She had taken enough lives, but the agony she endured was far greater. A rustling sound came from outside the window. Ling tried to close her eyes, but she simply couldn't. Her consciousness was so sharp that she felt the pain with brutal clarity. What should she do? Ling didn't know. She didn't possess Li Mingjun's sharp analytical mind. Though she desperately wanted to ask him now, she didn't know how to broach the subject. Glancing at the clock, it was already 3 o'clock. Too late. Ling sighed softly, her entire body slumping limply onto the bed. A faint knock on the door. Who is it? It's me, Li Mingjun. Ling's heart skipped a beat. The summer breeze had lost its cloying stickiness, feeling unusually crisp as it swept through her body. Ling and Li Mingjun sat silently by the bedside, like two mute plaster statues. Li Mingjun spoke first. "Xiaoxia's wounds are healed. We can head to the ninja's barrier anytime." "Oh. You haven't been looking well lately." Why are you answering so absent-mindedly?" "Because Ling's eyes secretly glanced at Li Mingjun, and I'm scared." "Afraid? Why afraid?" Li Mingjun asked softly. "I'm afraid of losing my friends here, and I'm afraid of facing that miserable situation back home." Ling said, her voice trembling. Friends won't be lost. Since we've chosen to go, we'll naturally be prepared both physically and mentally. I'm ready. The ninja village is incredibly complex and dangerous, Ling whispered softly, like a child who's done something wrong, always ready to be scolded. So now it's your turn to tell me about the vampire ninjas, Li Mingjun said with a smile. Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, I won't force you. We have absolute confidence in victory. Ling gently rested her hand on her leg. Her bare calf, exposed in the moonlight, appeared delicate and charming. The blood-sucking ninjas are a relatively new ninja clan. Facing the black ninjas' assault, we were utterly powerless to resist. But our faith tells us we cannot commit such outrageous acts against the earth. For our earth god, we are willing to sacrifice everything. Earth god. Since ancient times, we have worshipped the earth god. Though none of us have ever seen him, we believe the land yields grain because the earth god protects us. Li Mingjun gazed out the window at the towering skyscrapers and let out a bitter smile. When would humanity ever possess such a simple faith? If the earth god existed in the human realm, perhaps this world would be destroyed by his wrath? Humans ravage the earth in such a manner. When no other solutions remain, we can only turn to ritual offerings. Sacrifices? It's an ancient ritual. All ninjas must offer sacrifices to the earth god for blessings. We prepared abundant offerings, presenting them to the earth god in hopes of receiving aid. And the result? To our astonishment, the earth god truly manifested. The ground split open, and an ancient book rose from beneath. It was truly miraculous. In the past, Li Mingjun's common sense would have told him this must be a hoax, but now he believed in such things. Yes, we all thought so too. The book contained highly mysterious training methods for blood-sucking ninjas. It seems the earth god truly did aid you. Ling's hands began to tremble slightly. Then her entire body began to shake. Li Mingjun gripped her shoulders, trying to steady her. Ling's lowered head suddenly lifted, her eyes brimming with tears. The earth god, could he possibly be asking us to drink human blood? Li Mingjun couldn't answer that question. Who could answer such a question? Perhaps only the earth god himself knew. Or perhaps the earth god never existed at all? Perhaps the blood-sucking ninja was just a trap, a little trick played by someone. If the gods wished to toy with humanity, were there truly no paths left for us to walk? Li Mingjun didn't understand such questions, but he knew he had to comfort Ling now. Ling was a pitiful child, a woman whose exterior was as sharp as a sword, yet whose heart was ethereal and fragile. You haven't fed in a long time. Li Mingjun shook her shoulders, hoping to rouse her. Feed on me. Perhaps you'll feel better. It's perfectly normal to doubt the earth god. You needn't grieve over betraying your faith. Truly. Blood? Ling said faintly, as faint as the air around them. I don't want blood. I want to sleep. Wake up, and everything will be gone. Back to when I was little, when all ninjas lived happily in one big village, not split into Black Ninja Village and Vampire Ninja Village. Did Li Mingjun ever harbor such thoughts too? To wake up and find parents still by your side, able to exchange a few words with them? After enduring loneliness for so long, the heart grows fragile, worn down by the passage of time. He gently cradled Ling in his arms the first time he ever held a woman this way. His hands cupped her head, burying her deeply against his chest. If one feels lonely, why not find friends to share the burden? Li Mingjun's voice trembled slightly. Yes. Ling's tears had already welled up. A ninja must never weep, for tears are a sign of weakness, and weakness means being the first to fall to the enemy. Li Mingjun's front shirt was already soaked through with tears. A sliver of the window stood open, letting in the summer breeze that lingered around them. Li Mingjun lifted Ling's chin, gazing into her tear-filled eyes. Our kiss, last time we didn't get to finish it. Ling didn't know what to do, just sat there blankly. She could feel the warmth radiating from Li Mingjun's body. It brought her a sense of peace she'd never known before. Their lips touched, like a flower blooming. Ling's lips completely melted into Li Mingjun's warmth. Tree shadows swayed as the summer breeze neared its departure from the mortal realm. Would she still encounter such summer winds within the ninja's barrier? Chapter 28, Relaxation. Xiaoji descended the stairs slowly, her eyes heavy with sleep. Rubbing them, she resembled a sleepy kitten. Who would have thought she was once a black ninja living rough? The thought made her smile, her purple lace-trimmed nightgown fluttering lightly. Good morning, Xiaoji. Li Mingjun was preparing breakfast. Thanks for making breakfast for all of us, Xiaoji said, heading toward the bathroom. Oh, right. Li Mingjun said as he placed breakfast on the table. Let's go to the ninja village tomorrow. Xiaoji's footsteps halted. All traces of laziness and contentment vanished in an instant. Her heart tightened again, the sleepiness from her face vanishing completely. You really plan to go? Li Mingjun nodded with a smile. Of course. I promise to help you, and Xiaoxia and I are also planning to search for historical texts. No! Xiaoji exclaimed sharply, her voice intense. Her expression became unreadable, as if she were torn inside. What's wrong? Li Mingjun asked. I don't know. I desperately want your help. I don't want the ninja village to run red with blood. But I also don't want anything to happen to you. Xiaoji said, her voice trembling. Li Mingjun deliberately put on a confident air. Don't worry about me, Xiaxia and I are pretty powerful. Was he really that sure? Hardly. But he couldn't let his friends sense his nerves. Do you think I'm Xia? Xiaoji gave a bitter smile. I won't be fooled by your nonsense. By the time I arrived in the human realm, the ninja world had already deteriorated terribly. The vampire ninja village was teetering on the brink, and the black ninjas had long since lost all restraint. But I believe the souls of the dark ninjas haven't truly been corrupted. Deep down, they must still worship the earth god. They've just been blinded by that so-called heavenly god. Intimidated by his tyranny, that's why you chose to become dark ninjas, right? If you can revert to being normal ninjas, they surely can too. Is that possible? The smile on the owl princess's face was strained. Yes, they can. All those extreme actions they've committed might just be their way of numbing their own guilt and remorse. A race that worships the earth god won't fall so easily. You are their leader. Persuading them can surely avert this disaster. Li Mingjun felt a surge of emotion, though he couldn't quite explain why. Some of his words were meant for Xiaoji, others for himself. He needed to convince himself to steel his resolve. But the biggest problem was that many angels remained there, perhaps even the heavenly god himself. Then we'll blast them away. Li Mingjun clenched his fists and declared loudly. Xiaoji smiled reassuringly. After talking with you, I feel so much more at ease. Don't worry. We've got everything covered. Li Mingjun continued preparing breakfast. Watching Xiaoji walk into the bathroom and hearing the sound of running water, he felt a twinge of unease. Yet he knew he couldn't afford even a moment's hesitation now. These girls were centered around him, he was their anchor. Though he was just a weak human with no combat skills, he couldn't abandon them easily for the sake of their trust. This mission must succeed, no matter what. Breakfast unfolded with its usual liveliness. Xia devoured her food like a starving wolf, sweeping it away in a whirlwind. The others chatted about amusing school topics. When they were nearly finished, Li Mingjun stopped Qinmei, who was preparing for school. Please tell the teacher we need to take a day off. The four of us have something important to attend to. Qinmei looked concerned. Leave? What's going on? Why not take me with you? Ling and Xiaoji have some family matters. Xiaxia and I will handle it. Since the school needs your care, you don't need to come. We're leaving tomorrow and need to prepare today, so we won't be attending starting now. Li Mingjun hastily covered it up. Even if he told Qinmei the truth, she probably wouldn't believe it. Until now, Qinmei still saw them as ordinary people. Among this group, Qinmei stood out as the most unique. She alone remained unaware of their secret. Li Mingjun hadn't deliberately concealed it, he simply believed she might live better without knowing. Qinmei's commanding presence surged forth. You all better handle this properly. Make sure Ling and Xiaoji's affairs are taken care of. Li Mingjun nodded helplessly, yes. Qinmei mysteriously pulled Li Mingjun aside and whispered, don't get too close to them. I moved here specifically to keep an eye on you. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not like I love you or anything. Li Mingjun muttered to himself, but you said you liked me before. Qinmei's face flushed instantly. I did? Did I say that? Oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. I actually said it out loud. I thought I hadn't. Darn it. My plan was perfect, how could it have been exposed? Li Mingjun pinched her nose and chuckled, are you an idiot? You're just like Xia. You said it yourself last time at your place, and you insisted on moving in. Qinmei's nose was pinched, making it hard for her to breathe, and her face flushed even redder. Let go of me. Li Mingjun quickly let go, knowing this girl was formidable when angry. Anyway, don't do anything too extreme with them, Qinmei said softly. Li Mingjun chuckled, okay, I got it. Qinmei suddenly remembered something. I've always wanted to ask, how did you meet them? They seem a bit special. Silly, they're clearly not from our human world. Li Mingjun thought Qinmei was truly adorable. One's a ninja, and the other's an angel. Li Mingjun said with a laugh. Forget it. If you don't want to tell me, at least come up with a better excuse. I'm off to school. Bye. Qinmei waved goodbye to everyone and pushed open the door to leave. Li Mingjun began tidying up the table. Ling approached quietly, head bowed, avoiding Li Mingjun's gaze. Let me help you. Recalling last night's intimate moment, Li Mingjun's face flushed slightly. He mumbled a muffled "hm." Qinmei will be bored after we leave, won't she? Xiaxia said while eating an apple. After you leave, she might actually be happy that the house is quieter, Li Mingjun teased. No way. She and Xiaxia are best friends. We have so much fun playing games together. Xiaxia rocked back and forth on her chair, her face beaming with happiness. There are no games to play in the ninja village, Xiaoji said coldly. Scary. Xiaxia feigned fear, then suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone laughed. Who could say why they laughed? Their path ahead was so rugged, and fate showed them not a shred of mercy. They faced more hardships than fish in the sea, yet they still found laughter. The ability to laugh meant they still had the courage to carry on living. Li Mingjun felt that the gods had been kind enough to him, granting him so many friends. Perhaps God had been overly generous. All these good friends happened to be beautiful women. At this thought, Li Mingjun's smile grew even brighter. Let's go out and relax properly, Li Mingjun cheerfully suggested after placing the last bowl in the cupboard. The angels haven't bothered us lately. We should unwind well tonight and set off bright and early tomorrow. Everyone must be feeling a little tense. Let's relax properly today, and we'll be ready to tackle tomorrow with ease. Everyone happily agreed. I've always wanted to visit that nearby tourist spot, Xiaoxia said excitedly. The TV said it's really fun, especially the fish dishes there, they're delicious. You just want to eat fish, don't you? Li Mingjun playfully smacked her on the head. Yes, I do. I just want to eat. Xiaoxia pouted stubbornly. Then let's go. Xiaoji said. Xiaoxia has finally fully recovered. Tomorrow, we'll rely on her to return to the ninja village. We'll accompany her as a token of our gratitude. I have no objections either, Li Mingjun agreed. Xiaoxia leapt from her chair and threw her arms around Li Mingjun. Ling suddenly felt a strange sensation, but before she could react, Xiaoxia had already pulled her into an embrace. Just as Xiaoji was about to ask Xiaoxia what she was doing, she too was swept into Xiaoxia's embrace. By the time these three poor souls realized what was happening, they were already inside a restaurant. This is the place. They say the fish here is absolutely amazing. Xiaoxia's innocent smile left the three of them speechless. Next time you decide to act on your own like this, please give me a heads up beforehand. Li Mingjun's heart pounded relentlessly. Xiaoxia's speed was simply too fast. She'd arrived in an instant, utterly unbelievable. Surviving at such velocity was nothing short of a miracle, something even Li Mingjun himself found strange. Logically speaking, no human could endure that kind of speed, right? But Li Mingjun didn't want to think about all that now. All he wanted was to relax properly. The four of them found a table near the window and waited for the waitstaff to bring their food. The view outside the window was splendid mountains and clear waters, with a gentle stream babbling by. The restaurant itself was decorated in an antique style. Though not many customers were present, those who were looked thoroughly satisfied. Life in the human world is truly enviable, Xiaoji remarked with a smile. She was watching a child not far away, which reminded her of her childhood in the ninja village. Hadn't she been just as carefree back then? Once things are settled in the ninja village, you and Ling will come back with us, right? Xia, carefree as ever, remembered this matter clearly. Yes, once family matters are settled, what reason would we have to stay here? Ling will definitely stay here. Xiaoji smiled. She is Li Mingjun's fiancé, after all. Right, Xiaoxia said, chewing on her chopsticks. She was so hungry she could have devoured a whole basket of them, even though she just had breakfast. But I, Xiaoji, truly couldn't think of a reason to return. My brother is still in the ninja village. I can't leave him there alone. I must live with him. Is your brother a dark ninja too? Xiaoxia asked curiously. My brother isn't even 6 yet. He's too young to be a ninja, Xiaoji explained. Ninjas must train from childhood and aren't officially recognized until they turn 14. Oh, then he must be adorable, just like my little sister. Xiaoxia smiled. Li Mingjun felt a pang in his chest. He glanced at Xiaoxia, knowing this pain was hers. She must be missing her sister. Xiaoxia gestured for him to be quiet. Li Mingjun could only nod with a smile. My little brother, he must have grown so strong by now. Xiaoji's eyes softened, as if her brother stood right before her. Xiaoji's younger brother was named Ming Luo, a very stubborn child. Ling sipped her tea and said quietly. Heh, you still remember him? Xiaoji chuckled. Xiaoxia, who hadn't caught everything, quickly asked, what's going on? Xiaoji looked at Ling, you tell her. That time I infiltrated the Black Ninja village, all the Black Ninjas had been dispatched to search for historical texts, leaving only a group of children behind. I threatened them, saying I'd kill them if they didn't tell me where the ninjas had gone. Ling spoke, lifting his teacup and taking a quiet sip. You didn't really kill the children, did you? Xiaoxia's face was filled with disbelief. Well, I had intended to. Ling showed no emotion. They were destined to become black ninjas. Killing them wouldn't have been wrong. But one child was exceptionally brave. I struck him over a dozen times, yet he kept charging at me. I asked him why he fought so fiercely, Ling continued. He replied, I refuse to be looked down upon. Is that child Ming Luo? Li Mingjun asked. Yes. In the end, I didn't kill him. I found him endearing, even though he'll surely become a formidable rival someday. Ling finally finished speaking, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Xiaoxia bit her chopsticks and chuckled, I'd really like to see what this guy is all about. As they spoke, the meal was served. In the center sat a large fish. Li Mingjun picked up his chopsticks to spear it, but the fish suddenly leaped into the air. Li Mingjun's eyes followed the fish and saw a hand on its tail, Xiaoxia's hand. She grabbed the entire fish, shoved it into her mouth, and chewed vigorously. With a gulp, she swallowed the entire fish. Delicious. Xiaoxia declared with satisfaction. Li Mingjun looked utterly embarrassed. It was rare to see someone eat fish like that. What on earth was her mouth made of, to be able to eat fish like that? The waiter standing nearby hadn't left yet. Witnessing this scene, he froze in place, too stunned to move. Li Mingjun quickly interjected, "Bring a few more of these fish over. Looks like we won't get a single bite unless we fill her belly first." Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his throat. Li Mingjun knew exactly what was happening. Xiaoxia, that idiot, must have gotten a fish bone stuck in her throat. Xiaoxia, however, seemed oblivious. She continued stuffing food into her mouth while looking at Li Mingjun with an innocent expression. "What's wrong with you? You look like you're in pain." Li Mingjun desperately wanted to speak, but not a single word came out. Xiaoji, watching from the side, understood the situation. She laughed and gave Xiaoxia a hard pat on the back. The huge fish bone finally dislodged. Li Mingjun breathed a sigh of relief, slowly catching his breath. "That nearly killed me." "Shouldering two people's pain, your life must be tough," Xiaoji remarked with a smile. "Yeah, especially since this idiot always manages to get us into trouble." Li Mingjun sighed helplessly. "Trouble? Haven't we had enough trouble already?" But with such delicious food, such beautiful scenery, and such a lovely woman, thinking about troubles just feels out of place. Let's just relax today. The real trouble is only just beginning. Chapter 29, The Night Before Departure. I couldn't sleep. The moon outside the window remains as bright as ever, yet the mind cannot be so clear. Li Mingjun felt muddled. Regardless, the destination was the realm of the strange. That place itself was dangerous, and now angels were there too? Is the heavenly god present? What should he do? Li Mingjun tried to push these thoughts aside, but he grew increasingly restless. Though he had felt relaxed during the day, this unease surfaced again at night. Li Mingjun got up and stepped outside for some fresh air. Qinmei was standing outside the front gate. Couldn't she sleep either? "You." Qinmei heard someone behind her and spun around like a startled deer. "Why aren't you sleeping in bed? You're the same, aren't you?" Li Mingjun smiled. Qinmei snorted, sat down on the steps herself, and ignored him. Li Mingjun plucked up the courage to sit beside Qinmei, keeping a fist's distance from her. "We're leaving tomorrow," Li Mingjun spoke first. "Oh. Won't you feel lonely?" "No, I'm the class monitor. I'm pretty popular." Qinmei's voice itself sounded lonely. "Don't you want to know where we're going?" Qinmei didn't answer this time. She tilted her head back to gaze at the stars. The starlight was dim, the sky shrouded entirely in moonlight. The air had turned cool, and sitting on the ground felt pleasantly chilly. "Where you're going must be dangerous," Qinmei said, her head tilted back. Li Mingjun couldn't see her expression, but his heart stirred. "You know?" "No, I don't." Qinmei forced a smile. "I don't believe in angels or ninjas or anything like that. Don't bother." "But you do." Li Mingjun suddenly felt utterly certain of this. Had Qinmei never believed in angels? How could such a bright child fail to grasp such a simple truth? This had always puzzled Li Mingjun, and now he felt he understood a little. Qinmei wasn't such a simple child. "I want to say I don't believe it. I don't believe in the heavenly gods and barriers you talk about, and I certainly don't believe in the stone of liberation. Those are all lies. Stop deceiving yourself. You already believe. When we talked, you pretended not to believe on the surface, but deep down, you do, right?" Li Mingjun suddenly understood everything. Aren't humans the creatures capable of comprehending such complex matters? But what good does my belief do? Tears streamed down Qinmei's cheeks. Li Mingjun hesitated, wanting to wipe away her tears, but ultimately held back. He feared it might only upset her more. "I'm just a useless little girl. I can't do anything. I'm neither smart nor pretty. I'm so ordinary. Even if I say I believe you, am I just going to become a burden to you?" Li Mingjun watched Qinmei weeping, his heart aching. Such a girl, yet her heart was weighed down by so much sorrow and worry. To spare her friends any concern, she would never admit to the existence of angels. She wanted to act as if nothing was wrong, keeping a certain distance from these people so she wouldn't become a burden to them. "I don't want to be a burden to you. But tomorrow you're leaving, and it must be dangerous. If I don't speak my mind now, I'm afraid I'll never get another chance." Li Mingjun gently stroked her hair, parting the strands dampened by tears and smoothing them out. "You can say anything directly. We've never seen you as a burden. I wish I were a boy." Qinmei's eyes glistened with tears, the moonlight refracting through her sparkling tears into mesmerizing hues. "I want to become a boy," she continued. "Then I could share the burdens with you, take risks alongside you." "Girls can do that too," Li Mingjun said. "No. It's not the same," Qinmei exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. "Dad always says how much better it would be if Qinmei were a boy. Though Mom loves me, I can feel she'd be happier if I were a boy. I want to make my parents happy, but I'm just a girl. What can I do? I can only study hard and behave well." I became class monitor because I wanted to make them proud. I still remember how happy Dad looked the day I was elected. Lee Mingjun felt a stinging sensation in his nose. He had never considered these issues before. As a man, though sharp-witted, he simply didn't understand a girl's heart. How I envy you, a boy, so smart, achieving good grades with little effort, participating in all sorts of activities, sweating so handsomely. Qinmei's voice grew fainter and fainter until only a faint whisper remained. I hate myself the most. If you can't even like yourself, who else will? Lee Mingjun tried to encourage her. Everyone is special. You shouldn't change yourself just to meet your parents' expectations. You are Qinmei, not Lee Mingjun. That's what matters most. Qinmei looked at him through tear-filled eyes. You are Qinmei, and that matters. Because Qinmei is Lee Mingjun's good friend. If you were Lee Mingjun, then you wouldn't be my good friend, right? But you don't need to think about doing anything for us. Just having you live with us makes us happy. The place we're going tomorrow is dangerous, but knowing you're waiting here for us, we'll definitely come back safely. Lee Myong-jun gently shook her shoulder. Go home for a while. They must miss you terribly. When they said they wished you were a boy, they didn't mean it. Don't force yourself. Isn't being a girl wonderful? Qinmei smiled, tears still glistening on her cheeks, yet her face beamed with joy. I used to think you were this cold, cool, high-achieving guy. Now I see how gentle you really are. I like you more and more. You like me? Lee Mingjun looked awkward. Oh, no, I misspoke. Qinmei wished she could take those words back. But how could she take back what she'd already said? There's nothing wrong with liking someone. At least you have someone to care about. People with someone to care for are always happier, Lee Mingjun said with a smile. So do you like me? Qinmei asked tentatively. I do, but not as much as Xiaoxia does. She thinks you're the best person in the world. Your computer has become her best friend. Lee Mingjun replied vaguely. Like? How could such words be spoken lightly? Unless it was like Qinmei, who couldn't help herself, it would never come out so naturally, right? After all, it's also a kind of responsibility. I'll wait patiently at home for you all to return. You have to come back, don't leave me alone in this world. Qinmei wiped her tears and smiled. Lee Mingjun nodded, I'll bring all three of them back. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful. Tomorrow's weather should be lovely too. Lee Mingjun thought, glancing back instinctively. 3 pairs of eyes behind the door. 3 pairs of eyes glistening with tears. 3 beautiful pairs of eyes belonging to Ling, Xiaoji, and Xiaoxia. Night, how much tenderness do you hold? Can you contain so many tears, so pure? Chapter 30, Flying to the Ninja Village. After darkness comes dawn. When Lee Mingjun woke up, Qinmei had already left for school. She didn't want to bid farewell with tearful goodbyes, so she chose this way. Lee Mingjun thought perhaps this was for the best. Breakfast was as lively as ever, though Xiao was the only one truly enjoying the bustle. She ate with her usual carefree abandon, while the other 3 remained silent. Everyone knew the road ahead was perilous, Ling and Xiaoji especially. When are we leaving? Xiaoxia asked between bites. I've packed everything. 1 backpack is enough. We can leave anytime after breakfast, Lee Mingjun said quietly. Great. I've never been to the ninja village before. Xiaoxia said with a smile. Xiaoxia, you look so lively. Xiaoji said. Of course. I haven't had a proper flight in ages, my wings are practically moldy. It must be wonderful to be as energetic as you, Xiaoji said enviously. Feeling energetic after a good meal. She really had eaten her fill, and now sleepiness was setting in. Can we go tomorrow? I'm so tired, I just want to sleep. No way. Lee Mingjun rejected her request without mercy. Fine, you're so strict. Everyone laughed, and the tension eased considerably. Perhaps this was Xiaoxia's plan all along? Yet her clumsy demeanor made one doubt whether she truly possessed such considerate thoughtfulness. After packing up, the 4 stood before the door, gazing at the house with heavy hearts. This house had recorded their brief moments of happiness, and leaving always felt bittersweet. When would they return? All 4 felt a complex mix of emotions. Let's go. Lee Mingjun didn't want them to dwell on it. Morale was always crucial, and Lee Mingjun understood that well. If only we could remember this place clearly. Ling felt a pang of sadness. Right. I completely forgot about that. Lee Mingjun snapped out of his reverie, pulling a camera from his backpack. I meant to take pictures of the ninja barrier to bring back, but I forgot to capture a memento of our time here. What's this? Ling examined the camera closely. A camera. It can capture our moments, Lee Mingjun explained. Oh? Ling stared at it as if she'd discovered something extraordinary, her eyes fixed on it without blinking. The group lined up in front of the house. The camera clicked, freezing the moment. Ling stared blankly at the lens, Xia gazed off to the side with a silly expression, Xiaoji wore a serious look, while Lee Mingjun stood in the center, beaming with joy. Lee Mingjun printed several copies of the photo. He placed one on the table for Qinmei, then gave each person one. Everyone carefully tucked their photo away, as if keeping a talisman close. Now it was truly time to depart. Xia Xia stretched, and the wings behind her suddenly unfolded. Huge, snow-white wings shimmered with a sacred glow. Even Ling couldn't resist touching them, so beautiful. Xia Xia flapped her wings a few times, satisfied they worked perfectly. She smiled and reached out her hand to Li Mingjun. "Wait!" Li Mingjun exclaimed urgently. "What?" Xia Xia's hand froze mid-air. "You're not going to carry all three of us flying over like last time, are you?" Li Mingjun asked awkwardly. "Is that a problem?" "Of course not, it's unbearable. This time we're flying near the speed of light. You guys might handle it, but I'm human, I can't endure it. Humans are such a hassle," Xia Xia sighed. "It's more that your powers are too strong, not that humans are troublesome," Li Mingjun countered. "No matter what, I can't possibly move near the speed of light, I'd die. When angels travel near light speed, a protective layer forms behind them. It's perfectly safe inside that layer. Trust me." Xiao Xia's confident demeanor did little to ease Li Mingjun's unease. Reassured? How could I possibly feel reassured about anything involving Xiao Xia? Is that protective layer even real? Li Mingjun asked. "It should be." "Should be? I don't know either. How would I know without trying? They say angels can carry objects from other realms through barriers. For things like you, a protective layer is necessary, so we developed that technology. Sounds plausible, but who knows if it's just nonsense?" Li Mingjun remained skeptical. "Just try it. It's not like you'll die for sure," Xiao Xia said. "Alright, there's no other way." Li Mingjun had no choice but to listen to her. "So, how do I get through that protective layer?" "Easy. Just wrap your arms around my legs right there." Xiao Xia pointed to her calves. Xiao Xia's legs were beautiful, especially her calves. Li Mingjun stared, his heart pounding. "Can I really hold them? Remember when we first met? You were so wary of men. You're so petty. You still remember that? It's fine. This time is an exception." Xiao Xia smiled as she cradled Ling and Xiaoji in her arms, her body slowly rising to a height of about one person's height. Li Mingjun grabbed Xia Xia's calf mid-air, his heart still pounding. This thing has never been very reliable. Does that so-called protective layer even exist? Just then, Xiao Xia shouted, "Hold on tight. Here we go." In an instant, Li Mingjun lost sight of the ground beneath his feet. The four of them rapidly broke free from Earth's gravity, soaring toward the boundless blue sky. While the experience itself was beautiful, the intense acceleration was overwhelming for the entire body. "Hey, how about a warning first?" Li Mingjun shouted as the ground beneath them faded away. "Ugh, no talking. Hold on tight, I'm about to accelerate." Xia indeed began accelerating. The speed was now completely different from before, and Li Mingjun gradually started to feel breathless. "Hey! Where's that protective layer? Does the protective layer only exist in Xiao Xia's mouth?" Li Mingjun tried to ask, but no words came out. Was he dying? His body felt unbearably painful. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. His body began to shake violently, followed by uncontrollable coughing. Li Mingjun's vision was blurring. Was this the state of near death? When humans feel miserable, they often tilt their heads back, it seems to make things a little better. Li Mingjun was no exception. His head lifted weakly, his entire body struggling, but what he saw made him feel even more suffocated. Underwear. Lying beneath Xiao Xia, the first thing he saw when he looked up was her panties. This idiot was wearing a loose skirt, and underneath it were adorable blue and white striped panties. Li Mingjun actually managed to laugh. He had thought he was about to die, yet now he found himself laughing. Was Xiao Xia really that clueless? This style of underwear was indeed cute and childish. Yet Li Mingjun quickly felt guilty. He'd suddenly become a pervert peeping at a girl's underwear, wasn't he that strange? But honestly, there was nothing else to do right now. Besides, he didn't even know if he'd survive. His entire body felt like it was falling apart. If he could focus his attention outward, maybe it would feel a little better. Li Mingjun fought against his shame, staring listlessly at Xiao Xia's blue and white striped panties. This is so boring, Li Mingjun thought. He hadn't expected crossing the barrier to require such immense effort. No wonder Xiao Xia insisted on being fully rested before attempting it. The moment Li Mingjun thought the word boring, the eagle-eye power activated on its own. Oh no! Li Mingjun's heart skipped a beat. He'd already peeked under Xiao Xia's skirt. Using eagle eyes now would make him look like a total creep. He quickly tried to pull himself together and retract the eagle eyes, but in this situation, he just couldn't turn them off. Was this the power of a strong subconscious urge? Li Mingjun could only look around, but everything was a blinding white, causing his head to throb. The only thing visible was that blue-white hue. What should he do? He couldn't retract eagle eye, and this X-ray vision was now completely beyond his control. Sleaze or death? Li Mingjun now faced this agonizing dilemma. Staring at his surroundings any longer might truly kill him. His head began to lift upward involuntarily. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, it rose slowly, inch by inch. Shame lashed at his soul relentlessly, yet he was utterly powerless. Was human willpower truly this fragile? He finally lifted his head, inch by inch. The blue and white strip was about to be seen through. Chapter 31, The end of the journey is the beginning. That alluring blue-white streak ultimately failed to appear within Li Mingjun's field of vision. Just as his gaze was about to touch it, Li Mingjun suddenly felt his body slammed hard onto the ground with a thud. Had he landed? Li Mingjun finally exhaled a long breath. At last, he wouldn't have to endure that torment anymore. We're here. Wait. Where's Li Mingjun? Xiaoxia looked around frantically. Lying on the ground, Li Mingjun grumbled, "Stop looking. I'm right here." Xiaoxia looked down and saw Li Mingjun lying between her legs. Instinctively, she raised her foot to stomp on him. Luckily, Li Mingjun dodged quickly, rolling a good distance away. Panting, he demanded, "What are you doing? Am I a cockroach?" "You're not a cockroach, you're a pervert. How did you end up there?" Xiaoxia pointed at his nose. "Shouldn't you be the one asking that?" Li Mingjun brushed dust off his clothes. "I was clinging to your legs the whole way here. Of course I ended up at your feet." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaoxia's expression left Li Mingjun utterly baffled. Was that really an understanding look? Well, maybe it was, Li Mingjun optimistically convinced himself. "Actually, I have a question for you. Where exactly is this protective layer you mentioned?" "I nearly died," Li Mingjun said angrily. He never lost his temper with girls, but Xiaoxia seemed to be an exception. With this girl, he found himself able to express any emotion quite naturally. "No protective layer? You're still alive and well, aren't you?" This was indeed a perplexing question for Li Mingjun. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Why was it happening? As he pondered, Ling whispered softly, "Don't make a sound." The four exchanged glances and hid behind the bushes. Now wasn't the time for such thoughts. This new barrier was uncharted territory for Li Mingjun. Here, it was best to heed Ling and Xiaoji's words. The ninja's barrier was currently nighttime. The night seemed darker and denser within the ninja's barrier. The air carried the fresh scent of earthy soil, yet it was impossible to relax. Because this place was now extremely dangerous. Faint footsteps echoed in the distance, indistinct amid the rustling of swaying branches. Li Mingjun activated his eagle eyes and followed the footsteps, two ninjas, shrouded in black mist. Black ninjas. Two of them. Li Mingjun murmured softly, turning to look at Xiaoji. "Do you want to go out and meet them?" Xiaoji shook her head. "I haven't figured out how to face them yet. We should hurry to the blood-sucking ninja village first." "We'll wait for them to pass before moving," Li Mingjun murmured softly. The four crouched in the bushes, listening intently as the footsteps outside drew near, then gradually faded into the distance. Just as their hearts began to settle, someone suddenly sneezed. "All right, I admit I know who sneezed." Besides Xiaoxia, no one else could have done that. Hearing the sound, the two black ninjas about to leave quickly crouched down. They exchanged a glance, then inched closer towards Xiaoxia and the others. There seemed no escaping it. Xiao Jie emerged from the bushes and gestured backward, signaling them not to make a move. 4 against 2 offered a clear advantage, but Xiao Jie preferred to avoid conflict. She believed reason might prove more effective. The two ninjas, seeing someone emerge, readied their steel claws and assumed offensive stances. But upon recognizing the figure as Xiaoji, they both startled. "Sister Xiaoji, how is this possible? We all heard you were dead. How did you become like this? Are you no longer a black ninja? Did you wish for my death?" Xiaoji roared at them, her voice carrying the authority of a leader. "Not at all. We only heard you had perished. Lord Barcelo has taken your place and ascended to the celestial realm. How enviable." "He did indeed ascend to the celestial realm," Xiao Ji replied coldly. "I personally saw him off." "You? What does that mean?" "The price for his ascent to the celestial realm was to kill me. So I killed him. If you two wish to try, I can send you there too." The two exchanged glances. Evil grins spread across both faces. "Sister Xiaoji, if you abandon your black ninja identity, you're no longer our leader. Besides, haha, one ordinary ninja is no match for two black ninjas." Xiao Ji felt a chill in her heart. These people had once been her friends, then her subordinates after becoming black ninjas, and now they were turning against her. Her betrayal of the heavenly gods was an open secret, which was why the enemy had sent Barcelo to kill her. Killing her would grant them passage to the heavenly realm, offering liberation a temptation indeed. "I understand the agony of being a dark ninja," Xiaoji said calmly. Her voice was flat, leaving the two men unsure what this ruthless, scheming leader was plotting. They cautiously assumed fighting stances. Xiaoji continued, "Abandon your black ninja identity. Join all the ninjas in worshipping the earth god. Wouldn't it be better to live a peaceful life? Of course we long to return to the past, but since that eagle eye arrived, that life is impossible. Stop dreaming. Aren't you the living proof? Betray him, and we'll all be hunted by the angels." We don't want to die. Besides, the angels hold the stone of liberation. If we play our cards right, perhaps we can even enjoy that bliss. Shokiheim's heart sank to its lowest point. Her eyes flashed with a fierce glare. Have you truly made your decision? We brothers understand such simple logic. A contemptuous sneer curled the corners of their mouths as steel claws in their hands readied for attack. Are you two even worthy opponents? Not before, but now we are. Their hearts swelled with glee. What incredible luck to encounter Xiaoji, and better yet, she was no longer a black ninja. Though everyone claimed the angels had slain her, it turned out that was merely a ploy to establish their authority. Killing Xiaoji, that would be no small feat. And what if we add a bloodsucker ninja to the mix? Ling emerged from the grass, his long blade gleaming faintly in the thick night. Another blood-sucking ninja. The two dark ninjas hadn't expected Xiaoji to be with a blood-sucking ninja. Their hearts sank. Though the enemy had only one powerful blood-sucking ninja, they themselves had two black ninjas. Yet combat was never so easily measured. Who are you? Ling, the bloodsucker ninja. Are you kidding me? It's Ling, that incredibly powerful vampire ninja. The two exchanged glances, their legs already trembling. That woman was terrifying. She'd once taken out 10 black ninjas in one go. Worst of all, she didn't kill her victims, she drained them dry. The thought froze their limbs solid. Defeated before the fight even began, Xiaoji saw it clearly. Do you still wish to resist? Shuki spread her hands. All right, we surrender. The two men hung their heads and slowly approached Xiaoji. You are both my subordinates. Before Kyuki could finish, the steel claws in their hands went cold. It was a strike charged with power. The two were indeed clever. They knew that facing two ninjas was far easier than facing an angel. Assassination had always been the ninja's specialty, especially when facing a familiar face who showed mercy. Killing those you know is always chilling, for such acts are utterly heartless. Yet such killings never cease, for their success rate is simply too high. Even the prepared Xiaoji found her abilities insufficient to counter it. Her pupils dilated wildly, her eyes blazing with a light that held the promise of death. Chapter 32, Salvation begins with slaughter. The steel claws of the two black ninjas closed in, yet Xiaoji remained motionless. She knew all too well that she was no longer the black ninja she once was. This strike was inescapable. If it ended here, everything would be far too simple. A black ninja who betrayed everything, ultimately renouncing even her own identity as a black ninja, only to be killed by her former comrades. Wasn't that a fitting end? But someone refused to accept it. Ling's body shot forward like a blade drawn from its sheath. Both black ninjas wore expressions of utter disbelief. What kind of training could possibly yield such blinding speed? They could only watch helplessly as Ling closed the distance in an instant, unable to react. How could this be? The trailing syllables of that sentence dissolved into a wretched howl. Ling's blade moved with ghostly grace, slicing through the night like a phantom. It lightly grazed the necks of both men. Blood did not flow, yet their blood vessels were severed. Blood gushed from their mouths as their bodies convulsed in agony, rolling on the ground. Come drink our blood, blood-sucking ninja. These were their final words. After uttering them, both fell still. The black blood looked eerily out of place in the darkness, as if it flowed from the night itself rather than human bodies. Xiaoji couldn't bear to watch and turned her head away. Her heart ached, and she wanted only to leave quickly. But a hand behind her yanked her head back. Look at them properly. We'll encounter many more like this. The speaker was Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun, don't force me. I can't bear this anymore. How could I ever harm my own comrades? Xiaoji cried out, her voice echoing through the empty forest. Smack! A slap struck Xiaoji's face. Her face burned fiercely, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. The one who struck her was Ling. Her hand had struck with a sharp smack, pausing mid-air after grazing Xiaoji's cheek, trembling slightly. To save someone, someone else must die. If they hadn't died just now, you would have. We'd be devastated if you died, so you must survive no matter what. Xiaoji touched the stinging mark on her face, yet warmth filled her heart. She understood Ling's meaning. If you want to survive, you must not be soft-hearted. How could that ruthless black ninja have become so indecisive? Alright, I understand, Xiaoji said. These two were out so late they must have been searching for historical texts. Li Mingjun approached the two bodies, crouching down gently as he searched their belongings for clues. Don't move! Xiaoji nearly screamed. She sprinted to Li Mingjun, tackling him to the ground and pinning him beneath her. What's wrong? Li Mingjun knew there must be a reason. Don't touch the black ninja's body. Xiaoji stood up, still trembling, and turned to look at the two corpses. The black ninja was the kind of terrifying creature that would leave traps even after its own death. Traps? Cold sweat beaded on Li Mingjun's palms. He immediately activated eagle eyes, scanning the two bodies. Shock washed over him. Both bodies contained a box, now open, from which two blood-red spiders crawled out. These spiders were enormous, each about the size of a palm, covered in long hairs, with long, sharp fangs beneath their jaws. Most terrifyingly, they seemed to be dripping with blood, ready to drip at any moment. What breed of spider was hidden within them? It seemed formidable. Li Mingjun felt a chill of dread. If not for Xiaoji pushing him away in time, he would likely have fallen victim to the spiders already. Blood spiders, part of the Black Ninja's arsenal. They bred these creatures for specialized missions. The spider's fangs carried deadly venom, and they fed on human flesh. Xiaoji pulled out 2 blackened objects and tossed them beside the corpses. The spiders scrambled out of the dead men's clothes and raced toward the dark masses. Xiaoji aimed carefully, firing 2 steel needles from her hands at the spiders, pinning them to the ground. With a soft plop, green liquid spurted out, and the spiders lay still. What was that? Had she lured the blood spiders out that easily? Beef jerky. Blood spiders crave human flesh, but beef works too. The Black Ninja never feeds them, keeping them ferocious. The scent of jerky draws them out. Xiaoji lit a fire, reducing the spiders to ashes before finally relaxing. Seeing how meticulous she was, Li Mingjun knew the blood spiders must be formidable. He mentally noted this, planning to be wary when facing the Black Ninja in the future. Little did he expect to encounter 2 troublesome individuals the moment he arrived. Li Mingjun scanned his surroundings warily. His eagle eyes now saw far into the distance. Thankfully, the immediate danger had passed. What exactly were these 2 up to? Xiaoji was also curious. After confirming there was no danger, she searched the 2 bodies but found nothing. She could only sigh and stand up. We should leave this place quickly and hurry to the Blood Ninja village. Li Mingjun agreed, but then realized someone was missing. It had been too quiet since earlier. Right where had Xiaoxia gone? He scanned the area and spotted her in the bushes. Xiaoxia was fast asleep, snoring away. She actually managed to sleep. Xiaoji couldn't help but chuckle. Watching Xiaoxia's sleeping face, the tension in everyone's nerves eased. Wake her up. Ling moved to rouse her, but Li Mingjun stopped him. The little brat gets sleepy after eating. Let's tease her a bit. Ha! Ling didn't know what Li Mingjun was up to and could only stand by and watch. Li Mingjun tiptoed over, crouched down quietly, and pulled a straw from his backpack. He seemed to have anticipated this situation and brought the straw along. He then took out a cup, filled it with water, held it in his mouth, and bit down on the straw. A wicked grin spread across his face as he extended the other end of the straw towards Xiaoxia's nostrils. He planned to blow hard, spraying the water into Xiaoxia's nose to wake her up. Xiaoji instantly saw through the trick, covering her mouth and quietly chuckling. Ling seemed completely untalented at pranks, staring blankly, unsure what Li Mingjun was actually trying to do. Li Mingjun's straw had already reached Xiaoxia's nostrils. He chuckled inwardly, just waiting to start spraying. But unexpectedly, Xiaoxia woke up at that very moment. Her sleep had been utterly unremarkable, and her awakening was just as sudden. Feeling an itch in her nostrils, she sneezed forcefully. Li Mingjun couldn't hold the water in his mouth, and it sprayed completely onto Xiaoxia's face. What are you doing? Xiaoxia asked, puzzled. Li Mingjun quickly put on a serious expression. It's a ninja village custom. To show respect to another person, you spray water on their face. I just learned it. Is that true? Xiaoxia looked doubtfully at Ling, seeking confirmation in her expression. Ling showed no reaction, because she had no idea what Li Mingjun was talking about. Li Mingjun was clearly making it up. How could she possibly know? Though she was an exceptional ninja, she knew nothing about deceiving others, especially lying. It's true. Li Mingjun pressed his advantage, eager to thoroughly deceive Xiaoxia. Usually, it was Xiaoxia who acted foolishly, making his life miserable. Now he had the chance to trick her properly, and he found it immensely amusing. Then I'll spray you too. Xiaoxia declared excitedly. No, that's not allowed. The ninja village rules forbid women from spraying men. Li Mingjun's lying skills were truly unmatched. There's a rule like that? Xiaoxia, still groggy from sleep, couldn't think straight and had no choice but to believe him. Besides, waking up to a splash of water felt like a refreshing face wash, quite pleasant, actually. Li Mingjun couldn't help but admire Xiaoxia's broad-mindedness. We've wasted too much time. Let's hurry. Xiaoji wanted to reach the vampire ninja village quickly to see just how bad the situation had become. Alright, let's go. Li Mingjun said, preparing to leave. He instinctively glanced back, and his eagle-like eyes suddenly noticed something peculiar on one of the corpses. Worried he might be mistaken, he quickly examined it closely. Indeed, it was a piece of cloth sewn inside the garment, seemingly quite ancient. Ninja attire was notoriously cumbersome to wear. Why would someone sew a piece of cloth inside it? Wait a moment. Li Mingjun decided to investigate. He carefully cut open the man's clothes with scissors, gently pulled out the yellowed cloth, held it in his palm, and examined it closely. The cloth depicted a beast that looked utterly bizarre. Li Mingjun muttered to himself, how strange. This creature has antlers on its head, scales covering its body, yet it resembles a leopard. Ling and Xiaoji both stiffened, uttering simultaneously, the Earth God? Chapter 33, The Vanished Vampire Ninja Village. Ling took the painting of the earth god from Li Mingjuan's hands, holding it close to her eyes for a careful examination. Her gaze gradually softened, and her expression grew agitated. This is the image of the earth god enshrined on the altar. How could it be here? Ling's shoulders trembled. She could no longer contain herself. We must hurry back. The ninjas would never allow this painting to be stolen. The vampire ninja village. Her concern was justified. A clan willing to sacrifice their lives for their faith would never allow the portrait of their revered god to fall into enemy hands unless they were utterly powerless to protect it. Xia, please fly me to the ninja village. You're much faster than I am. Ling's voice, usually gentle, now sounded utterly desolate. Calm down first. We'll find a way, Li Mingjun said. I can't think of a way. I have to go now. Ling's hair whipped through the air, disheveled in a heartbreaking way. Xiaoxia wrapped her arms around Ling from behind, holding her waist tightly. She pressed her face close to Ling's cheek, gently rubbing it as she soothed, There. Relax. How could it be that easy to calm down? Li Mingjun started to say, but swallowed the words back. Ling was visibly calmer now, her complexion much improved. It actually worked? Li Mingjun had no choice but to accept this fact. Let's go. Our target is the vampire ninja village. Xiaxia gathered all three of them into her embrace and flew at full speed toward the direction Ling had pointed. She flew incredibly fast, arriving in the blink of an eye. Is this it? The landscape before them was eerily barren, with no sign of a village. Xiaxia looked around in confusion. It has to be here. I wouldn't mistake my own home. Ling glanced at a nearby protruding structure and pointed. Yes, this is it. This is the vampire ninja village. Over there is our altar. There's no doubt about it. This place scarcely qualified as a village, lacking even the faintest trace of past existence. Bare earth stretched beneath their feet, not a single building remained. The altar stood out starkly in this desolation. Who could have imagined a tribe worshipping the earth god once lived here? This place, it seemed, wouldn't even appeal to beasts. Wait. Xiaoji suddenly halted. The air carried a burnt scent. Indeed. Xia also caught it, the scent of burning dry grass, right? Dry grass? Ling crouched down, frantically feeling the ground. Stop touching it. Li Mingjun spoke up abruptly. His eagle eyes scanned the area clearly. Scattered sparsely around them were ashes. The ashes on the ground must have come from thatched roofs. They burned our village to the ground? Ling could scarcely believe her eyes. She scooped up a handful of ashes, pressing them close to her nose. These are the ashes of our thatched huts. Our village no longer exists. The wind was fierce, scattering the ashes, but the ground was still warm. It must have burned recently. Who did this? Ling immediately thought of those two black ninjas. There was no way just the two of them could have reduced our blood-sucking ninja village to this. There's one possibility. Xiaoji knew the black ninjas best and had the most authority on the matter. This village had been raided by many black ninjas, but only two remained in the end. Those two. Impossible, Ling declared. The blood-sucking ninja village is already extremely vulnerable. It couldn't withstand an attack by the black ninjas, let alone reduce them to just two survivors. It wasn't the vampire ninjas who killed them. They killed themselves. Shoki's words hit like a stone thrown into a rushing river, and terror spread across everyone's faces. They killed their own kind? For this painting? Ling bit his lip so hard it bled. Those bastards. I'll kill them all. Every last one. I'll drain every drop of their blood. Xiaoji gazed at Ling with a somber expression, finding no words. She felt the situation between ninjas had become too tragic, yet she couldn't think of a solution. If not for that heavenly god, they would still be friends living together, and those who died could have enjoyed the joys of life. Is this painting something important? Xia asked, her question naive yet crucial. Why are the black ninjas fighting over this painting? If it's useless, why not just burn it? Ling took out the painting, turning it over and over in his hands. There are many ninja villages in the ninja world, but all ninja worship the earth god. It is because of the earth god that we became one family. To worship the earth god, ninjas built an altar long ago. That structure over there. On the days of the earth god's worship, our village would be bustling with life, as ninjas from every village would come to pay homage. Those were our happiest times. This painting, passed down from ancient times, is said to be an image of the earth god. We always revered it. If the black ninja abandoned the earth god, why would they take this painting? Xia continued to ask. Historical text. Li Mingjun suddenly blurted out these words. What? Xiaoxia was even more confused. This monster is a historical text? The angel's purpose in the ninja village was the historical text. What had they expended so much effort for? Conversely, why were those dark ninjas so desperate? If this painting had no connection to the historical text, why would they fight so fiercely? Upon hearing Li Mingjuan's words, Xiaoji suddenly smiled brightly. Li Mingjun is far smarter than that heavenly god. Oh? Xiaoxia was always full of questions. She didn't understand these guys' dialogue at all, but she loved asking, even if she still didn't get it after asking. When I left the ninja village, that godlike figure only knew to have us dig everywhere, thinking the historical texts were carved on some stone. Xiaoji explained to Xiaoxia, his smile growing broader. He had never considered that since the historical texts were left from ancient times, they must be connected to this painting because the painting itself was a piece of history. How could one find the historical texts without properly studying this painting? Too bad that fool only figured it out now. Li Mingjun, on the other hand, got it right away. Who do you think's smarter? Xiaoxia was completely baffled, but she kept nodding. Oh, what you're saying makes perfect sense. That look of feigned understanding was nothing short of a masterpiece. Even if he had thought of that, he still wouldn't have found the historical text. Li Mingjun said with a smile. Why? Xiaoxia asked, like a little encyclopedia. Because historical texts are alive. Alive? Even Xiaoji found this utterly unbelievable. Though Li Mingjun had mentioned his ability to sense historical texts, he'd never elaborated on their specifics because it was all just his conjecture. Now, his confidence in this theory grew. Historical texts are a wondrous existence. If I'm not mistaken, they might merely be a form of energy, not something carved into any physical place. Everything in the world wears away, only life endures forever. Therefore, the gods must have crafted historical texts into a living form. No wonder we've dug up the entire land and still found nothing. Xiaoji exclaimed in awe. This is merely my conjecture, Ling said, but I believe it cannot be far from the truth. The historical texts must be cursed, Ling suddenly spoke up. Without them, our village wouldn't have ended up like this, not a single survivor left. No. There are still some. Li Mingjun whispered. What? Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. There. Li Mingjun's hand pointed toward the altar. Chapter 34, The Mysterious Altar. An altar? Though it was the last remaining structure of the vampire ninja village, that building couldn't possibly hide anyone. Yet no one doubted Li Mingjun, his eagle eyes never faltered. I'd noticed that spot since earlier. It felt strange, filled with an air of mystery. Li Mingjun's eyes remained fixed on it. I'd felt this way when sensing historical texts before, but this time it was different, less intense, yet accompanied by an indescribable feeling. Li Mingjun didn't voice that feeling, those two words were fear. The altar itself seemed to be issuing a warning, deterring Li Mingjun from approaching. That was precisely why he had only now decided to voice his thoughts. Survivors? Hope surged within Ling. Being with Li Mingjun rarely left room for despair. This man consistently worked miracles with his meager strength, bringing hope to those around him. It was true for Xiaoxia, for Xiajie, for Qinmei, and for Ling as well. This place didn't look like it could hide anyone. Xiaoxia stepped closer, touching the hard rock and examining it repeatedly. The night was deep, though she couldn't see clearly. She could tell that such a low altar couldn't conceal an adult. If even Ling was unaware of it, outsiders would be even less likely to spot it. That must be why the person inside had managed to survive. Xiaoji had also visited this altar before. Though she was young at the time, she remembered it clearly. No one would have imagined anyone could crawl inside. Beneath the altar lay an enormous palace. A palace? If Li Mingjun hadn't said it, Ling would never have believed it. She examined the altar carefully, finding no entrance. How could one enter? Xiaoxia also scrutinized it closely, yet found nothing. The mechanism here is quite ingenious. Li Mingjun peered through the thick rock to examine the inner workings of the mechanism, carefully studying how to open it. At the heart of the altar was a massive stone gear. It was evident that this gear was exceptionally durable, showing little wear despite enduring so much time. Following the layers of the mechanism, Li Mingjun finally pinpointed the method to open the altar. Here. Li Mingjun pointed to a rock on the altar. Judging by the sequence of the mechanism, this was the key point to trigger the altar's opening. Simply pushing this rock in would activate the mechanism. If I'm not mistaken, the mechanism would also automatically close, restoring the altar to its original state. Ling approached Li Mingjun, her voice barely audible with excitement. Let me try. She crouched down, gently flexed her shoulder joints, took a deep breath, and pushed with all her might. It moved. The stone block slid slowly into the altar, accompanied by the dull grinding of gears turning within. Success! The altar lid slid aside, gradually revealing a crack. I'm going down first. Xiaoxia plunged recklessly downward. Don't expose your wings. Before Li Mingjun could finish his warning, a piercing scream echoed through the darkness. What happened to Xiaoxia? Li Mingjun didn't hesitate, rushing in after her. Beyond the opened altar lay a narrow passageway. Though pitch black, it posed no challenge to Li Mingjun. Yet his mind was in turmoil, making it impossible to properly control his eagle eyes, otherwise, he could have instantly seen what was happening inside. He strained to focus his mind, but it was utterly beyond him. Merely making out the path ahead was an immense effort. The passage was long and steep, barely wide enough for one person to walk down upright. Water pooled on the steps, making them treacherously slippery. Running down quickly was impossible for Li Mingjun. One misstep could send him tumbling down. Who knew what lay below? Just as he was fretting, a sudden flash of light pierced the darkness. Now Li Mingjun could see clearly. When facing danger, the brain prioritizes its resources to focus on the immediate threat. It was a blade, a very familiar blade. Even the glint of the blade was unmistakably familiar. The blade of the blood-sucking ninja, identical to Ling's. Li Mingjun couldn't dodge in time. Though he saw clearly, he had no strength left to resist. Stop! Ling's voice rang out sharply from behind. The attacker in the darkness uttered a surprised him, and the blade's momentum slowed considerably. But the strike was already too far along to retract. Li Mingjun watched the blade flash toward him, utterly helpless. Even someone as clever as him was helpless. His legs buckled, his body unstable, and he stumbled forward. The attacker's blade swung horizontally, and this forward fall allowed him to slip through the gap in the blade's path. Instead, he charged straight into the attacker's arms. The man was startled by Li Mingjun's movement, but the blade was already extended. There was no way to pull it back. Li Mingjun crashed into the man's chest. Both lost their footing and tumbled down together. Rolling was indeed faster than walking, but it hurt far more. Li Mingjun fared relatively well, his head cradled against the man's chest, though his back was bruised raw from the steps. The other fellow, however, was in agony, his head exposed, screaming incessantly all the way down. By the time they hit level ground, the man was no longer able to cry out. Li Mingjun was in such agony he could barely stand. His back felt as if it were nearly broken, the searing pain burning deep into his bones. But he had to get up, and he had to do it immediately. This place had now become dangerous. Xiaoxia, that winged creature, had sauntered in so casually that the other side had mistaken his people for the angel's enemies. The situation had suddenly become complicated. Though not fully upright, the angel Li Mingjun could still speak. How is she? Flames flickered in the darkness as torches were lit, illuminating the entire palace. Li Mingjun lacked the strength to use his eagle eyes anymore, so he could only see the attacker by the torchlight. A woman. It was in this woman's arms that Li Mingjun had tumbled all the way down. No wonder it had felt so soft. She now lay motionless on the ground, eyes closed, seemingly unconscious. Where was Xiaoxia? Li Mingjun strained his eyes to look further away. His back throbbed intensely with the movement, causing him to groan softly, yet he persisted in scanning the distance. The palace was indeed enormous, seemingly capable of holding over 100 people. Torches burned around its perimeter, casting an eerie glow upon the stone structure and creating an exceptionally sinister atmosphere. In the corners, numerous figures lay or reclined, seemingly watching him as well. Yet, there was someone standing within the palace, though only one person. That solitary figure was watching him. A man, exceptionally burly, towering a head taller than Li Mingjun, broad-shouldered, wielding a blade wider than those of other vampire ninjas. The ninja's eyes fixed on Li Mingjun, radiating an intimidating presence without a trace of anger. Are you with that angel? The man's voice was deep and resonant, almost magnetic. If this guy were in the human world, he'd definitely be competing in bodybuilding contests. Yes, Li Mingjun replied. Where is she? Show me your wings. I don't have wings, Li Mingjun replied. You don't intend to fight me? I couldn't beat you anyway. We're not here to fight. That angel is a good person. Tell me where she is now. Li Mingjun shouted, his gaze darting around, ignoring the man. Prove you can block my blade first. I won't hand over the villagers behind me. Before he finished speaking, his blade was already swinging. The man possessed immense strength even from a distance. Li Mingjun could feel the fierce wind of the blade approaching. His eyes widened, his bronze skin taut with bulging muscles, radiating power from every inch. Can you block this strike? This strike truly possessed the power to cleave manhwa. Yet the blade failed to cleave through Li Mingjun's skull. A much smaller, lighter blade had parried the fierce strike. Stop. Do you know who I am? The man froze, staring intently. Ling. It's you. You're finally back. He dropped his blade to the ground and pulled Ling into a tight embrace. We thought you'd never return. Ling gasped for breath beneath his thick arms. Let go. Let go. Why are you still so childish? Only then did the man reluctantly release Ling, pointing at Li Mingjun and demanding, Who is this man? He's my fiancé, Ling said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Fiancé? The man's eyes widened like saucers. He's not an angel? Who said I was an angel, you brute? Li Mingjun was boiling with pent-up anger, finding no outlet except to vent it all on this man. Li Mingjun was usually a calculating, deep-thinking man whose mind could hold the entire world's affairs. He rarely belittled others. But right now, he simply couldn't stand the man before him. This guy must be the one who hurt Xiaoxia, and he'd nearly killed Li Mingjun just now. Now he was being so intimate with Ling, all of it was enough to make Li Mingjun furious. You're the brute. The burly man pointed his thumb at his own nose. My name is Mangnyo. Mangnyo? You're as big as an ox. Li Mingjun chuckled. The unspoken implication was, and as thick-headed as one too. Mang Niu didn't catch the sarcasm, grinning away as if Li Mingjun had just complimented him. Li Mingjun suddenly felt bad for speaking that way. A wave of goodwill toward this sincere man washed over him. But first things first, find Xiaoxia. Where's that angel? She's with us. Mang Niu rubbed his head, utterly bewildered. What's going on? First Ling's fiancé, and now even the angel is part of your group? If I said I'm part of their group too, you'd probably be even more confused, right? Mang Niu looked up. A familiar figure flashed through the passageway. The face seemed vaguely familiar, but he couldn't place it at first. After staring for a long moment, he suddenly shouted, Shao Ji, the Black Ninja. Chapter 35, Mang Niu. Mang Niu's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom Ling teaming up with the angel, much less that the vampire ninja would appear alongside the Black Ninja. Ling, what have you been up to out there? How could you possibly be in cahoots with this Black Ninja? Ling lifted her eyelids slightly, glanced at Mang Niu, and tapped his forehead gently. Why are you still so dense? Look closely, that's not the Xiaoji of before. It was clear Ling and Mang Niu shared an intimate bond, a fact that stirred a hint of jealousy in Li Mingjun. Yet under these circumstances, he could only suppress that petty, childish rivalry. Now that you mention it, she does seem different. Mang Niu stepped closer to Shao Ji. This wasn't the Black Ninja. The Black Ninja radiated a corrosive black aura all over, but this guy had none of that. She's my friend. Ling glanced around. Don't be rude. Mang Niu grinned foolishly. Right. Where's the angel? Where's that angel? Li Mingjun grabbed Mang Niu's arm, impatient for explanations. He just wanted to find Xiaoxia quickly. That angel is your friend too? Mang Niu asked incredulously. Ling, your friends are truly peculiar. What did you do to her? Li Mingjun's eyes seemed to shoot fire as he grabbed Mang Niu by the throat, glaring fiercely into his eyes. Humph. Don't think I'm scared of you. If it weren't for Ling, a pretty boy like you, this old bull could kill as many as I please. Ling's influence was indeed formidable. This reckless, impulsive Mang Niu never took orders from anyone, especially hated being grabbed by the throat and berated. No matter how brash or dim-witted a man might be, he still had his pride. Mang Niu always held the dignity of a real man in high regard. Let him go. Ling said calmly. Don't you care about our comrade anymore? Li Mingjun yanked his grip loose and bellowed at Ling like a madman. You care so much about your old comrade, but you don't care about the angel's comfort? Just because she's an angel, you don't want to know if she's alive or dead? Ling fell silent, lowering her head in quiet. What she wanted to say was, how could I not be worried? But you're acting so impulsively. This isn't like the Li Mingjun I know. What she really wanted to ask was, would you be this impulsive if I were in danger? But Ling didn't say it. Because she was Ling, many things she wouldn't utter lightly, preferring to let them rot inside. Xiaoji sensed the subtle shift in their dynamic and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Li Mingjun, calm down a bit. Ling may seem cold on the outside, but her heart is warm. You can't doubt her. Xiaoxia must be fine. Didn't she transfer all her suffering to you? If you're okay, she surely is too. Li Mingjun's blood slowly cooled. He reflected inwardly, his words had indeed been excessive. Glancing at Ling, who stood silently nearby, he felt that such a pitifully vulnerable girl truly didn't deserve his slander. But words spoken are like water spilled. All that remained was an apology. I'm sorry, Li Mingjun stammered. He'd rarely made mistakes growing up, and opportunities to apologize were scarce. This might be the first time in his life he'd ever apologized to someone. It's fine, Ling replied softly. Was it truly okay? Ling couldn't say for sure. Li Mingjun had recovered considerably by now. Though the fall from above had hurt, it hadn't been a serious injury, and the pain had largely subsided. Moreover, thanks to the tumble and his calmer state of mind, the power of the eagle eye was slowly returning. He must stay calm to maintain peak performance and make the best decisions, Li Mingjun silently reminded himself as he activated eagle eye to scan the surroundings. Now he could see clearly. Dozens of other severely injured captives lay resting in corners of this vast underground palace, all staring at him. Further away, someone chained by iron shackles. Wasn't he that Xiaoxia? Li Mingjun rushed over, grabbed the iron chain, and tried to break free with all his might, but only ended up hurting his hands. It didn't work at all. With a sharp crack, Ling's knife had already severed the chains. She was unharmed, though she had a bump on her head. I'd noticed it when I came in earlier. Li Mingjun felt even more ashamed, but he couldn't say anything. He just held Xiaoxia in his arms and shook her hard. Xiaoxia, wake up. After shaking her several times, Xiaoxia still didn't move. Li Mingjun's heart sank. He asked nervously, what did you do to her? Why is she so unconscious? Mang Niu looked utterly innocent, shaking his head repeatedly. I didn't do this. I couldn't possibly. She flew down from up there all by herself. She couldn't see the path clearly. She knocked her head on the wall and passed out. It's not my fault. Li Mingjun's tense expression instantly turned awkward. He felt like the biggest fool in the world getting so worked up over such an idiot. Turns out she knocked herself out. Just how stupid is this girl? Let her lie down and rest properly. She'll be fine, said an aged voice. Li Mingjun turned to see an elderly woman lying on the ground. She appeared severely injured, her voice weak and strained. Though exhausted now, it was clear she had once been strong. Yes. Li Mingjun gently laid Xiaoxia onto a cotton pad beside the old woman and asked, "What is your name?" "I'm the mother of that bull-headed boy. Just call me Old Lady Niu." A smile spread across the old woman's face, her wrinkles deepening but not unattractive. Li Mingjun suddenly remembered the woman who had tumbled down with him and urgently asked, "Is the person who came down with me okay?" Mang Niu clenched his fists and snarled, "She better be fine. If she's hurt, you're dead meat." Old Lady Niu gently scolded him, "You're such a thoughtless child. Ling's friend is your friend too. How could you treat her like that?" Though Mang Niu was brash, he held deep respect for his mother. He quickly answered, "Yes, ma'am," and went to tend to the woman. That woman is Mang Niu's wife, no wonder he's so upset. Don't take it to heart, young man. He speaks without thinking. That's just how he is. Old Mrs. Niu said, taking Li Ningjuan's hand. The elderly woman had a habit of holding the young man's hand as she spoke, as if she held a special fondness for him. In any case, it was my fault. His outburst was only natural. Li Mingjun felt slightly calmer. That no one was hurt was truly the best outcome. Ling gave Li Mingjun a light pat on the back, her eyes seeming to hold unspoken words. Li Mingjun nodded, exchanged a few words with old Lady Niu, then turned and walked with Ling to the deepest corner of the palace, keeping a considerable distance from others. "Are you still upset about me losing my temper earlier?" Li Mingjun asked nervously. "No," Ling shook her head softly. "I'm glad. I think if something had happened to me, you would have been just as worried. So I'm glad." Li Mingjun smiled but said nothing, for they understood each other without words. "I have something to tell you." Ling suddenly became cautious and solemn. "Is it something others shouldn't hear?" Li Mingjun whispered. Ling nodded. "Mang Niu and I grew up together. He's a very honest man, but he also has a fiery temper. Later, when we fought the Black Ninja, he gradually became our village's most reliable warrior. His immense strength alone, even without the blood-sucking ninja's techniques to recharge, was enough to stand against the Black Ninja. So that guy was that formidable. That's rare even in the ninja world, and he always took great pride in it. Later, when we obtained the ancient texts detailing the blood-sucking ninja's training, we didn't decide to practice it immediately. The training was incredibly arduous and required drinking blood. Moreover, the text stipulated that those whose blood was taken would either die or marry a blood-sucking ninja, which made everyone hesitant. But in the end, we practiced it anyway, because our power was simply too weak. Just as everyone was preparing to begin training, Old Lady Niu raised a strong objection. She said that vampire ninjas were evil and could never bring us happiness. This was understandable. Yes, anyone could ignore her, but Mang Niu couldn't. He was her son, defying her was unthinkable. Yet, driven by his desire to grow stronger and better protect the villagers, Mang Niu secretly trained to become a blood-sucking ninja. Now, he alone in the entire village keeps this secret from Old Lady Niu. Li Mingjun smiled. "You want me to keep this secret too? We might fight alongside each other someday, so I can't hide his identity as a vampire ninja from you. I only hope to keep it from Old Lady Niu. She's getting too old for this," Ling said softly. Li Mingjun couldn't help but brush Ling's earlobe, smiling as he said, "I didn't realize you cared so much about your friends." Ling felt a ticklish sensation on her ear and quickly turned her face away. Li Mingjun also realized he'd overstepped and quickly withdrew his hand. "I'll keep this secret." Just as the two were feeling awkward, they saw Mang Niu approaching and quickly composed themselves. "Is your sister-in-law all right?" Li Mingjun asked politely. "She's fine. So you're quite the smooth talker, huh? Looks like my old mother really likes you. Since that's the case, old Mang here won't hold it against you," Mang Niu said with a broad grin, slapping Li Mingjun on the shoulder. Li Mingjun felt as if a mountain had landed on his shoulder, incredibly heavy. This guy was incredibly strong. "How come I've never heard of this place before?" Ling asked. "I only learned about it recently myself. Only the village chiefs throughout the generations knew about this place. They say it's for emergency refuge," Mang Niu said with a smile. "Where's the village chief?" The old man went to other ninja villages to ask for help. Even though those villages aren't doing well either, more help is always better. "Other ninja villages?" Li Mingjun asked. He wasn't very familiar with the ninja world yet and didn't understand many things. In the ninja world, ninjas don't live together, they live in villages. But all the villages are united under the ninja village system. So the ninja village you've been talking about is actually a coalition of many smaller villages. All ninjas are one family, without distinction. That's why we all support one village chief, the chief of our blood-sucking ninja village. The chief oversees rituals and coordination, much like a king in your human world. Yet the chief holds no special privileges. He gives everything but receives nothing in return." Ling's words conveyed her deep respect for the chief, and Li Mingjun couldn't help but feel admiration welling up inside him. But after the black ninjas emerged, wreaking havoc everywhere, every settlement was thrown into panic. Everyone hoped the village chief would do something, but how could he possibly stand against those angels? Our village people were still manageable, but people from other villages vented their resentment on the village chief, blaming him for poor leadership. Mang Nyo spoke angrily, his chest heaving violently, as if pleading his own case. Are the ninjas from other villages also blood-sucking ninjas? Li Mingjun asked. We offered them the ancient texts on blood-sucking ninjas, but they refused. They called them unlucky and said our village should train on our own. They don't want to confront the dark ninjas head-on. Ling's voice was bleak. It was clear her village had endured great upheaval, yet she found no understanding from her own people. Her heart must be heavy with frustration. Why is your village so special? Aren't you afraid of black ninja attacks? Li Mingjun asked. Mang Nyo slammed his fist hard against the stone wall, his voice filled with resentment, because our village is the center of this world. We are the oldest settlement. All other ninja villages branched off from ours and naturally received our protection. They're like family to us. Whenever they faced hardship, we stepped in to help. They took it for granted, expecting it as their right. What kind of bull logic is that? Because their village evolved from yours, your relationship is like mother and son, so all suffering must fall upon you? Is that the logic? Li Mingjun sneered. Yes, Mang Nyo said bitterly. The village chief even declared that unless our entire village is wiped out, no other village can be harmed. Of course those black ninjas would target us first. And the village actually believes this logic doesn't that make them idiots? That logic is utter bull. Li Mingjun cursed. He never swore at people before, but he never imagined cursing could be so satisfying. Mang Nyo's eyes, as big as copper bells, widened as he stared at Li Mingjun. I never expected you to be so insightful. You think exactly like this old ox. I really misjudged you earlier. He reached out to hug Li Mingjun, seemingly his only way of showing affection. Li Mingjun waved him off, laughing awkwardly. Forget it. You'd kill me. Mang Nyo chuckled. Ling's friends may be peculiar, but they're all good people. Good people? Maybe not, but they're definitely Ling's friends. Li Mingjun chuckled. Your village chief is truly remarkable. To go this far for his people is extraordinary. I must meet him someday. I wonder if the village chief will succeed in getting help. We're completely out of fighting strength now. The next village to be hunted down will definitely be the one next to us. Mang Nyo sighed. What's the point of clinging to life here? In the end, we'll just be torn apart and defeated. Hearing Mang Nyo's words, Li Mingjun's face suddenly lit up with astonishment. Mang Nyo, you're a genius. Chapter 36, A Bold Conjecture. What did you say? Mang Nyo was utterly baffled by Li Mingjun's remark. Your village chief runs fast, right? Li Mingjun asked. Of course he is. Though not the fastest, he's still quite impressive. Is the neighboring village far? Not far. A round trip takes just about the time it takes to eat a meal. Then why hasn't he returned yet? Li Mingjun's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam. Whenever he grasped the crux of a matter, this expression would appear, a habit that often brought him victory. Mang Nyo didn't know how to respond. Something must have gone wrong in that village, and your village chief is surely with them now. Li Mingjun rested his chin on his hand, his black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose as he spoke calmly. He'd had his fill of impulsive actions today. It would be nearly impossible to make him repeat the same mistake. Maybe he's on his way back. Mang Nyo tried to reassure himself. You know that's impossible. Li Mingjun was utterly certain of this. My eagle eyes tell me there's no one else nearby. Hawkeyes? Mang Nyo was even more astonished. It seemed Ling's friend truly wasn't ordinary. Wasn't Hawkeye something only gods possessed? Don't mention that god to me. Once I find him, I'll make him worth less than dog. Li Mingjun snarled. Xiaoji had been listening to their conversation for quite some time. She had always felt guilty about what she had done before and had long wanted to do something to make amends. Now, she volunteered, let me go. Although I'm not very familiar with the area, I do know the nearby villages. No. None of us are going. Li Mingjun said flatly. Not go? Xiaoji couldn't comprehend his words. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she stared into his wise gaze, her heart pounding. She knew the black ninja were cunning and powerful. Ordinary ninja villages couldn't withstand their siege. But she kept these thoughts to herself. She trusted Li Mingjun, believing he must have his reasons. Sure enough, Li Mingjun replied calmly, right now, the black ninjas have just conquered the blood-sucking ninja village and are riding high. While that force might be wiped out by infighting, that's just our speculation. Prepare for the worst. The enemy has a powerful blood-sucking ninja village as a base, plus the heavenly gods and angels assisting them. On our side, we only have our own combat strength. Tell me, do you think we stand a chance? Mang Nyo raised an eyebrow and boomed, win or lose, we fight. What are we afraid of? I'm not afraid of dying, but aren't you afraid of watching your comrades die? Li Mingjun's words struck Bull's weak spot. A reckless attack would only further weaken their forces. Li Mingjun was in peak condition now, sharper than ever. After surging through impulsiveness and doubt, he had grown more composed and level-headed. My plan is. A faint smile touched Li Mingjun's lips. To besiege the Black Ninja village. What? Everyone stared at this seemingly harmless young man, utterly unconvinced he was serious. Do you know how many of them there are? How strong they are? Asked Mangnyo. I don't know, Li Mingjun replied bluntly. Then why are you saying this? Precisely because I don't know, I dare to do this. This is our only chance. Success is mandatory, failure is not an option. Li Mingjun surveyed the surroundings, his demeanor commanding like a king. Hesitantly, he continued, with just our numbers, a direct assault is impossible. We must outsmart them. Our only advantage is that the enemy doesn't know how formidable we are. They don't even know we exist. Mangnyo snorted. Easy for you to say. Attacking the Black Ninja village with just us is sheer folly. So far, those angels have merely watched the spectacle unfold. We're already this badly beaten. If they intervene, we won't even have the strength to fight back. Who says ninjas can't be stronger than angels? Li Mingjun retorted. The buffalo had nothing more to say. Indeed, no one had ever stipulated such a rule, but common sense dictated it. Just as humans can never match the speed of a cheetah, a ninja's speed certainly wouldn't surpass that of an angel. They can reach near light speeds. Xiaoji clearly disagreed with Li Mingjun's statement and couldn't help but remind him that even at their fastest, ninjas could only achieve half the speed and strength of angels. Li Mingjun smiled confidently. I believe heaven is fair in its creation. It wouldn't allow such vast disparities between life forms. All gaps should be bridgeable through certain means. What did he mean? Xiaoji found this deeply intriguing. She often wondered why she wasn't human. If she'd simply lived as an ordinary girl in the human world, like Qinmei, wouldn't her life have been joyful? She desperately wanted to know the true purpose of ninjas' existence. From what I currently understand, Li Mingjun continued, ninjas are a race very close to humans, or rather, ninjas are humans. We know far too little about barrier realms. We don't know if other realms also have humans. If every realm has humans, that would be fascinating. Li Mingjun smiled and continued, it would mean humans themselves are a special existence. Otherwise, the gods wouldn't have placed humans in every realm and made them the rulers. Comparing ninjas and humans, I have a theory. What? Xiaoji couldn't help but ask, completely captivated by the hypothesis forming in Li Mingjun's mind. Our ancestors were all the same, let's call them the primordials. When the primordials lived in each barrier, they evolved in different directions to better possess and utilize resources, ultimately forming the many distinct types of humans we see today. Li Mingjun's idea was truly audacious. But upon closer reflection, it all made sense. After all, we all looked remarkably similar. Then why only angels possess the ability to traverse barriers? Why are they so much stronger than us? Mangia hated thinking and just kept asking questions. Angels might be a more exceptional form of humanity. Even Xiaoxia couldn't explain it clearly, so I'm still not entirely sure. Li Mingjun replied. Xiaoji seemed to grasp something, so you're saying every one of us has the potential to unlock our abilities? Could a ninja even attain power like an angel's? Yes, not just angels. Even humans like us, who are so weak, have that potential. Li Mingjun's smile grew wider. Historical texts aren't so much about divine will or the history of creation as they are guides for us descendants to unlock our own potential. Mangnyo waved his hands repeatedly. How could that be? You're just talking nonsense again. We've trained since childhood and only reached this level. How can you say we still have untapped potential? Li Mingjun pondered, unable to provide an answer. Perhaps it's recorded in the historical texts. Historical texts again. Are they really that magical? Mangnyo felt a bit deflated. He had thought this youth knew how to make him as strong as an angel, but it turned out he was just making wild guesses. I believe Li Mingjun, Xiaoji mused thoughtfully. If ninjas can dramatically enhance their power by becoming blood-sucking ninjas or dark ninjas, why couldn't they continue improving through other methods? That's exactly what I'm thinking. Li Mingjun said. Where did that ancient text on vampire ninjas come from? Right here, Mangnyo replied. During the ritual, a crack opened beside the altar, and it floated up on its own. This altar truly isn't ordinary. Li Mingjun circled the palace walls several times but found nothing unusual. He reluctantly abandoned the search for now, deciding to revisit it after resolving the current matter. If we can't find a way to rapidly boost our strength in the short term, going there will be futile, Xiaoji sighed. No, Li Mingjun countered. Give me a little time. My judgment won't fail. Though those were just my guesses earlier, I trust my instincts. And I know the key to everything must lie beneath this altar. What do you need all that time for? The village chief will be dead by then. Mangnyo snorted angrily. To find the feeling. Li Mingjun spoke these words and then fell silent, sitting alone on the ground with his eyes closed, ignoring whatever others said. Mangnyo tried to pull him up to demand answers, but Ling stopped him. Trust him. He's the only one I can rely on now. Why should I? Mangnyo fumed. This guy talks a mile a minute but hasn't come up with a single solution. It's infuriating. Because he's Li Mingjun, my fiancé. After that, no one spoke. Everyone remained silent. Even the wounded vampire ninjas suppressed every groan, fearful of disturbing this mysterious visitor from the human world. Li Mingjun sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly gathering his focus. He waited for a certain sensation. The same sensation he felt when he discovered the historical text last time. His keen eyes told him this altar itself radiated divine power. The historical text must be here. He had to wait now, purify his thoughts, before he could possibly sense that intense pull of power. Under such circumstances, anyone else would have been restless. Who could remain calm when their heart burned with impatience? But Li Mingjun could. His mind was now as still as water. He could even faintly hear the gurgling flow of underground water veins beneath the palace's stone walls. It's coming! The sensation began faintly, like mist appearing and swirling around Li Mingjun's heart. Soon, it grew stronger, as if poised to pull him from the ground at any moment. Yet Li Mingjun knew the time wasn't right. He anchored himself firmly to the floor, waiting for the force to intensify before acting. This method proved effective. The force felt like a beast trapped within his heart. The more he restrained it, the more it strained to break free. Finally, Li Mingjun could no longer hold back. He surged upward, propelled by that very force. This startled Mangnyo and everyone else. Had the youth finally risen? What was he about to do? Even Mangnyo didn't rush forward rashly, instead watching Li Mingjun with bated breath. After rising, he walked straight toward the deepest part of the palace, a place torches couldn't reach, seemingly filled with stagnant water. As he walked, Li Mingjun adjusted his senses, feeling the sensation grow stronger. Knowing he was heading in the right direction, he walked straight ahead. Yet, a stone wall stood before him. It was clearly incredibly hard, and its surface was extremely smooth, showing no signs of any hidden door. But Li Mingjun knew this had to be the place. He gently touched the smooth stone wall, hoping, as last time, that historical text would appear on it. This time, however, there was no reaction. After a long while, Li Mingjun's heart sank to the bottom of his chest. The stone wall remained unchanged. His sense of connection grew weaker and weaker, finally on the verge of vanishing. Li Mingjun was ready to give up. He sighed softly, turned to make his next move, and then heard a creaking sound from the stone wall behind him. It opened. Chapter 37, All or Nothing. Li Mingjun had finally witnessed this moment. He knew his judgment had been correct all along. Beneath this altar, there truly was a hidden passageway. This passage had eluded even his eagle-like vision, undoubtedly sealed by immense power. He took a step forward, ready to enter, when Ling's voice rang out sharply behind him. Wait! Li Mingjun turned and glanced at Ling. What is it? Are you going in alone? Ling asked with concern. Let me accompany you. There must be dangers inside. Li Mingjun shook his head. You have more important matters to attend to. What? Attack the Black Ninja Village. Li Mingjun declared firmly. But Manhwa, listening nearby, knew clearly that with just these few people, they couldn't possibly take the Black Ninja Village. He wanted to say this, but Ling stopped him. Alright, I'll go now. But you have to promise me this won't be the last time we see each other. Life is unpredictable. How can I guarantee that? Li Mingjun gave a bitter smile. All I can promise is that if you die, I won't live much longer either. Ling felt words welling up in his throat, but he forced them back down. What's your wager? Xiaoji, silent for a long while, suddenly spoke up. Li Mingjun, you should know very well that our mission can only temporarily slow their relentless assault. Ultimately, we're counting on you to resolve this. I'm betting on my instincts. Li Mingjun could only say this. He'd wanted to claim he was acting with reason and wisdom, but he had to admit, sorry, there are many things we can't approach with logic. To prevent things from getting worse, I have to go all in. I have nothing left, only you few friends. You had nothing to do with this. Why sacrifice yourself? Asked Mangnyo. Li Mingjun turned away, afraid anyone would see his tears, fighting the urge to cry, you're all my friends. I've never had friends this good. Count me in, asked Mangnyo. Of course. Brothers in arms, brothers for life. Mangnyo smiled. With those words from you, even if I die at the hands of the Black Ninja, I'll die gladly. Let's go, let's go. He pulled Ling and Xiaoji to their feet, ready to leave, when a woman's voice rang out behind them. Are you just going to abandon your old mother? The speaker was old lady Mang, struggling to rise and block her son's path. Manhwa hurried over to steady her. How could I abandon you? But hiding away like this isn't a life. Old lady Nyo snorted. You want to play the hero? Even if you defeat all the Black Ninjas, what then? There are still angels there. The heavenly god might be there now. What can you possibly do? The old woman was advanced in years, her hair white, yet her mind remained sharp. But, are we supposed to just watch the village chief die? Mangnyo's eyes welled up with tears. His eyes were large to begin with, and his shallow eye sockets couldn't hold back the tears. This was truly a dilemma. The ancients said loyalty and filial piety cannot be achieved simultaneously. It seemed there was truth to that. Was I to watch my own son walk to his death? Old Lady Nyo's face bore the weight of a lifetime, and in that weight, one could sense the impermanence of all things. She had lived so long, what hadn't she seen? But she refused to witness her son's death before her own. Unless you kill me, old woman, no one will take my son to his death. Mang Nyo was utterly at a loss. He glanced at Li Mingjun, hoping this cunning human might offer some advice. But Li Mingjun couldn't say such a thing. Forcing a mother and son apart was an unforgivable sin, no matter who did it. Mang Nyo, if you don't want to go, you can stay. Stay and protect everyone. We do need a man here to guard the injured villagers. Li Mingjun's words were clearly just consolation, offering him a way out. But everyone knew their numbers were already thin, and extra pair of hands meant extra strength. Mang Nyo going to the Black Ninja village would significantly boost their combat power. For the plan to proceed smoothly, Mang Nyo's participation was indispensable. Now, the choice rested solely with Mang Nyo. Whether he went or stayed, no one would blame him, for this choice held no winners. I must go. Mang Nyo's expression suddenly hardened with unwavering resolve. He rose slowly. Mother, no matter what you say, I cannot stand by and watch our village destroyed like this. I must leave now. Though this may be unfilial, it is the only choice I can make. Is this your final decision? Old Lady Nyo stared into Mang Nyo's eyes, her gaze suddenly brightening. That wasn't the look of an old woman. Yes. Old Lady Nyo leapt to her feet with lightning speed and fox-like agility, movements unimaginable for someone of her age. The crowd gasped in astonishment. How could this woman, supposedly injured, appear so vibrant and energetic? Mang Nyo was the most astonished. He stared dumbfounded at the mother he'd lived with all his life. Mother, how come I never knew you were this agile? He reached out and touched Old Lady Nyo, as if to confirm she was indeed his own mother. You think just because this old woman's hairs turned white, her body's lost its vigor? Back in the day, your mother was considered the strongest woman in the ninja village. Old Lady Nyo flexed her joints and chuckled. I only pretended to be sick to keep you from getting into fights. Never imagined you'd grow up so stubborn. Now you're even arguing back with your old mother. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's nothing. Doing what you believe is right deserves praise. Even I can't stand in your way. Old Lady Nyo paused, then continued, I've heard your plan. It seems our only chance. But are we really leaving its success to that young man? He has courage enough, but his strength falls far short. If you want quick success, you must find the historical text as soon as possible. Do you have any suggestions? Li Mingjun asked with a smile. Seeing your smile, you must know what this old woman is thinking, right? Old Lady Nyo looked at Li Mingjun and smiled back. Let old Nyo go with you. That way, you'll find the historical text faster. No matter what it says, you must hurry to the Black Ninja village. We'll die together if we must. So you mean you'll go to the Black Ninja village in my place? That's impossible. It's far too dangerous. Mang Nyo grew frantic, clutching his mother's hand and pleading. There's no time for hesitation now. I'm going precisely because my son is a man of honor and integrity. Don't make this old woman lose respect for you. Old Lady Nyo raised her eyebrows, her eyes flashing with fierce resolve. Mang Nyo couldn't argue with that and nodded in agreement. He gave Xiao Ji and Ling a string of instructions, asking them to take good care of him, though such entrustments were little more than a psychological comfort. The three women walked away resolutely, never looking back. It wasn't that they weren't attached to those they left behind, they simply knew they had more important matters to attend to. To ensure they could meet their friends again someday, a brief separation was necessary now. Parting was for reunion, but would there truly be a reunion? Mang Nyo stamped his foot furiously. I'll find that god and tear him limb from limb, then toss his remains into the river to feed the turtles. Still seething, he wanted to vent more curses when Li Mingjun's words silenced him. Come in with me. What secrets lie hidden behind those stone walls? Li Mingjun and Mang Nyo had no idea, but they knew their friend was in grave danger. If they couldn't find the historical text, everything would be over. But were the dangers facing Li Mingjun and Mang Nyo any less severe? This point seemed to have escaped their consideration. Reality was always far crueler than ideals. Chapter 38, The Secret Passage. This place is so narrow. I wonder if this old bull can squeeze through, Mang Nyo muttered, a silly grin on his face. Seeing his overconfident expression, Li Mingjun suddenly felt immense pressure. If they couldn't find the historical text in this secret passage, Mang Nyo's mother, along with Xiao Ji and Ling who had come with them, would lose their lives. Their fate hinged entirely on this gamble. He slowly crouched down, intending to go first. Mang Nyo grabbed him by the arm, his large eyes glaring. You want to go first? No way. If something happens to you, how would I explain it to Ling? I'm going in first. Li Mingjun knew he couldn't argue with him and reluctantly let him go ahead. The passage was extremely narrow at first. Mang Nyo could barely crawl forward on all fours, the floor covered in stagnant water making progress arduous. Further in, however, it gradually widened, becoming spacious enough to stand upright and walk. Li Mingjun cautiously scanned the surroundings. He confirmed his eagle eyes were active, yet he couldn't make out the nearby details. This place was indeed sealed off by some kind of energy. Who knew what lurked inside? Mangnyo, be careful. Mangnyo turned back with a carefree grin. What danger could lurk in such a tiny space? Do you really think the black ninja would hide here? You're being overly cautious. Let's just hurry up and get this over with instead of fretting. Li Mingjun realized he had a point. His suspicions gradually eased, and he lowered his head to continue forward. After just a few steps, Mangnyo let out a piercing scream. The cry echoed down the passage, sounding eerily unsettling. What's wrong? Li Mingjun asked urgently. The area was dimly lit to begin with, barely illuminating the path ahead. For safety, Li Mingjun hadn't turned on his flashlight, afraid of alerting whatever lurked in the darkness. Now, it seemed he had no choice but to switch it on. Fortunately, he'd come prepared. His backpack contained all the necessary gear. Li Mingjun pulled out his flashlight and switched it on. The scene before him terrified him. Never in his life had he witnessed anything so horrifying. The wild bull was now completely encircled by several massive snakes. Each serpent was several meters long and as thick as a bull, hissing as they coiled tightly around the bull. Entangled by these snakes, the bull felt its entire body go limp. A heavy pressure weighed on its chest, sapping all strength from its limbs. After a final agonized bellow, it could no longer even muster the energy to cry out. Li Mingjun quickly pulled a knife from his backpack. This blade had been given to him long ago by a relative from Tibet, exceptionally sharp. Holding the knife, Li Mingjun felt his resolve surge. He placed his flashlight on the ground, gripped the knife with both hands, and shouted, "Mangnyo, I'm coming." He swung the blade at the snakes. He expected the strike to sever one of them cleanly, but instead, the knife seemed to strike a wall of bronze, producing a clanging metallic sound. What was going on? Li Mingjun stared at the snakes in astonishment. Even the most formidable snake couldn't possibly have skin this tough. Now that he was closer, he could see more clearly. These snakes were unlike any he had ever encountered. Li Mingjun considered himself well-read and familiar with many snakes of the world, yet he had never seen such creatures. Beyond their size, their coloration was also unusual. Their bodies were entirely blood red, varying in shade but without a single speck of other color. If even such a sharp blade was useless, what could be done? As Li Mingjun pondered this, Mangnyo bellowed with all his might, "Salt! Salt!" Though he didn't know why, Li Mingjun guessed these snakes must fear salt. But how could he possibly have brought salt with him? Wait, instant noodles. He hastily tore open a packet of instant noodles, opened the seasoning packet, and sprinkled it over the snakes. The snakes, previously fierce and aggressive, instantly wilted after being doused with salt. Their bodies gradually turned from red to black, and their strength waned. Mangnyo seized the opportunity, wriggling free, then delivered several vicious stomps, crushing the snakes into pulp. These snakes are weird. How could they be so powerful? Li Mingjun asked, still shaken. Mangnyo gasped for breath. Damn it, I nearly died at the hands of these things. These snakes are man-eaters. They first coil around you, rendering you powerless to fight back. Then, once you're suffocating and unconscious, they devour you bit by bit. But even formidable creatures have weaknesses. Their skin is tough, yet it has pores. Those pores connect directly to their blood vessels. That red color you see? That's their blood. Sprinkle salt on them, and they can't take it. They lose all their strength. Li Mingjun nodded. Who knew the ninja world harbored so many unknown creatures? Good thing I brought this high-salt junk food, otherwise today would have been a real mess. Mangnyo chuckled, slapping Li Mingjun on the back. You've got guts, kid. First time seeing these things and you handled them so smartly. Impressive. He glanced down at the flashlight, intrigued. What's this? Glowing without power? Some kind of nightstone? Pretty clever craftsmanship. Li Mingjun didn't explain. He just smiled and said, let's keep moving carefully. But this delay has given us a warning. Things might get worse ahead. We can't stray too far from each other. Let me hold this thing. Mangnyo found the flashlight utterly fascinating and wanted to examine it closely. Li Mingjun admired the fellow recovering so quickly after nearly meeting his maker. Only a true man could manage that. He agreed. Mangnyo held the flashlight as they continued forward, now moving with even greater caution. One ahead, one behind, they silently felt their way through the dark passage. The stone walls were smooth, clearly hewn by human hands, though who had built this hidden tunnel remained unknown. The path ahead had widened considerably, and faint light seeped in from somewhere, making the surroundings somewhat clearer. Mangnyo reluctantly handed the flashlight back to Li Mingjun, clearly not yet satisfied with playing with it. Li Mingjun smiled. When we get back, this is yours. But it won't stay lit for long. It'll go out after a while. Mangnyo stared at the glowing bulb, his eyes sparkling. You're really giving me something this valuable? Li Mingjun wanted to explain it wasn't precious, but he couldn't muster the energy. Instead, he gave a vague nod. I'll keep it safe for you. Let's hurry while this part's easier to navigate. Right. Mang Nyo glanced around. This place felt different from before, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Li Mingjun pointed at the rock wall. Earlier, everything was smooth, clearly man-made. But here, it's rough. This must be a natural underground passage. Probably where the builders stopped digging. After a brief inspection, the two determined there was no immediate danger and decided to press on. As they walked, Mang Nia suddenly stopped. What is it? Li Mingjun asked. Mang Nyo pointed ahead. 2 paths. Which way? Sure enough, 2 paths diverged ahead. This stumped Li Mingjun. Choosing the wrong route would render everything they'd done meaningless. Even if they survived to retrace their steps, who knew how many years it would take? When we came in earlier, the passage was narrow. It must have been dug by those who came before us, Li Mingjun reasoned. They dug it to connect here with the underground passage. They must have had their own reasons. They wouldn't have gone to such lengths for something meaningless. This passage must have been a refuge or something for them. Mang Nyo's broad forehead suddenly lit up. Oh my! I completely forgot about that. What was it? Li Mingjun's eyes lit up. Chapter 39, The Moving Stone. Mang Nyo swallowed hard before saying, I recall the village chief mentioning that only the chiefs of each generation knew about this place. Legend says the earth god resides beneath the altar, and to avoid disturbing the deity's rest, this knowledge was never shared with everyone. That palace was built long ago by ninjas seeking to draw closer to the earth god. Later, for reasons unknown, no one lived there anymore. They feared disturbing the earth god and sealed off this information from everyone. What are you implying? That this secret passage leads to the earth god's dwelling? Li Mingjun narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Long ago, when people lived here, they dug this tunnel to find the earth god. Did they ever find it? If not, why did they abandon this place? Li Mingjun's heart suddenly began racing. The earth god. The earth god must be here. Mang Nia found this remark odd. How do you know? Think about it, why keep it secret from the villagers? If it weren't for the black ninja incident, the village chief wouldn't have let anyone in, right? Exactly. Then it must be because the earth god truly resides here. Our ancestors discovered it and built an altar. To avoid disturbing the earth god, they kept this knowledge hidden from future generations. So the earth god is truly here? Mang Nyo's eyes shone brightly. He'd only seen it in paintings, never imagining he'd witness it in person. This was the earth god worshipped by generations of ninjas. Was it really here? Sweat slowly beaded on his palms, his tongue grew dry. If my guess is correct, the ancients must have found the earth god and surely passed through this fork in the road. Li Mingjun's eyes, framed by dark rims, appeared steady and confident. Then could there be some kind of mark on this fork? Mang Nyo suddenly perked up. He dashed to the junction and scanned it carefully, but found no distinctive sign. His excitement turned to disappointment. Li Mingjun chuckled, so much time has passed. Even if there were marks, they wouldn't be clear anymore. Let's both search carefully. We'll figure out which way is right. Mang Nyo had no choice but to rally his spirits and patiently search. The two searched for a long time, yet found nothing. The stone walls were just rough, jumbled rocks, showing no trace of any pattern. Mang Nyo was now completely defeated. His eyes felt blurry from straining, and he knew he was utterly unfit for this kind of painstaking work. He plopped down onto the ground with a sigh. Looks like we won't find it, he declared, then flopped back onto his back. Lying flat on the ground, he intended to relax and let Li Mingjun continue searching while he regained his strength. As he lay there, his face turned upward, he stared at the top of the rock wall. He thought he saw something glimmering up there, but it was hazy and indistinct. He strained his eyes, blinking hard, and realized there really seemed to be something there. This distance was nothing for a ninja. With a single leap, Mang Nyo grabbed hold of the rock summit. What did you find? Li Mingjun called from below. Heh, old bull's got some luck. There's a hole up here. Mang Nyo said, clenching his right fist and smashing it hard against the surface. The hole, previously hidden by loose rocks, was instantly blown clear by his tremendous force, revealing its opening in full. Big Bull peered into the hole and called out, it's big enough for one person to squeeze through, but it looks like a long way up. Not easy to climb. Could the path be up there? Mang Nyo somersaulted back down, pointing at the opening. Who knows how deep this hole is, but it's emitting light. It probably won't be too long. Li Mingjun pondered, gazing up at the opening. A faint glow did indeed emanate from it, but this was clearly deep underground. How could light reach here? Could this opening lead to the surface? Li Mingjun studied the opening, then glanced back at the two forks in the path, unable to decide. Just then, Mang Nia spoke up, let's try the one above first. After all, that path is on the ceiling, and it can't be too long. Better than standing here indecisive. Li Mingjun nodded, finding Mang Nia's reasoning sound. The only problem was that he couldn't possibly climb such a high stone wall. Mang Nia looked at Li Mingjun and instantly understood his thoughts. I'll carry you up. This height is no problem for me to carry someone. Li Mingjun couldn't think of another solution, so he climbed onto Mangnia's back. Alright, he said. With a light leap, Mangnia's entire body was already inside the cave. This tunnel stretched upward without end. From below, the faint light had suggested it couldn't be long, yet Mangnia's swift ascent still took considerable time. It was strange the distance from the surface to the palace beneath the altar wasn't as long as this tunnel. Where on earth did it lead? At first, the wild bull thought it was simply moving too slowly, but gradually, the effort became increasingly taxing. How long was this tunnel? Why hadn't they reached the top yet? Li Mingjun also found it strange. He looked up. If the ceiling truly was the surface, the light should grow brighter. Yet, it remained the same faint, hazy glow, showing no sign of change. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Li Mingjun hurriedly halted Mangniu. Look at the ground beneath us, can you see the bottom? Mangniu looked down and suddenly shouted, it's closing below. Not far from us, the bottom seems to be moving, and it's getting closer. Li Mingjun couldn't make out every word, but he knew they were in trouble. You mean something below us is approaching? Yeah. A dark, shapeless mass, no clue what it is. We're like we've fallen into a sack, and the bottom keeps rising. Mangniu shouted, his voice tinged with panic. If I'm not mistaken, the top is sealed too. What? Mangniu's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? If it's sealed, how could there be light? Li Mingjun scraped the rock wall hard with his hand, gathering some stone dust on his fingers. Upon closer inspection, the dust itself glowed. So we'd been tricked by this dust, the light wasn't coming from above at all. Mangniu sighed dejectedly, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been so impatient, we wouldn't be in this predicament. But it's too late for regrets now. We become the meat filling between these two stone cakes. Have you considered why the things below would climb up on their own? And what exactly is up there? Li Mingjun managed to speak with surprising calm. Who cares? We're going to die here anyway. What's the point of overthinking it? Mangniu retorted. I want to know, Mangniu. Climb as fast as you can. Let's hurry to the top. Even if we die, I want to see what's up there. Besides, I don't think we're cut out to be meat filling. Alright. Mangniu mustered all his strength, gave a shout, and scrambled upward at lightning speed. He climbed fast, and whatever was below followed just as swiftly. Though he couldn't make out what it truly was, Mangniu was certain it was a giant stone slab, and he was destined to become its meat filling. As Mangniu was lost in these wild thoughts, Li Mingjun suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered two words. Mangniu gasped, is that okay? Li Mingjun nodded. Alright, the ox bellowed, then stomped down with all his might. The thing seemed to sense danger and halted its movement in an instant, as if preparing to descend. But it couldn't match the sudden force of Mangniu's downward stomp. His foot landed hard on the thing, which felt soft, like flesh. Not stone? Mangniu cried out. He braced his hips harder, determined to crush it in one go. With a squelch, Mangniu felt liquid splash onto his bare feet. At that moment, the two men realized with astonishment that they were standing directly beneath the cave entrance, having emerged from the cavern. Climbing up had taken such immense effort, yet descending was surprisingly swift. Looking down again, they were struck not merely by surprise, but by sheer revulsion. The dark, slimy thing Mangniu had stepped on was indeed a rock, but a living, flesh-covered one. Crushed under his foot, it bled a thick, blue blood that pooled viscously on the ground, clinging to his soles. What the hell is this? Mangniu crouched down to examine it closely. Though crushed, the thing wasn't dead yet, struggling desperately on the ground. It's a stone, Li Mingjun said quietly. A living stone. What? How could a rock be alive? Are the rocks in your human world alive? Mangniu didn't believe Li Mingjun's words, just cleaning his feet instead. He sniffed the rock's blood actually had a refreshing scent. Do you know why the cave is bright? Li Mingjun asked calmly. Why? Look at this stone's blood, it glows. Mangniu looked down closely. The blood indeed emitted a faint blue glow from time to time. Then why can't we climb up? Mangniu pressed. Because they're alive. When you climb upward, it's like climbing on two conveyor belts, you're just treading water in place. Humph. No wonder. Otherwise, with my speed, I should be in the sky by now. Mangniu said indignantly, looking up at the stone cave. This place is truly strange, the stones inside are actually alive. But the ones I touched earlier didn't feel as soft as this one. That's probably because the outer layer was thicker. Why did that rock pretend to chase us? Li Mingjun glanced at the stone, which had gradually stopped twitching. It now looked perfectly ordinary, reduced to a pile of dry, small pebbles. This thing must have gotten bored down there and wanted to have some fun with us living creatures. Play? Mangniu snorted, stomping on the rubble again. You call that play? You nearly scared us to death. This time, no blood flowed from the stone. It simply crumbled obediently into powder. Only then did Mangniu feel his anger subside. He grinned and said, that's the first time I've ever killed a stone. Pretty fun. It's not amusing at all now. Li Mingjun said anxiously. If these stones are alive, it means the earth god must be near. They likely borrowed the Earth God's power to gain life. This Earth God must be connected to historical texts and possesses boundless divine power. The Earth God has always been the sacred guardian of the ninja village. I believe it won't cause us trouble. Mang Nyo knelt reverently on the ground. Great Earth God, please guide us forward. Snap. A rope suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. Chapter 40, Betrayal and Redemption. The Black Ninja Village drew nearer. The three female ninjas slowed their pace, hiding among the bushes as they observed the village. Their objective in attacking the Black Ninja Village was merely to relieve pressure on the besieged village chief. Thus, they only needed to create a show of force without engaging in direct combat. The Black Ninja Village looked desolate, seemingly uninhabited. Could they all be out? Old Lady Nyo asked gravely. That would render our ambush meaningless. No. Xiaoji's expression was complex. She had once been the village's leader and knew it intimately. Since our village became the Black Ninja Village, it has never known prosperity again. The people here live in constant hardship. Her voice was flat, yet it carried an underlying sorrow that touched the hearts of those listening. Go talk to them. Ling understood Xiaoji's feelings. If they could resolve this without bloodshed, it would be best. Xiaoji shook her head. They won't listen to me. They can't betray the heavenly god, and they certainly won't give up the power of the Black Ninja. How much happier would the world be without the heavenly god? Xiaoji's eyes drooped slightly, revealing the conflict within her heart. Squeak! Sudden movement stirred within the Black Ninja Village. The three quickly regained their composure and hid even more carefully. A boy crept cautiously out of a house, opening the door stealthily. Though small in stature, he was remarkably muscular, his body bulging with the signs of intense training. Glancing left and right, he moved swiftly toward the village entrance, his steps light and agile. Just as he was about to exit the village, a piercing flute note suddenly pierced the air. Startled, the boy turned to see every door swing open. Villagers poured out, each wielding weapons, closing in on him with fierce determination. In the dense forest of Mingluo, Xiaoji let out a low gasp. That boy was Xiaoji's younger brother, Mingluo. Now surrounded, Mingluo stood in the center of the crowd. The villagers held various weapons in their hands, their eyes fixed on the young Mingluo like predators eyeing their prey. What do you all want? Mingluo felt a flicker of fear, yet forced himself to remain calm. We should be asking you. What are you doing? Your sister has already betrayed our Black Ninja Village. Are you going to betray us too? Sister didn't betray anyone. Ming Luo shouted passionately. She only went to the human realm on a mission. She went for everyone's sake. If she hadn't gone, we'd all have been killed by the heavenly gods long ago. Enough, enough. An emaciated old man snapped impatiently. I don't buy that she's so noble. She's a black ninja and no black ninja is any good. Only the weak and useless like us aren't fit to serve the heavenly gods, so we're left to scrape by. Your sister? She's probably enjoying the good life in the human realm by now, long forgotten about you, you little bastard. You're lying. Ming Luo clenched his little fists tightly, glaring at everyone. I'm going to find my sister. She must have completed her mission and returned by now. Then you'll see she didn't abandon us to enjoy life alone. Trying to run away? Don't even think about it. Our village is now the enemy of all ninjas. If you leave here, you're as good as dead. Even though your sister betrayed us, we don't want to take it out on you. Go back now, don't put the villagers in a difficult position. Tears glistened in Ming Luo's wide eyes as she knelt with a thud, pounding the ground with her fists. Where is my sister? Are we doomed to be black ninjas forever? Those damned angels, I'll slaughter every last one of them. Don't speak such reckless words. We only have your best interests at heart. Go home now. A sudden look of kindness flashed across the old man's face. He was the village's eldest and most respected elder. After the angels took control of the village, the young and strong were turned into black ninjas, while the elderly, weak, and infirm were trapped within the village, forbidden to leave even a single step. In the angels' eyes, these ninjas were nothing more than entertainment. The old man wanted to get Marrow back to the village quickly, fearing trouble would arise. Hurry, Marrow. Your sister has long forgotten you. Come back to the village with me. Saving your life is what matters most. Do you truly believe those who betray the angels can live? A cold voice descended from the heavens. Seeing the angel appear suddenly, the old man scrambled to plaster on a fawning smile. Lord Cassandra, this brat is ignorant. His sister went to the human realm, and he's been desperate to find her. That's why he's so rude. Please don't take it personally. Cashin sneered contemptuously, grabbing Ming Luo by the throat and hoisting him up. Do you really think your sister will return? Though gasping for air, Ming Luo clung to defiance. His heart brimmed with hatred for angels, especially Cassandra, supreme commander of the ninja realm. His resentment had reached its peak. My sister would never abandon me to enjoy peace and luxury in the human world alone. Ha! Cassandra erupted in a shrill, maniacal laugh. Peaceful human world? Enjoying life? Stop spouting nonsense. Do you even know that all the barriers have been seized by the angels? Some realms have even been razed to the ground. Why would the human world be peaceful? Who the hell knows? Mei Luo struggled, flailing her limbs, yet couldn't touch Kazan at all. Because humans are our pets, little ghost. All the realms are filled with unimaginable creatures. In terms of power, some even surpass us in certain aspects. Of course they must be utterly destroyed. As for humans? Beyond their civilized strength, they're utterly useless. We keep them around for our own purposes. Cassandra declared triumphantly, her grip tightening steadily. Ming Luo felt the world spinning before his eyes, on the verge of passing out. The old man rushed forward, pleading, "Lord Cassandra, please don't be angry with the child. We'll discipline him properly." Cashin lifted her foot and sent the old man flying. "Why did I even bother explaining this to you? Because you're utterly useless. The historical texts might not even exist. The Divine Lord has given up searching for them." She swept her gaze around the room with a cold, bloodthirsty smile. "Therefore, you have no reason to live." Cashin hoisted Marrow high above her head. "You die first. I've long despised you boring ninjas." She hurled Marrow violently toward the ground, a blow certain to pulverize him into mincemeat. Xiaoji's heart nearly leapt from her throat. There was no way she could reach him at this distance. Her pupils dilated as Mei Luo's agonized form slowly blurred into a silhouette before her eyes. Was this truly the last time she would see her brother? Marrow had already flown out of Kazan's grasp, hurtling straight toward the ground. Just as he was about to hit the surface, a sudden gust of wind swept up, and Marrow vanished into thin air. Cashin sensed something was terribly wrong and immediately began searching for him. "Stop looking. I'm right here." Cashin looked up Xia Xia. Xia Xia was now flying through the air, cradling Ming Luo in her arms. She beamed at her. "Cashin, long time no see. Humph. Do you really think you can take me on alone?" Kasang spread her wings and shot upward, charging toward Xia Xia. Xia Xia knew Kasang's power and dodged swiftly. "I didn't come alone, you know. Who else? Didn't I kill all your companions?" Kazan's first strike missed, so she spun around and kicked out again. Holding Ming Luo made Xia Xia's movements awkward. She barely dodged the kick with great effort. Just as she tried to set Ming Luo down, Kazan blocked her path. "Trying to save this child? I wonder how that dimwit brain of yours even works. You still have time to meddle in others' affairs?" "This isn't meddling." Xia Xia stroked Ming Luo's head. "Little one, what's your name?" "Ming Luo." "You're Ming Luo, Xiaoji's younger brother." Xia Xia exclaimed, both shocked and delighted. "You know my sister? Where is she now?" "She came with me. She should have arrived here long ago." Ming Luo wiped away tears, murmuring, "Sister isn't dead, sister isn't dead. I knew that angel was lying. Sister is coming back for me now." He shouted happily, then turned around. "Hey! How come you have wings too?" Xia Xia smiled brightly. "Because I'm an angel too." "Is she friends with you?" Ming Luo stared blankly. In his mind, all angels were evil. He never imagined one would risk saving him. "Xiaoji? She is indeed a good friend of mine. I wonder where that fool has wandered off to now. Could she be lost?" "Idiot! You think I'm you?" Xiaoji burst out of the thicket, yelling at Xia Xia. "Drop Ming Luo down now. This height is no problem for a ninja." Seeing Xia Xia, Xiaoji waved cheerfully toward the ground. "Hey there, Xiaoji." Ming Luo jabbed Xia Xia with her finger. "Now's not the time for such casual greetings." "Oh, right, right," Xia Xia said. "Are you ready? I'm about to drop you." Just as she was about to let go, Cassandra had already severed all escape routes. "You wicked woman. Last time you crippled me, and now you're trying to harm the ninja again?" Xia Xia shouted angrily. "Humph. Cut the nonsense. First, block my attack." Cassandra produced a dagger from somewhere. The gleaming blade shimmered blue in the sunlight as it streaked toward Xia. "Watch out!" Xia Xia yelled, flinging Ming Luo behind her as she lunged toward Cassandra, meeting the dagger head-on. Ming Luo somersaulted through the air and landed steadily on the ground. But then a piercing scream echoed from above. His heart sank. Had Xia Xia sacrificed herself to save him? All eyes turned skyward, watching with bated breath as the face-off between the angels began. Chapter 41, Warriors of the Celestial Realm. Blood dripped steadily from Xia Xia's palm. Though she felt no pain, her heart knew something was terribly wrong. Cashin was a warrior of the celestial realm, while Xia was an ordinary angel, pampered by her parents since childhood. The gap in their combat prowess was simply too vast. Cashin's thrust had deliberately missed its mark. Her goal was to slowly torture Xia to death. Licking the blood from her dagger, Cashin sneered coldly, "That human came with you, didn't he? Where is he now? Could he have been devoured by the beasts here?" Li Mingjun was alive and well, and would arrive shortly. "Don't get too cocky, he will defeat you, and your celestial gods along with you." Xia Xia tore strips of cloth from her clothes to bandage her wound, then assumed a fighting stance, ready to battle again. Xiaoji watched from the ground, knowing clearly that Xiaoxiao alone could never defeat Kazan. Even with her, Ling, and old lady Niu joining the fight, victory was impossible. But with things as they were, they had to try. Xiaoxia, hurry up and come to the surface. We'll take her on together. Cashin glanced down with contempt. Ignorant ninjas, the gap between you and angels is predestined. Your futile struggle only prolongs your agony. We'll see who dies first. Old lady Niu spat venomously. I've never been one to be pushed around since childhood. I thought I'd mellow in my old age, but you damned angels had to come and stir up trouble. For women, including an old hag, you clearly hold the warriors of heaven in utter contempt. The dagger in Cassandra's hand suddenly transformed into a great blade, its surface shimmering with an eerie blue glow. It appeared ancient and elegant, yet radiated a murderous aura. Xia had never witnessed such a bizarre sight, a blade growing out of nowhere. The power of the celestial deity is truly formidable. With his guidance, our celestial realm's combat strength has risen to a whole new level. You've never seen a weapon like this before, have you? To die by such a blade is an honor in itself. Cassandra caressed the blade's edge, her eyes wild with madness. No matter what you've done, Xiaoxia retorted, angels are angels. How formidable could they possibly be? What extent? You'll see. Cashin swung the blade. A powerful gust of wind engulfed Xiaoxia. The blue radiance on the blade suddenly surged, instantly transforming into thousands of serpentine ribbons that shot toward her. Xiaoxia was already gasping for breath under the blade's pressure. Though her wings flapped frantically, she could no longer maintain her balance. The countless serpent-like streaks continued closing in, poised to swallow Xiaoxia whole. Ling could no longer stand by. Though she knew her power paled beside that angel's, she couldn't watch Xia meet her end like this. With a desperate leap, she soared skyward, swinging her long blade at Kazan's wrist. Seeing Ling's fierce charge, Kazan had no choice but to momentarily release Xia and rush straight toward Ling. Cashin's power surpassed Ling's, and her blade was some kind of divine artifact. With a single move, she deflected Ling's fierce strike. Immediately following, another slash closed off every escape route Ling had. The blade's fury swept through the air, scattering Ling's hair wildly. Each strand touched by the fierce blade wind was instantly severed, scattering into the wind. Enveloped by the overwhelming blade's force, Ling crashed straight to the ground. She barely managed to land on her feet, swinging her long sword horizontally in an attempt to clamp down on Kazan's greatsword. But the disparity in strength was simply too great. With just a light touch, Ling's blade snapped clean in two. Startled, she darted aside with astonishing speed, a reflex even Kazan couldn't match. Ninjas were the most agile within the barrier, and even Kazan couldn't match this reflex. Yet Kazan's sheer power was staggering. Though Ling evaded the blade's direct strike, she couldn't escape the impact it generated. The blade had carved a deep gash in the ground, and Ling felt a searing pain in her shoulder. Humph! Quick to flee! Cassandra swung her blade horizontally, glancing around with a cold stare. All of you present here are marked for death. Do you truly wish to die by my hand? Dying at my hands is excruciatingly painful. I suggest you take your own lives, save me the trouble. Pa! Though young, Meng Luo possessed great courage. Seeing his sister filled him with hope and deepened his hatred for the angels. You angels should hurry back to heaven. Even if we die, we'll bite off a piece of your flesh. Everyone, stop fearing them. We've been fighting our own kind for far too long. That was a grave mistake. Are we to persist in error until death, leaving ourselves no dignity? Right. We won't die like cowards. We may not be formidable, but we won't be looked down upon so easily. The Black Ninja village erupted in an instant. For over a decade, they had lived in fear of the angels' tyranny, their hearts brimming with pent-up resentment that had never found an outlet. Today, death was inevitable. Since they held no value to the angels, they might as well fight to the bitter end. The old man, knocked down by Cassandra's kick, had regained his composure. Leaning on his cane, he summoned every ounce of strength to speak. Everyone, listen to me. All fell silent, eyes fixed on him. Our black ninja warriors are all out attacking other villages. They have no idea their families are about to be slaughtered by the angels. We must send someone to bring them back now. Even if they become black ninja, they won't stand by and let the angels bully us like this. Right. That's right, the crowd echoed in agreement. Our village has committed too many wrongs, not only harming our own kind but also recklessly plundering the land. The time has come for a decisive battle with the angels. The old man spoke with such passion, as if suddenly rejuvenated. Cashin casually swung his blade through the air. That light motion conjured a fierce whirlwind. Centered on Cashin, the vortex intensified, making the others stagger unsteadily beneath their feet, swaying in disarray. With such meager strength, they dare challenge warriors of the celestial realm. Kazan lost all desire to play games. Why not just die quietly? A blaze of blade light erupted, unleashing a torrential gale that swept across the sky. Kazan's fiery red robes fluttered wildly in the tempest, transforming him into a veritable demon lord of slaughter. Is this the power of an angel? I see it's nothing special. Old Lady Nyo stood firmly, her face calm as she stared at Cassandra, her eyes filled with rage. Could this old woman possess extraordinary power, capable of standing against an angel? Ridiculous. How could a lowly old ninja like you possess combat prowess that rivals mine? Cassandra sneered. I'd love to find out. Old Lady Nyo smiled with confidence, the fear scale seemingly unable to shake her resolve. Even Ling, a vampire ninja, couldn't withstand Kaizen's casual strike. Could this old woman possibly have a way? All eyes were on Old Lady Nyo. At that moment, her hand reached into her robe and pulled out an object. Everyone gasped in shock at the sight of it. Wasn't that a weapon long lost to the ninja world? Chapter 42, The Legendary Earth God Ninja. Old Lady Nyo had concealed a weapon in her bosom, something none had anticipated. They'd all assumed she was merely a resilient, seasoned ninja, never expecting her to produce an item that left them all stunned. It was a pair of small hammers. The hammers were so tiny they were barely noticeable when held in the hand. The hammers themselves weren't finely crafted and looked unremarkable at first glance. Yet every ninja knew that only one type of ninja traditionally wielded hammers, the legendary Earth God ninjas. Even a child as young as Ming Luo had heard this legend. His mouth gaped open in disbelief. Could this old woman truly be that formidable? Earth God ninjas were warriors recognized by the Earth God himself, existing solely to protect the ninja village. It was said that one might not appear even in 1,000 years. Could she really be one? The little hammers in Old Cow's hands spun round and round as she toyed with them. I thought I'd never have to use these in my lifetime. Our ninja village has always lived in peace. Though we train in ninjutsu, we've never attacked one another. But what you ninjas have done, it's truly pushed this old woman to her limit. Kaizen's blade froze mid-air as she studied the pair of small hammers in Old Lady Nyo's hands. Ninja techniques rely on agility above all else. Though small, these hammers could unleash tremendous power in a ninja's hands. Earth God Ninja? Kaizen seemed intensely intrigued by the title. Heaven God had guessed correctly. Only when cornered would they reveal the truth. Could Earth God ninjas truly exist through ninja power alone? Tell me now. Where is the historical text hidden? Old Lady Nyo snorted without reply. She split the hammers apart and charged at Cassandra. Ling's face showed astonishment. He had known Old Lady Nyo since childhood and never imagined she could be the legendary strongest ninja. Even more surprising, despite her advanced age, her feet moved with astonishing speed. The force and velocity of this charge were indistinguishable from an angel's. Could Li Mingjuan's bold conjecture be correct that all humans harbor untapped, astonishing potential? The small hammer in Old Lady Nyo's hands seemed to possess the might of 10,000 warriors. Not only were her strikes swift, but their force matched Cassandra's own. The black hammer gleamed with no special radiance. Each attack was simple and straightforward. Yet, these strikes proved devastatingly effective. For a moment, Cassandra couldn't even manage a single counterattack. Sweat trickled down Cassandra's forehead. She never imagined the legendary Earth God ninja possessed such astonishing power. Neither the angles of her strikes nor the fluid transitions between them revealed a single flaw. Could an Earth God ninja truly stand shoulder to shoulder with an angel? Cassandra refused to relinquish her proud angelic identity. How could she admit that an ordinary ninja grandmother had driven her to this point? After a frenzied barrage of attacks, Old Lady Nyo exhaled softly. It's been ages since I moved so freely. Who knew these old bones still had it? Cassandra's breathing was ragged. That barrage had been like a storm. If not for her formidable weapon's intimidating presence, her defenses would have been shattered. Wiping sweat from her brow, she studied Old Lady Nyo. How could this elderly woman possess such strength? Though reluctant to believe it, you've demonstrated extraordinary power. You needn't be a ninja anymore. Come with me to the celestial realm and become a warrior. You possess the strength for it. Old Lady Nyo chuckled softly. Young man, not everyone covets your stone of liberation. Even if it could grant freedom, what good would that do? When the suffering you endured appears in another's life, wouldn't you feel anguish yourself? Are you refusing to stand with us? Kasha demanded sharply. Old Lady Nyo shook her head. Earth God ninjas are gifts from the heavens. I have a duty to protect the ninja village. Though I may be outnumbered alone, I believe that young man named Li Mingjun will come. We can hold out until then. She turned to Xiaoxia, who stood dumbfounded, and said, Young lady, deliver a message for us. Tell those foolish dark ninjas to hurry home. Their families are about to die. You are an angel, they won't disobey you. So cunning. Cassandra cursed fiercely, lunging to intercept Xiaoxia. But before she could move, Old Lady Nyo blocked her path. I am your opponent. I may be old, but I'm not invisible. With that, her hammer strikes grew even more relentless, each blow targeting Cassandra's vital points. Cashin tried to leverage her weapon's superiority to knock the hammer away, but unexpectedly, a massive spark erupted when the two weapons collided, nearly knocking her own greatsword from her grasp. Seizing the opening, Xiaoxia spread her wings. I'll bring them back soon, she declared before soaring away. Old Lady Nyo felt a slight weight lift from her shoulders. All these years, she had stayed hidden precisely because she knew she alone could never stand against so many angels. Seeing Li Ningjun, a sudden glimmer of hope flickered in the old woman's heart. Though the young man lacked formidable power now, she believed Li Ningjun would one day become someone extraordinary. Why did she believe in him? Old Lady Niu asked herself softly. Perhaps she didn't know the reason herself, it was simply an intuition born of mutual trust. Watching Xiaoxia fly away, Cassandra's expression darkened further. She was already overwhelmed by these opponents. If those dark ninjas returned, she would be utterly defenseless. Give up, angel. Old Lady Niu halted her attack. Xiaoxia was also an angel, yet her heart was far purer than yours. Why must she oppose me? Humph. Cassandra declared. Even if you kill me, I won't bring shame upon heaven. Don't you know death is agonizing? I haven't felt pain for ages. My suffering was long ago transferred to some human soul, lost to the ages. Cassandra's smile was wicked. Her great blade screeched violently. Even if you kill me, you, a mere earth god ninja, can't stand against so many of us angels. Many? Old Lady Niu chuckled. As far as I know, the angels here aren't exactly numerous. What? Cassandra's pupils contracted sharply. She couldn't believe the words of the old woman before her. Have you infiltrated our base? There were no guards. Simple enough. I even overheard that your so-called heaven's mightiest warrior, Sande, isn't here either. Including you, there are only 5 angels here. Once you die today, only 4 will remain. We still have the upper hand. We were far too careless. We thought the ninja village was only slightly stronger than the human realm, but never imagined it would harbor a being like the earth god ninja. Cassandra felt death beckoning her. Glancing at the surrounding scenery, she thought dying here wouldn't be so bad, at least it was peaceful. If I'm not mistaken, your offensives in other realms are fierce but hardly smooth sailing, right? Granny Cow chuckled. Ninjas and humans are peaceful races, but other realms are different. Rumor has it some places harbor incredibly powerful beings, even your top warrior, Sande, couldn't stand against them. Cashin gave a light flick of the blade in her hand. I didn't expect you to know so much. I know far more than that, Old Cow replied, her entire demeanor relaxed. What else do you know? Cassandra pressed. It said angels can reach speeds approaching light itself, only then can they traverse barriers. That's why, until now, only angels could pass between realms. Consequently, inhabitants of other realms remained unaware of their existence. That's no longer a secret. With the angels' invasion, everyone in every barrier now knows. But many beings from other realms possess speeds that rival yours. Why haven't they crossed over? Old Lady Niu's eyes suddenly took on a mysterious look. Crossing barriers requires precise positioning, a perfect alignment of time and space. How could you possibly know that? Cassandra sneered, deliberately speaking slowly to buy herself time. That's not right. I once followed an angel and tried at the spot where he vanished. Even at full speed, I couldn't cross the barrier. Old Lady Niu flexed her limbs and murmured softly, so, even you angels don't know why only you can traverse the barrier, do you? Though spoken softly, her words carried immense weight, for they pointed to a crucial question: what exactly are angels? In the same physical environment, only they could pass through the barrier. This couldn't possibly be a coincidence. What kind of beings are these creatures, whose nature even they themselves cannot explain? Cassandra hadn't considered this either, and she was momentarily speechless. Truth be told, your understanding of yourselves is woefully inadequate. Instead of properly studying your own nature, you rashly launched an attack on every barrier, utterly foolish. If you call angels foolish, you are mistaken. The voice came from above. Old Lady Niu looked up and saw a towering angel flapping its wings mid-air. 2 angels? Old Lady Niu murmured. Let's see if this old woman's legs can hold up. Chapter 43, The Calm Before the Storm. Cassandra's smile broadened. Lamb, you're just in time. The 2 of us will surely take care of these minnows. Sam stared expressionlessly at everyone on the ground. His eyes were large yet vacant, the pupils a deep brown devoid of any sparkle. Golden hair cascaded down his back, lending him an air of unparalleled nobility. The Heavenly Lord commands, Cassandra, return with me. What? Cassandra exclaimed. Didn't the gods send me to eliminate these people? Sam said only one word: hurry. He didn't even glance at Cassandra. What on earth just happened? Cassandra muttered to herself, yet dared not defy the heavenly god's command. She shot a cold sneer at Old Lady Cow. Earth God Ninja, she declared, your identity is exposed. Savor the agony of terror before you die. With that, Cassandra flapped her wings and soared away alongside Sam. All the ninjas stood dumbfounded, watching them depart before snapping back to reality. Gone? Had they simply left the ninja realm like that? Old Lady Niu, however, was far from optimistic. They must have urgent business to attend to, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a rush. Regardless, we ninjas must unite now. Xiaoji declared loudly, everyone, the wrongs we black ninjas committed cannot be undone. We can only make amends. We were far too weak before. Now, even if we die, we cannot raise arms against our own kind. The angel has abandoned us. If we don't fight to the death, there may be no way out. The others echoed her words in a powerful chorus. Mero ran over joyfully and threw herself into her sister's arms. I knew you'd come back, sister. You wouldn't leave me here alone. Xiaoji smiled as she held her brother close. You were very brave today. Your sister saw it all clearly. Just then, the Black Ninja village members returned. This group of 20 or 30 black ninjas all wore anxious expressions, scanning the area frantically. Where are the angels? How far will those bastards push us? After searching unsuccessfully for a while, they suddenly spotted Xiaoji and rushed over. Lady Xiaoji, are you unharmed? We thought you were dead. You're alive. That's wonderful, truly wonderful. Xiaoji sighed gloomily. It was all my fault for making the wrong decisions earlier. I led everyone astray. If I hadn't clung to survival at all costs, we wouldn't have had to grovel before the angels. If you hadn't done that, there wouldn't be any ninjas left now. Their attacks would be even more terrifying, Ling said calmly. Xiaoji smiled faintly. You really know how to comfort people. Regardless, let's all stick together. There's still much to do. The angels left for unknown reasons, but they won't let us off so easily. Even if we were willing to make peace with the vampire ninjas and the others, they wouldn't accept it. We just had a bloody fight with a ninja village, after all. A dark ninja remarked. Right now, no one cares about that. Old Lady Nyo stowed her hammer, gazing in the direction the angels had departed. What could have happened to those guys to make them so panicked? Heh, let this old woman go scout it out. No way. Ling stopped her. Our success earlier came from catching them off guard. Going now would be suicide. Old Lady Nyo chuckled. At my age, I've already lived a full life. With that, a dark shadow flickered, and she vanished without a trace. Ling tried to chase after her but was too late. She knew it was dangerous for Old Lady Nyo to go, but it was absolutely necessary. If they didn't know what the enemy was up to, they'd just be sitting ducks. She looked at Xiaoxia. Can you do me a favor? Xiaoxia smiled. No problem. No one here can keep up with Old Lady Nyo. I hope you can catch her. If she's in danger, please help her. All right. Xiaoxia seemed unaware of the dangers ahead, and without a second thought, she set off in pursuit. What would become of those two? Ling's worried expression was written all over his face, clearly visible to Xiaoji. Don't worry. We still have Li Mingjun. Xiaoji said with a smile. MHM. Xiaoxia nodded. Yes, Li Mingjun. What is he doing now? The thought of Li Mingjun eased both Xiaoji and Ling's minds. Though his abilities fell short of theirs, he possessed a reassuring reliability. We must unite all the ninjas as quickly as possible, Xiaoji declared. This task now falls solely to Ling and me. Seeing the black ninja and the vampire ninja reconcile should give the others the resolve to fight to the end. They've always wanted to live by their own rules. How despicable, Mei Luo said fiercely. Everyone has their own life. You can't judge others by your own standards, Ming Luo. Xiao Ji knelt down, stroking his face. From now on, you need to become more like a man. Stop complaining so much about others, you understand? I'll become a man and protect you, sister. Ming Luo smiled. A child's smile is always so innocent, like the light of early spring dawn, always filling one with hope. If necessary, we'll gladly offer our own heads. All the black ninjas spoke in unison. Our lives have lost all meaning. After becoming black ninjas, our sole purpose was survival, yet living brought no joy. Keep your heads to atone for your sins. Only your own actions can redeem yourselves, Ling said calmly. Understood. The black ninjas suddenly glimpsed a path filled with purpose. The ninja village comprises 28 hamlets, each with at least 100 combatants. We must gather everyone at the altar immediately. Though Ling's voice was soft, all heard him clearly. The blood-sucking ninjas have sacrificed the most, doing much for the village's peace. Ling paused and asked, where is our village chief? We need his command now. A black ninja replied, we were sent by the angels to attack another village. Just as we were about to engage, the village chief stopped us. He said that to attack that village, we must first kill him. How is he now? Ling asked anxiously. We know the village chief isn't easy to deal with, but we've always respected him, so we didn't harm him. Just then, that angel arrived, and we followed her back. Ling relaxed upon hearing the chief was safe. Everyone, rest well now. Leave the rest to me and Xiaoji. I want to help too, Ming Luo insisted. You're still young, Xiaoji objected, unwilling to see him take risks. You just called me a man. Ming Luo insisted. Swish. A flash of steel sent Ming Luo yelping in fright. Ling held the blade, smiling faintly. You call yourself a man if you're afraid of even this one strike? Ming Luo stared blankly at Ling. He'd never seen this terrifying vampire ninja smile before. To the black ninjas, Ling was a fearsome beast. She'd slain countless of them, which had always filled Ming Luo with a measure of dread. Now, seeing her smile like this, he couldn't help but stammer, Sis, you look so beautiful when you smile. Ling froze, then turned away. If you truly wish to help, go to the altar and tend to the wounded. Alright. Ming Luo agreed with a smile. Xiaoji chuckled inwardly, this blood-sucking ninja really is quite shy, not at all like the cold-hearted persona she puts on. Everyone made their preparations. Ling and Xiaoji unleashed their ninjutsu, dashing swiftly toward the nearby village. The angel's truce was surely temporary and even fiercer assault was imminent. Chapter 44, Discovered. Xia chased after old lady Niu, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. She landed silently behind the old cowherd woman and whispered, angels can approach the speed of light, but only for a very brief instant. Why are you moving so fast? I gave it my all just now and still couldn't catch up. Old lady Niu smiled. This world is full of things we can't explain, that's what makes it so fascinating. Xiaoxia shook her head, utterly baffled by the meaning, and didn't press further. Before them stood a castle, the angel's base within the ninja realm. I'll go inside to scout. You stay outside and keep watch. If you sense any trouble, run immediately. Got it? Old lady Niu gripped her hammer, activated her ninjutsu, and vanished instantly into the thicket. She moved stealthily through the foliage, drawing closer to the castle. The Earth God ninja's techniques were truly masterful. She could conceal herself effortlessly even without cover. Having visited this castle many times before, old lady Niu knew her way around like the back of her hand and slipped inside without a hitch. Xia could see nothing and had no choice but to wait quietly outside. Old lady Niu moved swiftly, quickly locating the angelic council chamber. Inside, a heated argument raged. Sam, you must tell me why the heavenly gods summoned me back. After issuing this order to slaughter the village, the heavenly god departed. Where exactly did your command originate? That voice was unmistakably Cassandra's. I received this order alongside you. Sam spoke in his usual languid tone, utterly devoid of energy, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. Don't ask further. Knowing won't do you any good. What? Are you saying your rank is higher than mine? Don't forget, I'm on the same team as Sande. Cassan retorted, furious. Sander? When he claimed to be the strongest warrior in the heavens, I hadn't even begun my training. Who holds that title now, I don't know. Humph. You young upstart, you're far too arrogant. Cassan was furious, gulping down a large mouthful of wine. If you don't tell me the command the Heavenly Lord gave you, I'm afraid we'll both be in trouble. Are you threatening me? Sam asked. Not at all. I, Cassandra, am merely a dog to the Heavenly God. No, perhaps I'm just a dog to Sande. But don't forget, I'm still a dog, while you're nothing. She laughed triumphantly. If you insist on knowing, I'll gladly tell you, since it concerns you too. Sam's voice remained listless, as if nothing in this world could spark his interest. The Heavenly God's command is, if Li Mingjun arrives in the ninja realm, all forces are to retreat to base. Wait for him to come to us. If any angels cause trouble, I will handle them. What? Why? We clearly have the upper hand. Cassandra was baffled. Did the Heavenly God truly believe that just the two of us left in the ninja realm couldn't handle the situation? The Heavenly God has his reasons. A flicker of light suddenly appeared in Sam's eyes. Word is Sandor suffered a defeat within the wizard's barrier. That might have made the Heavenly God a bit cautious. Our top combatant, could he really be outmatched by a mere wizard? And supposedly just an ordinary wizard, not even one of their priests. Barriers, they're quite amusing. You monstrously powerful beings actually treat this as a game. Cassandra sneered coldly. Since it's the Heavenly God's will, I won't question it further. This place was bustling earlier, yet now it's just the two of us. Don't you find it rather lonely? Quiet. You're the noisy one. Give me a moment of peace, will you? Sam said weakly. Fine. Kazan raised both hands in a surrender gesture. You possess such immense power during battle, yet you're so listless otherwise. I'm truly amazed by you. Cassandra, Sam suddenly asked, why are angels special? Why are we the only ones capable of crossing the barrier? You don't know that? We're the strongest rulers of all barriers. Cassandra laughed, finding the question downright silly. Not necessarily. There are too many unknown powerhouses within the barrier, some capable of standing against us angels. That's what makes me curious about this angel business. Sam finished speaking, then flopped onto the bed with a sigh. The world is truly fascinating. Just how many strong opponents are waiting for me to defeat? You really are a freak. Cassandra laughed and scolded. Wouldn't it be amazing if angels could move faster? Are you jealous of Sande? His peak speed already surpasses light speed. It's unimaginable what realm that represents. Cassandra marveled. That's not what I meant. Let me put it this way, while angels can achieve incredible speeds, their peak velocity lasts only an instant. Their normal movement speed doesn't even reach 1/10 of that maximum. You want to sustain peak speed constantly? Your wings wouldn't hold up. Just imagining it, how wonderful that would be. This life is so dull. I feel like going up there to see. Up there? What's the divine realm like? We serve the Heavenly God yet have never seen him. Isn't that intriguing? Oof. If the heavenly god heard you say that, you'd be dead. Cassandra retorted irritably. Alright, you're not the type to rat people out. As soon as he said that, Sam's expression changed abruptly. His lazy demeanor vanished instantly, his body tensing up as he whispered, "We've got a rat in our midst. I caught her scent, an old female rat." As he spoke, his body shot forward like an arrow. That spot was precisely where Old Lady Cow had concealed herself. Realizing she'd been spotted, she quickly withdrew her ninjutsu and dashed toward the door. Think you can get away? Amazing Earth God Ninja? Even among such weak ninjas, there are powerful exceptions. I can't wait to see what other barriers she has, Sam said, chasing after her. Cassandra didn't move. She knew she wasn't needed at this moment. She understood Sam's strength very well. Old Lady Nyo had barely crossed the threshold when Sam caught up. The two locked horns outside the house. Old lady, you really weren't careful, Sam said sympathetically. You're a bit careless too, letting me overhear such interesting information. Old Lady Nyo deliberately spoke loudly. When Li Mingjun arrives in the ninja realm, you must stand down and retreat to this base to await their arrival. This statement was clearly meant for Xiaoxia. Old Lady Nyo thought to herself, even if I die, Xiaoxia will bring this crucial information back. Regardless of why the enemy is doing this, at least we can ensure our own safety. Sam looked at her with contempt. Do you really think this message can be delivered back? Granny Nyo twirled the hammer in her hand. Who knows? Maybe someone will hear it. Xiaoxia did hear it. She was hiding in the dense forest, completely still, even her breathing barely audible. She couldn't come out now. If she did, everything would be for nothing. Chapter 45, Fierce Battle. Sam's eyes held no glimmer of light. It was precisely this kind of person who was terrifying, because they were completely unpredictable. Wasn't a cave frightening precisely because it was so dark? Old Mrs. Nyo had lived a long life. What didn't she understand? She had already adjusted herself to peak readiness. Are you prepared to lay a hand on this old woman? I see no reason to let you go. Old Mrs. Nyo crouched low, channeling all her strength into her calves, ready to strike at any moment. Not even the slightest opening could escape the Earth God Ninja's gaze. Her eyes were sharper than an eagle's. She refused to die here, for she still had her son. She wanted to live on, to return to the happy life she once shared with him. Sam sighed. I'm standing right here. Can't you hurry up? Old Mrs. Nyo chuckled. Why don't you make the first move? Because I want to see just how strong you really are, Sam said lazily. Oh? So you mean I'm dead the moment you strike? Old Lady Nyo seemed to have heard a joke. Something like that. I don't like to exaggerate, so don't take this as idle talk. Very well. Old Lady Nyo said, her body already moving. She opened with the ninja's most prized technique, the shadow clone jutsu. Instantly, multiple images of Old Lady Nyo appeared before Sam's eyes. Sam chuckled, how amusing. Which one is the real one? His voice suddenly turned firm and resolute. Or perhaps none of them are. With a light swing of his fist, seemingly striking at thin air, he managed to hit Old Lady Nyo. He clearly hadn't used much force, yet Old Lady Nyo seemed to have suffered a significant injury. After-image technique? A rather amusing trick. Too bad I never fight with my eyes, I fight with my senses. Sam watched Old Lady Nyo, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, and a smug smile touched his lips. As a ninja, you're quite impressive. But a ninja is just a ninja. Even a Earth God Ninja can't match a warrior from the heavens. Just one punch landed, and you're already talking big? You really are easily satisfied. Old Lady Nyo wiped the blood from her mouth and assumed a peculiar stance, crouching on all fours like a wolf. What's this new trick? Sam sneered. You lot just love showing off. Earth God ninjas draw their power from the earth itself. The closer we are to the ground, the more we feel its strength surging. Old Cow grinned. You sky dwellers, how could you possibly understand the earth's benevolence? Humph. How tedious. Old Lady Nyo suddenly lunged forward. The sheer speed caught even Sam's unfocused eyes in surprise. That velocity surpassed even an angel's top speed. Could she really exert force with all four limbs? The moment Sam's attention wavered, her hammer was already upon him. It traced a jet-black arc, crashing down like a meteor. A jolt of electricity surged through Sam's body, his body's warning signal when danger approached. Dodge. His toes skimmed the ground as he leapt backward repeatedly, his movements as light and nimble as a dragonfly skimming water. Old Lady Nyo's first strike missed, but her follow-up attacks came like a tidal wave, dozens of moves unleashed in rapid succession. Her hands moved with blinding speed, each strike seeming to erupt simultaneously, without the slightest hesitation or lag. Interesting. Sam chuckled as he deftly evaded. To achieve this level of skill was no small feat. The real power was yet to come. Old Lady Nyo's two hammers suddenly soared into the air. Rise. She could actually manipulate those small hammers out of thin air, truly baffling. Could these hammers also be part of the blacksmith's barrier? A flicker of alarm crossed Sam's eyes. I hadn't known before, but seeing the blade in Cassandra's hand made it clear these magical hammers weren't part of our barrier after all. Old Lady Nil watched Sam as the two hammers spun ceaselessly around her body, like living creatures. Even within the blacksmith's barrier, living iron was a rare treasure. Yet here I was encountering it in the ninja world. How fascinating the world truly was. Sam's listless demeanor vanished completely. Like a cat spotting a mouse, he stared intently at the two hammers. Living iron, living iron. This was the very thing he'd always dreamed of possessing. Sam finally launched his attack. Just how powerful is this arrogant fellow? Old Lady Nyo guarded her vital points with precise footwork, waiting for him to come at her. Swish! Sam's feet seemed rooted to the spot, yet his body had already closed the distance. His fists flew with blinding speed, carrying a devastating wind-like force. A direct hit would likely cost one more lives than they had. Just then, a flying hammer slithered like a living snake, deftly coiling around Sam's wrist and binding it tight. Sam was startled. Even if it was called living iron, it couldn't be this miraculous. The hammer seemed to possess a mind of its own, wrapping itself tightly around Sam's wrist. Sam was forced to pull his punch back mid-swing. He strained his wrist, exerting tremendous effort to pry the iron hammer free. Living iron? It was truly extraordinary. Once freed from Sam's wrist, the hammer slowly floated back to Old Lady Nil. These hammers recognize their master. Even if you kill me, you'll never possess them. You could say the Earth God Ninja is chosen by them. The ninja they select becomes the Earth God Ninja, Old Lady Nil said with a smile. So your opponent isn't me, but them. I'm merely their weapon. Sam narrowed his eyes, watching the dancing hammers. In that case, I'll just have to turn living iron into dead iron. What a waste. Blacksmith's barrier is quite fascinating, isn't it? To create such intriguing weapons, though, it's a pity their user isn't as formidable as the weapons themselves. What a shame. He drew a steel whip from his belt. It was tiny at first, like a matchstick, but as he grasped it, it slowly grew larger until it stood nearly half his height. This was forged alongside Cassandra's blade, he said. I've never tested it. Why not try it with your blood? What do you think? Old Cow Lady screamed quick as an iron hammer flew toward Sam. Simultaneously, her body shot forward, hurtling toward him. Two attacks launched at once, clearly Old Cow Lady's all-or-nothing gambit. Oh! Sam grew increasingly excited. It had been ages since he'd had this much fun. His steel whip whirled swiftly, knocking the iron hammer aside before hurtling back toward Old Lady Nil. The whip screeched like a ferocious beast devoid of any flash, yet utterly terrifying. Old Lady Nyo tried to dodge, but it was too late. Her eyes widened as the steel whip whipped toward her. Chapter 46, The Wrathful Hammer. When? The sound was not loud, yet it carried the force of a mountain roar or a tidal wave. Just as the steel whip was about to strike Old Lady Nyo, the iron hammer circling beside her suddenly intercepted it, blocking the powerful blow. Old Lady Nyo was startled. Was this living iron? Not merely a weapon, but a loyal comrade in arms? The hammer clattered to the ground, motionless, unable to fly again. Old Lady Nyo quickly picked up the hammer, cradling it in her hands. What's wrong with it? Why can't it fly anymore? Foolish ninja, you know far too little about living iron. It is called living iron precisely because a spirit is infused into the metal. The spirit within this hammer is dead. How could it still move? Sam stared at the steel whip in his hand. Some things are better off dead. Not having to worry about life and death, that's not such a bad thing. Dead? Old Mrs. Nyo's wrinkles seemed to deepen instantly. An elderly woman, facing so many matters of life and death in her twilight years, her heart could scarcely bear it. Suddenly, another hammer flew towards Sam like a madman, emitting a piercing, shrill screech as it tore through the air. Sam could sense its sorrow, and it stirred a wave of excitement within him, a bloodthirsty thrill. Even if it was just a piece of iron, the chance to kill filled him with inexplicable joy. Sam swung his steel whip with all his might. You foolhardy thing. He was certain this strike would knock the hammer away, but to his shock, it deftly evaded the whip's force, dodging its momentum and hurtling straight toward his face. Sam panicked, scrambling backward a step. But the hammer pressed forward with even greater ferocity, determined to settle this once and for all. Sam darted left and right, desperate to evade. He had underestimated the hammer's fury, never imagining such explosive power could surge from it after witnessing its comrade's demise. The hammer seemed possessed, never straying more than an inch from Sam. Damn it! Sam suddenly roared, his steel whip accelerating wildly as he shielded his body completely. Merely evading wasn't his style. His whip lashed out like a torrent of water, leaving the iron hammer no opening to exploit. The hammer seemed to have eyes of its own, circling Sam relentlessly. Having killed his comrade, this hammer refused to let the matter rest. Suddenly, the iron hammer spotted Sam's only vulnerability, a blind spot in the whip's defense, a spot the whip never covered. With a whistling roar, the iron hammer charged straight for that blind spot. Blockhead, Sam muttered coldly. That gap was deliberately left open. This angel knew far too much about combat. Feigning a weakness was child's play. Sam locked onto the hammer, his steel whip streaking toward it like a shooting star. A dull thud echoed as the iron hammer was struck and sent flying. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Old Mrs. Nyo hadn't even realized what had transpired before the two living pieces of iron became lifeless. No blood flowed, yet the horror of death hung heavy in the air. Sam raised his steel whip and sighed softly. Weapons truly need a strong master. How could they fare well with a weak ninja? Old Lady Nyo carefully cradled the two hammers in her hands, stroking them gently, her eyes filled with anguish. These hammers had accompanied her since childhood, cherished companions as dear as any human friend. This bond was no different from the affection shared between people. Old woman, you've lost your last weapons. What do you have left to fight me with? Too bad you don't even have a chance to run now. Why didn't you slip away earlier? To stay here and die with 2 pieces of scrap iron? Are all your heads that dull? Sam felt elated. Having defeated even the living iron, he believed the top combatant position might not be far off. A wave of emotion washed over old Lady Nyo, yet she held back her tears. How could one cry away all the bitterness weighing on an old heart? Clenching her hammer, she focused her will. Even without living iron, I am a earth god ninja. This is my home. How could I stand by and watch you winged vermin wreak havoc? What a tough old lady. Wonder if she'll stay this tough after she dies. Sam swung his steel whip, aiming straight for old Lady Nyo. This strike carried his full strength clearly. He intended to kill her with one blow. Old Lady Nyo didn't move. She was merely adjusting her breathing. Had she lost her mind? The steel whip sliced through the air, emitting a sharp, hissing explosion. Leaves it touched instantly turned to powder. This strike was truly fierce and unyielding. Sam's face lit up with delight. In his eyes, the Earth God Ninja was already a dead man. Xiaoxia hid in the thicket, covering her mouth, not daring to move. Was she really going to die like this? Old Lady Nyo remained motionless. She gently spread her arms like a white crane unfurling its wings, lifted one foot, and stood on tiptoe. She gazed at Sam with serene calm, as if looking at a child who had made a mistake. The steel whip had already struck, and the fierce wind lashed toward old Mrs. Nyo, her silver-streaked hair already whipping wildly. But the steel whip didn't touch her at all. How strange. Old Lady Nyo drifted backward, like a leaf tossed by the wind, floating slowly before landing gently. Sam's expression turned serious. Is this how ninjas fight? Now I understand why angels face resistance and other barriers. It seems sheer strength alone won't defeat you strange folk. Old Lady Nyo chuckled. You saw what I did just now? Though I could never do it myself, I understand the principle. Sam actually admitted he couldn't replicate it. That was rare. It's a form of ninjutsu, drastically reducing one's body weight until becoming as light as a leaf. The slightest breeze would carry you away, so my whip could never strike you. Young man, your eyes are sharp indeed. This is the art of lightness within ninjutsu. The earth is our foundation. She grants us strength, making us mightier. How could you flying insects ever comprehend? Sam shrugged his shoulders and chuckled. This is getting more and more interesting. Just how much power does a Earth God Ninja possess? Bring it all out. I can't wait. Break through this technique first before boasting. Old Lady Nyo soared upward, weightless and ethereal, dancing freely through the air with no discernible pattern. Are you confident you can hit me now? I'd like to try. Sam's steel whip suddenly lashed out. Chapter 47, The Angel's Terror. Sam's steel whip carried tremendous force, unleashing another whirlwind of gale force winds. Useless against me. Ninja techniques aren't that simple. Old Lady Nyo drifted upward on the gale, ghostly and weightless. Impressive indeed, Sam chuckled. Too bad you still don't know the true power of an angel. Oh? Besides wings, what else could an angel possibly have? Old Lady Nyo sneered. A sinister smile suddenly flickered across Sam's face. You want to know? Secrets no one else knows? Then this old woman will have to see for herself. Old Lady Nyo landed softly, smiling. Others knew before, but they're all dead now. Old Lady Nyo sensed he wasn't joking and steeled herself. I've lived decades, but I'm not done yet. Unfortunately, that's not for you to decide. The Earth God Ninja was truly formidable. I must eliminate you now, or you'll become a major problem later. Sam's biceps bulged as he laughed maniacally. Looks like the wizard's energy will come in handy after all. Energy? Old Lady Nyo looked at Sam with confusion. The very chi that wizards pride themselves on, the Heavenly Lord learned it in an instant. How ironic. The Heavenly Lord truly is omnipotent. His arms grew thicker and thicker, veins bulging prominently. The chi within me is already overflowing. It feels so damn good. Old Lady Nyo's expression suddenly darkened. She could scarcely believe what she was seeing. Sam's steel whip began to glow faintly, the light growing brighter and brighter until it became blindingly intense. Was this the chi? Within the wizard's barrier, someone could wield such power? Sam sneered coldly at the blinding radiance. The Heavenly God is on our side. What can you possibly do now? Ha! Great Heavenly God, grant me infinite power. The light suddenly surged, blinding old Lady Nyo. It seemed as if the entire world was consumed by this single beam, even the sun itself vanished. Then, Sam bellowed, "Go!" The light shot toward Old Lady Nyo like a bullet. Old Lady Nyo could sense the power within that light. Though not a single breeze stirred, this force was not to be underestimated. The very reason there was no wind was because the power had gathered so intensely it hadn't dispersed. I can't dodge this. Old Lady Nyo knew she couldn't possibly withstand this strike. The light closed in endlessly, about to swallow her whole. Yet when Old Lady Nyo opened her eyes, she found herself still alive. Xiaoxia stood beside her. "How did you get out? I still need you to deliver the message." Old Lady Nyo exclaimed anxiously. "I couldn't bear to watch you die," Xiaoxia said stubbornly. "I trust Li Mingjun. He will come. No matter what their plan is, I believe Li Mingjun can defeat him completely." Sam, however, seemed to have anticipated Xiaoxia's arrival all along. He showed no sign of panic, slowly drawing back his energy. "I've always wondered what kind of person this Li Mingjun really is," he murmured. "Why would the heavenly god specifically mention him? He's human. Just an ordinary human." Sam turned and saw a stunningly beautiful woman, the icy cold beauty Ling. Accompanying her were Xiaoji and an elderly man. Sam recognized this elder, the village chief of the ninja village. Behind these four stood nearly 1,000 ninjas. Every combat-ready ninja in the ninja world was here, black ninjas and vampire ninjas alike. Facing a common enemy, they had chosen to stand united. Interesting. Where is that Li Mingjun fellow? I find myself wanting to meet him more and more. Not only does the heavenly god pay special attention to him, but even you ninjas place such trust in him. How intriguing. Sam smiled, seemingly unconcerned about the 1,000 gathered. My orders are to wait here for Li Mingjun and then strike him down. It seems there's no role for you lot in this. That young man, though I've never met him, Ling has told me some things. The village chief's spirit remains strong. After all he's been through, his heart has grown incredibly resilient. I believe he's the messenger sent to save our ninja world. Ha! The weakest of all humans in the barrier? Sam threw his head back in laughter, his expression brimming with arrogance. Are you kidding me? Weak or not, it's not for you to judge. Ling said coldly, her blade already raised. Her previous sword had snapped, and this one appeared even sharper and more merciless. 1,000 of you minnows think you can overpower me? Sam was borderline manic, utterly lost in his own delusion. Come on. Let me see what you're made of. Charge together. The village chief bellowed, and 1,000 ninjas surged forward as one. If they failed to defeat the enemy, the ninja world would be utterly destroyed. But victory in this battle would steer ninja history toward a brighter future. All the ninjas growled and roared, closing in around Sam. The overwhelming pressure could shake the very foundations of the world. Leading the charge were Ling, Xiaoji, Xiaoxia, Old Cow, and the village chief. Every last one of them summoned their utmost strength. Success or failure hinged on this single moment. With matters having reached this point, there was no room for plans or strategies, only the immediate threat needed to be dealt with. Everyone knew Sam's strength, yet a flicker of hope flickered in each heart. Ling was elated, she believed Li Mingjun would come, and as long as they held out, victory was theirs. Xiaoji was delighted, the black ninja had finally aligned with all the other ninjas. The village chief was delighted, the ninjas had finally reclaimed their dignity. Old Lady Nyo was delighted, she was finally united with all the ninjas, fighting for the faith of the earth god. Xia was also happy, she couldn't say why, because she was a fool. All the villagers were overjoyed, striking against the angels was what they'd always longed to do. These powerful convictions united them all, forming a tremendous force. The force's arrow pointed straight at Sam, who stood right in the eye of the storm. Sam was happy too, finally, something to do during this boring time. You fools! Don't you know we're only here to wait for Li Mingjun? We never intended to lay a finger on you. Sam thought these people were truly mad. Why couldn't they just stay put and avoid trouble? For the honor of ninjas, we must try. What orders you receive are your own business. Now we'll kill you through our own efforts, that's how ninjas handle things. The village chief roared, and everyone echoed his cry. What fools! They could have waited quietly for that human to be killed by me, yet they were foolish enough to confront me. Sam's entire body shone brightly, a sign that his body was now filled with ki. At that very moment, the ninja legion galloped into view. The clash of two forces ignited a fiery confrontation. Chapter 48, Long-Tailed Bat. Just as Li Mingjun and Mang Nyo were at a loss, a rope suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. Both men found it utterly unbelievable. Even Mang Nyo, the most reckless of them, hesitated to grab the rope. You think this might be a trap? Li Mingjun chuckled. You still have the nerve to joke? Mang Nyo glared, fuming. Who cares if it's a trap? Let's just drop down and see. A trap might look different from the outside than when you're inside it. You might be right, Mang Nyo. Let's go up. Li Mingjun's words struck a chord with Old Bull. He clapped his hands and laughed, now that's what I call a man's talk. Whatever danger comes, Old Bull will take it head on. The two grabbed the rope and tested it. It felt sturdy enough, though they couldn't tell what material it was made of. It was soft and fuzzy to the touch. Just as they gripped it tightly, the rope suddenly began pulling upward on its own. Both men felt a strange sense of unease. Without a word, they tilted their heads back, staring upward, ready to face whatever sudden danger might come. The hole proved shorter than expected. In moments, they spotted the opening. Lee Mingjun hissed, "Jump up! Strike first!" Mangneo grunted in response, straining his arms to leap onto solid ground. Lee Mingjun followed close behind, landing safely. Only upon landing did Lee Mingjun realize the trouble. The ground was actually quicksand. He couldn't quite identify it, but the surface beneath his feet shifted like rolling mud, and his body was sinking. Turns out this entire layer of rock is shifting. "We're about to be swallowed into the stone layer and become their snacks," Lee Mingjun said with a laugh, seemingly without a trace of panic. Mangneo struggled and shouted, "Can you stop talking nonsense right now? Hurry up and think of a solution, okay? I'm trying to figure out what rope pulled us up here earlier." Lee Mingjun scanned the area. The rope had vanished without a trace, leaving no sign behind. Why did that furry rope insist on hauling us up? That's obvious it wanted us to drown in this living stone. By now, Mangneo's body was partially buried in the ground. The more he struggled, the faster he sank. If he didn't gain anything, Lee Mingjun could still remain calm. This guy's composure is getting stronger and stronger. Why go to such great lengths to pull us up? We two men aren't exactly light. Mangneo felt as if his insides were on fire, thrashing wildly in the stone slurry. Why couldn't he be devoured by something else? To be consumed by these rocks was utterly infuriating. At most, the stones can suck blood, Lee Mingjun said, then suddenly jerked his head up. The real thing that wants to eat us is this. Mangneo looked up at his words and saw a bat perched on the rock wall above. This bat was 3 times larger than ordinary ones, its fangs long and exposed, enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Looking further down at its tail, though curled, it was clearly exceptionally long. So this little creature dragged us up here. Mangneo suddenly felt an itch on his hand. The thought of being hauled up by such a thing made him feel utterly disgusted. If it ate you, you'd feel even more disgusted. Lee Mingjun actually managed to laugh, which Mangneo found unbelievable. "Cut the jokes, brother," Mangneo snapped. "We need to figure this out. I bet it dragged us up here to eat us." "No kidding. It probably hasn't eaten human in ages. If we escape, won't it be heartbroken?" Lee Mingjun chuckled smugly, clearly delighted with his own joke. "You got a plan to escape?" Mangneo's body was already half submerged. He just wanted to get out of there fast. Being licked by rocks wasn't pleasant. "You mean, if this bat were alone, could it eat us?" "No way. How could it manage without these stones?" "Then tell me, since it can fly, why must it always split the spoils with the stones?" "You mean Mangneo is a bit dim, but he seems to have found the answer. If it had the chance to eat both of us alone, it wouldn't share with the stones. That's when we'd have our chance," Lee Mingjun said with a smile. "It wouldn't be stupid enough to rescue us both only to eat us later, would it? That way, it wouldn't get to eat either. Would it really do something that benefits no one? You must understand, wars in this world arise from greed. Without greed, both sides could win. But never underestimate the power of greed." Lee Mingjun chuckled, pulling 2 sausages from his backpack. He peeled one and handed it to Mangneo. Mangneo took it. "What?" He sniffed it under his nose. "It smells pretty good. To eat." Mangneo took a bite. "Not bad, pretty tasty." He was naturally easygoing, and even in this situation, he could still enjoy his meal. "You know, do you think that bat would just hand this over to those rocks to eat?" Lee Mingjun's words lit Mangneo's face up. "That's a great idea. The best way to break up an enemy alliance is to give them something to fight over, a tactic that never fails in the human world. Even the slightest bit of profit could make allies turn on each other." Lee Mingjun said this as he broke off a piece of sausage and tossed it toward the giant bat. True to form, the bat reacted with lightning speed, as if it had been craving that scent for ages. It snatched the piece in its mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Lee Mingjun chuckled. "Bats in the human world are blind, but this one seems to have eyes." The bat swiftly flew toward him, straight for the sausage. Lee Mingjun cried urgently, "Mangneo, grab me." His hand shot out and seized the bat's tail. The bat lunged and missed, only to find its tail held fast by 2 people. Frustrated, it darted toward the rock wall, intending to fling them against it and kill them. This creature possessed extraordinary strength, so small yet capable of carrying 2 living people at such speed. Lee Mingjun scanned his surroundings and saw the ground had stabilized, no longer shifting. He pulled a spring-loaded pocket knife from his pocket and slashed fiercely at the bat's long tail. Both men landed on the ground. The bat, its tail severed, screeched in agony. Spinning wildly in midair, it crashed into the rock wall in its panic and tumbled into the cluster of living stones. The living stones, already furious at losing their prey, pulsed violently like a boiling cauldron. The bat landed directly in this cauldron of boiling water, instantly submerged, leaving only half its tail clutched in Lee Mingjun's hand. Witnessing this scene, both men felt a lingering dread. They hadn't felt such fear even while navigating the stone slurry earlier. Death, even witnessed from the sidelines, was agonizing. Li Mingjun scanned his surroundings and spotted a passageway. Let's go. This must be the way. Chapter 49, Earth God. Having barely escaped with their lives, the two had no choice but to press forward. Li Mingjun's bodily senses grew increasingly intense. The historical text must lie just ahead. The journey unfolded with unusual ease, so smooth it stirred unease within Li Mingjun. We've encountered plenty of insects and plants along the way, right? Yeah, Mang Nyoma muttered noncommittally. Why haven't we seen any creatures since leaving that giant bat? Just a coincidence. Li Mingjun spoke slowly, enunciating each word. How many coincidences can there be in this world? Then what is the reason? Li Mingjun shook his head. He couldn't say for sure, but the feeling wasn't good. Suddenly, Li Mingjun sensed a faint wave of heat drifting from ahead. Though subtle, he felt it distinctly. Be careful. Mang Niu immediately halted his steps, scanning the surroundings intently before murmuring, "What's strange now?" Li Mingjun pointed ahead. Could there be something up there? This stretch feels odd, and just now I sensed a trace of heat with a faint, fishy smell mixed in. You're too cautious. Mang Niu chuckled, resuming his stride. Suddenly, his face brushed against something furry. He leapt backward and stared intently. Before him stood a wondrous beast, four-legged yet standing as tall as a man, its form resembling a leopard, yet crowned with antlers. Its scales shimmered with a ghostly purple glow. Earth God, both men exclaimed in unison. Mang Niu was the most astonished. He had only ever seen the Earth God in altar paintings and never imagined encountering the real deity. He immediately knelt down and bowed deeply. Almighty Earth God, please accept my devout worship. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a kick send him tumbling aside. Looking up, he saw Li Mingjun beside him. Mang Niu's eyes widened in anger. I was paying homage to the Earth God. Why did you kick me? Next time you see a beast, kill it first before offering sacrifices. Li Mingjun said in a low voice. What? The Earth God was the greatest faith of the ninja. Mang Niu couldn't forgive such words and rose to fight Li Mingjun to the death. Look at that creature lunging at us with its gaping maw. Is that truly your Earth God? Li Mingjun pointed at the deity. Just now, you nearly became its meal. Impossible. The Earth God favors ninjas most. How could this be? Mang Niu glanced at the deity, only to see it panting with its mouth agape, drool pooling on the ground, its eyes fixed intently on him. Mang Niu froze in shock. Could this truly be the Earth God? How could it be? Who says the Earth God doesn't eat people? Boomed a deep voice. The oddly shaped Earth God had actually spoken. Its voice sounded strange too, like it was coming from a cheap, low-quality tape recorder. You want to eat us both? Li Mingjun asked calmly. Of course. The Earth God's mouth was already dripping with saliva, clearly craving these two pieces of meat. I'm not surprised you can speak, Li Mingjun replied. What puzzles me is why you live here. He gestured around them. This place sees no light and offers no sustenance. Judging by your ravenous state, you likely haven't had a proper meal in ages. This confirms my suspicion. Why is there no life nearby? They've all been devoured by your maw, haven't they? You're sharp, and you think things through. The Earth Spirit chuckled coldly, its entire body trembling with a palpable sense of power. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you don't go out is because you simply can't. Li Mingjun's gaze suddenly sharpened. He shouted at Mang Niu, carry me. Run back the way we came. The wild bull, still preoccupied with the Earth God, could only scramble to pick him up and run as fast as he could. The Earth God roared, closing in relentlessly behind them. Its speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, it would catch up. What do we do? Mang Niu asked. Run. Run. Li Mingjun shouted, a flash of green appearing in his eyes. It was moss. His heart leapt with joy. Run to that moss. The wild bull dashed toward it in a single bound. Just then, the Earth God arrived, leaping into the air. But with a thud, it seemed to collide with something and bounced back. The wild bull steadied himself and turned to look at the Earth God lying on the ground. His heart ached. Wasn't the Earth God our guardian deity? Now wasn't the time for that. Li Mingjun climbed down from its back and smiled at the Earth God. I was right after all. You were sealed away by immense power. This moss plant survives only because you can't reach it. The Earth God thrashed its tail wildly, gaping its blood-red maw and bellowing furiously, you two wretches, daring to mock me. I am the god you worship. Stop lying. How could a god devour its own worshippers? Li Mingjun retorted. What are you two doing here? The Earth God roared. Li Mingjun pondered for a moment, then sat cross-legged on the ground, looking relaxed. If you can answer a few questions of mine, I'll give you food. How does that sound? Trying to trick me? Does the Earth God lack food? If you weren't starving, why would you get so worked up just seeing us? If you don't want to talk, that's fine. We won't starve to death anyway. Li Mingjun pulled out a packet of compressed biscuits from his backpack, emergency rations he'd packed. He took one out and tossed it over. The Earth God snatched it up like a madman, swallowing it whole with a blissful expression. The taste of grain. I feel like I can see the sunlight again. Li Mingjun held up the remaining packet of biscuits. If you can answer my question, this whole packet is yours. All right. Li Mingjun chuckled inwardly. He'd somehow survived this entire journey on instant noodle seasoning packets, ham sausages, and compressed biscuits. He really wanted to return to the human world and track down those fantasy novel writers to demand, where are the legendary magical artifacts the male protagonists are supposed to have? First question, tell us who sealed you here. The god, the creator god. Second question, why were you sealed? Because the god died. The god is dead? Li Mingjun's heart jolted. The god who created all things, could he really be dead? Li Mingjun had always assumed the god might be somewhere else, perhaps in another barrier or some other realm, but he never imagined that the god could actually be dead? That doesn't seem like a reason to seal you away. Li Mingjun tossed another biscuit to it, tempting it to speak. I can tell you my story, but you might not like what you hear. Go on. When the creator fashioned the realms, each was granted its own divine beast. I was this realm's guardian, the Earth God. Divine beasts received fragments of the creator's power, existing to aid the humans within our realms. Back then, we truly were their faith. Later, the creator died. Before passing, the creator feared we divine beasts might betray humanity. So the creator sealed us within our respective realms, commanding us to guard something vital. What? The divine will. As the Earth God spoke these words, a radiant smile spread across his face. I've been imprisoned here all these years waiting for the one chosen by the gods to inherit the divine will. Only then can I be released. Li Mingjun's mind raced, piecing together all this information before posing a new question. Is there a divine beast in every barrier? Yes. Is there a human in every barrier? Yes. Are there no differences between these humans? No differences. How can I obtain the divine will from your mouth? Defeat me. Li Mingjun suddenly realized he had plunged himself into even more questions. The most crucial question was, why were there no divine beasts in the human realm? The divine will was embodied in historical texts, and one had to defeat a divine beast to obtain it. Yet why had Li Mingjun acquired a historical text in the human realm? Chapter 50, Shrouded in Mystery. You're not lying? Li Mingjun asked. I have no reason to deceive you, the Earth God replied frankly. Why can you leave this place once you find the one chosen by the gods? Because at that moment, he will possess most of my power, and I will no longer pose a threat to him. Doesn't the heavenly god fear that person might do something terrible with that power? At this thought, Li Mingjun smiled. The creator truly is the creator. Crafting such a meticulously detailed world certainly wasn't done on a whim. The heavenly god decreed, the first to bear another's suffering with the stone of liberation shall inherit the divine will, becoming the vessel of the heavenly god's intent. By that time, the heavenly god would be dead. If this chosen one committed countless evils, no one could stop them. Yet, someone willing to voluntarily bear another's lifetime of suffering was highly unlikely to commit such atrocities. Creator, oh creator, everything was set by you. Your selection process is utterly perfect. Li Mingjun couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence toward the divine. The one who conceived this must be someone who sees the world with profound clarity. He then thought, if that's the case, wouldn't this inheritor of the divine will become the next god? Could it be that he himself would inherit the will recorded in the historical texts and become a new god? This was truly thrilling. One more question, why are there no divine beasts in the human realm? Li Mingjun asked. The Earth God paused. Then burst into hearty laughter. So you are the one chosen by the gods. Ha ha. And this chosen one comes from the human realm. After his laughter subsided, the Earth God finally composed himself and said, it's wonderful to meet you. Let's fight now. I'll deliberately lose to you, so you can inherit the divine will. I'm utterly bored of this place. You still haven't answered my question, Li Mingjun said sternly. The human realm? Because the human realm doesn't need divine beasts. Humans are the strongest among all realms, why would they need divine beasts? What? Li Mingjun could scarcely believe his ears. What are you talking about? How could humans possibly be the strongest? I cannot say, the Earth God replied, guarding his words like a fortress. This is part of the divine will I protect. Only after you defeat me may I speak. Seems the human realm really is different, Li Mingjun chuckled. Since the divine will demands I defeat you to obtain the historical texts, we'll have to fight properly then. The Earth God shook his head, I can't defeat a human. Had I known you were human, I wouldn't have been so arrogant just now. So you concede defeat? Li Mingjun hadn't anticipated things turning out so easily. I concede, I concede. The Earth God nodded repeatedly. Come closer. I shall impart the divine decree to you. Li Mingjun took a small step forward, then stood still, his face beaming as he looked at the Earth God. Tell me, he said, would I believe in free lunches? A low growl erupted from the Earth God's throat, brimming with fury. Let me put it this way, if you hand over your power to me, you can escape this place, but you'll lose most of your strength. For a god revered within this barrier, losing power is worse than death. Tell me, would I believe you're willing to give up your power? Cunning. Cunning humans. The earth god roared. Now I understand why the angels say humans from the mortal realm are the strongest. It's not because of your overwhelming power, but because your minds are far too clever. Exactly. I want to lure you into the sealed realm and devour you. I refuse to carry out the god's will. I'd rather be imprisoned here for eternity, eating earthworms daily, than lose my power. That god is cunning, far too cunning. His mind is consumed by humans, never once considering us divine beasts. Li Mingjun spread his hands, smiling helplessly. If you tell me everything you know, I won't take your power. What? The earth god was deeply suspicious. Humanity's strength lies in their brains. My power is what you've always dreamed of, how could you not want it? With this power, you could rule the entire human realm. That's not what I desire. Now, tell me, what exactly did the gods say in the historical texts? You claimed humans are the most powerful, there must be a reason. Beyond their brains, the historical records must explain it. You really are clever, the earth god said with a bitter smile. Since you are the one chosen by the gods, I can tell you. Why are there no divine beasts in the human realm? Because the gods have their own considerations. They granted the human realm no divine power whatsoever, simply to observe how it would evolve without any assistance from the gods. One could say the human realm is an experiment in the gods' creation, or rather, all the realms are the gods' experiments. The gods planted the seeds, then provided them with different conditions, desiring to see what varied outcomes would ultimately emerge. Are these the historical texts you guard? Yes. Understood. Li Mingjun couldn't help but marvel, so the human realm is such a unique barrier, the only one without divine power. It's like the control group in a biological experiment, a complete blank slate. The gods initially believed humanity couldn't survive, yet unexpectedly, humans in the mortal realm lived the most joyful lives. Despite wars and bloodshed, they discovered wondrous powers within their existence. These people helped one another, learning how to find their place in the world. They built their own civilizations, and most importantly, developed their own wisdom and ways of thinking. The earth god continued, explaining that these were the messages left by the gods. He hoped the next deity you would understand the knowledge behind world creation and become a worthy god. That was why he had preserved historical texts. Without history, you would know nothing. So, your mission is complete. Can you now leave this place without regret? Li Mingjun suddenly felt deep pity for the earth god. Who knew how long he had been trapped here? A deity once revered by all had become a bloodthirsty demon, a transformation few could endure. I cannot leave, for the seal remains unbroken. Only after you give me your power can it be lifted? That is correct. Since you won't give me your power, I'm afraid you'll remain here. I refuse to stay any longer. I want out now. The earth god roared, his tail thrashing wildly. Trying to lure me back in to devour me again? Li Mingjun chuckled. You've already revealed the historical text's information to me, proving you acknowledge my identity. What happens next is entirely up to you. Do you want to stay here until death, or come out with me? This is classic psychological warfare. Who would willingly stay here? But who would willingly give up their power? It was a dilemma, and the earth god hesitated. Magni is suddenly interjected. Our ninja ancestors built an altar here, claiming they once witnessed the earth god. Yet they later sealed off this information. Why? The earth god sighed in frustration. That is precisely why I hesitate now. Chapter 51, Confession. When I was sealed here, those ignorant ninjas searched everywhere hoping to find me. They always cherished me, always relied on me. This deeply satisfied me, and I was content to stay with these simple-hearted ninjas. The earth god spoke softly, but then, the god died. He sealed me away. I was furious. I resented the god's injustice. Why seal me away just to protect humanity? I could never understand it, and it burned within me. After an unknown span of time, 2 ninjas actually found me. Having not seen any ninjas for so long, I was deeply moved and hoped they would stay with me. They understood me completely and said they would remain. But then the earth god's expression darkened. Later, those 2 said they missed home and wanted to return. How could I believe them? They explained repeatedly, but I refused to agree. They must have left because they couldn't bear the suffering. I grabbed one and devoured him. The other ran away. Mangneo listened, his heart pounding with terror. The earth god he had once revered had transformed into a man-eating demon. Li Mingjun said, so that's how it was. The one who escaped still held affection for you, yet also felt anger and fear. He told everyone not to disturb you, so no one came to see you anymore. I should have trusted them back then. Then I wouldn't be suffering like this now. Tears welled in the earth god's eyes. I shouldn't have gone so far. This loneliness is entirely my own doing. It's a pity I only realized this truth today. Human, if you hadn't asked me all these questions today, I would never have reflected on my own actions. Self-reflection is the most common method of thought in our human realm. Li Mingjun took up the thread. In short, the information I've gathered from you is this: first, the gods are dead. Second, every barrier realm has a divine beast except the human realm. Third, defeating a divine beast yields historical texts and corresponding power. Fourth, all barrier realms contain humans, and these humans are identical, which aligns with my previous conjecture. It seems I now have only 3 unresolved questions. The Earth God, impressed by the man's logical presentation, silently marveled. Which 3 questions? First, why did the gods die? You likely don't know that. Second, why are humans so special? Why must even divine beasts sacrifice themselves for them? You don't know that either. Third, I want to ask, what's the deal with the blood-sucking ninja? The Earth God smiled. That is a power unique to me. What kind of power? The power of the key. The Earth God smiled. All humans within the barrier are alike. They originally possessed immense power. But when the gods created them, they sealed away part of that power. With the power of the key, one can unlock the seal, allowing humans to transcend their limits and wield even greater strength. Those blood-sucking ninjas merely discovered a method to unlock the seal, though this method only unlocks a portion of it, and requires drinking human blood. The key to unlocking the chains? Li Mingjun murmured. Even if unlocked, wouldn't one still need years of rigorous training to gain true power? Yes. The human body has been locked for too long. Growth is no simple matter. But the Earth God smiled. You are the inheritor of the divine will, so it's different for you. I will grant you most of my power, allowing you to be far stronger than others from the very beginning. Li Mingjun sneered coldly. You've made up your mind now? The Earth God shook his head helplessly. I've made that mistake once. I won't make it again. Even without my power, I can still glimpse the sun outside. How I long for those days of running beneath its rays. Only, this time, the ninjas won't spare me. Perhaps they might spare you, Li Mingjun said calmly. The Earth God's eyes widened, his face lighting up with hope. Is there still hope for me? As long as I'm alive, there's hope. Wonderful. Wonderful. The Earth God's booming voice echoed underground. What you must do is simple: fulfill the mission the gods have given you, then go save the ninjas in peril. Li Mingjun spoke solemnly, and the Earth God listened intently. Will the ninja forgive me? If you don't try, you'll never know. You devoured one of them, yet they still worship you. Don't you understand the principle behind this? The Earth God was speechless. Because you once protected them, and they cherish that kindness. Moreover, they understand your situation. They know the loneliness of being alone. Li Mingjun spoke as he slowly approached the Earth God, gently stroking his head and saying softly, "Come with me. Let those ninjas who have always believed in you live with you once more." Tears welled in the Earth God's eyes. He never imagined this day would come. If he could live among others, if he could escape his loneliness, he would gladly give up his divine power. Place both your hands upon my head, commanded the Earth God. Li Mingjun complied. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the Earth God's body, making it impossible to look directly at him. Li Mingjun felt no sensation in his body. He had expected some kind of electric shock or pain, but there was nothing. Then he remembered, when he had gained the eagle-eye power last time, it had been exactly the same, utterly without feeling. Slowly, the white light faded. The Earth God murmured, "It's done. Your body has been fully unlocked, and you now wield the power of the key." With that, the Earth God slowly walked away. There had been a barrier there, invisible, yet constantly restraining him. Now, he had finally let go of everything and could pass through this blockade. His steps were light yet resolute as he emerged, as if reborn. From this day forward, I am free once more. Li Mingjun saw a flash of light on the Earth God's back, inscribed with the words, "Key bestowed." Li Mingjun stretched his limbs but felt no difference. "Try jumping," said Mang Niu. Li Mingjun twisted his ankles and leapt upward lightly. Though he exerted little effort, he soared 5 meters high. Power! I feel the power! Li Mingjun exclaimed excitedly. For so long, Li Mingjun had been troubled. How could he possibly stand against the heavenly gods relying solely on auxiliary powers like eagle eyes? Now, he finally possessed his own strength. Though the shackles binding his body had only just been loosened, with this portion of the Earth God's power, he should at least be able to resolve the immediate crisis, right? Despite this momentary surge of excitement, Li Mingjun forced himself to calm down. Even with this power, gradually adapting to it would be a challenge. Unfortunately, there was no time left. He had already wasted too much time. What was happening on the surface? Chapter 52, The Descent of the God. Should we feel hopeless? We shouldn't despair in life, but the scene before us truly gives ample reason to despair. All the black ninjas charged forward together, yet Sam casually held them all back. What he just did was beyond even Ling's comprehension. All anyone saw was a flash of white light, and then everything went blurry. Only pain remained in their bodies. The power of that white light was truly extraordinary. Sam laughed evilly. No wonder that Sand guy lost. This wizard's aura is truly formidable. He looked around with contempt, his snow-white skin clearly showing veins slowly expanding beneath it. You punks are utterly pathetic, Sam sneered. Xiaoxia was already unable to stand. Your power has long surpassed the limits of an angel. What exactly have you done? God! This is power bestowed by the divine. Sam roared with laughter. I am a warrior chosen by the celestial gods. You lowly mortals aren't even on the same plane as me. Slowly advancing toward Xiaoxia, Sam declared, you traitor to the angels. How foolish to defy the divine. Watch me end you in one blow. He raised his steel whip high and strode directly toward her. Xia frantically flapped her wings, yet lacked the strength to fly. She felt despair, yet no pain from that despair. Was this how she would quietly die? The steel whip descended, whipping up a gale. If you die like this, it will break my heart. A voice echoed faintly behind Xiaoxia. Li Mingjun. His hand had already seized the steel whip, while the other lifted Xiaoxia to her feet. You're Li Mingjun? Sam asked with a smile. I am Li Mingjun. Such a simple exchange. I'm dying to know what makes you so special that these guys trust you so much. What's so great? What could a human possibly have that's so great? Too bad the current Li Mingjun is already incredibly formidable. You can try. Li Mingjun's voice was flat. Interesting. Sam was about to attack again when he noticed someone else behind Li Mingjun. Wait, what was that? The Earth God. Sam had seen paintings of the Earth God before and recognized it immediately, so this place truly had an Earth God? Then it must also possess historical texts? He suddenly felt elated. I'm about to earn my stripes. I'll become the strongest under the heavenly gods. Too bad the historical texts are gone now. Li Mingjun's words felt like a bucket of cold water dumped on him. Sam's excitement instantly evaporated. He glared coldly at Li Mingjun. You've already seen it? None of your business, because you're about to die, Li Mingjun replied. With a flick of his hand, he lifted Sam into the air. Sam never imagined this human possessed such immense strength. Ling, Xiaoxia, and Xiaoxia's faces all showed shock. Had Li Mingjun truly inherited the will of the gods and become the next god? Go! Li Mingjun exerted force, hurling Sam away. Sam's body lost all control. He felt the other's power cling to him like an overwhelming tidal wave, then suddenly erupt, propelling him flying through the air. This was the most disastrous flight of Sam's entire existence. Before he could even spread his wings, his body slammed violently into the mountain's rocky wall, erupting in a deafening crash. Sam felt no pain, but he knew his body was enduring immense torment. The physical agony was nothing compared to the humiliation. Being hurled away like this by a human was nothing short of an angel's disgrace. Weren't those humans supposed to be like pigs in a pen, helplessly awaiting slaughter? Sam was truly furious. He roared, his body surging with energy that glowed faintly. Riding this surge of power, he dove straight toward Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun's eagle eyes activated, allowing him to see Sam's movements with crystal clarity. Even the surging energy within his body was visible. It was truly a miraculous power, Li Mingjun thought silently, quickly focusing his attention. Before Sam even reached him, his aura already suppressed Li Mingjun. That powerful energy swirled around him, actually slowing his movements. Truly a miraculous power. A confident smile spread across Li Mingjun's face. If you can wield this power, then I will master it too someday. But before that day comes, I will defeat you with my own strength. Don't think this fighting style will win you the battle. Li Mingjun probed the power within his body using his eagle eye. The shackles on his body had only just been broken, and he couldn't yet fully harness this new power. He wasn't even sure how much power he possessed. What was that? Li Mingjun suddenly noticed a dazzling light emanating from somewhere within his body. The moment he focused on it, the light automatically moved upward, drifting all the way to his palm. Li Mingjun instantly felt immense pressure in his hand. At that moment, Sam's steel whip struck with devastating force. The momentum gained from its descent from above gave the strike the force of a thunderbolt. Before Li Mingjun could even feel the impact, Sam's heart was already bursting with glee. Trying to kill me? Humans are still so fragile. Li Mingjun's eagle eyes fixed on the light in his palm. As Sam charged down, the pressure in his hand suddenly forced the light out, blazing with dazzling brilliance. Was this Qi? Sam could scarcely believe it. This mastery of Qi was something only wizards possessed. Startled, Sam tried to dodge, but it was too late. He stared dumbstruck as the surge of Qi approached, forgetting even to flap his wings. Sam knew the power of this energy. He never dreamed a human could wield such immense strength. But now, his greater concern was, why had the heavenly god ordered him to stay behind, specifically to wait for this human? Could it be, the god intended for him to come to his death? That was unacceptable. The thought ignited Sam's Qi, surging through him. No death. No death. No death. All his strength concentrated before him, forming a massive energy shield to block Li Mingjun's onslaught. Even though Li Mingjun's aura was exceptionally powerful, he had to try with all his might. In a life or death struggle, there could be no hesitation whatsoever. As the two powerful chi collided, the surrounding air pressure became distorted. Howling winds swept across the land, knocking everyone off their feet. Blinding light collided, sparks flew in dazzling bursts, then faded into stillness. Who had prevailed? The question echoed in every heart. Chapter 53, Infinite Possibilities. Li Mingjun felt a surge of secret delight, so Eagle Eye possessed such a miraculous ability. After the shackles binding his body were broken, the power of Eagle Eye had also evolved. Now, Eagle Eye not only reacted to physical objects but could also keenly detect energy in subtle auras. With Eagle Eye and the limitless potential for evolution within his body, his strength had surpassed that of a ninja. No! Perhaps this time, he could truly repel Sam on his own. Even kill him. Don't play dead. Angel, I know that last strike didn't faze you at all. Li Mingjun said with a smile. Sam had indeed been repelled by that force, yet his body remained largely unscathed. Now standing, he stared at Li Mingjun as if observing an alien. Is this the power of the historical text? No wonder the heavenly god has always sought it. Too bad he'll never get it. Li Mingjun now had some grasp of his own power, though mastering its use would take time. That heavenly god would eventually witness the power of the historical text, but it would be the power to destroy him. Sam sneered contemptuously. Though I don't know why the heavenly god made me wait here specifically for you, I'll still eliminate you without hesitation. If you can't even defeat me, even if you obtain the historical text, you'll never stand a chance against the heavenly god. You talk too much. Li Mingjun cut in abruptly. If you weren't hesitating internally, you wouldn't be so verbose during combat. Li Mingjun's guess was spot on. At this moment, Sam knew nothing about Li Mingjun. First, he didn't know how powerful the historical text Li Mingjun possessed truly was. Second, he didn't know why the gods had made him wait here. His verbosity was meant to mask his inner turmoil, yet he hadn't anticipated the other's keen insight. Now I think I understand why the heavenly god cares so much about you. Sam clenched the steel whip in his hand. You truly could pose a threat to the heavenly god, and I will be the messenger sent by the heavenly god to deal with you. With that, Sam planted his feet and charged toward Li Mingjun. The dignity of the god shall not be trampled underfoot by my hand. Sam's face contorted with rage. To him, losing to a human was unforgivable. Instant! Sam suddenly bellowed, vanishing as if into thin air. Even Li Mingjun's eagle eyes struggled to track his movements. What kind of fighting style is this? You haven't seen the full extent of an angel's power yet. Sam suddenly materialized behind Li Mingjun, standing back to back with him. Li Mingjun sensed a powerful force rising behind him, so overwhelming it defied his predictions. He had always relied on his intellect to survive. Understanding his opponents was essential for the wise to endure. Yet now, he knew nothing about this angel before him. Could it be that angels possessed their own unique combat methods? Li Mingjun had assumed angels were merely humans with wings and greater strength. Now he realized his own carelessness. Ninjas were human, but angels were not. At this critical juncture, Li Mingjun suddenly grasped this truth. The creator must have had profound reasons when fashioning angels, reasons Li Mingjun could not begin to fathom. Human, now you should know a pig that escapes its pen is still just a pig. Sam roared madly, whipping his steel whip toward Li Mingjun. Instant! Li Mingjun whispered. What? Sam's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Impossible! How could Li Mingjun know this fighting style? Yet he had no choice but to believe it, for Li Mingjun was no longer before his eyes. The angel's fighting style must be gathering immense power in an instant. The voice echoed above Sam's head. He looked up just as Li Mingjun's kick came down from above. The sunlight was blinding, momentarily dazzling Sam. He leaped backward. Li Mingjun could have pursued further, yet he halted. Now I finally understand why only angels can traverse the barrier. You know? Sam didn't believe it, for even the angels didn't know the reason. Angels are unique, different from other humans. From your combat pattern just now, I can deduce something. Angels can unleash immense energy in an instant. For example, you can reach light speed instantly, even surpass it. Perhaps other humans can do this too. But few can unleash such immense energy in an instant like you do. Sam's steel whip fell limp to the ground as he looked at Li Mingjun with contempt. Humans really are ignorant. What? Instantly unleashing immense energy? That's something many humans within the barrier can do. It's not exclusive to us angels. Li Mingjun's expression suddenly darkened. Now I'm filled with anticipation for the next historical text. Survive first, then talk. Sam launched another attack. Li Mingjun's eagle eyes were now quite proficient. He could clearly see the distribution of power within Sam's body. Analyzing all this data allowed Li Mingjun to predict his opponent's attack patterns. You still don't understand. Beyond my superior strength, I possess a power you completely lack. Li Mingjun channeled every ounce of his power and charged forward. The ground behind him caved in deeply, a testament to his immense power. Sam was no pushover to begin with. How could he accept defeat at the hands of a human? His steel whip already lashed out toward Li Mingjun. To everyone's surprise, Li Mingjun was struck with ease. The steel whip clearly struck Li Mingjun, yet Sam's expression changed. Something was wrong. This sensation felt completely off. After-image technique. Li Mingjun materialized beside Sam, unleashing a hail of punches. Sam felt no pain, but he knew the taste of despair. Before collapsing, he clearly heard Li Mingjun say, "The power of learning you can never match mine." Unwilling. Unwilling. Sam refused to accept it. He had once harbored grand ambitions to become the strongest warrior in the heavens, yet he died at the hands of a human. What a disgrace. This reason alone was enough to justify his death. Now, Sam had no complaints. Lying on the ground, he felt a sense of release for the first time. Before his eyes closed, he saw Cassandra soar swiftly into the sky and vanish. In the end, even his own comrades had abandoned him. What was there left to linger for? Li Mingjun was secretly startled. He never imagined his strength could increase so dramatically all at once. Not only was he now able to unleash the power of Eagle Eye, but he also possessed formidable physical prowess. Most crucially, Li Mingjun's intellect granted him limitless potential for evolution. Hawkeye allowed him to analyze opponents, his mind provided countermeasures, and his body enabled him to defeat enemies. Perhaps now Sam could understand why the heavenly god had ordered him to stay behind specifically to deal with this human. With Li Mingjun already this powerful, once he broke free from his physical limitations and trained for a while longer, who could say he wouldn't be a match for the heavenly god? Alas, Sam is dead. He'll never live to see that day. Chapter 54, Forgiveness. Liberation. The ninjas exhaled deeply. They couldn't believe this stranger had actually defeated the angel single-handedly. Even more unbelievable was that this stranger had appeared alongside the Earth God. The village chief's expression was complex. "Thank you, stranger." Li Mingjun smiled. "I'm no stranger." "Oh?" the village chief inquired. "The one over there." Li Mingjun pointed to Ling standing nearby. Ling's face was radiant with happiness. "She's my fiancée." The village chief's doubts finally dissolved. He chuckled softly. "In that case, no words can express our gratitude as ninjas. We'll keep this appreciation in our hearts." Before that, Li Mingjun said calmly, "You have more important matters to attend to." Li Mingjun's eyes fixed on the Earth God. In truth, everyone's eyes were fixed on the Earth God. The Earth God felt somewhat awkward, unsure how to face these long-lost friends. He had done wrong in the past and didn't know what kind of treatment awaited him. All those who had done wrong felt uneasy inside. Old Lady Nyo brushed the dust off her clothes and called out loudly, "Village chief, now you should tell everyone, shouldn't you?" All eyes turned to the village chief. The village chief of the ninja village was a dark, thin old man, slightly stooped but alert and energetic. "Earth God, we know all about your situation," the village chief said. This matter had always been known only to the village chief of the ninja village. For the other villagers, it was a secret. "What secret?" Ling asked. "Earth God once lived among us," the village chief continued. "Later, for reasons unknown, he was sealed underground, never to emerge. Then, 2 of our ancestors found him. Earth God wished for their companionship, but they chose to flee. The result? What? One was devoured. The other escaped. Eaten? The ninjas couldn't believe it. The very being they revered as their guardian deity had once devoured their own ancestors. "Why was this never told to the people?" asked the owl princess. "Because there were reasons we couldn't tell everyone." The village chief glanced at the Earth God, the ancestor who had escaped. He didn't want people's faith to waver. Faith is like that. If we chose not to believe in our faith, we wouldn't be living as we do today. Besides, we should believe. The Earth God was just afraid of loneliness. The Earth God listened with emotion, yet found no words to respond. Li Mingjun took up the thread. "Everyone, today we defeated the angels only because of the Earth God's power. No matter what wrongs he may have committed before, today's Earth God remains the protector in all our hearts. Can we continue living together with him? Living alongside the Earth God?" That question had never crossed anyone's mind. Yes, if we hadn't known he ate people before, it might be different. But now that we know, we can't help but worry he might do it again. Whispers spread through the crowd as indecision hung heavy in the air. "If it's Li Mingjun's proposal, I accept." Xiao Ji was the first to speak up. "We black ninjas have done many wrongs before, but when faced with the angels' attack, we were still accepted by everyone and fought together." "Me too. Me too." Old Cow and Mangniu each declared. More and more voices joined in agreement. Finally, smiles spread across every face, as if they had returned to the days of old. In the absence of angels, living alongside the Earth God they believed in would be the best possible outcome. "See? Your worries were unnecessary." Li Mingjun smiled at the Earth God. The Earth God shook his head. "Without your help, this world would likely have spiraled toward its worst possible outcome." "Now there's one more thing," the village chief said. "Can everyone forget the grudge between the black ninja and the vampire ninja? Since we're living together, of course we should forget the past." Everyone cheered, seemingly ready to embrace a new beginning. "But some things cannot be changed," Li Mingjun said suddenly, his voice calm. He was the type who could analyze situations coolly at any moment. The dark ninja can revert to a normal ninja on his own, but the vampire ninja cannot. If the vampire ninja cannot return to normal, you simply won't be able to live properly. You needn't worry about that. The Earth God looked at Li Mingjun. I still possess a remnant of power enough to restore the vampire ninja to normal. Gods are truly fascinating beings. Li Mingjun suddenly realized that the world created by the gods was indeed intriguing. Among all these matters, the most captivating were the affairs between humans. The stories that unfolded between people were likely endless. What followed was a time of celebration. When a disaster ends, the best way to forget it is through joy. The end of a disaster is, in itself, a form of happiness. To welcome this happiness, the ninjas held their traditional gathering. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, singing ninja songs and feasting on specially grilled meat. Delicious. Xia, who never had any resistance to good food, was now grabbing chunks of meat and devouring them. The village chief approached with a cup of sake. Young man, I raise this to you. You've done what any village chief should do. Li Mingjun took the wine, sniffed it. It carried a fruity aroma, more rustic than the wine from the human world. The historical records here are gone now, and I believe angels won't be coming back. I truly hope I'll have the chance to taste this wine again someday. Are you leaving already? The village chief inquired. Yes. Though I'm reluctant to leave, this world isn't mine. Besides, I'm growing concerned. Has anything happened to the human's barrier? Li Mingjun took a small sip. Delicious. From now on, the ninja world must worship not only the earth god, but also something else. The village chief took a sip too, gazing at the star-studded sky. We need to believe in miracles. Without that faith, we would have given up long ago. Miracles? Li Mingjun thought. Perhaps defeating an angel was a miracle in itself. He downed the rest of his cup in one gulp, tugging Xiaoxia's sleeve. Stop eating. We have to go. There's so much left for us to do. Xiaoxia reluctantly stood up. But I haven't had enough to eat. Li Mingjun glanced around. Night had fallen over the ninja realm, cloaking everything in a tranquil aura. Dancing flames reflected on everyone's faces, revealing expressions of joy. The ninja realm has regained its peace, but other realms still suffer under the angel's tyranny. We must hurry, Li Mingjun said. Hasn't the human realm been attacked by angels? The village chief asked in astonishment. The human world? Li Mingjun smiled bitterly. The human world is worse than death. Humans have become the angel scapegoats for their suffering, so we haven't been attacked. But there's no joy in such a life. Is that why you fight? Not just for that. Li Mingjun glanced at the people beside him. Also for my friends. Chapter 55, Farewell. Wait. Just as Li Mingjun was about to leave, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out behind him. Ling. You want to leave me here all alone? Ling's eyes flickered, and she looked at Li Mingjun with a hint of coyness. After all, saying such things wasn't really Ling's style. This is your home. I don't know what to do either. Li Mingjun's heart ached with conflict. He truly couldn't find a solution either. I want to leave this choice to you, but it's too cruel for you. You should go with him. Xiaoji reached out from behind to steady Ling's trembling shoulders. This man is trustworthy. If you choose to stay in the ninja village, you might regret it someday. Ling didn't know what to do. The ninja village was the homeland she had always protected, the anchor of her heart. How could she leave so easily? Yet, even if she stayed, her life wouldn't be happy if her heart remained tied to Li Mingjun. This choice was hers alone to make. She must bear it decisively herself. I'm coming with you. Ling shouted aloud. In the darkness, her voice echoed like an eternal promise. Even the stars in the sky couldn't outshine the brilliance of that promise. Xiaoji smiled. It's your decision. None of us can stop you. You've already done so much for the ninja village. We can't ask you to spend your entire life confined here. Go. You have your own life to live. Xiaoxia pulled Ling playfully. If you don't come with us, we'll be so lonely. She turned to Xiaoji. Aren't you coming back with us? Xiaoji shook her head. There are still many things waiting for me to do here. I've made too many mistakes in the past. Now is the time to make amends. I can't hesitate any longer. If I keep delaying, I might not be able to leave cleanly. Let's go. Li Mingjun said without looking back. Of course, his heart ached with reluctance, but life is full of partings. He could only accept it with a heavy heart. I want to go with Big Brother too. Li Mingjun turned to see a small child. Who are you? Li Mingjun didn't recognize the child. Ming Luo, my little brother, Xiaoji said. Take me with you. Though I'd love to live with sister, I truly want to become as strong as Big Brother. Don't underestimate me now, I'll be powerful someday. I want to go on adventures with Big Brother. Ming Luo grew increasingly excited, his little face flushed crimson. Sister, will you let me go? If he agrees, I won't object. Though worried, Xiaoji thought, if my little brother can be with Li Mingjun, what else could I possibly be concerned about? Ming Luo gazed at Li Mingjun expectantly. A smile spread across Li Mingjun's face. Of course you can. Awesome. Ming Luo jumped up in delight. I'll train hard and won't be a burden to you, big brother. If you're leaving. The village chief pulled an ancient notebook from his robe. Take this with you. It's our ninja training manual. Even without a teacher, you can still become an excellent ninja. He handed it to Ming Luo, smiled, and ruffled his hair. Behave well in the other barrier. Don't disgrace our ninja village. Taking the book, Ming Luo nodded firmly, yes. Well then, it's time to part. Li Mingjun declared, scooping up Ming Luo and pulling Ling along as he addressed Xiaoxia. We're off. Xiaoxia's pure white wings spread instantly, appearing exceptionally noble against the night sky. Off we go. Take care, everyone. Xiaoxia's speed was swift, vanishing instantly into the night sky. On the ground, the ninjas remained, gazing upward alone. The owl princess would never forget. The wild bull would never forget. The earth god would never forget. None would ever forget that an angel had once brought a human being here, and that human had sacrificed his life to secure peace for the ninja village. The village chief raised his cup high. Everyone, let's drink together to Li Mingjun and the others. Cheers. Happy smiles spread across every face. The earth god was surrounded by ninjas, all eager to learn about their past lives, bombarding him with questions. The earth god's answers were simple, yet they often drew laughter from the crowd. From now on, I can live alongside everyone. What does it matter if I lose my power? As the earth god pondered this, he suddenly realized Ling was still a blood-sucking ninja. He hadn't been transformed back yet. At this thought, the earth god chuckled. When I taught them the vampire ninja training method, I said that drinking human blood meant you had to marry that person. It was just a joke, but Ling actually took it seriously. Still, let her remain a vampire ninja. Perhaps it's for the best, both for her and for Li Mingjun. Seeing everyone regain their usual vitality, the village chief's heart settled. He glanced at Xiaoji, and Xiaoji glanced back at him. These two, who had been locked in bitter conflict just a few years ago, could now meet and laugh away their past grievances. Why didn't you leave with Li Mingjun? I still have my own affairs to attend to here. It's clear Li Mingjun actually wanted you to leave with them. The village chief gazed into the distant sky. It's just that I belong here. Unlike Ling, she's already given so much to this place. She has the right to pursue her own happiness. But I can't. Or rather, if I need to pursue happiness, I must stay here. My happiness lies right here. Xiaoji spoke softly, a warm wave of contentment suddenly flooding her heart. Perhaps this parting had made her appreciate the preciousness of their friendship all the more. You should become the village chief. The chief smiled. You must be joking. I'm a criminal in the ninja village. Xiaoji shook her head with a bitter smile. This is your chance to atone. Being village chief isn't an easy job. You'll bear the hopes of the entire village. That's our punishment. The village chief raised his wooden cup and declared loudly, everyone, how about we make Xiaoji our new village chief? Yes. Agreed. Everyone raised their cups and shouted in unison. Flames flickered, casting crimson light across every simple ninja's face, perfectly complementing their smiles. Then I humbly ask for your continued support. Xiaoji felt a surge of emotion as she accepted the village chief's responsibilities. She knew she must make amends for her mistake, and this was her best chance. Wasn't this punishment the warmest, happiest of all punishments? The earth god smiled as he approached Xiaoji, bending down to say, please, village chief, mount upon me. Xiaoji stammered in panic, but how could that be? You are our earth god. Please let me do something. Serving as the village chief's mount is the only thing I can do now. The earth god spoke earnestly, lowering his front legs and bowing his head deeply. I too have made mistakes. Let us work together for the people. Xiaoji tremblingly climbed onto the earth god's back. The earth god slowly rose to his feet and proclaimed loudly, everyone. Let us live like this from now on. Agreed. The night marched on, and a lone meteor, unable to bear the solitude, streaked across the sky. Chapter 56, Bad News. Back to the human realm. The same streets, the same air, all of it felt painfully familiar to Li Mingjun. Is this where humans live? Mingjun looked around, feeling a bit lost and overwhelmed. The towering buildings and cars were utterly foreign to a ninja who worshipped the earth god. Ling ruffled his hair. You'll get used to it soon. Home. Xiaoxia beamed with delight. She'd been craving computer games these past days, and nothing could stop her now. Li Mingjun was still fumbling for his keys in his pocket when Xiaoxia suddenly punched the door open with a loud bang. Before he could utter a complaint, she had already dashed inside. Women, Ming Luo sighed suddenly, such troublesome creatures. Li Mingjun stared in astonishment at the child, barely 10 years old. You understand such complex truths? Ming too, especially troublesome when they have wings. Li Mingjun picked up Ming Luo, and the two gazed at each other with mutual understanding. Was this what it meant to find a kindred spirit? As their eyes met in silent communication, Xiaoxia suddenly shrieked from inside the room. What is this? Another enemy? Li Mingjun rushed inside only to find Xiaoxia sitting there perfectly fine, frantically working on her computer. What's wrong? Li Mingjun asked anxiously, but Xiaoxia didn't seem troubled at all. This computer won't turn on, Xiaoxia said with a dumbfounded expression. Of course. We've been gone for so many days, and Qinmei went back to her own home. Naturally, the power would be cut off. Li Mingjun really didn't know how to communicate with her anymore. Even the simplest words turned into complex, incomprehensible sentences in Xiaoxia's ears. No way. Qinmei shook her head vigorously. I want to play now. Right this instant. Ling tugged at Li Mingjun's sleeve. Quick, think of a solution. If this keeps up, she'll drive us crazy. So Ling could find others annoying too? Alright, Xiaoxia really is the ultimate idiot. Li Mingjun had to admit it. He rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a phone number. Good thing I know someone who collects electricity payments. Just one call and it'll be sorted. Hurry up, hurry up. Xiaoxia couldn't wait, pressing her face close to Li Mingjun's. Ling pushed Xiaoxia away abruptly, her face flushed as she declared, he's my fiancé. Stay away from him. Ha! Li Mingjun nearly fell over in shock. When did Ling learn to get jealous? Though he had asked her to learn about the human world, she seemed to be picking things up a bit too quickly. Li Mingjun inwardly braced himself, wondering what his life would be like from now on. Only after making the calls and paying all the utilities did Xiaoxia finally calm down. She sat alone at the computer playing games, while Li Mingjun, Ling, and Ming Luo gathered around the table drinking tea. Ming Luo, now that we'll be living together, if you ever miss your sister, just tell us. Xiaoxia will take you back. Li Mingjun worried that such a young child might feel homesick. No, Ming Luo replied with a smile, taking a sip of tea. I came here to train, so I won't get homesick easily. The tea in the human world isn't very good, the water tastes bitter. Li Mingjun gave a wry smile. How could the water of the human world compare to that of the ninja realm? The ninja realm is completely unpolluted. Ming Luo looked at Li Mingjun, her expression puzzled. Have humans already destroyed this world so badly? That depends on how you look at it. Li Mingjun stared at his teacup. Humans have their own civilization, but it's true that this civilization has harmed the world we live in. Ming Luo nodded, seeming to understand yet not fully grasping the concept, and continued sipping his tea. He wanted to adapt to life here quickly and gradually grow stronger. Shouldn't we tell Katomi? Ling suddenly asked. Indeed. When Li Mingjun left, Qinmei had returned home. It seemed she knew he was heading to a dangerous place, though she didn't show her worry. Let's give her a call, Li Mingjun said, pulling out his phone to dial Qinmei. It rang for a long time, but no one answered. Li Mingjun glanced at his watch and chuckled. I'm such an idiot. Qinmei is still at school right now. Why would she be home? Just as he was about to hang up, he heard someone pick up the phone on the other end. Who is this? Came a slightly aged male voice. Could this be Qinmei's father? Li Mingjun quickly said, Hello, is this Qinmei's home? The other party sounded slightly surprised. I'm her father. And you are? Hello, I'm Qinmei's classmate, Li Mingjun. I was trying to reach her about something. Li Mingjun answered carefully. The voice sounded genuinely pleased, even a bit excited. Qinmei's classmate? That's wonderful. Qinmei's been sick lately, and we've all been so worried about her. Ill? After being away these past days, has Qinmei fallen ill? What kind of illness? Is it serious? Li Mingjun asked urgently. An infectious disease. Qinmei is currently isolating at home to recover, the voice choked, sounding hoarse. What? Li Mingjun shot to his feet, knocking over the teacup on the table and spilling tea across the floor. It sounds like she won't last much longer. A wave of profound sadness washed over him, his voice strained as if forced from the depths of darkness. Are you the only one with her? Li Mingjun asked. Yes. Qinmei's mother passed away early. I've always been busy outside, rarely able to talk to this child. She's never been very happy. Though she has many friends at school, she doesn't seem particularly close to them. But lately, she seemed quite cheerful. She said she'd found some really good friends and was going to live with them. Qinmei's father choked up. I hadn't fulfilled my duties as a father, but since she was happy living on her own, I had no reason to object. A few days ago, Qinmei came back and said her friends had something to take care of. And then? But after a long time, she hadn't contacted those friends. Later, her health gradually deteriorated. She was diagnosed with a rare lung disease that was also contagious. We should go see her now, said Li Mingjun. No, you can't. This disease is highly contagious. You can't risk it. Before he could finish, Li Mingjun hung up. He looked up at Ling, his expression completely changed. Qinmei has a serious illness, and it's contagious. Do you want to come with me? Ling set down her teacup. Of course. Ming Luo tried to go too, but Li Mingjun held her back. Children have weaker immune systems. You stay here. Xiaoxia. Xiaoxia. Li Mingjun told Xiaoxia about Qinmei's situation. Xiaoxia nearly slammed her head against the screen. Hurry up and go. What are you waiting for? Xiaoxia yelled. Li Mingjun looked awkward. I was waiting for you. Aren't you afraid of catching it? Ming Luo suddenly asked. The three exchanged glances. Qinmei wouldn't let us get sick too. We trust her. Chapter 57, You Must Survive. Qinmei's home. I'll get it. Xiaoxia said, rolling up her sleeves, only to be abruptly pulled back by Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun was incredibly strong now. His grip held Xiaoxia so tightly she couldn't move an inch. Ow! Ow! What are you doing? Xiaoxia glared at Li Mingjun, her cheeks puffing up. You don't just break down any door and barge in, kid. Li Mingjun said sternly. Ring the doorbell. I'll ring it. Xiaoxia rushed forward to press the button, only to be grabbed again by Li Mingjun. If you press it, you'll probably break the doorbell, Li Mingjun said. I'll do it. Xiaoxia protested, I'll be careful. We don't believe you, Li Mingjun and Ling said in unison. Whatever, I'm not playing with you guys anymore. Xiaoxia turned her head away, looking like she'd been bullied. Li Mingjun pressed the doorbell, and soon there was a response. Excuse me, are you a friend of Qinmei's? The voice belonged to Qinmei's father. Yes, Li Mingjun replied. Qinmei said she doesn't want to infect you, so please go home. She must really want to see us, Li Mingjun declared firmly. Judging by her expression, that must be it. These past days, she's only been living with me. Life has been boring, and she must want to have a proper chat with her friends. But? No buts. Let us in. We'll take full responsibility for any consequences. Li Mingjun's eagle eye was now active, allowing him to see clearly inside the house. A pale, haggard man was speaking to him, while the long Miss Qinmei lay inside. She was now extremely thin, her jaw sharply defined, her eyes slightly protruding. This was the result of the disease's torment. Li Mingjun intensified his eagle eyes, probing the energy within Qinmei's body. His control over the ability had grown formidable. Since eagle eyes could detect energy distribution within others, it naturally revealed their physical condition. Ah! Li Mingjun suddenly gasped softly. Qinmei's lungs showed almost no bright spots, indicating a near total absence of energy. This was a sign of life ebbing away. How could Li Mingjun not be alarmed? We must get inside. Open the door immediately. Li Mingjun's voice was almost like an order. If the door wasn't open, Qinmei might not even get to see us one last time. Qinmei's father hesitated, then reluctantly said, all right. The door swung open, and the three of them rushed inside. Qinmei's father produced 3 masks. Put these on. It'll make Qinmei feel better. The three put on the masks and followed him to Qinmei's room. Qinmei, they insisted on coming in. Can you see them now? No. I look awful right now, and besides, I don't want to infect them. Qinmei's voice was faint, but it was clear she was speaking urgently, as if struggling to control her emotions. Listen to me, Qinmei. Li Mingjun? You're finally back safely? Don't you want to see us? Just talking through the door is enough to satisfy me. But we won't be satisfied. We don't want to stand by and watch our friend die. Li Mingjun pounded fiercely on the door, producing dull thuds. If you just die like this, are you going to make us think of you every day and lose our reason for happiness? Li Mingjun's voice echoed low in Qinmei's heart. Though she paid close attention to him, she still didn't know him deeply. So you're such a gentle person. Qinmei's voice suddenly turned sweet as she spoke happily. Xiaoxia couldn't wait any longer. I'll go, she exclaimed, kicking the door open with one foot. This time, Li Mingjun didn't stop her, because he wanted to do the same. The door swung open, and Qinmei panicked slightly, quickly pulling the blanket over her head. From beneath the covers, she whimpered, don't come in. I'll infect you. But we're already here, right beside you. Hearing Li Mingjun's voice beside the bed from under the covers, Qinmei dared not emerge. Let me see. Ling's voice was as cool as ever, a trait that actually resembled Li Mingjun's temperament. Ling reached her hand under Qinmei's blanket. Qinmei, give me your hand. Let me check it for you. Xiaoxia smiled and said, last time Qinmei fainted, Ling cured her with herbs. Maybe she can cure you this time too. Qinmei's father sighed. The doctor said. Shut up. Li Mingjun exploded, pointing his finger at Qinmei's father's nose. It's all your fault for not taking proper care of your own daughter. A man like you has no right to be a father. Don't tell me about the doctor's words now, I won't believe any of that nonsense. Qinmei can be cured. She absolutely can be cured. Qinmei's father was left speechless by the scolding, yet a faint smile lingered on his face. I'm so glad Qinmei has such good friends like you. You're right, I've been neglectful. You two talk. I'll go cook dinner. Wait. Qinmei's voice came from under the covers. Dad, don't be sad. I've never blamed you. You worked so hard outside to give me a good life, and you spent all your free time with me. I never blamed you. Is that so? Qinmei's father felt a storm raging within him, though he didn't show it easily. Li Mingjun just grew up without parental love, so he resents others' parental shortcomings. Don't let this cause conflict between you, Qinmei continued. Yes. Qinmei's father replied, then headed toward the kitchen. Ling pressed Qinmei's pulse, his brow slowly furrowing. Li Mingjun looked at Ling with a questioning gaze. Ling shook his head gently, signaling his own helplessness. So Ling can't help this time either? Qinmei murmured from beneath the quilt, her expression half smiling, half teary, as if on the verge of tears. No. There must be a way. There's nothing in this world I can't handle, you know that, right? Li Mingjun declared loudly. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiaoxia. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, he grabbed Xiaoxia's arm and pulled her out of the room. Li Mingjun pinned Xiaoxia against the wall, his eyes burning as he stared at her. What are you doing? Xiaoxia asked, flustered. You must have a way to save Qinmei, right? Li Mingjun's eyes turned pleading as he looked at Xiaoxia, who seemed somewhat at a loss. The angelic civilization should be more advanced than humans. You must have highly developed medical skills. Medical skills? Xiaoxia pondered. There are indeed professions similar to doctors, but they seem different from those in your human world. She appeared deep in thought. Do you remember when we first met? I remember. Li Mingjun slowly calmed down, forcing himself to stay composed because he was thinking of a solution now he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. I told you back then how much I admired doctors. Yes, you did. Li Mingjun remembered that small detail clearly. Do you know why? Because in the celestial realm, doctors don't exist. Chapter 58, The Value of the Key. No doctors? Li Mingjun couldn't believe Xiaoxia's words. Medical skills are a crucial hallmark of civilization, how could they not exist? Indeed there aren't. That's precisely why, whenever I saw doctors in other realms before, I found it utterly magical. Xiaoxia explained. Then don't angels get sick? Li Mingjun pressed. Illness? We experience physical discomfort, but in most cases, we recover on our own. Given Xiaoxia's intelligence, explaining things this clearly was already quite an accomplishment. Physical discomfort just resolves itself? Li Mingjun muttered under his breath. Angels' bodies truly differ from ordinary humans, but exactly how? Eagle eyes. Li Mingjun activated his eagle vision and scrutinized Xiaoxia closely. Xiaoxia felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, a blush spreading across her cheeks. What are you looking at? Your body. Li Mingjun answered without hesitation. But that answer was way too easy to misinterpret. Xiaoxia knew about Li Mingjun's abilities. Feeling utterly flustered, she punched him hard, sending him flying. Pervert. Though she didn't know what a pervert was, she knew to knock someone away first. Li Mingjun was so engrossed in watching that he didn't react in time and got knocked flying. What are you doing? Li Mingjun felt a twinge of pain, but it vanished almost instantly. In the past, he would have felt the pain for a long time after all, Xiaoxia was incredibly strong. But now, why was he fine? Although he felt the pain, it vanished instantly. What was the difference? When a problem arises, distinguishing the differences in circumstances is often crucial. Li Mingjun pondered for a moment, then realized with a jolt, so that's it. All humans within the barrier were bound by some kind of lock, differing only in degree. That's why each person within the barrier manifested varying levels of power. As for the angel, perhaps it possessed fewer locks or none at all, which explained its formidable strength. In other words, if a person's shackles were released, they would gain extraordinary vitality and power. Exactly. Exactly. Li Mingjun thought excitedly, wasn't it precisely because the shackles on his own body had been unlocked that he possessed such immense power? He had a solution. Li Mingjun finally grasped the solution. If he used the power of the secret key to unlock all the shackles binding Qinmei, wouldn't she regain her health? But Li Mingjun didn't act rashly. He was still considering his options, because many issues remained unresolved. At the very least, he had never used the power of the secret key before and didn't know how to wield it. How does one use it? Li Mingjun recalled every detail, and suddenly, a victorious smile spread across his face. Memory truly was humanity's greatest ally. When his own key had been unlocked, how had the Earth God acted? He could simply replicate that now. Regardless, he had to try. Qinmei. Li Mingjun called out. Quick, show your head. I've figured it out. You're lying. Qinmei whispered. I'm not. Don't you trust me yet? Really? Qinmei slowly revealed her head. Her hair had turned somewhat dry and yellow, and her face was pale. Li Mingjun suppressed the ache in his heart and said, place both hands on my head. Quick. Why? Qinmei asked curiously. Anyone would be curious about this kind of thing. I can't explain it. Just do it. Li Mingjun grabbed Qinmei's hands and placed them on his head. Eagle Eye activated, scanning the changes in Qinmei's body. How could the key be activated? By analogy. Li Mingjun reasoned, since Eagle Eye could be controlled by his own will, by analogy, the key's ability should work the same way. His focus sharpened completely as he silently chanted in his mind, Key. 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 Ah. Ling gasped softly. She saw a white glow emanating from Li Mingjun's body, drifting steadily toward Qinmei. Gradually, Qinmei's entire body became enveloped in this luminous glow. Through eagle eye, Li Mingjun could clearly see that as the light passed through Qinmei's body, the diseased parts were rapidly self-healing. Indeed, the human body is shackled. The power of this key is truly miraculous. After a while, Li Mingjun confirmed Qinmei's body was fully charged with energy. He placed her hand back under the covers and smiled, "You're better now. Just rest a little longer and you'll be completely recovered." "Are you just trying to comfort me?" Qinmei smiled bitterly. "I don't know what trick you pulled just now, but I know this is your way of soothing your own conscience. Are you really expecting me to believe in Qigong?" "I'll explain everything once you're fully recovered," Li Mingjun replied, now completely at ease. "If you don't believe me, you can call a doctor to check. Or..." He lowered his head with a smile. "Try hitting me. Your strength is incredible now." Qinmei chuckled, "You really know how to cheer someone up." "I'm completely drained." With that, Qinmei casually tapped Li Mingjun on the head. The blow was indeed powerful. Li Mingjun actually felt the sting. Qinmei froze in surprise. "What just happened?" "I felt an incredibly powerful force." "Of course, I wouldn't lie." Li Mingjun chuckled. Qinmei looked at Li Mingjun, then at Ling and Xiaoxia. "You really aren't ordinary humans. I guessed you were doing something dangerous, but I never imagined you'd be such extraordinary beings." As she spoke, she suddenly realized someone was missing. Where's Xiaoji? She stayed at her own home. The matter was resolved perfectly, but she couldn't leave her own home. Li Mingjun said, picking up a banana, peeling it, and offering it to Qinmei. Could she be dead? Qinmei's mind raced. "Are you just comforting me again? Your imagination is running wild." Li Mingjun stuffed the banana into her mouth. "Stop overthinking. Once you're better, you can come back to live with us. Your father is a good man. Tell him I'm sorry." "Are you leaving?" Qinmei asked, seeing Li Mingjun stand up. "Yes. Someone's waiting for me at home." Li Mingjun was referring to Ming Luo. "Someone else?" Qinmei had felt a flicker of relief upon hearing Xiaoji had left. After all, she herself was fond of Li Mingjun, and one less woman meant one less rival. But the mention of someone waiting at home instantly made her think of a woman. "Is she very cute?" "Cute?" Li Mingjun pondered. Ming Luo could be considered cute, so he grinned and said, "She's very cute indeed. I'll go as soon as I'm better." Qinmei finally believed her illness would heal. It turned out that a woman's jealousy possessed such astonishing power. Chapter 59, Training Camp 1. Qinmei recovered quickly and returned to stay at Li Mingjun's home. Upon entering, Qinmei looked at Ming Luo and asked, "Is this the adorable person?" Li Mingjun nodded. "He's Xiao Jiai's younger brother, a very adorable child." Ming Luo blushed slightly upon hearing this and hurried to help Qinmei carry her things. 5 people gathered around the table, beginning to recount tales from the ninja world. By now, Qinmei had come to believe their stories, having witnessed Li Mingjun's formidable divine power firsthand. Moreover, after her body had been unlocked, Qinmei's own strength had grown considerably. After a flurry of chatter, Li Mingjun suggested, "Shouldn't we hurry to the next barrier?" Xiaoxia looked utterly exhausted. "We just got back. I really want to rest." "Your opinion is invalid," Li Mingjun declared. Mero chuckled. "The angel mentioned the ninja realm isn't particularly formidable. The other barrier realms seem far more terrifying." Li Mingjun nodded. He found this child, Ming Luo, to be quite reliable. Not only courageous, but also sharp-minded. "If that's the case, we must prepare thoroughly before proceeding," Ming Luo stated. "Though brother Li Mingjun is immensely powerful, the rest of us simply can't match the angels. Continuing like this will only become a burden to him." "Yes," Ling murmured softly, her gaze fixed on Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun smiled. "I can use the power of the key to unlock the shackles binding you. But even if they're unlocked now, we won't be able to wield that power immediately." Ming Luo replied calmly. "After unlocking them, we'll still need time to cultivate." "Agreed." Xiaoxia raised her hand. "You guys go train. I'm off to play video games." She stood up and started to run, only to be grabbed by Li Mingjun. Her feet lost their footing, and she fell flat on her face. "What do you think you're doing? You wanna fight?" Xiaoxia's eyes widened, her face puffing up with anger like she was holding 2 big buns. "You need to train too. Your strength is far too weak," Li Mingjun stated the truth helplessly. "I'm not shackled. Why should I train?" Xiaoxia retorted. Li Mingjun looked at her. "Angels aren't chained, but don't you think that makes it even more shameful?" "What? You're not shackled, yet your strength is so weak. Don't you feel ashamed?" Xiaoxia whined softly, "But I'm a girl. Cute won't save you," Li Mingjun said, grabbing Xiaoxia up. "We're going." Xiaoxia shook her head vigorously. No, I won't go." Qinmei smiled at Ling and remarked, "Those two really are close, aren't they?" Ling and Ming exchanged glances. Li Mingjun and Xiaoxia said in unison, "What's so good about it? Even their lack of coordination is perfect. Unbeatable." Ming Luo clapped and laughed. Xiaoxia finally surrendered. I barely get 2 days in the human realm, why can't I just relax? I want to play video games. Li Mingjun thought for a moment and asked, do you really like playing computer games? Xiaoxia nodded eagerly, you're finally letting me play? Li Mingjun smiled, how about the 5 of us play a real game instead? What kind of real game? Xiaoxia asked. Li Mingjun grinned, murder in the dark. Xiaoxia shuddered. Don't scare me. What are you planning? The 5 of us will split into 2 teams and fight each other to see which team wins in the end. The 4 of us are no match for you, Xiaoxia protested. I'll unlock Ling and Mingluo's restraints first. Then Mingluo and I will form one team, and you 3 women will form the other. Let's see how it goes. Li Mingjun said, looking at the 4 of them. Brother Li Mingjun wants to train everyone's teamwork skills, Mingluo said. I want to join. I'm joining too. I want to fight alongside you all from now on, Qinmei declared. Ling remained silent, giving only a slight nod. Xiaoxia had no choice but to agree. Li Mingjun first used the key to unlock the restraints binding Ling and Mingluo's bodies, then began making preparations. What else do we need to prepare? Xiaoxia asked. I'll bring some food and water, Li Mingjun said, stuffing items into his backpack. If you get hungry, just come back. It won't be a bother anyway, Xiaoxia said listlessly. Ling also helped Li Mingjun prepare. She mimicked a housewife, selecting food and trying to act like a normal human. Where we're going, there might not be enough food and water. So how we allocate resources is something we need to consider and practice. Xiaoxia quickly interjected, if there's no food, we're doomed. That's exactly why we're bringing it. Li Mingjun had no idea how to talk to her. That's not it. Xiaoxia pointed at the backpack. This tiny thing can only hold enough food for one of my meals. It's nowhere near enough. Li Mingjun sighed. As expected, having a pig-like teammate is terrifying. Not only does it weaken the team's strength, but it also affects our food supply. What a hassle. As he spoke, Li Mingjun suddenly remembered something and smiled. Xiaoxia, do you have that kind of thing in the celestial realm? You know, the stuff you eat that lets you go without food for a long time? Xiaoxia replied, sure. Really? Xiaoxia nodded with a smile. Li Mingjun quickly asked, what is it? Meat. Xiaoxia laughed. After eating meat, you won't feel hungry for about 7 or 8 hours. Li Mingjun finally couldn't hold back, that's not what I meant. I'm talking about something with miraculous effects, something that can keep you full for days after eating it. He was clearly referring to the Senza beans from Dragon Ball. Are you an idiot? Xiaoxia placed her hands on her hips, her face brimming with confidence. How could such a thing possibly exist in this world? Li Mingjun finally realized he really was an idiot for discussing this with a fool. Fine, whatever. If you get hungry later, good luck to you. Xiaoxia seemed to ponder for a moment before suddenly declaring, I know. With a flap of her wings, she flew straight out the door. Li Mingjun asked Ling without looking up, where did that thing fly off to? Ling whispered, the roof. Oh, is there a door on the roof? No. A window? Ling looked up and said, there wasn't one before, but there is now. Oh? Li Mingjun looked up and saw a large hole overhead. I knew it would be like this. The two exchanged glances, shook their heads helplessly, and continued their preparations. Not long after, Xiaoxia flew back with a smile, look what I brought back. What could you possibly bring? Li Mingjun looked up and instantly froze. You, where did you come from? The grasslands. Xiaoxia laughed. This piece of meat is huge. Of course it's huge, she'd actually brought back an elephant on her back. The elephant looked utterly bewildered, seemingly unaware of what was happening. Its tear-filled eyes pleaded with Li Mingjun. Put it back where it belongs, Li Mingjun said. No way. I finally managed to get such a huge piece of meat. Now I won't have to worry about food for a long time, Xiaoxia said with a laugh, clearly pleased with her idea. Is it heavy? Ling asked. Yeah, it's really, really heavy, Xiaoxia replied. You plan to carry it across the barrier? Ling pressed. Of course not. Do I look like an idiot? Xiaoxia retorted, suddenly realizing how foolish her actions were. She quickly explained, actually, I just brought it here to show you guys because it's so cute, right? She said, looking at the elephant. The elephant nodded eagerly and let out 2 deliberately cheerful trumpets. Li Mingjun pressed his palms together in prayer and pleaded with Xiaoxia, please put it back. Elephants are so rare now. Xiaoxia murmured, oh, and took flight. Before leaving the room, she turned back to ask the elephant, where is your home? Tears streamed down the elephant's face as it bellowed wildly, as if asking, what on earth is this thing? Chapter 60, Training Camp 2. With everything prepared, Li Mingjun gave the signal to depart, and the 5 set off cheerfully. Where are we going for training? Xiaoxia asked with a smile. A great place, Li Mingjun replied with a mysterious look. Xiaoxia blinked, unsure what he was thinking, and decided not to ask. She turned and pinched Mingluo's adorable cheeks, laughing, you really are adorable. Mingluo's face flushed instantly. Not knowing what to say, she quickly lowered her head, staring at her own feet. Pick up the pace. Seeing Xiaoxia's exasperated expression, Li Mingjun knew this idiot angel would drive everyone crazy if they lingered. Better to get moving quickly. Now, their bodies had completely shed the shackles constraints. Though their full power hadn't been fully unlocked yet, they already possessed formidable strength. Li Mingjun deliberately slowed his pace, allowing even the weakest, Qinmei, to barely keep up with the others. Humans can actually achieve this level. Qinmei marveled at the power she'd just gained, exclaiming in awe, we truly know so little about ourselves. The five of them swiftly swept through the city, racing northward. Though Li Mingjun had deliberately slowed at first, he gradually picked up speed. His intention was to gauge the true strength of his companions. Sure enough, only Xiaoxia and Ling could keep pace with him. Ming Luo lagged behind but still managed to follow, while Qinmei couldn't keep up at all. Li Mingjun then eased his pace, waiting for Qinmei to catch up. Ling, keep an eye on Qinmei during training, Li Mingjun instructed. His training was purposeful. Anyone whose physical restraints were unlocked would inevitably become a target for the angels. For now, Qinmei was only safe with him, so ensuring she gained greater combat strength was essential. This wasn't just for the upcoming journey, it was vital for her very survival. Ling gave a slight nod, her gentle gaze meeting Li Mingjun's. The barrier ahead would likely be more challenging, far stronger foes than Sam awaited. Who knew? Since the angels are so brazen, we can only do our utmost. Li Mingjun was the core of this group, responsible not only for devising strategies but also for managing their mental state. Regarding mindset, Li Mingjun perhaps placed even greater emphasis. Each of these individuals carried their own burdens. While their bond was strong, their mutual understanding still fell short. This was precisely why Li Mingjun insisted on the intensive training. Once his power is sealed, who will command the group to keep moving forward? If I can't keep holding on, who will stand against that god? Li Mingjun had pondered this question countless times, arriving at a single conclusion: I cannot die. With that thought, Li Mingjun smiled. Seeing Qinmei catch up, he said, keep going, and continued northward. This journey was also part of the training. Everyone must fully immerse themselves in it, striving to develop their bodies to the utmost. Li Mingjun offered constant guidance, having clearly become the core of this small team. Activating his eagle vision, Li Mingjun could clearly see the energy fluctuations within each person's body. The moment he detected anyone struggling with exhaustion, they had to stop. This stretch of the journey seemed to be a test only for Qinmei. Yet she persevered, and upon reaching the summit, she managed to shout, This is Qinmei Mountain. Qinmei never dreamed that running on her own 2 feet could actually bring her to Qinmei Mountain. But Qinmei Mountain stood before her eyes, leaving her no choice but to believe. The dense forest stretched endlessly, forbidding any casual entry, as if stepping inside would instantly lead to disorientation. Our training camp starts right here, Li Mingjun said with a smile. Meng Luo looked around and exclaimed happily, this place looks just like a ninja village. So the human world has forests too. I thought it was only full of skyscrapers. Xiaoxia, however, wasn't nearly as excited. She just sighed softly, this isn't fun at all. Seeing Xiaoxia's listless expression, Li Mingjun chuckled. It'll get fun soon. He pulled Meng Luo closer and addressed the 3 women, Meng Luo and I will hide deep in the forest now. You 3 can use any means to find us. If you catch either of us, you win. Ling glanced around the surrounding woods and said with difficulty, this place is so big, how can we find you? Use your perception abilities, Li Mingjun said softly. Perception abilities? Ling asked, puzzled. That's what I just realized. We've been locked up too long, so we've forgotten our most primal instincts. We actually possess our own innate sense of danger. Why do we sometimes feel danger approaching? That's an instinctive reaction. Now, the power of the key has unlocked our shackles, allowing us to harness this primal force. Li Mingjun patiently explained to everyone. Xia chuckled softly, seemingly not listening at all. Truth be told, Li Mingjun didn't expect this girl to possess any combat skills. With her mindset, it would be good enough if she just avoided doing anything foolish. So how do we develop these abilities? Qinmei asked in a low voice. At school, she could breeze through those tests, but here, her past experience was completely useless. Through dangerous training. Li Mingjun's expression suddenly turned serious. Danger? Qinmei looked at Li Mingjun with confusion, her large eyes blinking rapidly. Yes. Danger sharpens one's reflexes and unlocks hidden potential. Li Mingjun gestured toward the dense forests of Qinmei Mountain. Few venture here, it's teeming with venomous creatures and wild beasts. Stay vigilant. He added with a wicked grin, and I'll be paying you occasional visits. Keep your guard up. Then, Meng Luo pursed her lips, how do we win? 10 days. If the 3 of you haven't caught any of us within 10 days, you lose. Li Mingjun said with a smile. Xiaoxia retorted indignantly, how is that possible? If you're running around with this little guy in your arms, there's no way we could catch up. Qinmei and Ling nodded in agreement. That's something you'll have to figure out yourselves. I'm not responsible. Li Mingjun deliberately emphasized his words, forcing them to think for themselves. If everyone relies too heavily on each other, this group ceases to function as a team. Only when everyone participates and thinks for themselves can the group operate properly. Challenge me with your own strength. If you can't even complete this simple challenge, there's no point in proceeding to the next barrier. With that, Li Mingjun grabbed Meng Luo and dashed into the forest, vanishing from sight in an instant. The three women stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. This Li Mingjun was nothing like the one they had known before. The Li Mingjun who had always considered everything for them had now let go, leaving them to fend for themselves. Perhaps only by doing so could they survive the brutal trials ahead. Chapter 61, The Trial. The forest was dense, sunlight unable to penetrate, leaving only a faint glow sufficient to discern the surroundings. The air carried the mysterious scent of ancient trees, damp and moist. Li Mingjun scanned the surroundings and asked Meng Luo, "What do you think of this spot?" "Not good," Meng Luo replied bluntly. "Oh? Why?" "Simple." Meng Luo gestured around. "If we stay here, we'll have no escape route if discovered. And we can't possibly hold out for 10 days, we'd be doomed." Meng Luo shared Li Mingjun's concerns. Though secluded, this spot wasn't suitable as a base. Choosing a base location was an art. A poor choice could spell disaster. That spot might be better. Meng Luo pointed to a small hilltop. Good ventilation, excellent vantage point should work well. Li Mingjun silently nodded. This youngster might be inexperienced, but he was dependable. The two dashed straight for the hilltop, reaching it in an instant. Scanning the surroundings, it proved an excellent hiding spot. Though not very high, it offered a clear view of everything below. The ground was relatively dry. Staying here for 10 days wouldn't be a problem. Li Mingjun pulled out some biscuits from his backpack, hid the bag under a rock, and sat down. "This spot's really nice." He handed a biscuit to Meng Luo and smiled. "Why not live in the ninja world with your sister?" Meng Luo pinched a biscuit, chewed it in her mouth, and swallowed with a gulp. Her eyes gazed longingly into the distance. "I can't always depend on my sister. I want to become stronger. Then when I return, I can do more for everyone. Isn't living with sister happy enough? Becoming stronger brings even greater joy." Mei Luo licked her finger. "I want to protect my sister. Xiaoji is truly blessed." Li Mingjun chuckled, then stood up. "We should get down to business." "Serious business?" Meng Luo asked. "Aren't we supposed to hide properly? That defeats the purpose of training. I intend to thoroughly test those three. They possess remarkable potential. If they can advance further, our journey ahead might become considerably easier. At least we'll stay alive," Meng Luo said flatly. His tone was incongruous with his age, surprisingly Mingjun slightly. This child truly was wise beyond his years. "Wait here for me. I'll be back soon." With that, Li Mingjun vanished in a flash, dashing towards Xiaoxia and the other two. His eagle eyes activated, pinpointing their exact locations. "Wait, what are these three doing?" Li Mingjun suddenly found their actions utterly baffling and halted near their location. Xiaoxia fumed, "Why won't you listen to me?" Ling responded coolly, "I'm not going to listen to an idiot." "Who's an idiot?" Xiaoxia shook her head, her hair rippling wildly. "You." Ling's temperament was perfect for arguments. Her sparse words made it hard to counter. "Ugh." Xiaoxia plopped down onto the ground, shouting, "I quit. I quit. I'm done with this." "Whatever," Ling murmured, glancing at Qinmei with a cold stare that sent a chill down her spine. "You want to be with this idiot?" Qinmei watched the two bicker fiercely. She already knew what to do, but Ling's sudden question threw her off balance. "We should still go together. After all, we'll all be together in the future." "No," Ling and Xiaoxia said in unison. Li Mingjun watched the three women, silently relieved. "Thank goodness I didn't choose to team up with them. Otherwise, I'd be in for a world of trouble. These three absolutely must learn to cooperate, especially when I'm not around. If they can't work together, it'll be a real headache." "Looks like you've run into a little trouble." Li Mingjun stepped forward, smiling as he greeted the three. At that very moment, Ling's blade was already drawn. The blade struck fiercely toward Li Mingjun, startling even him. Having broken free from the shackles binding her body, Ling's strike now possessed power and technique far surpassing her previous abilities. "Too bad you're still no match for me." Li Mingjun leapt backward slightly, using the rebound from a tree branch to charge toward Ling. Ling's initial strike missed. She had intended to press the attack, but hadn't anticipated Li Mingjun's counter coming so swiftly. She knew his strength had increased after obtaining historical texts within the ninja world, but hadn't imagined he'd become this powerful. She was the strongest among the blood-sucking ninjas, and her own bodily restraints were unlocked. Yet this all-out strike had been completely ineffective. Seeing Ling's stunned expression, Li Mingjun deliberately eased up on his momentum mid-charge, then flipped lightly. His body landed with surprising ease atop the long sword in Ling's grasp. "Ling, your attack was fierce," Li Mingjun said with a smile. "Too bad you dodged it so easily." Ling smiled too. She rarely smiled, but whenever she was with Li Mingjun, she always found herself laughing. She couldn't quite explain why, but being with him simply made her happy. That much was undeniable. Glancing at the three women, Li Mingjun sighed. You three are being ridiculous. I'm your enemy now. Do you really want to keep bickering like this and lose? So what if we lose? Xiaoxia sat on the floor, puffing out her cheeks. What's the big deal? I'll admit defeat right now and go play video games. She seemed to have found a brilliant idea, jumping up excitedly and preparing to leave. The loser gets a punishment, Li Mingjun said with a smile. The loser can't eat all day. Xiaoxia's normally agile body instantly stiffened like stone. No food? You're not joking, right? No. With a whoosh, Xiaoxia spread her wings and charged at Li Mingjun, shouting, For my day's worth of food, I'll fight you to the death. Is food the only thing that sparks your fighting spirit? Li Mingjun thought, but his feet quickened. Impressive. Dodging Xiaoxia's charge, Li Mingjun knew his objective was achieved and swiftly plunged into the dense forest. Humph. Xiaoxia glanced at Ling. For my daily meal, I'll listen to you. Me too. Qinmei suddenly felt these people were utterly insane. Not daring to argue, she quickly agreed. Ling slowly sheathed his long sword, drawing a crisp, sharp hiss from the blade. Hunt. Target, Li Mingjun. Ling's lips glowed with a soft, moist sheen, faintly radiating an air of refined elegance. Chapter 62, The Power of Women. Without Li Mingjun, we wouldn't know where we'd be right now. Ling said indifferently. I would be dead, Qinmei said. Maybe I would have too, Xiaoxia said. Me too. Ling nodded. The sunlight was perfect, casting the slender silhouettes of the three women upon the ground, making them appear even more beautiful and captivating. Ling narrowed her eyes, reflecting on recent events. She realized how heavily everyone had relied on Li Mingjun. From now on, she too must step up and contribute her own efforts. Let's go. Ling pointed toward the dense forest. Xiaoxia, you scan the sky. Qinmei and I will search the ground separately. Qinmei looked troubled. But this forest is so vast, how could we possibly find him? Trust your instincts. Ling said, already soaring out. Xia also spread her wings and soared into the sky. Only Qinmei remained, staring blankly at the receding figures of the two. She murmured to herself, one of you is a blood-sucking ninja, the other an angel. How could I, a mere human, possibly compare? But since things have come to this, all complaints are pointless. I must act quickly. After all, my body has already been opened. I have to try, no matter what. Qinmei's tender heart suddenly hardened. Resolve set in. Casting aside all doubts, she began to run with all her might. The sensation of running at full speed was unexpectedly exhilarating, a feeling Qinmei had never known before. Occasionally, a ray of sunlight pierced through the dense forest, illuminating her rosy cheeks. Concentrating all her mental energy, Qinmei carefully monitored her surroundings. This wasn't her bedroom at home. Danger lurked at every moment. The path ahead gradually blurred. Qinmei slowed her pace, tiptoeing lightly, her toes touching the ground like a cautious kitten. Ling! Where are you? Qinmei had lost track of her location. The initial thrill was fading, replaced by unease as she was now surrounded by the unknown. The dimness unsettled her heart. Rustle. The wind rustled through the leaves. Who's there? Qinmei was now on edge, seeing threats everywhere. No one. Just the wind. Qinmei tried to reassure herself, but she was certain she'd glimpsed a figure in the dim light. Who? Qinmei's voice cracked with fear. At the same time, Qinmei instinctively sensed a murderous intent, a feeling she'd never experienced before. An electric current surged through her body, and the hairs on her arms stood on end. Whoever you are, I won't be intimidated. People who say things like that are usually the ones who are scared. As she spoke, Qinmei's body trembled involuntarily. The figure flickered and vanished. Only the flickering dim light remained. Qinmei felt dizzy, her eyes stinging. Yet she forced herself to keep them open, scanning the surroundings. Come out. Qinmei's face twisted in terror, her judgment completely clouded by fear. Closing her eyes tightly, she slowly crouched down. She thought this position might make her feel a little better, but it only made her breathing more labored. The weight of the entire forest seemed to press down on her shoulders. Puff, puff. Poor Qinmei gasped loudly, her inner turmoil causing a splitting headache. I can't back down, I can't run away, I have to keep going. But where are my friends? How can I handle this situation alone? What kind of danger lurked here? Savages? Or something else? As Qinmei's mind raced, clarity slowly descended. She saw Li Mingjun smiling at her, a smile as warm as April sunshine, melting the very bones in her body. What could possibly break me? Qinmei silently called her own name. Nothing could truly break a person unless they gave up themselves. Feeling much better now, she slowly stood up and said calmly, I am Qinmei. Qinmei is a strong child. I am not afraid of anything. A sweet smile spread across her face, and the surrounding gloom seemed to be illuminated by this radiant smile. It truly seemed to illuminate. What kind of light was that, rising from Qinmei's chest? Could it be a ball of qi? The qi Sam used back in the ninja village, had Qinmei mastered it in an instant? That voice. Li Mingjun. Qinmei looked up in alarm, only to find the dark shadow was actually Li Mingjun, who had deliberately startled her. The primary goal of this training camp was to hone Qinmei's skills, so Li Mingjun had been observing her covertly all along. Discovering she could now master such techniques left him genuinely astonished. It turns out these techniques were stored within human memory all along, merely sealed away, Li Mingjun said with a smile. But Qinmei, your ability to master qi so quickly is truly remarkable progress. Qinmei smiled faintly, now. The luminous glow at her chest suddenly intensified, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. I'm attacking, enemy. Qinmei's words caught Li Mingjun off guard. Right, she was now his opponent. He'd clearly been too complacent. But Qinmei's qi had already arrived. The combat technique he'd just mastered wasn't particularly powerful, but Li Mingjun still put on a rather flustered act. He didn't want to dampen Qinmei's enthusiasm. You're progressing quickly. Dodging the energy blast, Li Mingjun quickly retreated into the woods. At that moment, Li Mingjun felt immense joy. He had witnessed his companion's growth firsthand, a growth that would prove invaluable in their future adventures. Moreover, the girl's spirit seemed to have grown significantly stronger. Lost in thought, Li Mingjun suddenly saw a blinding light appear before him. It was unlike anything he'd ever seen. Not even his own qi could produce such a dazzling radiance. Could it be another angel? Li Mingjun leapt aside, dodging repeatedly, not daring to be careless for a moment. The light was clearly a powerful energy, yet unlike any he had encountered before. What kind of being possessed such formidable strength? Li Mingjun didn't even have time to activate his eagle eyes. This sudden attack left him flustered and scrambling, with no chance to counter. What a formidable opponent, Li Mingjun muttered under his breath. Just as he prepared to summon every ounce of strength for a desperate counterattack, the blinding light vanished. Completely vanished. Darkness enveloped him once more, not a single speck of light remained. Even breathing seemed to vanish. Li Mingjun's eagle eyes finally activated, but it was too late. A cold, steel blade was already pressed against his throat. Chapter 63, Escape. You should give up. Li Mingjun recognized the voice as Ling's. She had concealed such formidable strength, something Li Mingjun never anticipated. Your ambush was successful. Feeling the chill of the blade in Ling's hand, Li Mingjun found it rather amusing. To think he was now being held at knife point by Ling, how utterly ridiculous. Ling smiled faintly, we won. But you're only pointing a knife at me, you haven't captured me. Li Mingjun's tone was slightly defiant. He was clearly disregarding the rules, for in this predicament, escape was impossible no matter what. This was defeat. Ling found this side of Li Mingjun utterly endearing. While the cool, intelligent Li Mingjun was dependable, he could seem somewhat unapproachable. Yet here was this Li Mingjun, playfully acting like a spoiled child with her. Perhaps only someone close to him could speak this way. Li Mingjun sighed softly. How could he utter such shameless words to anyone else? Losing to an opponent was unforgivable, but losing to his fiancée. He slowly turned, meeting Ling's captivating eyes with a smile. Losing to you, he said, doesn't make me unhappy at all. Li Mingjun's smile was undeniably devastating. Ling's heart skipped a beat, thumping wildly. Yet what followed caught Ling completely off guard. In that split second of distraction, Li Mingjun's figure had already dodged the blade's edge and closed in before her eyes. The instantaneous turn of events left Ling no time to react, yet it was all Li Mingjun needed to turn the tables. Now, Li Mingjun had seized Ling's wrist with one hand while the other pressed against the pulse point on her neck. You lied to me. Ling felt a surge of anger. How could you lie to me? Her face was etched with betrayal and anguish, tears streaming down her cheeks. Li Mingjun could see these were tears of genuine, bitter pain. This was the first time Ling had ever been deceived by Li Mingjun. For such a clever man, lying came easily, yet Ling refused to believe he would deceive her. She simply couldn't accept it. Li Mingjun loosened his grip, gently wiping away Ling's tears with his delicate palm. Aren't we just playing our respective roles? He murmured softly. Besides, I didn't mean to deceive you. Don't take it so seriously. Ling choked out, I never knew being deceived could hurt so much. If you can deceive me now, you might deceive me again later. How could I ever trust you again? Hearing this, Li Mingjun realized his tactic hadn't been entirely honorable. But since he'd already played his hand, regret was useless. Perhaps you shouldn't have been so good to me, he murmured, watching Ling weep bitterly. Ling lifted her head to meet his gaze. In the dim light, Li Mingjun looked somewhat desolate. Have you ever thought about why you trusted me? Li Mingjun suddenly asked. Ling had no idea how to answer. Why trust this man? Ling had never pondered it before, but when Li Mingjun voiced the question, she found herself unconsciously contemplating it. I never thought about why I should trust someone. Ling lowered her head, wiping away her last tears. I trust you because I believe in you. As for why, I never considered it. Li Mingjun patted her shoulder gently and smiled. Who knows what kind of barriers we'll face next? If we trust everything blindly, life won't be easy. Ling smiled bitterly. Then shouldn't I trust you? Sometimes, you should trust yourself more. Li Mingjuan's words were starkly realistic, yet bitterly true. In the human world, over-reliance on others could lead to losing oneself. Though this approach caused many problems, most people still chose to believe in themselves. Is that kind of life interesting? For Ling, who lived in the ninja world and worshipped the earth god, this human way of life was completely unacceptable. Meaningful? At least in this world, it allows survival. Li Mingjun smiled wryly. But in such a world, doesn't that make trust all the more precious? Hearing this, Ling paused to consider, slowly securing her blade. I'll let it slide this time. I couldn't catch you now, but next time, don't even think about escaping with such underhanded tricks. But Li Mingjun scratched his nose awkwardly. I'm afraid even if you catch me next time, I'll still say the same thing. Who knows if you'll believe me then? I will, Ling replied without turning his head, his voice barely audible. Yet Li Mingjun heard it clearly and with a start. I believe you. No matter how many times you say it, I'll believe you. With that, Ling vanished into the dense forest. This dim, dense forest concealed countless vivid details, yet simultaneously rendered so many exquisite moments perfectly. Gazing at Ling's receding figure, Li Mingjun touched the back of his neck where Ling's blade had been pressed moments ago. Adorable Ling. Li Mingjun chuckled to himself. She must have used the flat of the blade against me just now, right? That girl really knows how to handle things with restraint. As he spoke, Li Mingjun casually lifted his head. Though the forest was dense, gaps still allowed glimpses of the sky. He looked up and saw a magnificent bird soaring through the heavens. In all the world, there probably wasn't a second bird more beautiful than this one. Not only did it possess snow-white wings, but it also had a delicate face and a proud figure. Only that childish expression made it obvious at a glance that its intelligence was somewhat lacking. Xiaoxia. I wonder what this little fellow is thinking about now. Li Mingjun watched Xiaoxia glide across the sky, his mind drifting back to the story of their encounter. Though this period had been fraught with danger and hardship, the time spent together had been profoundly joyful. Was Xiaoxia truly an idiot? Or was she just bringing us a little joy? Even someone as intelligent as Li Mingjun couldn't find answers to these questions. But the one thing Li Mingjun knew for certain was that Xiaoxia was an incredibly endearing person even if she could be utterly infuriating at times. How could she see me in such a dense forest? Li Mingjun chuckled, shaking his head as he walked forward, intending to return and find Ming Luo to discuss their next move. That little rascal Ming Luo must be waiting impatiently by now. But after taking just 2 steps, an excited voice rang out behind him. Ah! I found you! Turning around, he saw Xiaoxia suddenly descending from above. How did you see me? Li Mingjun found it utterly unbelievable. So high in the sky, so thick the forest, he had concealed himself perfectly. How could she have found him so instantly? Xiaoxia looked at him, a puzzled expression on her face. It was actually very easy. I could smell your scent right away. Scent? Li Mingjun sniffed himself. He didn't seem to have any particular odor. What could she be talking about? Was it intuition? Chapter 64, Beware of Women. Xiaoxia studied Li Mingjun and explained, everyone has a unique scent. I can detect it instantly. Only Li Mingjun instantly grasped the vague meaning behind Xiaoxia's words. She was referring to instinctive perception. I never heard you mention this before. So angels possess this kind of instinct too? At this remark, Xiaoxia chuckled twice, sending a chill down Li Mingjuan's spine. Are you stupid? If I didn't have this perception, how would Sande and Cassandra have found me back then? The point was undeniably valid. Li Mingjun had never considered this possibility before. But as the realization dawned, cold sweat broke out on his brow. If angels possessed such powerful perception, wasn't their training far too dangerous? With everyone scattered, wouldn't they face a gruesome death if captured? The thought sent a chill down Li Mingjuan's spine. But escape was the immediate priority. Judging by Xiaoxia's stance, she was clearly ready to fight to the death. Could that single meal have inexplicably ignited your fighting spirit? Li Mingjun found it utterly baffling. How could this girl fall for such a petty trick? How could she genuinely go without food for a day? Hadn't she considered that? Xiaoxia seemed genuinely oblivious. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as her pure white wings fluttered behind her. If I catch you, she giggled, you won't eat for a day. Just imagine me enjoying a steaming hot meal while you starve beside me. How amusing. The thought apparently tickled her, and she burst into an inexplicable laugh. Li Mingjun, standing opposite her, broke out in a cold sweat. Just how thick-headed was this idiot? You've got some twisted sense of humor. Those words weren't spoken by Li Mingjun, nor by Xiaoxia. The voice belonged to Qinmei. Qinmei had appeared behind Li Mingjun at some point, completely unnoticed by the distracted young man. Li Mingjun shifted his body slightly, guarding against a 2-pronged attack. As he was actively preparing, Li Mingjun suddenly heard footsteps approaching again. He whipped his head around. Ling. Ling stood there, staring straight at him with a knife in hand. Beads of sweat formed on Li Mingjuan's forehead as he gave an awkward laugh. How did you two find this place? Have you developed perception abilities too? You don't need to resort to stalling tactics, top student, Qinmei said with a smug smile. When it comes to scheming, I wouldn't consider myself much worse than you. Li Mingjun glanced at Qinmei and forced a smile. The training camp had yielded results, but ending like this wasn't what he wanted. At the very least, being cornered by 3 women was deeply unsatisfying. But you can't tell me how you found me? Li Mingjun stalled. He needed an opening to escape if these 3 attacked together. He doubted he could hold them off. Well. Ling produced a small object, waving it before her eyes with a puzzled expression. Qinmei gave this to both of us. She said it could connect us and it really works. Li Mingjun examined it closely. To his surprise, it was a cell phone. So that's how it was. Li Mingjun gave a wry smile. When Xiaoxia found me, she called both of you on the phone. He glanced at Xiaoxia and continued, Xiaoxia, you did a great job. Of course. Xiaoxia's confidence was always overflowing. But Li Mingjuan's praise wasn't quite what Xiaoxia had hoped for. What he really meant was, this idiot actually managed to make a call. It's nothing short of a miracle. Still, now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Surrounded by 3 people, he had to figure out a way to escape. His gaze swept over the trio as he smiled. It was indeed clever of you to think of contacting each other. He paused briefly before continuing, but you may have miscalculated. There's no way you can capture me. If you'd assigned 2 to apprehend me while the 3rd sought out Ming Luo, your chances might have been better. Qinmei gave a playful chuckle at Li Mingjuan's words. How did you know our plan? What plan? Li Mingjun suddenly realized he had seriously underestimated these 3 women. 3 women make a drama, and theirs seemed far more intense than most. Ling's figure flickered as she darted into the dense forest. As she vanished, a startled cry echoed from the thicket. Moments later, Ling reappeared, holding a small child Ming Luo in her arms. Ling glanced at Ming Luo, her expression a half smile, half not smile. This was Qinmei's idea too. She said as long as you didn't return for a long time, this little guy would come looking for you. Ming Luo looked utterly defeated, his entire body drained of energy. He glanced at Ling, his face twisted in a mournful expression. I heard all this commotion and snuck over. So this was your trap too. Qinmei ran to Ming Luo's side, gently scraping her finger across his adorable little face as she leaned down and whispered, Gotcha, little guy. We made all that noise on purpose, just waiting for you to come. Qinmei and Ling exchanged a knowing smile. But when she turned back, Li Mingjun had vanished. She hurriedly asked Xiaoxia, where's Li Mingjun? Weren't you watching him? Yawning lazily, Xiaoxia replied, they've already lost. Why would I bother keeping an eye on him? But they haven't conceded yet. Qinmei said, growing anxious. True. At that moment, a voice sounded beside Qinmei. I haven't conceded yet. Li Mingjun. Qinmei reacted instantly, dashing toward the source of the voice. But how could Li Mingjun possibly wait for her? He'd already snatched the net of the underworld from Ling's hands and sprinted away. Watching Li Mingjun disappear into the distance, Xiaoxia finally snapped out of it and hesitantly asked, does this mean? Well, of course it doesn't count as our win. We have to catch him. And we only grabbed him once before he was rescued. How could that count? Qinmei said dejectedly. Ling looked at Qinmei and Xiaoxia with a complex expression. Her lips pressed together in a half smile, but her eyes betrayed genuine delight. If the training camp ended here, coming here would have been pointless. After saying this, Ling glanced up at the sky. Darkness had already fallen, meaning tonight's operation would have to be abandoned. Chapter 65, Night. Night fell swiftly. Li Mingjun and Ming Luo ate a light meal before settling on a small hillock to chat casually. Recalling the day's events, Li Mingjun found it quite amusing and chuckled, angels actually possess such powerful perception. I wonder if that counts as a divine power. Ming Luo tilted her head, pondering. Probably not. The ninjutsu texts mention this too. It's likely just a human instinct. Li Mingjun grew excited at this, recorded in ninjutsu? What exactly does this perception detect? Auras? Or something else? Power. Ming Luo's expression suddenly grew serious. Humans are fascinating creatures. When the energy within a human body is activated, it generates a powerful aura. This aura can be sensed. However, humans can suppress their own aura, making them undetectable. Li Mingjun nodded. He was thoroughly satisfied with this answer. It at least pointed him toward a method to evade enemies. By relaxing his body and suppressing his aura, he could escape pursuit. That said, how could he verify it without trying? A mischievous grin spread across Li Mingjuan's face at the thought. Why not take advantage of the darkness and scare them again? That should be quite entertaining. Ming Luo sighed. You're more childish than I am. He couldn't curb Li Mingjuan's curiosity. By now, Li Mingjun was already on his way. He could find them easily, for they left traces everywhere, traces meant to lure Li Mingjun right to them. Li Mingjun activated his eagle eyes, spotted 3 figures, and his heart leapt with excitement. He sprinted toward them. As he drew closer, he slowed his pace, creeping forward cautiously. As the outlines of 3 figures gradually came into view, Li Mingjun genuinely wondered if he'd forgotten to turn off his eagle eyes. The 3 women were completely naked. Though Li Mingjun possessed the power of eagle eyes, he never abused it, especially not for such lewd purposes. What on earth were these 3 women doing? Li Mingjun's face flushed slightly. Though he was already a high school student, he still had little experience with matters between men and women. Seeing 3 beautiful women completely undressed together like this was something he had never encountered before. He listened intently. The 3 were laughing and chatting. Qinmei giggled, "That idiot Li Mingjun. Wonder what he's up to right now." Xiaoxia quickly chimed in, "That idiot, idiot, idiot." She deliberately repeated idiot several times, seemingly to prove her own cleverness. He's probably putting the little kid to sleep right now. Maybe the kid wet his pants, and he has to change his diaper. Hearing Xiaoxia speak so brazenly, Li Mingjun decided to tease her properly. Opening his eagle eyes, he saw the 3 women's bodies clearly before him. Glancing around, he noticed steam rising. They were soaking in a hot spring. Qinmei Mountain's hot springs were truly something special. These 3 women certainly knew how to enjoy themselves. Li Mingjun felt his body grow warm. Though he tried desperately not to look, he couldn't resist stealing a few glances. His self-control seemed as fleeting as clouds in front of these 3 women. He smacked his head hard, hoping to snap himself back to reality, but the blow only seemed to make him more dazed. "We're supposed to be here for training, yet you're having the time of your lives and even talking behind my back. Just wait until I get my hands on you." Li Mingjun, usually so serious, never imagined he could be this wild when he let loose. He was a bit surprised by this side of himself, one he'd never discovered before. But hey, it wasn't so bad. His mind raced, and suddenly an idea struck him. Fixing his gaze on the 3 soaking in the hot spring, Li Mingjun quickly calculated the distance and angle in his head. Digging through from here should be doable. Muttering to himself, he couldn't suppress his inner excitement and let out a laugh. He quickly covered his mouth and quietly slipped into the dense forest. He carried a small folding shovel with him, a compact tool prepared for emergencies, yet unexpectedly useful now. The soil here was naturally soft, and combined with Li Mingjun's now formidable strength, digging a tunnel was no difficult task. He worked swiftly yet carefully, soon locating the hot spring's main vein. Digging along this direction would get him through. Pranks were just too much fun. Li Mingjun was usually all business, and occasionally pulling a prank was enough to keep him entertained for a while. Especially when the targets were 3 naked beauties? The sound of their giggles reached his ears, making his heart flutter with anticipation. He wanted to hurry up and dig through, just to tease them properly. But he dared not exert too much force, afraid of making a sound. Following the water vein, Li Mingjun slowly approached the 3 women. "Well, now it's my turn to tease you, you poor girls." A strange impulse surged within Li Mingjun. Looking up, he knew the girls were just above him. If he charged up like this, they'd surely be startled, and their hot spring bath would be ruined. They'd definitely get mud all over themselves. The image of their snow-white skin covered in mud made Li Mingjun laugh out loud. He cursed himself for being perverted, yet he couldn't stop the laughter. Li Mingjun's eagle eyes clearly spotted Xiaoxia walking straight toward him. What the hell is this idiot doing? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over Li Mingjun. Whenever Xiaoxia does something, it never ends well. Sure enough, Li Mingjun noticed Xiaoxia grinning mischievously, seemingly staring right at him. Oh no! When he activated his eagle eyes, he'd unconsciously tensed his body. Xia must have sensed that aura. Now her prank would come back to haunt him. Just as he prepared to flee, Li Mingjun suddenly felt an intense heat on his head. Xia had poked a huge hole in the hot spring above him, and water was now pouring down in a torrent. It was too late to leave now. Li Mingjun decided to leap high into the air instead. The night air was chilly. As Li Mingjun burst out of the hot spring, he felt like a giant fish leaping from the water. Only when he broke the surface did he realize how warm the water's embrace had been. Freezing. Li Mingjun shivered violently. Glancing down at the 3 beauties in the hot spring, he saw them all staring at him with strange expressions. He hadn't fooled them. Instead, they were laughing at him. Li Mingjun silently cursed himself, vowing never to target beautiful women again. The proof was clear: messing with beauties led to one thing, losing all judgment and dying a miserable death. Chapter 66, Divine Oracle. When Li Mingjun climbed out of the hot spring, he was soaked through. He felt utterly foolish in this disheveled state, utterly not what he had anticipated. Failure. Li Mingjun silently cursed himself, yet he still felt a strange sense of joy. Seeing his disheveled state, the 3 women forgot to cover themselves and burst into laughter. Perhaps they didn't mind being seen by this man, so they didn't care much. But Li Mingjun was very self-conscious. He turned his back, trying hard not to look at them, and stammered, "Hurry up and get dressed." The 3 women hummed in response, slowly dressing while quietly observing Li Mingjun. Under their gaze, Li Mingjun felt a bit embarrassed. Well, I was just trying to. A man as quick-witted as him suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Qinmei pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, gently patting the water from his body as she smiled. You were trying to tease us, weren't you? But Xiaoxia caught you. Li Mingjun nodded. I'm not that easy to fool. Xiaoxia was quite pleased with her own vigilance. Being able to play a trick on Li Mingjun was enough to excite her for a while. Though Li Mingjun wanted to say more, he'd completely lost his enthusiasm. The wind wasn't cold, but it still carried a chill as it blew past. Noticing Li Mingjun's chill, Ling asked with concern, would you like some hot water? Right. Qinmei chimed in, glancing around. But there's no hot water here. I have some. She produced a cup from somewhere, filled with steaming hot water, and handed it to Li Mingjun. Watching Xiaoxia's gesture, Li Mingjun suddenly realized this girl had her endearing moments. A wave of warmth washed over him as he quickly took the cup and drank deeply. Though something felt off, he swallowed it down for the sake of his health. After finishing the hot water, Li Mingjun exhaled deeply. Feeling better, he looked at Xiaoxia and smiled. You actually brought hot water? That's impressive. This cup is great, it's been a whole day, and the water's still this hot. Xiaoxia held out the cup and asked, want some more? Li Mingjun nodded with a smile. Xiaoxia picked up the cup, turned, and walked over to the hot spring. She crouched down lightly, quickly scooped up a cup of water, then looked at Li Mingjun with a smile. Here, drink up. Li Mingjun's eyes nearly popped out of his head. You're giving me your bathwater to drink? The disbelief in his eyes betrayed his anguish. He silently pleaded, please don't tell me the truth. But Xiaoxia's words shattered his hopes. Can't I drink this? It's hot water too, right? She said, grabbing Li Mingjun's hand and pushing the cup toward him. Staring at the cup in his hand, Li Mingjun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even if it was bathwater from 3 beautiful women, it was still bathwater. How could he possibly drink it? Surprisingly, Ling and Xiaoxia shared the same perspective on this matter. Having grown up in a ninja village where they drew water from rivers, she naturally saw nothing wrong with it. She looked at Li Mingjun with puzzlement. Don't humans drink river water? Li Mingjun didn't know how to respond. He glanced at Qinmei, hoping this sole fellow human could offer a more plausible explanation. Qinmei gave a playful smile, took the cup, and held it to Li Mingjun's lips. Drink up. This water is nice and warm. With Qinmei putting it that way, Li Mingjun really couldn't refuse. Was he supposed to say, I won't drink your bathwater? Finally making up his mind, he thought, fine, I'll drink it. I already drank some earlier anyway. Pinching his nose, he gulped it down. But this water felt different from the first cup. Something seemed suspended in it, creating a strange sensation as it slid down his throat. As Li Mingjun pondered this, Xiaoxia suddenly screamed, the Liberation Stone. The Liberation Stone is gone. No need to look for it. Li Mingjun suppressed his anger. That stone is definitely in my stomach now. Xiaoxia glared at Li Mingjun, her face flushed with fury. That was left to me by my mother. When did you sneak a bite? Li Mingjun desperately wanted to explain that he hadn't even considered eating it, and he wanted to grab this angel and beat the crap out of her. But right now, all he felt was pain. It hurt terribly. Inside Li Mingjun's stomach, the Liberation Stone seemed stuck, churning, and causing excruciating pain. Hurry to the hospital. Qinmei knew that if it wasn't removed quickly, the consequences would be serious. Watching Li Mingjun's agony, Xiaoxia hesitated before speaking, I don't want that stone anyway. You don't have to look so upset. Li Mingjun felt only the excruciating pain in his stomach, lacking the strength to argue with Xiaoxia. He quickly activated Eagle Eye to inspect the stone's current state. But the sight before him stunned him. The Liberation Stone was slowly melting. Yes, melting. How could such an incredibly hard stone possibly melt inside a human body? Li Mingjun's astonishment deepened. As the stone melted, it radiated boundless energy he was absorbing bit by bit. So this pain was caused by absorbing that energy. Realizing this, Li Mingjun calmed down. No matter what, there was no need to go to the hospital now. He just had to wait for the stone to be slowly absorbed. Why was it melting? As Li Mingjun pondered this, a faint voice seemed to echo in his ears. Hello. Whoever you are, I wish to thank you deeply. Fear not, I am a god. These are the words I sealed within the Liberation Stone. That you can hear me proves you are the one I have chosen. The energy within the Liberation Stone has been fully absorbed by you. Though it is not much, it is the last remnant of my power. I hope it will be of use to you. I have created many barriers, but not all carry my will. This is a precaution. My dear child, remember these words well. Only 3 realms hold my intent: the ninja realm, the wizard realm, and the blacksmith realm. These 3 barriers are fascinating realms. I hope you find them swiftly and become a worthy successor soon. One final thing, having absorbed the power of the divine stone, you now possess the ability to traverse barriers. From this moment on, you'd best train diligently and begin your journey. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingjun couldn't help but smile, so this stone of liberation concealed such power within it. How careless he had been. If the gods had chosen him, why wouldn't they grant him some strength? Had he discovered its secrets sooner, perhaps the ninja realm would have been far easier? Scanning it once more with his eagle eye, Li Mingjun was stunned. The sheer intensity of this energy was beyond imagination. Chapter 67, Splitting Forces. The training camp concluded. When Li Mingjun uttered these words, astonishment spread across every face. Why? It's simple, we now possess sufficient strength to confront the heavenly gods. Li Mingjun wasn't brimming with overconfidence, he genuinely sensed that the team he led had grown powerful enough. If that's truly the case, where do we go next? Ming Luo asked softly. Li Mingjun picked up 3 stones and arranged them on the ground. These 3 stones represent the wizard realm, the blacksmith realm, and the heavenly realm. Based on our current understanding, the blacksmith realm is the weakest among these 3 realms. Therefore, you will go to the blacksmith realm first. Us? Xiaoxia looked confused. Surveying the group, Li Mingjun smiled. Yes, you. The 4 of you are more than capable of handling it. I'll go to the wizard realm alone, it's dangerous there, and I'll be better off by myself. Once I find the historical texts in the wizard realm, I'll rush straight to the blacksmith realm. By then, you should have found your texts too. Then, we'll strike the heavenly realm with one mighty push. Alright, everyone shouted excitedly. The wizard realm. The world of wizards was permeated with an inexplicably thrilling atmosphere. Surrounded by oddly shaped houses, Li Mingjun was instantly immersed in this magical world. What exactly were wizards? As Li Mingjun pondered this, a little white rabbit suddenly appeared before him. The little rabbit gazed at him with an adorable expression, its blood-red eyes seeming to speak volumes. Its front paws suddenly lifted, as if wanting to play with Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun found it adorable and reached out to grab it, but a sudden wave of unease washed over him. Danger! The moment he realized this, his toes dug into the ground as he swiftly took a large step backward, creating a considerable distance between himself and the rabbit. The little white rabbit twitched its ears, seemingly puzzled by Li Mingjun's sudden movement. Its body slowly lowered to the ground, and it stared motionless at Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. What was strange about this rabbit? Not even a breeze stirred, the surroundings were deathly quiet. Eagle eyes, activate. Just as Li Mingjun was trying to figure out what was going on, the little white rabbit actually spoke. Yes, the voice was coming from its mouth. The voice was smooth and delicate, yet it made one feel utterly uneasy. Quick reaction. Hearing that voice, Li Mingjun instantly felt utterly nauseated. Could those words really be coming from inside its body? It sounded like something crawling out of a sewer. What are you? Even Li Mingjun's eagle eyes proved ineffective against it. The little rabbit scratched its ear. Outwardly, it appeared unchanged, but Li Mingjun dared not relax his guard. I was sent by the heavenly god, or rather, I am the heavenly god. The heavenly god? Li Mingjun narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing it closely as his mind raced to determine whether its words held any truth. You may not believe me, but I've come to convey 2 things. What? First, I await you in the celestial realm. Once you've found the remaining 2 historical texts, I hope you'll be worthy of facing me. Second, it paused briefly before continuing, I hope you can navigate the wizard's barrier successfully. This place isn't so easily escaped from. Why come all this way just to tell me these 2 things? Li Mingjun felt neither piece of information was something a celestial being should be sharing with him, making him deeply suspicious of its origins. This question will become clear once you reach the celestial realm. I'll be waiting for you there. Before the voice faded, the rabbit vanished. This only deepened Li Mingjun's curiosity about the celestial being. Whatever you are, just you wait. I'll make sure you die a miserable death, you bastard. Li Mingjun thought, muttering to himself. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept up behind him. Li Mingjun sensed something was wrong and turned to look, just as a voice rang out. Who are you? Human. Li Mingjun's reply was brief and direct, for he had no idea what lurked behind him and dared not be careless. Now, he didn't even have the courage to turn around abruptly, fearing he might alert the other and risk his own life. You may turn around. The voice was gentle and melodious, like a yellow oriole singing in the valley. Slowly turning his head, Li Mingjun was astonished to find a very adorable little girl standing before him. Though not tall, she possessed a unique charm. Her pale yellow dress made her appear even more petite and endearing. You're not from around here, the girl remarked cautiously yet with an air of grace. Yes. Li Mingjun knew that with strangers, honesty was best. Any hint of trickery would only invite suspicion. Nodding, the girl smiled, revealing a row of perfectly white teeth. In that case, then, you must die. What? Li Mingjun froze, about to demand an explanation, when the girl launched her attack. Her attack was fierce and sharp. Even someone as powerful as Li Mingjun couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder, deepening his fascination with the world of witches. Yet Li Mingjun remained composed. With a slight sidestep, he evaded the fierce strike. His left hand seized her wrist, pulling her forcefully into his embrace. His right hand lightly gripped her neck as he warned, "Don't move. I'm not someone you can easily handle. Indeed, you're far more formidable than those others." The girl's previously charming demeanor vanished completely, replaced by an icy expression. "Do whatever you intend to do. Even if I can't defeat you, my brothers certainly won't let you off." Perhaps there was a misunderstanding here. Clearly, the girl had mistaken him for an angel. After all, traversing barriers was an angel's exclusive ability. How could she not be suspicious when Li Mingjun had managed to do it? A flicker of amusement returned to the girl's face. "What? You still want to explain? How rare. So angels can quibble too. How amusing." Just as Li Mingjun was about to explain, a man's voice cut him off. "Let go of my sister, you bastard. My brother came to save me." The little girl chuckled, looking utterly relaxed. Clearly, she had immense confidence in her brother's abilities. "You should truly regret this. If you had died by my hand, it might have been more merciful. My brother is a formidable opponent. I wonder how you'll die this time." Li Mingjun gave an awkward chuckle, utterly at a loss for how to explain himself. Chapter 68, The Exchange. "Let go of my sister, and maybe you'll die a little more pleasantly." The speaker was a very burly man. Though not conventionally handsome, he gave off a favorable impression. His bronze-toned skin always made a good first impression. "Your sister attacked me first," Li Mingjun said helplessly. "Of course I'd like to let her go, but I'm afraid she'll turn around and kill me." Glancing at his sister, the man chuckled. "If you can hold her, you wouldn't fear her killing you, would you?" "I'm afraid. Very afraid." "Who isn't afraid of death?" Li Mingjun replied with a wry smile. "Then what do you want?" Beneath the bronze skin, a flicker of anxiety was visible. Though he tried to suppress it, it couldn't escape Li Mingjun's eagle eyes. "Tell me your history." The moment Li Mingjun spoke, the man's expression shifted several times. "Angels sure have a twisted sense of humor," the man muttered. "Asking about our history? What new trick are you playing?" Li Mingjun, of course, had his own plan. To quickly find the historical texts, he needed to understand the history of this place, just as he had done in the ninja village. Divine beasts were products of history. Without knowing the history, he couldn't find them, and naturally, he couldn't find the historical texts either. "If you want to know history, just read a history textbook." "Why ask us?" the little girl said, sounding a bit annoyed. That's one way." Li Mingjun smiled. "Then give me a history textbook, and I'll return your sister." The man blinked, staring at Li Mingjun in disbelief. "I don't know what you're thinking, but if you're toying with me, I'll make sure you die a miserable death. A history textbook, or tell me some of the oldest stories from your world." Li Mingjun glanced at the girl in his arms. "Do you really believe I'm an angel? Is there any angel as ugly as me?" "Ha? Maybe. That guy named Shan looked just as ugly." The girl's words were hard to swallow, but they were the truth. Li Mingjun could only concede. "If you insist on believing that, there's nothing I can do. If you want to learn about history, just go to Long Marsh," the man said impatiently. "Where is it?" "Eastward, 15 li. "All right." Li Mingjun released the girl and headed east. Watching Li Mingjun's retreating figure, the girl chuckled softly. "Brother, you really are mischievous. How could one simply go to Longzhou? If he isn't an angel, the consequences would be unimaginable." A cold smile curled the man's lips. "Who cares? He's not one of us witches anyway. No need to worry." "Wizards, huh?" "Ha. The girl giggled. "We witches really are cold-blooded, aren't we? If we weren't cold-blooded, how could we survive in this world?" The man spoke with solemnity, as if instructing his younger sister. "Don't let compassion overwhelm you. We witches must cast aside such feelings to grow stronger. This is something I will never forget. Dragon Marsh." Only upon arriving did he realize this boundless marshland might truly conceal a dragon, perhaps that was the origin of its name. Li Mingjun stood at the water's edge, scanning the surroundings intently. Misty vapors washed over him, and the soft, yielding ground beneath his feet made him hesitate to take another step forward. One careless step, and being swallowed by the marsh would be no laughing matter. The vast expanse of water seemed to hold some unfathomable power. Not a single ripple disturbed its surface, as if it were dead. Suddenly, the tranquil surface seemed to boil, continuously bubbling up enormous air pockets. Li Mingjun quickly retreated several steps, intending to activate his eagle eye for a closer look, only to discover it was utterly useless here. This was the place. He never imagined it would be found so easily this time. As the massive bubbles continued to rise, suddenly, they vanished all at once. What followed was a deafening roar. Kala. Like a thunderclap. The water exploded as a blue dragon burst forth from beneath the surface with overwhelming force. This dragon was over 10 meters long, its azure scales gleaming with an intimidating light in the dim sunlight. It's been ages since anyone dared come to Dragon Marsh. I wonder what kind of person this is. The azure dragon circled mid-air, water dripping incessantly from its body, an eerily terrifying sight. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a divine beast of the sorcerer realm. Though intimidated by its presence, Li Mingjun forced himself to remain composed. Oh? The azure dragon regarded Li Mingjun, then suddenly erupted in a thunderous roar. The sound was so intense it seemed to shatter the very void itself, causing droplets on the water's surface to leap wildly. A human? A mere human? How ironic. A human! The azure dragon roared incessantly. Shut up, you idiot! Li Mingjun scolded softly. Your voice is far too loud. Oh, that tone. It's been a while since I've heard it. You haven't even become a god yet, and you're already speaking like one. Seems you're getting into character quickly. Hurry up and give me the historical records. I don't have time to waste on you. Li Mingjun said coldly. Since you're the one chosen by the gods, of course there's no problem. The azure dragon sneered contemptuously, but the smile vanished almost instantly. Of course there's no problem, haha. As he spoke, his massive body tensed instantly, radiating a powerful aura. Li Mingjun stiffened, humph. So all divine beasts are cut from the same cloth. Looks like I won't get this handed over willingly until I beat you. You're absolutely right. The azure dragon's massive tail whipped up countless droplets of water, instantly freezing them into solid ice shards. These coalesced into a single beam, crashing down upon Li Mingjun like a violent storm. Trivial tricks. Li Mingjun snorted coldly, advancing instead of retreating. He darted toward the oncoming ice columns with the agility of a gray-brown butterfly. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the icy tempest, his body twisted nimbly, evading the columns like a butterfly. With a flick of his toes, he harnessed the momentum of the ice columns to launch a direct assault on the azure dragon's tail. You're courting death. The azure dragon's tail was incredibly hard, and it was naturally very confident. It lashed out violently, aiming to smash Li Mingjun's slender figure. It was like a huge wave swallowing a small boat, leaving no chance for resistance whatsoever. But this time, what it swallowed was Li Mingjun's phantom. Residual shadow technique. The azure dragon could scarcely believe what it saw. How could such a residual shadow technique deceive it? What level of power had this human attained? Chapter 69, The Sorcerer's Astonishment. His strike missed. Xinglong knew this opponent would be difficult to deal with and swiftly soared toward the sky. He understood that humans couldn't ascend into the air. This was his greatest advantage. No matter what, reaching a safe position first was paramount. Trying to escape? When Xinglong heard that voice, he could scarcely believe his ears. His eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Li Mingjun, who was ascending alongside him. Stammering slightly, he stammered, how did you manage to fly? Glancing at his own feet, Li Mingjun replied with effortless ease, is flying really that hard? I don't see it. Just think about flying, and your body will rise on its own. Xinglong froze in his tracks, stunned. So, the gods have bestowed such immense divine power upon you? Perhaps. Li Mingjun gazed at Xinglong with a look of pity. Raising his right hand, palm upward, he slowly gathered a ball of energy. The energy sphere grew from small to large, its radiance intensifying from faint to blinding, so bright that even Xinglong could no longer keep his eyes open. With such overwhelming power. Xinglong groaned, are you truly human? Seeing the azure dragon's astonished expression, Li Mingjun finally confirmed that his current strength had become quite formidable. He smiled faintly and glanced at the azure dragon. Is this what you call powerful? What? The aura suddenly surged, growing even more formidable as its radiance intensified. An immense power erupted from within, unleashing a fierce storm of energy. Enough! I've seen your strength. The azure dragon's aura visibly weakened. Faced with such overwhelming power, even a divine beast had to bow its head. Li Mingjun showed no sign of stopping, the energy sphere in his palm growing even more potent. If he couldn't completely intimidate the azure dragon, things would likely become far more difficult later. Yet this dazzling mass of energy did more than intimidate the azure dragon, it also drew the attention of numerous sorcerers. Wizards poured in from all directions. She was their specialty, yet they had never witnessed such a formidable mass before. Seeing the growing crowd of sorcerers on the ground, Li Mingjun knew his demonstration had served its purpose. He adjusted his internal energy and withdrew the sphere. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Who is that? Could it be a celestial being in person? No way, he looks so young. Who could he possibly be? Just then, a sudden stir erupted from the crowd, as if some important figure had arrived. Li Mingjun glanced over distractedly and recognized the two newcomers, the brother and sister he'd encountered earlier. Judging by the other sorcerers' deference, their status must be quite high. Everyone treated them with profound respect, yet they simply walked forward, not even glancing at anyone else. Brother, look. That guy really is extraordinary, the little girl said, pointing her slender white finger at Li Mingjun floating in midair with a smile. The man snorted, casting a dismissive glance at Li Mingjun before turning back to the girl. Can't you create that kind of aura? After a moment's thought, the girl mused, I could probably do it, but I definitely wouldn't be as powerful as him. Still, you're definitely stronger than him, brother. Her voice brimmed with admiration and trust, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. The man nodded and smiled. Good to know. No matter how strong that guy is, we don't need to fear him. Listening to their exchange, Li Mingjun felt a stir within. This man seemed exceptionally powerful. Even Shand had lost here before. Clearly, a shaman's territory wasn't easy to navigate. Hey, wizards! Li Mingjun called out with a laugh. What are you two chattering about? Which eye of yours saw me as an angel? The man declared with righteous indignation, I am the king of the witchcraft realm. If I say you're an angel, then you are. Do you need any other reason? How arrogant! A surge of anger flared in Li Mingjun's heart. He wondered if the man would still be so defiant when he met his end at his hands. With a swish, the man cast aside his robes. His hands formed an intricate seal, and a soft aura rose from his palms. Though not brilliant, Li Mingjun recognized its power, a light dim yet potent. Keeping the light to a minimum, that's the true essence of qi cultivation. The man chuckled smugly, gazing up at Li Mingjun in the air. Your light is excessive. Aren't you just wasting all your power? So petty. The power within me far surpasses yours. Even wasting half of it, you wouldn't stand a chance. Li Mingjun deliberately exaggerated his words, hoping to unsettle the man. Yet the man remained utterly unmoved, merely gazing at him calmly. Go! A dimly glowing energy sphere hurtled toward him. Li Mingjun knew this was no ordinary attack. He swiftly locked onto the target with his eagle eyes and shifted his stance. Mid-air, Li Mingjun moved with the agility of a fish in water, completely evading the sphere's impact. Yet the man's face showed no hint of surprise. His confident expression remained fixed on his resolute features. Trick! Hovering mid-air, Li Mingjun's body suddenly emitted a burst of light. Qi! He had enveloped his entire body in qi. Li Mingjun remarked calmly, your energy sphere will attack again shortly. As he spoke, the energy sphere indeed collided with Li Mingjun's body like a living entity. But so what? The collision of the energy sphere against Li Mingjun was like tossing a pebble into a pond. Not a single ripple disturbed the surface. The man's expression finally shifted from ease to tension. His lips twitched, and his large hands clenched tightly. Such power, only a divine being could wield it. Withdrawing the light, Li Mingjun said calmly, I am the god. The sorcerers stirred in agitation. They knew this youth was not the heavenly god, yet he dared to claim that title, a blatant act of defiance. Had he grown tired of living? I acknowledge you, the man said with a smile, kneeling on one knee. Qinmei, king of the witchcraft realm, pledges allegiance to the divine being. Hearing the king's words, everyone knelt, worshipping the divine being. Rise, all of you. I have urgent matters to attend to. After a brief exchange, Li Mingjun turned to Qinglong with an authoritative tone, historical records. Those 4 concise words cut like a blade, leaving Qinglong no room to object. The dragon paused slightly before recounting the truth in full, the god is dead. No one in this world could kill him. He took his own life. Suicide? Hearing this, Li Mingjun's eyes narrowed to slits, his expression wavering. After creating the world, the god grew deeply fond of humanity, for humans were fashioned in his own image. Yet human existence proved unbearably painful. Thus, the god fashioned the stone of liberation. Using this stone, he took upon himself all of humanity's suffering. But he could not bear it, and took his own life. That fool, Li Mingjun cursed bitterly, yet his heart brimmed with awe for the Creator. So true love did exist, a being who willingly bore the suffering of all humanity. What a magnificent figure that must have been. That's the historical text I possess. Qinglong finally finished speaking, his body relaxing visibly. I have one more question, what is an angel? Angels? Clearly, they are neither human nor divine beasts. Looking at Li Mingjun, Qinglong shook his head, that's not something you need to know. Li Mingjun's eyes darkened instantly as he stared at Qinglong, are you sure I don't need to know? What an overbearing fellow. Qinglong marveled inwardly. Well, telling you won't hurt. Angels are servants of humanity. This was something Li Mingjun hadn't considered, such powerful beings were actually servants to humanity. That's right. The heavenly god created angels to serve humanity and report human affairs back to him. Before the heavenly god died, he erased all their memories, so they don't know. I know all of this now. Li Mingjun suddenly felt a pang of pity for those arrogant angels. Next came the stage of divine power bestowal. Though your strength far surpasses mine, Qinglong said helplessly, this is the will of the heavenly gods. I cannot defy it. More power is always better, Li Mingjun chuckled. What kind of power is it? Shield, bestowed. A flash of light erupted, and Li Mingjun knew the power transfer was complete. A shield? An interesting power. Li Mingjun slowly gathered the qi within his body. His left hand trembled, and instantly, a sphere of qi appeared. This sphere did not solidify, instead, it flowed outwards, gradually forming a large shield. This shield possessed formidable defensive power. Before Qinglong could finish speaking, Li Mingjun had vanished. Everyone stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered as to where this formidable figure had vanished. Chapter 70, Heavenly God. Li Mingjun only wished to end this agonizing journey swiftly. To end it, he must find the Heavenly God. The Heavenly God was remarkably easy to find, for the Heavenly God was waiting for him. The magnificent palace stood before him. Li Mingjun knew this was the place. He wasn't reckless enough to charge straight in. Instead, he observed from outside for a while. He activated Eagle Eye to get a closer look, only to discover it was completely ineffective here. The failure of his Eagle Eyes only confirmed he was in the right place. Come in. I've been waiting for you for a long time. The voice sounded vaguely familiar to Li Mingjun, yet he couldn't quite place where he'd heard it before. Worrying about it was pointless. Li Mingjun stepped into the opulent palace. Not a single soul was in sight along the way, but Li Mingjun paid it no mind. This celestial being was inherently mysterious. It made perfect sense that he lived alone. Passing through corridors and chambers, Li Mingjun gradually made his way to the palace's center. It was a vast chamber, with a chair positioned directly in the center. The figure seated there now had their back turned, their face obscured. Yet, this feeling was strangely familiar to Li Mingjun. Are you the Heavenly God? Li Mingjun knew his journey was nearing its end. The outcome now depended solely on the balance of power between himself and the Heavenly God. Yes. Why won't you let me see your true face? All right. The chair swiveled around, revealing that face to Li Mingjun's eyes. That man's smiling face was all too familiar. Those eyes, those eyebrows, that mouth. This man was actually his own father. Li Mingjun couldn't believe it. His legs trembled slightly, his lips quivered, and his eyes fluttered uncontrollably. Impossible. Li Mingjun's father, Li Hui, had vanished without a trace when Li Mingjun was very young, a fact Li Mingjun remembered vividly. How could you be the Heavenly God? Li Mingjun's heart raged, yet he asked with surprising composure. Li Hui looked Li Mingjun up and down, then laughed heartily. Son, you've grown tall and strong. I've seen your performance, and I'm very pleased. Now, back to my question. Li Mingjun replied with unusual composure, showing no trace of the joy one might expect at a father-son reunion. Li Hui paused, seemingly taken aback by his son's response, but he didn't dwell on it. He chuckled twice, stood up, patted Li Mingjun on the shoulder, and said, "This story is quite interesting. I'll definitely tell you about it. Hurry up and tell me. Back when I was still a young man, I met your mother. We fell deeply in love and married. Soon after, you were born. On the very day of your birth, I discovered that your mother had wings." Hearing this, Li Mingjun gasped. Wings? Yes. She was an angel. Can you imagine how overjoyed I was when I found out? An angel meant a heavenly being. I wore her down with my persistence and finally convinced her to bring me to the celestial realm. Once there, I saw how comfortably the angels lived. It was truly enviable. After staying a few days, I heard of a place called Peakless Mountain, the ancient dwelling of the celestial gods. The angels held it in awe and dared not approach, but I refused to believe in superstitions. I ventured alone to the summit. Li Hui chuckled and continued, "Guess what I found? The Stone of Liberation." Even more intriguing, I discovered an incredibly potent force surrounding these stones. Later I learned the god had died. When he passed, he intended to distribute his divine power among several divine beasts, awaiting the next celestial ruler. Unfortunately, his death was too swift. Much of his power remained unsealed. That unbound divine energy now drifts around Peakless Mountain. What a waste! Li Mingjun looked at him, expressionless. So you absorbed that energy? TSK, I didn't mean to, but that energy just automatically absorbed itself into me. How strange, how strange. Li Hui recalled the scene with great delight, grabbing Li Mingjun's hand. I've been waiting for you all along, waiting for you to come and rule this world together. Li Mingjun felt a flicker of warmth, of familial affection he'd never known before. At this moment, Li Mingjun felt somewhat at a loss. Yet he remained sufficiently composed, slowly withdrawing his hand as he asked calmly, "What about mother?" Hearing this, Li Hui wore an expression of utter helplessness and distress. "Your mother is such a foolish woman. After I gained divine power, I was more than capable of ruling the world. Yet she refused to agree, insisting on living with me in the human realm. I couldn't care less about her. I proclaim myself a heavenly god, using the awe-inspiring power of a heavenly god to command the angels. If they discovered I'm just an ordinary human, what do you think the consequences would be? Rebellion. A celestial master's pride won't tolerate being commanded by a human." Li Hui chuckled. "My son, indeed your mind works brilliantly." "Exactly. To conceal my identity, I killed that woman. With my power, I can have any beauty I desire. Why bother with a foolish woman? Nonsense." Li Mingjun suddenly roared, his usual refined demeanor completely shattered. "You're not my father. You killed my mother. You destroyed the lives of all humans within the barrier. A monster like you doesn't deserve to live." Li Hui gazed at him with pity, arms outstretched as if to embrace Li Mingjun. "My child, how can you say such things? Everything I did was for us. Now the world is ours. No matter what, our combined power is enough to dominate all the barrier realms. I've waited so long for this day. Li Mingjun leapt backward abruptly, creating distance between himself and Li Hui. Don't come near me. You're utterly filthy. I don't want this kind of power. To satisfy your own selfish desires, you'd make everyone else pay such a terrible price. I can't do that. Li Hui's fiery gaze suddenly turned icy cold. Then what do you want? Are you going to kill your own father? When did I ever acknowledge you as my father? What? Li Hui froze, staring motionless at the boy. You really are my child, no mistake. Your style is so much like mine. With that, Li Hui burst into laughter. You refuse this easily gained position, insisting on killing me to satisfy your lust for power, is that it? You're wrong. Li Mingjun cut him off, slowly drawing his sword. That unadorned blade now radiated a dazzling brilliance, its edge razor sharp. I challenged you not for your position, but for my faith. Belief? Exactly. I believe humans have the right to live well, undisturbed by anyone, not even the gods. Chapter 71, The End. Patricide? Li Hui stared at Li Mingjun, his voice dripping with disbelief. No slaughter, no peace. The sword in Li Mingjun's hand suddenly erupted with 1,000 rays of light, accompanied by a faint, shrill crackling sound. If we cannot rule the world together, then you are my enemy, Li Mingjun. As Li Hui uttered those 3 words, it was as if he were speaking of a person utterly unrelated to himself. Come! Li Mingjun roared, thrusting his sword fiercely toward Li Hui. This man was not his father, not before, not now, and certainly not in the future. Li Mingjun could never acknowledge such a man as his father. Li Hui possessed formidable divine power after all. Li Mingjun's strike couldn't even scratch him. Easily dodging the strike, Li Hui summoned a ball of energy from his hand, which shot swiftly toward Li Mingjun's back of the head. Shield! With a sharp command, Li Mingjun swiftly channeled the divine power of his shield, forming a solid protective barrier behind him. The energy sphere collided with the shield, erupting in a blinding burst of sparks. This divine power is actually quite decent. Li Mingjun thought to himself silently, his sword continuing to slash relentlessly at Li Hui. Is this really how you intend to kill your own father? Li Hui dodged relentlessly, his words sharp as his movements. I don't want to kill my father. Li Mingjun launched 10 consecutive attacks. My father died long ago. The one before me now is a demon who calls himself a god. How ironic that I would personally cultivate my own adversary. Do you know why I never eliminated you? Because I wanted to harness your power, the power described in historical texts. Though I couldn't possess it myself, I longed to witness it. When I discovered my son had obtained that power, I planned to collaborate with you. Li Hui strolled casually, his words sharp as ever. What father-son bond? I only sought to use your power. Since it can't serve me, killing you would be no loss. Li Mingjun's rage boiled over. This father he'd reunited with was now utterly possessed. If he couldn't eliminate him, not only would his own life be forfeit, but all humanity would remain enslaved. Kill me? You're nowhere near capable enough. Li Hui could indeed evade Li Mingjun's attacks with effortless ease. In fact, Li Mingjun had to concede. He must quickly devise a way to end this battle. If this continued, he truly feared he would lose to the celestial being. Li Mingjun slowed his offensive rhythm, carefully considering his path to victory. Hawk eyes, shield, and ki, these were the entirety of his divine powers. Beyond that, he possessed only basic combat skills. Compared to someone who had wielded divine power for over a decade, he was undeniably inexperienced. If you're considering cooperation now, I might still be open to it. Li Hui's expression was relaxed as he glided effortlessly past Li Mingjun and positioned himself behind him. No way! Li Mingjun realized that no matter how much he thought, no good ideas would come to him. The gap in power was starkly evident. The only thing left to do was fight with everything he had. Swords flashed relentlessly, a colossal gale engulfing the entire room. Tables, chairs, and benches were swept up by the whirlwind, hurled about in utter chaos. Yet Li Hui stood immovable within the tempest. Below, a full power strike. Li Mingjun thought silently as he charged at Li Hui with the force of autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. Li Hui soared over Li Mingjun's head like a gray crane, landing cleanly behind him. Too green, far too green, Li Hui murmured from behind Li Mingjun. Before he could finish, he felt an odd sensation in his body. Looking down, he saw Li Mingjun's sword piercing straight through him. How could this be? Only then did Li Hui realize the sword had pierced through Li Mingjun's own body, a mutually destructive technique. You're willing to sacrifice your own life too? Li Hui mustered his last ounce of strength. I have eagle eyes. Those were the last words Li Hui ever heard. With those words, Li Hui's eyes closed reluctantly. For a celestial being, dying by his own son's hand might be the most fitting end. Just then, Xiaoxia and the others burst in. Seeing Li Mingjun bleeding profusely, they nearly fainted from shock. How am I? Nothing serious. Li Mingjun forced a smile. I have eagle eyes. It didn't hit any vital areas. Ling produced some healing ointment he carried and applied it to Li Mingjun's wounds. We've dealt with those 2 angels. But we didn't kill them. If we had, there wouldn't be many angels left. Nodding, Lee Mingjun said, the angels need an explanation. If they learn the heavenly god is dead, things will likely change. 1 month later. What do you plan to do next? Ling asked calmly, though his concern was unmistakable. I just want to live a peaceful life for a while, Lee Mingjun smiled, finishing the last sip of tea in his hand. Ming Luo should be doing well with his sister now, right? Ling pondered before continuing. Yes. If you wish to return to the ninja village, we can go anytime. I wonder how Xiaoxia and her sister are doing. She should be fine. She took Qinmei's computer with her. She'll probably have a lot of fun. Katomi? Where is she now? Ling seemed most concerned about this question. She's probably with Ming Luo right now. Those two seem to get along really well. Ling took a sip of water and looked at Lee Mingjun. Do you regret giving up being a god? Regret? Lee Mingjun fell silent for a moment. No, never. The reason that previous god died was precisely because he saw himself as a god. Even a god cannot bear everyone's suffering. Even a god cannot make everyone live in misery. I understand this simple truth. So do you think my current lifestyle is already very close to that of a human? Absolutely. Then, Ling hesitated before asking, what about your promise? Of course I remember. Lee Mingjun looked at Ling, her face flushed, and slowly approached her. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. It was Xiaoxia shouting, Lee Mingjun! Another divine being has appeared in the celestial realm. Hearing this, both Lee Mingjun and Ling's expressions changed drastically.